2.5 years of marriage. 2.5 years of burying her pride as the Yun family's heiress, of playing the dutiful wife to a blind man. Shan had traded her designer gowns for aprons, her boardroom battles for quiet evenings, tending to Duan Chengyan's needs. But all she received in return was a blade of ice through the heart. Yinglian is back, he said, his voice colder than the winter frost. We're getting divorced. He didn't even glance at the anniversary gift Shed prepared. When Duan Chengyan expected tears, pleading, the desperation of a woman who had lost everything. Shan signed the papers without a word. She emptied her belongings, returned every cent of his compensation, and vanished like morning mist. A week later, Duan Chengyan saw her again in the financial news. His meek, obedient ex-wife now stood as the newly appointed CEO of the Yun Corporation, a queen resurrected from ashes. And in her hand glittered the dream of supremacy, a gem worth 200 million, a treasure he never knew she possessed. We finally knelt, reedied and broken, begging for a second chance. She smiled and handed him a contract. Want to cooperate, President Duan? First, repay the life you owe me. Chapter 1. The Anniversary Gift. The black divorce papers slapped onto the mahogany desk with a sound like a gunshot. Sign them. Duan Chengyan's voice was sharp enough to cut glass. Shan's fingers trembled as she touched the document, her knuckles whitening as if Shed brushed against frozen steel. Today was their anniversary. Shed woken at dawn to simmer his favorite soup. Shed designed a custom wristwatch, nestled in a velvet box, waiting to surprise him that evening. Now, the surprise was hers to keep. She lifted her gaze. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his tailored black suit outlining a frame both powerful and distant. 2 years ago, had been blinded in an accident. Shed disguised herself as a humble, medically trained Keratokerno family, no background just to stand by his side. Shed cooked his meals, shielded him from corporate sabotage, even secretly used the Yun family's resources to stabilize his company. But his heart had always belonged to another, Yinglian, the one who got away. Is there no other way? Shan's voice trembled, her throat raw as if lined with shards of glass. Today is. No. Duan Chengyan turned, his cold gaze scraping over her tear-filled eyes. His frown deepened, as though her pain were an inconvenience. Yinglian is unwell. I won't make her wait. Just then, old Zhang's panicked voice echoed from the hallway. Sir, Miss Sheng has fainted. Duan Chengyan's expression shifted instantly. Without another word, he brushed past Shan, his shoulder knocking against hers like an afterthought. She stood frozen, watching him disappear. Half an hour earlier, Yinglian had stood in the garden, arms crossed, smirking. Chengyan endured blindness for me. What do you think you are to him? So this fainting spell was just another act. Before Shan could steady her breath, Duan Chengyan returned, Yinglian cradled in his arms. Her face was pale, her fingers clutching his lapel. But as they passed, Yinglian's eyes flickered open and she shot Shan a triumphant smile. At the bedroom door, Duan Chengyan paused, his back still turned. Sign the papers and leave. The compensation will be wired to your account. The door slammed shut, muffling the whispers within. Shan slid to the floor, tears splattering against polished marble. 13 years of love. 2.5 years of devotion. All reduced to a cold command. Leave. She wiped her tears, snatched the pen, and signed her name with such force the paper nearly tore. Goodbye to the woman who loved too much. She left the unworn gift beside the divorce papers. Then, she packed her life into 2 suitcases. At the door, the housekeeper, Zhang Ma, wept silently. Madam, where will you go? I'm not your madam anymore, Shan said softly. A sports car horn blared across the street. A man in a black leather jacket waved, a gilded document in his hand. Shan slid into the passenger seat. As the Duan estate shrank in the rearview mirror, her voice was eerily calm. He threw me out. The man tossed the file in her lap, a smirk playing on his lips. Perfect timing. The vultures at the Yun family are waiting for you to clean house. His tone darkened. Oh, and we found a new lead about the fire 5 years ago. Chapter 2. The Ghost Returns. Shan's fingers stilled on the file. The fire. The one that had killed the Yun heiress and let traitors like Cheng Shiwei steal her family's empire. Now, it was time to return. It's time I became myself again, she said, tossing the file back. The meekness in her eyes had vanished, replaced by glacial resolve. The man chuckled, stopping the accelerator. Knew you'd pick this. Don't worry, I erased every trace of Shan from Duan Chengyan's records. He'll never find you. The next morning, Duan Chengyan sat alone in the dining room. The seat across from him was empty. He remembered her ironing his suits, stirring soup in the kitchen. Where is she? He asked Zhang Ma. Miss Yin left yesterday. She took nothing. Not even the compensation, the housekeeper whispered. A strange unease coiled in his chest. He strode to the spare bedroom her room for 2.5 years. It still smelled of her floral perfume. On the desk lay the signed divorce papers and the velvet box. He opened it. Inside was a wristwatch unlike any he had seen, its dial studded with a rare gem that shimmered like the dream of Super Messiah's stone auction for 200 million to an anonymous buyer. How could a woman from a modest background afford this? Taped to the divorce agreement was a note. Happy anniversary, Ian. Let's never meet again. His chest tightened. Head forgotten. Get the car ready. He ordered his secretary. I want Yin Shan's real identity and every detail of where she went now. But by evening, the secretary reported, Sir, there's nothing. Her records have been wiped clean. It's like she never existed. Duan Chengyan gripped his phone. For the first time, he wondered, who was the woman he had lived with for 2.5 years? 1 week later, Yin Corporation HQ. Employees crowded the lobby, buzzing with gossip. The new CEO is here. Didn't the company almost go bankrupt? Bet some old geezer. A luxury Bentley glided to the curb. Shan Beihang Yun Group's largest shareholder stepped out and opened the rear door. A white stiletto touched the pavement. Then, Yun Shan emerged, clad in a sharp gray pantsuit, her hair pulled into a sleek ponytail, her lips painted crimson. The crowd fell silent. A white-haired shareholder stammered, Why, young miss? But you died in the fire. Yun Shan's gaze swept over their stunned faces. Gentlemen, she said, her voice clear and commanding. And back. The lobby erupted. The Yun heiress presumed dead was alive, and she'd come to reclaim her throne. Meanwhile, in City A, Duan Chengyan's phone buzzed with a news alert. Yin Corporation revived. New CEO revealed to be deceased heiress Yun Shan. He stared at the photo. The woman, glowing with power, was unmistakably his ex-wife. His heart plunged. Yin family heiress? Then what was her 2-year performance all about? Chapter 3. The Boardroom Showdown. Yun Shan ignored the chaos downstairs and stepped into the executive elevator. Chen Beihang followed, whispering, Cheng Shiwei and his lackeys are late. They're testing you. Let them, Yin Shan said, pressing the penthouse button. This is no longer their playground. She entered the boardroom and addressed the mid-level managers. We're starting without them. Half an hour later, Cheng Shiwei barged in, flanked by his cronies. He scowled, but his secretary rushed to his side. Chairman Cheng, the new CEO is already in a meeting with Chen Beihang. Cheng Shiwei's face paled. Chen Beihang, that old Yin loyalist? He spun around, but the secretary added, the new CEO, it's Miss Yin Shan. What? Cheng Shiwei staggered. Head personally set that fire. How was she alive? He stormed into the boardroom. Yin Shan sat at the head of the table, bathed in sunlight, yet radiating an aura of icy authority. Xiao Shan, Cheng Shiwei forced a smile, reaching to pat her head like she was still a child. Where have you been all these years? Uncle Cheng missed you. Yin Shan leaned away, her voice frosty. Your memory fails you, uncle. You've driven my company to near bankruptcy. Is that how you miss me? Cheng Shiwei's hand hung in the air, his face flushing. Another shareholder tried to speak, but Yun Shan slammed a financial report on the table. 3 years of losses. Here are your options. Stay and work under my leadership, or withdraw your shares and leave. Now, silence. No one had expected the dead heiress to be this ruthless. He'll stay, a middle-aged manager declared. The Yun group belongs to the Yuns. I trust the young miss. Others quickly echoed their support. Cheng Shiwei gritted his teeth. Of course, uncle will stay and help you, he said, though fear gnawed at his gut. Yin Shan smiled faintly. She wouldn't expose him, yet not when he still held evidence about the fire. This game had only just begun. Meanwhile, in City A, rain lashed against the car windows as Duan Chengyan drove Yinglian home. His phone buzzed another update from his assistant. No trace of Yin Shan. But the fire 5 years ago, the Yun heiress who died was also named Yin Shan. Duan Chengyan slammed the brakes. Yinglian yelped, but he barely noticed, his eyes locked on the screen. 2 Yin Shans. The same name. The same mysterious disappearance. It couldn't be a coincidence. Is this about Yin Shan? Yinglian asked, feigning concern. Duan Chengyan pocketed his phone, his face grim. It's nothing. But his mind raced. If she was a Yun heiress, why did she marry me? As the car moved again, Yinglian secretly texted an unknown number. He's starting to suspect her. Back in the boardroom, after the last shareholder left, Chen Beihang handed Yun Shan a new file. Cheng Shiwei has been secretly negotiating with Duan Chengyan plans to sell our core shares to the Duan Group. Shan traced the name Duan Chengyan on the document, her eyes glinting. Good. If he wants to play, he'll prepare a gift he'll never forget. Chapter 5. The debt to be repaid slowly. She had no intention of letting them off easily. The days ahead were still long, and debts should be repaid gradually. Cheng Shui stepped back a half step with Cheng Yuan, his eyes narrowing with ill intent. Having weathered many storms in the business world, he had witnessed countless scenes. However, upon learning that Yun Shan was not only alive but had also acquired the company with money, he sensed something amiss. The little girl who once stood in the garden smiling and calling him Uncle Cheng had transformed into a figure as cold and formidable as the once mighty Yun Ting. He sighed. Little Shan, Yuan and I have struggled to get by, relying solely on each other. Much of what appears glorious is merely superficial. Yun Shan curled her lips. Her habit of playing the victim had not changed. Back when her father wanted to part ways with him, Cheng Shui employed the same tactic. He knew well what kind of temperament Yun Shan possessed. She would inevitably reminisce about old ties. Fine, you may continue to reside in the house. Yun Shan did not elaborate further. Since they were so stubbornly unwilling to leave, she decided to take advantage of it. She turned and ascended the stairs, her gaze suddenly fixating on an ancient painting hanging on the wall. Cheng Shui rushed to flatter her. Little Shan, you certainly have an eye for antiques. This painting was incredibly difficult to acquire. It is an absolute masterpiece. If it pleases you, Uncle Cheng will gift it to you. Yun Shan stood before it for a few seconds, then abruptly yanked it down, crumpling it as one would dispose of refuse, accurately tossing it into the trash bin. Cheng Shui nearly uttered a curse, only to hear Yun Shan lightly remark, a forgery. The genuine article has been housed in a museum for decades. Are you saying this is authentic because you stole it? In the late hours, a light rain fell, and unable to sleep, Yun Shan decided to move to the adjacent room. She changed her clothes and pushed open the door, where two frames adorned the table, each containing a portrait of her parents, their faces radiating warmth and gentle smiles. Instantly, her eyes brimmed with tears as she knelt before them. Her voice choked, "Mom, Dad, I have returned late." No one answered. The silence was suffocating. Yun Ting and Qin Shulei had passed away 4 years prior, a year that had seen an overwhelming tide of events. She had just turned 20 when Cheng Shui had earnestly invited the Yun couple to go skiing at Tai Tai Mountain. Yun Shan had always held little interest in such activities and had resolutely declined. Her parents had spoiled her since childhood, always unconditionally agreeing to her wishes. On the day of their departure, she had smiled brightly, playfully promising to buy herself a gift upon their return. Yet the following morning brought a call from the police, informing her that her parents had encountered an avalanche on the mountain and had tragically been buried beneath the snow. The rescue team searched for 3 days, but no news came forth. The odds of survival from an avalanche were minimal, and despite exhaustive searches, their bodies remained unfound. She was unwilling to accept or believe it. Yet the harsh truth lay before her, devoid of alternative answers. In an instant, the vast Yun household was left with only her. If only she had prevented them from going, everything that followed might have been averted. The chaos within the company, the incessant demands from countless individuals seeking resolutions. She had nearly buckled under the pressure, had it not been for the dreams of Yun Ting and Qin Shulei that visited her in the night. They allowed her to live well. Just as she was contemplating this, a phone call interrupted her thoughts. Yun Shan stepped outside to answer the call. "Who is this?" she inquired. The voice on the other end chuckled. "It's the person who brought you back a few days ago. Have you forgotten? The esteemed Yun. It seems you have quite the forgetful nature." Only then did Yun Shan recognize the voice. It belonged to Fu Xiao, the eldest son of the Fu family. Everyone addressed him with great respect as young Master Fu. It was largely due to his assistance that Yun Shan had managed to escape from Cheng Shui's clutches. "What brings you to call so late?" she asked, sensing urgency in his tone. "There is indeed something, though I am unsure if you wish to hear it." Fu Xiao replied. "What is it?" The A-City Daily reported that the Duan family has just held a press conference. The engagement banquet of Duan Chengyan and Shang Yinglian is set to take place next Monday. Yun Shan felt a jolt, her entire being froze, and a wave of intense pain and sorrow surged within her, rendering her speechless. Next Monday marked the day she would receive the divorce certificate. Thereafter, they would no longer share any connection as husband and wife. Yet, was he truly so eager to wed Shang Yinglian? "Brother Chengyan, do you think this ring is beautiful?" In a jewelry store, Shang Yinglian had chosen a diamond ring and was smiling brightly as she extended her hand to show him. radiating happiness like a youthful girl of 18. The illness that had once plagued her seemed to have vanished. In preparation for the wedding, she had deliberately changed her hair color and dressed in a modest and demure manner. The long hair, cascading down her face, created an illusion for Duan Chengyan, momentarily making him think of that woman, Shan, who had once filled the house with laughter akin to a little sun surrounding him. Yet, he had never responded, often chastising her for her immaturity. Over time, her smiles had dwindled. Duan Chengyan's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. Many trivial matters he had once overlooked now loomed large, each detail resurfacing as if to remind him of something significant. Suddenly, he remembered that their marriage had been devoid of both a wedding and rings. In 2 years of marriage, he had never uttered a single word of love to her. Chapter 6. The deliberate divorce from beginning to end. It had always been Shan alone, striving to maintain that illusory marriage. It had been 2 days, yet there was still no trace of that woman, as if she had vanished into thin air. Brother Chengyan, the voice of the girl beside him, successfully pulled Duan Chengyan back to the present. Yes, it's quite beautiful and suits you perfectly, he replied, gently tucking a stray lock of Yinglian's hair behind her ear. However, upon noticing the dark green diamond earrings she wore, he faltered. Those earrings had been given to Shan by Duan's mother as a token of gratitude for her healing of his eyesight. Yinglian, I must return to the company for a moment. Please head home and wait for me. I will have the driver pick you up, he stated, not allowing Yinglian a chance to respond, as he immediately contacted the driver. After seeing Yinglian off in the car, Duan Chengyan dialed again, still with no news of Shan. After receiving a negative response, Duan Chengyan experienced a fleeting moment of irritation and vexation. For the past 2 years, he had remained at home, relinquishing everything during the divorce, leaving without taking any belongings, and now, there was still no word from her. Where could she be? And how was she surviving these days? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, naturally reaching into his jacket pocket for a cigarette and a lighter. As a flame flickered to life, the visage of Shan and her soft, wind-like words surfaced in his mind. Smoke less, it's bad for your health. He felt utterly exasperated, kicking a nearby car in frustration. On the other end, Fu Zhao's nonchalant and irritating voice came through the phone. Your ex-husband is quite something. He just divorced you and is already in a hurry to marry someone else. This has clearly been premeditated. Without awaiting Shan's response, Fu Zhao continued teasingly. What is wrong? Are you alone, shedding tears? Shall I come over and take you out for a drink? No need, came Shan's response, devoid of warmth, tinged with a hint of hoarseness. She then stiffly hung up the phone. Indeed, Duan Chengyan and Yinglian were always meant to be together. Now that Yinglian had returned, Duan Chengyan wasted no time in divorcing her, followed swiftly by an announcement of his new marriage, a blatant display of premeditated intent. However, what Duan Chengyan remained blissfully unaware of was that the very person responsible for the accident that had caused his blindness was none other than the girl he had long cherished. Yinglian. She refrained from exposing the truth because between her and Yinglian, Duan Chengyan would always choose to believe in Yinglian. The bitterness within her heart gradually spread, and a self-mocking smile appeared on her lips. Her eyes grew warm, hinting at impending tears. Shan blinked, raised her head, and resolved not to let those tears fall. If she said it was over, then it truly must be over. From henceforth, they would be nothing more than strangers passing by each other. Upon returning from her morning run, Shan found a lavish breakfast laid out on the table, where Cheng Shiwei and his daughter Cheng Yuanyuan sat. Cheng Shiwei wore a disingenuous smile as he invited Shan. Xiao Shan, come have breakfast with us. I had the aunt prepare your favorite pumpkin porridge. Meanwhile, Cheng Yuanyuan, her face etched with anger and impatience, exclaimed, We've been waiting for over half an hour. Are we going to eat or not? I have plans to go shopping with my friend today, and we're running late. Shan regarded the father and daughter with an expression devoid of warmth, yet her words carried an underlying implication. I think I'll pass. Last time I managed to avoid this, but if you try the same trick again today, what will I do, Uncle Cheng? Don't you think? Cheng Shiwei was taken aback, yet being seasoned in business, he quickly masked his surprise with a practiced smile, meeting Shan's gaze. Xiaoran, you're really hurting Uncle Cheng's feelings. Internally, he pondered whether any evidence of past transgressions remained. Shan, disinterested in continuing the charade with Cheng Shiwei and his daughter, did not spare him another glance. with a cold smile playing on her lips. She turned decisively and gracefully ascended the stairs. After finishing her shower and tidying up, Shan sat before her vanity, meticulously applying her makeup. As she gazed into the mirror, she found herself momentarily entranced, pondering how long it had been since she had devoted such care to her appearance. The memory of her wedding day with Duan Chengyan surfaced in her mind. Though there had been no ceremony and Duan Chengyan was blind, she had still adorned herself beautifully, donning a modest dress that reflected her humble persona. In that moment, a housekeeper had remarked, "Madam, you are truly beautiful." Yet Duan Chengyan had merely smirked, a blend of indifference and disdain on his lips, declaring, "True beauty lies in a bare face." This remark had led Shan to adopt a makeup-free visage for the past 2 years, ultimately yielding nothing but heartache. The moment Yinglian returned, she found herself swiftly divorced, without the slightest opportunity to protest or resist. Nevertheless, this did not alter the unwavering truth of her love for Duan Chengyan. Stealing her emotions, she conjured a smile in the mirror, one that could captivate the world, and whispered to herself, "Shan, you still possess the Yun group." Exiting the villa, her gaze fell upon a discreet Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the entrance, next to which stood Fu Xiao, clad in a sleek black suit. Upon spotting Shan, he waved, a vibrant red rose in hand, embodying his flamboyant style. With a smile, Shan approached him and remarked playfully, "Are you planning to be my chauffeur, Mr. Fu?" Fu Xiao extended the rose toward her, his voice rich and magnetic, not merely a chauffeur, but perhaps aspiring to earn the title of husband as well. He watched her intently, eager to capture any flicker of emotion that might cross her face, yet ultimately, he gleaned nothing. Feeling slightly awkward, Fu Xiao opened the passenger door with a gentlemanly flourish, saying, "After you, Miss Yun." Without hesitation, Shan entered the car, reluctant to hurt Fu Xiao, as he had indeed been a great help to her. Thus, she refrained from outright rejecting his advances. Fu Xiao, ever considerate, fastened her seatbelt before making his way to the driver's seat. He retrieved a bag emblazoned with the character for fortune and presented it to her. "Enjoy. I brought you something from that place you used to love." Shan laughed. "Mr. Fu, have you installed surveillance in my house? How did you know I skipped breakfast?" Fu Xiao, focused on driving, replied without glancing at her, "I also know that Miss Yun currently lacks a suitable vehicle. Would you like me to arrange one for you? Or perhaps accompany you to the car show to select one?" Indeed, her previous possessions had been taken over by Cheng Shi and her daughter, and she was without a car. Considering this, Shan agreed. "All right, let's do it after work today." Encouraged by her affirmative response, Fu Xiao continued, "After the car show, let's catch a concert featuring your favorite artist, Jojo." Sensing her potential reluctance, he added, "It'll be a great opportunity to unwind and let loose." "Very well," Shan replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 7. My descent. The vehicle swiftly approached the gates of the Yun group. Once parked, Fu Xiao displayed his characteristic, gentlemanly demeanor, attentively helping Shan unbuckle her seatbelt and opening the car door for her. As Shan observed this young man bending slightly against the light to assist her, a fleeting pang of regret washed over her. Deep down, she understood that her heart had never fluttered for Fu Xiao, despite his exemplary qualities as a true friend. Perhaps, once one's heart has found a dwelling, it becomes exceedingly difficult to accommodate another. Upon exiting the car, Shan waved goodbye to Fu Xiao, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Unbeknownst to her, this serene smile exuded an enchanting warmth, akin to a refreshing spring breeze, effortlessly drawing those around her into its embrace. Fu Xiao, evidently, was one such individual. The security personnel stationed on either side of the Yun group's grand hall, alongside Chun Baiheng waiting at the entrance, were momentarily captivated by Shan's smile. It was only when Shan approached, the rhythmic sound of her high heels echoing beneath her, that the guards and Chun Baiheng seemed to awaken from their reverie. "Good morning, President," they chorused in unison. "Good morning," Shan replied, making her way toward the exclusive elevator. Chun Baiheng quickly followed, assisting by pressing the elevator button. As the elevator ascended, Shan inquired, "How is the situation regarding personnel adjustments progressing? Have a troublesome shareholders been dealt with by Cheng Shi?" Standing with proper decorum, Chun Baiheng responded, "All matters have been addressed." Cheng Shi managed to appease those unruly shareholders, even compensating them out of his own pocket under their duress. Before Shan could respond, Chun Baiheng continued with a chuckle, It seems this notoriously stingy Cheng Shiwei has finally parted with some of his resources. The elevator soon reached the pinnacle of the Yun group. Upon exiting, they encountered Cheng Shiwei vociferously berating Yun Shan's newly appointed assistant. On what grounds was my office relocated to a space adjacent to the restroom without my consent? Who authorized this? Hearing this, Yun Shan grasped the situation. She glanced back at Chun Baiheng, who quickly suppressed his laughter with a hand over his mouth, clearing his throat in a feeble attempt to mask his embarrassment, though the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. At this point, it became clear to Yun Shan that this was indeed a scheme orchestrated by Chun Baiheng. Nevertheless, she had to admit that it was a rather clever tactic to unsettle someone. Adopting a serious demeanor, she proceeded toward the president's office. As she passed by Cheng Shiwei, she addressed him, "Mr. Cheng, what are you shouting about so early in the morning? Although the company's stock has rebounded, there is still work to be done. Perhaps you should pay a bit more attention to your image. Furthermore, if your performance does not improve, you might want to consider stepping aside. What do you think?" Cheng Shiwei intended to contest the office relocation issue with Yun Shan, but upon hearing her final statement, laced with an implicit threat, he chose to swallow his pride in silence. In the years that Yun's enterprise fell under Cheng Shiwei's management, though he indeed profited significantly, he never envisioned that one day Yun Shan could return from the dead. He also did not foresee the rapid decline of the Yun Corporation under his stewardship. In an effort to placate and manage the ineffective shareholders, he was compelled to incur substantial losses. Cheng Shiwei felt an immense fury within him, yet found himself powerless to express it. In the president's office, Yun Shan sat comfortably in the executive chair, listening to her assistant and Chun Baiheng report on their tasks. As she perused the materials that included details and photographs of the spokesperson, a smile danced upon her lips. She remained oblivious to how Cheng Shiwei had selected this spokesperson, but it was evident that both her assistant and Chun Baiheng shared her sentiments regarding the spokesperson's unsuitability. After reviewing the documents and concluding the reports, Yun Shan closed the file and announced that a meeting would be held at 10:30 the following morning for all senior executives to discuss the spokesperson for the Yun Corporation. The assistant, having received the directive, hastily exited to fulfill the president's orders. However, Chun Baiheng did not leave. As someone who had known all along that Yun Shan was alive and had quietly remained loyal to her within the Yun Corporation, he recognized her complexity and felt fortunate to serve her. "Do we count as friends, Ms. Yun?" Chun Baiheng inquired. Yun Shan leaned back, gazing at him, awaiting his next words. "This morning, I saw President Fu driving you to the company," he continued. Yun Shan rolled her eyes at Chun Baiheng, whose eyes sparkled with gossip. "Mr. Chun, might I suggest you have nothing better to do? Would you prefer I arrange for you to travel abroad tomorrow to discuss overseas opportunities?" Upon hearing this, Chun Baiheng quickly sprang from his chair and made his way to the office door. Before closing it, he couldn't resist adding, "President Fu is quite remarkable. His family background and financial standing are impressive." As the door closed, Yun Shan shook her head, smiling in resignation. Deep down, she understood the merits of Fu Xiao. However, in her heart, he remained merely a friend, a brother, a dear companion, devoid of any romantic stirrings. As the day progressed with the usual bustle of the office, time slipped away swiftly until her phone rang. Glancing at the screen displaying Fu Xiao's name, she realized it was time to leave work. Answering the call, she responded to Fu Xiao while shutting down her laptop. Grabbing her meticulously crafted leather handbag, she descended the stairs to meet him. Downstairs, Fu Xiao stood by his car, holding a large bouquet of roses, drawing the attention of many female employees leaving work. Upon exiting the company, Yun Shan noticed the lavish flowers, approached him, and placed them directly in the back seat of the car. "No more extravagant purchases in the future. Let us go," she declared, opening the door and entering the vehicle without affording Fu Xiao the chance to showcase his gesture. Inside the car, Fu Xiao sensed that perhaps his grand bouquet was somewhat presumptuous, perhaps even hasty. Thus, he endeavored to find a topic to lighten the mood. Yun Shan, sensing his caution, sighed and spoke directly. "Fu Xiao, you're truly wonderful, a remarkably good friend." Upon hearing this, Fu Xiao paused for a moment, then feigned nonchalance. "I think I'm pretty great too, haha." Fu Xiao is indeed a person who excels at enlivening the atmosphere. The car soon arrived at the auto show, where Yun Shan quickly chose a sports car, reminiscent of the one her father had gifted her previously. After settling the payment and completing the necessary formalities, Fu Xiao, true to his word, took Yin Shan to a concert. At the venue, the infectious energy swept over Yin Shan, prompting her to cheer loudly, which effectively alleviated much of the sorrow brought on by her recent divorce. By the time the concert concluded, it was late, and after a night of exuberant shouting, Yin Shan suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness, as if she had released a burden and was ready for a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, Yin Shan prepared herself and arrived at the office, ready to convene a high-level meeting to discuss changing the group as spokesperson. To her surprise, as the elevator doors opened on the top floor, she encountered Cheng Shiwei, who was anxiously waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Yin Shan, Cheng Shiwei, without waiting for her to exit the elevator, hastily exclaimed his disapproval regarding the spokesperson change. Chapter 8. The buffoon Cheng Shiwei. Yin Shan regarded Cheng Shiwei, who resembled a buffoon, with a cold and indifferent gaze, remaining silent. Yet, this very look evoked a sense of intimidation in Cheng Shiwei, reminiscent of the formidable presence of her late brother, Yin Ting, during his reign. The fervor with which he had protested the change in spokesperson began to wane, albeit reluctantly. Nevertheless, Cheng Shiwei was determined to contend with Yin Shan, for the current spokesperson had been chosen under his management, and more importantly, this individual brought numerous advantages to him, from financial gain to allure, both of which Cheng Shiwei held dear and could not relinquish. Finding that a direct approach was unfruitful, Cheng Shiwei adopted a facade of a benevolent uncle, feigning kindness as he stepped aside to allow Yin Shan to exit the elevator. Once she did, he hurried to accompany her, speaking as he walked. "Little Shan, this spokesperson was personally selected by your uncle, with excellent character and admirable qualities. I believe he embodies the very principles your father upheld when he founded the company. That integrity is essential for a successful enterprise. Don't you agree?" Yin Shan, who had been striding briskly, halted abruptly upon hearing Cheng Shiwei mention her father. She glared at him, who had unwittingly taken a step forward, her eyes ablaze with fury. Although current findings lacked conclusive evidence to indicate that the avalanche that befell her parents was intentional, it was undeniable that Cheng Shiwei had invited them, and that he, in collusion with Cheng Yuan and her daughter, had plotted against her. Moreover, after her demise, he had audaciously seized control of the Yun Corporation under the guise of a loyal friend. The audacity with which Cheng Shiwei dared to invoke the memory of her deceased parents was appalling. Cheng Shiwei came to a halt, turning to face Yin Shan, who towered over him in her high heels. The intensity of her anger was palpable, making it difficult for him to feign ignorance. As Yin Shan remained silent, merely standing her ground, Cheng Shiwei, emboldened yet brazen, ventured to ask, "Little Shan, could you do your uncle a favor? If you truly wish to make a change, perhaps you could wait a few years until I retire. That would not be too late, would it?" Yin Shan observed Cheng Shiwei's effortlessly disingenuous demeanor, and her mind flashed back to the investigative results that Lung Ding had sent her that morning. A profound sense of loathing and indignation welled within her. Yet the time for retribution had not yet arrived. She awaited the day when the truth behind her parents' demise would be unveiled, a day when she would return the favor to Cheng Shiwei. Quickly regaining her composure, Yin Shan restored her indifferent expression and addressed Cheng Shiwei. "Mr. Cheng, we are in the company. Henceforth, please refer to me as president." She continued, "As for the spokesperson, that is not solely my decision. It requires a shareholder vote, and we will discuss it further at the upcoming shareholder meeting." With that, she elegantly circumnavigated Cheng Shiwei and made her way to her office. With 10 minutes remaining before the high-level meeting commenced, Yin Shan had a brief window to communicate with her favored spokesperson, the rising star Lewis. Feedback from the information network indicated that Lewis was reluctant to collaborate with Yun Corporation, which had recently endured a bankruptcy crisis. Yin Shan needed to engage Lewis in a conversation to alter his prejudices against her company and persuade him to endorse it. As the call connected, just as Yin Shan was about to introduce herself, she heard Fu Zhao's voice on the other end. "Regardless of the circumstances, I can assure you, you may choose from a land, minerals, or projects under my purview." "All right," she replied before the call abruptly ended. Yin Shan understood that Lewis's affirmative response was a direct reply to both her and Fu Xiao. A faint smile graced her lips. She had not anticipated that Fu Xiao would align with her in selecting a spokesperson and would go to such lengths to assist her. However, Yin Shan was at a loss as to how to reciprocate Fu Xiao's kindness. What he sought was emotional connection, something she could not provide. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Looking up, she saw her assistant Lin entering with the printed and bound meeting materials. President Yun, the materials are ready, and everyone has arrived. Shan stood, adjusting her impeccably tailored ensemble, and proceeded with her assistant to the conference room. Before they could enter, they overheard Cheng Shiwei rallying certain shareholders to vote in favor of the current spokesperson. Shan suppressed a disdainful smile. Cheng Shiwei was indeed employing every means possible, expending considerable effort and words to retain the current spokesperson. Yet, she wondered whether, once the materials were distributed, he would continue to vie for the existing spokesperson or merely strive to secure his own position in the company. Shen Baiheng occupied the first seat by the window, directly facing the conference room door. He spotted Shan standing at the entrance and promptly rose, calling out, "President Yun." Once the room settled into silence, Shan entered and took her seat in the plush leather chair at the head of the table. Surveying the room, she spoke with a measured tone. "I trust everyone is aware that today's meeting revolved around the issue of the group's spokesperson. Earlier, I overheard Mr. Chung rallying support for the continuation of the current spokesperson. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Though Shan had recently taken the helm of Yun Corporation, her upbringing, steeped in her parents' influence, coupled with her years of diligent endeavor, imbued her with an undeniable aura of authority and gravitas. A few rather conservative, older shareholders were the first to speak up. "President Yun, we're not suggesting that we do not wish to change our spokesperson, nor do we believe that the current representative is a suitable fit for our enterprise. However, given that Yun Corporation has recently weathered a bankruptcy crisis, finding a new spokesperson will not be an easy task. Furthermore, the costs associated with such a change are not insignificant." Upon hearing this, Shan cast a glance at Cheng Shiwei, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment. While Cheng Shiwei's smug smile lingered, yet to be suppressed. "What about the others?" Shan inquired, fixing her gaze on Cheng Shiwei. At that moment, Cheng Shiwei seemed to regain his confidence, rising to face Shan directly. "Xiao Shan, President Yun, I believe what they have said is quite valid. The current spokesperson has done nothing wrong. Perhaps we should reconsider the matter in a couple of years when the company stabilizes." After Cheng Shiwei spoke, he noticed Shan's unwavering gaze upon him and awkwardly chuckled a couple of times. Shan surveyed the room with composure and stated, "Firstly, there is no need for concern regarding the search for a new spokesperson. I've already addressed this matter. Secondly, I will handle the spokesperson fees and all related expenses. If anyone has differing opinions, please feel free to express them." Upon her statement, the shareholders who had previously spoken nodded in agreement, indicating no further issues. Cheng Shiwei, his face darkened, was about to rise and interject when Shan disregarded him entirely, continuing, "Lewis, how do you all feel about inviting him to be our group's new spokesperson?" The moment Shan posed the question, she received numerous affirmations from the senior executives, who concurred that Lewis was indeed a more fitting choice than the current representative, excelling in reputation, appearance, and age. "Let us proceed with a vote," she declared. As hands began to rise in support, Cheng Shiwei could no longer contain himself. In his agitation, he accidentally toppled a chair behind him. "I have managed Yun Corporation for several years, and I do not agree." Observing the frantic antics of this agitated buffoon, Shan signaled her assistant to distribute the pre-printed materials. As the senior executives opened the documents in their hands, each was taken aback, their eyes darting up to Cheng Shiwei in shock. Cheng Shiwei, sensing impending doom, snatched the materials from the finance manager's hands, and upon seeing the unflattering photographs of himself along with the records of spokesperson payments, he became utterly rigid, his mind a blank slate. In the next moment, Cheng Shiwei tore the materials to shreds, glaring fiercely at Shan. "Shan, this is all you're doing." "Indeed, it is," Shan replied, a thin, cold smile gracing her lips. "This concludes today's meeting. We will conduct a thorough review of the company's accounts over the next week. Department heads, please return and prepare the necessary documents. The meeting is adjourned." With that, Shan was the first to exit the conference room. "President Chung, we are from the legal department. We kindly request that you submit all company-related items for review." Once everyone had vacated the conference room, Cheng Shiwei seemed to gradually awaken from the tumultuous upheaval. Chapter 9. Embarrassed to the point of digging toes into the villa upon returning to her office, Shan felt quite pleased. The Yun Corporation was now progressing in the direction she had envisioned. Upon her return, Shan resolutely refused to witness the downfall of her father's hard-won empire, nor would she allow the company to succumb to bankruptcy. With her remarkable capabilities, she believed the firm would flourish even further. As she opened her laptop, she observed the current stock situation of the company, which had stabilized considerably. Intent on brewing herself a cup of coffee to invigorate her senses, she was suddenly taken aback as the stock prices began to surge on her screen. Could it be that her computer was malfunctioning? After a brief inspection, everything appeared to be functioning normally. Was it merely a trick of the eye? Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she glanced again and confirmed that the stock price continued to rise. Shan remained frozen in place. While she possessed the prowess to achieve such results, she had not intervened. Who could be behind this? Fu Xiao? Just then, the ringing of her phone pulled her from her reverie. Noticing the caller ID, a soft chuckle escaped her lips. Could it truly be that Fu Xiao had covertly assisted her once more? "Hello, Fu Xiao." "Thank you," she answered, her voice filled with genuine gratitude. "Miss Yun, after I have rendered you such significant assistance, are you only intending to express your thanks verbally? Would you do me the honor of dining together after work? Of course, I'll treat you, and you may choose the restaurant." Shan replied, her spirits lifted. There is a newly opened Cantonese restaurant on South Central Street, quite authentic. The chef has won several championships in Cantonese cuisine, and the flavors are exquisite. Fu Xiao responded swiftly. "Sounds perfect." "I agree," Shan affirmed. After all these years, following her parents' passing, Fu Xiao was perhaps the only one who truly understood her fondness for Cantonese cuisine. Feeling a twinge of sadness, she quickly redirected her thoughts. "Please pick me up after work." After ending the call, as Shan reached for her cup on the desk, she suddenly felt a wave of warmth wash over her. Hastily setting the cup down, she rummaged through her bag for sanitary supplies. Recent pressures from managing the group's affairs and the emotional toll of her divorce from Duan Chengyan had caused her monthly visitor to arrive prematurely. Finding nothing in her bag, she ventured into the president's office restroom, which had previously been used by her father and later by Cheng Shiwei. Since taking over, she had yet to reorganize the lounge. There was no time to go downstairs to buy supplies. So she quickly made her way to the restroom, where she found toilet paper that could be folded for temporary use. Once she had taken care of the matter, Shan slowly returned to her desk and sat down. She then dialed her assistant, Lin. Upon seeing Shan, pale and sweating, curled up in her chair, Lin was alarmed and hastily reached for the phone to call emergency services. "Please don't," Shan managed to say, enduring the intense pain in her abdomen and lower back. "It's just my monthly visitor. It's not that serious." Lin, could you please prepare a cup of ginger and brown sugar water for me?" "Thank you." On this day, Shan endured the torment of menstrual cramps. Fortunately, after sipping several cups of ginger tea with brown sugar, her friend Lin managed to procure a heating pad, which alleviated her abdominal pain. As the end of the workday approached, and she prepared to meet Fu Xiao, she excused herself to the restroom to replace her sanitary supplies. Intending to purchase more once she left the office building. However, due to her discomfort, the sanitary napkin she had placed earlier had shifted, resulting in a stain on her tailored skirt. Staring at the blood on her garment, she felt a wave of regret for not having prepared extra clothing and supplies in the company's lounge. The embarrassment was so profound that it felt as if she could dig her toes into the ground and unearth a villa. While Shan stood mortified in the restroom, she heard the sound of her office door being pushed open, followed by Fu Xiao calling her name. After a few unanswered calls, he approached the lounge door and knocked, inquiring if she was inside. Then, she overheard the esteemed Fu Xiao murmuring to himself outside, expressing disbelief that his assistant had informed him she was in the office despite her ailments. He pondered whether she could have fallen asleep in the lounge and contemplated whether to enter, worried she might chastise him for being forward. Unable to bear his musings any longer, Shan flung open the restroom door and declared, "Fu Xiao, I am here, and you cannot enter. I will indeed call you a rogue." Her embarrassment surged as she quickly finished speaking, internally chastising Lin for divulging too much information. She resolved to have a serious talk with Lin about discretion. Fu Xiao, grinning, teased her. At last the illustrious Miss Yun deigns to show herself. Yet, upon seeing her pale complexion and bloodless lips, his heart constricted with concern, observing her fragile demeanor and the vulnerability reflected in her eyes. He found himself yearning to cradle her like a princess, offering her comfort and warmth, wishing to ease her pain. Before he realized it, he had acted on that impulse, enveloping her in his arms. As he held her close, his heart raced, and he quietly gazed at her. Startled by being lifted, Shan instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, fearful of falling. Realizing the nature of their position, she gently struggled to free herself, but Fu Xiao tightened his embrace. "Fu Xiao, put me down. My skirt is stained and will dirty your clothes." Her pale cheeks flushed a deep crimson, radiating warmth to her ears. "It's all right. It can be washed," he replied, his voice tinged with an undercurrent of anxiety. "Let me go." In this instance, Shan adopted a commanding tone, prompting Fu Xiao to detach himself from the earlier bliss. Yet, he did not release her. Instead, he tightened his embrace, and fearing he might hurt her, he loosened his grip slightly. Witnessing Fu Xiao's careful treatment of her, Shan felt a pang of guilt and wished to express her thoughts. However, Fu Xiao, perceiving her intent, preemptively whisked her towards the office door. "Do not struggle. The office is empty, and the employees have all left for the day. The executive office is also deserted. I had Lin leave before I entered. Be good. You mentioned your stomach hurt, so I shall carry you downstairs to the car." Upon hearing the word good, Shan felt an unexpected ache in her heart. Since her parents' passing, no one had used that term with her. Today, however, it was not spoken by the person she longed to hear it from. Fu Xiao, clearly attuned to Shan's emotional shift, skillfully diverted the conversation. "I have a bespoke outfit designed for you by Xian in my car. She started working on it the day you returned, and it was just completed yesterday. She intended to hand it to you personally, but a call from a brand had her traveling abroad, so I'll deliver it to you. This serendipitously solves our immediate need." The executive elevator swiftly descended to the ground floor. The driver, noticing Fu Xiao carrying Miss Yun, hurriedly exited the vehicle to open the door for them. Fu Xiao gently placed Shan inside the car and said, "You may change outfits. The clothes are on the seat. I will go buy you some sanitary pads." Chapter 10. The first Princess Carrie and the first favor Shan watched Fu Xiao sprint towards the convenience store, her cheeks flushing crimson as his words about purchasing sanitary pads echoed in her mind. This marked the first time she experienced being carried in a princess hole by a man other than her father. And it was also the first occasion a boy offered to buy her sanitary pads. Her emotions were a tangled web of embarrassment and a hint of shyness. Finally, she buried her head in her lap, pretending to be an ostrich. After a moment of self-soothing, she lifted her head, gently patted her face, and began to mentally reassure herself. "It's all right. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to others." "Yes, that's it," muttering to herself. Shan's gaze fell upon the outfit designed for her by Xian. It was a soft pink, a color she had adored and often wore until her marriage to Duan Chengyan, who had deemed it too innocent for her. Since then, she had refrained from wearing pink, though she would occasionally admire it while shopping or browsing online. For Duan Chengyan, she had sacrificed much of her identity. Now, post-divorce, it was time to reclaim herself. She resolved to start with this outfit. Shan picked up the ensemble and unfolded it. It was a contemporary Chanel-inspired design, and Xian had thoughtfully included a white silk undergarment. Upon examining the inner garment, she discovered its clever design, featuring cutouts on the back and shoulders. It was a delicate balance of demure when adorned with the outer piece, yet alluring when removed, a hallmark of Xian's style. A charming smile unconsciously graced Shan's lips as she began to unbutton her blazer and shirt. Shan possesses a figure of exquisite beauty, characterized by a silhouette that appears slender in attire, yet reveals alluring curves when disrobed, with her flesh adorably situated in all the right places. At times, she clandestinely admires her own physique, much like now, when she notices that her bosom seems somewhat fuller than usual due to a particular phase, causing a sensation of slight swelling. Consequently, she unfastens the hooks of her bra, intending to secure it in the outermost row. Just as she loosens two of the hooks, a sudden shout from outside the vehicle catches her attention. Fu Xiao's voice reverberates through the air. Instinctively, she grabs a discarded garment beside her to shield her chest and glances out the window, only to realize she had forgotten to draw the curtains of the van while changing. Today, Fu Xiao had come to collect her in a camper van, which, alas, lacked privacy glass. Swiftly, Shan rises to draw the curtains, and from a corner of the window, she observes Fu Xiao chasing after a group of young boys. It dawns on her that his earlier shout was not directed at her, but rather aimed at the sprinting youths. Without further ado, she hastily fastens the remaining two hooks of her bra, slips into a silk undergarment, and dons her outerwear and skirt, meticulously arranging her appearance. After a quick, careless attempt to tame her long, cascading waves that had come undone during her wardrobe change, she prepares to alight from the vehicle to ascertain the situation involving Fu Xiao. As she swings open the door, she spots Fu Xiao sprinting towards her. A sheen of perspiration glistens on his forehead, and his tousled hair is carelessly pushed back. He casually holds his black suit jacket in a convenience store bag, while his white shirt, dampened by sweat, clings to his form, accentuating his well-defined abdominal muscles. It is the peak of rush hour, and the streets are teeming with pedestrians, some audacious young ladies already discreetly brandishing their phones to capture photos of Fu Xiao. Shan cannot deny that he indeed presents a striking visage. However, she must also concede that his charm dissipates after a mere 3 seconds. As he playfully flashes heart signs and peace gestures at her, ultimately striking a pose reminiscent of Rodin's The Thinker, much to the delight of the nearby girls who erupt in squeals. Watching Fu Xiao, Shan chuckles softly and shakes her head, reflecting on the truth of the adage that a man remains a boy at heart until his last breath. Once Fu Xiao halts before her, she inquires with a smile. "What transpired just now? I heard you shout and saw you chasing after those boys." "Nothing much. Let us get in the car first." "Is your stomach still hurting?" "I procured sanitary pads and ginger sugar for you. There is hot water in the vehicle, and I'll prepare the ginger sugar while you change," Fu Xiao replies, opening the door for her with a protective demeanor. He retrieves a box from the convenience bag and hands the remainder to Shan, indicating she should head to the restroom to change her sanitary pad. He adds, "I wasn't sure which brand to choose, so I bought a selection of what the clerk recommended and the most expensive ones on the shelf. You can decide for yourself. Also, remember to draw the curtains." Shan feels a rush of warmth color her neck as she swiftly retreats with the bag into the restroom. As Shan drew the bathroom curtain, she suddenly recalled Fu Xiao's earlier remark about closing the curtains. Was his loud call related to her changing clothes? Did he catch a glimpse of her disheveled appearance? The thought caused her already flushed cheeks to deepen in hue. Eager for answers, Shan hastily changed her sanitary pad, tidied herself up, and stepped out. Upon hearing the door open, Fu Xiao looked up and was taken aback by the sight of Shan's crimson face. He quickly rose and approached her, intending to check her forehead with his hand. However, Shan shyly recoiled, avoiding his outstretched hand. "I'm fine," she stated, "but I want to ask why you were chasing after those boys earlier. Does it concern me?" After a brief pause, she continued, "Did you see that I hadn't closed the window?" Fearing that Fu Xiao might withhold the truth to spare her feelings, she added, "Just be honest. I want to be upset." Having known each other for many years, both understood each other's personalities well. Fu Xiao initially thought he could handle the situation without involving Shan, but he hadn't anticipated her heightened sensitivity. Just a mention of drawing the curtains had led her to glean so much. Realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth or lie to her, Fu Xiao's mind raced as he considered how to minimize the impact on Shan. He knew he needed to address the matter delicately. "Shan," she called, urging him to speak. Looking into her eyes, Fu Xiao adopted a light tone. "Come, sit here. I'll explain everything." Once seated, Shan fixed her large, expectant eyes on him, as if to say he would have to speak or face her unwavering gaze. Understanding he could not evade the truth, Fu Xiao slowly recounted the events. When Shan was changing clothes, the curtains were left undrawn, and a group of boys happened to pass by the car. Catching sight of her, struck by her beauty and figure, they momentarily entertained inappropriate thoughts and captured photos and videos of her. When Fu Xiao emerged from shopping, he noticed the boys standing in front of the car with their phones raised, and he sensed trouble. Thus, he shouted a warning to Shan, causing the boys to flee in panic. Concerned that they might have recorded her, Fu Xiao pursued them. Fortunately, his regular morning runs and fitness routines made it easy to catch up with the youngsters. When the boys realized they couldn't outrun him, they stopped, and one of them handed his phone to Fu Xiao, saying, "We all have the photos and videos on our phones. Deleting yours won't matter. You seem wealthy with that RV of yours. How about 5 million? And we'll delete them right away." For Fu Xiao, 5 million was not a significant sum, but the risk of Shan's photos being leaked was unacceptable. In the end, he agreed to pay the amount to secure the deletion of the compromising images and videos from their devices. However, Fu Xiao merely informed Shan that the photos and videos had been deleted, concealing from her the fact that he had indeed spent 5 million and had not glimpsed her changing clothes through the car window. but had seen it while deleting the aforementioned media. Upon hearing this, Shan breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful that Fu Xiao had discovered it in time and had taken action to erase it, while also thankful that he had not witnessed anything himself. At the same time, she silently reminded herself to be more cautious in the future. Chapter 11. Shan, Yinglian has returned. Let us get divorced. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the pre-booked Cantonese restaurant. Before disembarking, Fu Xiao, concerned about Shan catching a chill and exacerbating her stomach discomfort, draped his coat over her shoulders. He beckoned her to exit the car, and upon entering the establishment, a warm greeting from the staff awaited them. "Mr. Fu, welcome. The dishes are prepared. Shall we serve them now?" Fu Xiao nodded and led Shan to a private room on the second floor. The ambience of the room was tranquil, effectively isolating them from the clamor of the bustling hall below. During the meal service, Shan was captivated by the decor of the room, occasionally nodding and smiling. Fu Xiao sat opposite her, quietly admiring every subtle expression that flitted across her face. Once the dishes were served, Fu Xiao attentively began to arrange the food for her, occasionally elaborating on the authenticity and nutritional benefits of each dish. This prompted Shan to feel as though she had entered a skincare product experience store, where the staff enthusiastically demonstrated products and extolled their virtues, so much so that the resemblance was uncanny. Unable to contain her laughter, Shan clutched her stomach and asked, "Fu Xiao, have you become a waiter?" Fu Xiao, quick to play along, draped a napkin over his shoulder and grinned, "Dear guest, are you satisfied with today's meal and service? If so, please leave a 5-star review." Shan thoroughly enjoyed the meal, feeling her spirits lift and her hunger satiated, the shadow of the earlier incident fading away. Observing Shan's radiant smile, Fu Xiao felt reassured that the events of the afternoon had little impact on her well-being. He had initially planned to invite her to a movie after dinner, but circumstances changed. Shan was unwell due to her menstrual discomfort. Hence, upon leaving the restaurant, Fu Xiao instructed the driver to take her straight back to the villa. Upon returning to the villa, Shan wished to avoid Cheng Shihui's hypocritical lies and was disinclined to deal with Cheng Yuanyuan's unreasonable antics. She ascended the stairs and retreated to her bedroom, shutting the door and locking it in one fluid motion. Tossing aside her bag and convenience store items, she headed straight to the bathroom to take a shower. As she undressed, the memory of the earlier incident flickered through her mind, but she had now fully let it go, internally chiding herself for her naivety while reminding herself to exercise greater caution in the future. During this special time, soaking in a bath was not an option, so Shan opted for a quick shower instead. After washing, she changed into a nightgown and dried her hair before emerging from the bathroom. The bathroom door faced a full-length mirror in her room, and as Shan gazed at her reflection, she admired her fair skin, striking features, and long legs. The off-shoulder nightgown subtly revealed her beautiful collarbone. Shan admired her figure, then fell into contemplation. Why did Duan Chengyan not like her? Was it because she was not beautiful or her figure was lacking? Yet others praised her beauty and figure. Was it that she was not obedient enough? However, over the past 2 years, she had nearly lost herself in an effort to please Duan Chengyan, only to end up with a divorce. Shan could never bring herself to accept that Duan Chengyan simply did not love her. In his eyes, nothing about her was worthy. Feeling a dull ache in her head from these thoughts, Shan shook her head, slipped on her slippers, and nestled under the covers, closing her eyes in an attempt to sleep. Yet, Duan Chengyan's face relentlessly replayed in her mind. Unable to find solace in sleep, she climbed out of bed, turned on the television, and mindlessly flipped through channels. After several attempts, every station featured girl group competition shows. She tossed aside the remote, listening to the judges' critique. Poor dance skills, movements too soft, better suited for ballet than a girl group. Soon, the next girl group took the stage, and Shan watched the contestants sing and dance. Although she had dabbled in dance and vocal training as a hobby, she felt inadequate, and it was no wonder the judges were so blunt in their assessments. After this group finished their performance, the stage lights shifted, and under the bright illumination, Shan clearly observed one girl who left a deep impression on her. This girl, named Yu, was linked to a past scandal involving Duan Chengyan during their marriage. Although it seemed she was not part of this particular girl group back then. At that time, while Shan and Duan Chengyan's marriage was still intact, though merely nominal in Duan's eyes, she loved him genuinely. Consequently, She utilized her network to investigate Yu. There was nothing particularly remarkable. Yu aspired to fame but lacked the necessary talent and background, seeking to take shortcuts by courting Duan Chengyan, the affluent CEO. At that time, Duan Chengyan had just regained his sight thanks to Shan's efforts, and in a bid to spite her and expedite the dissolution of their marriage, he purposely allowed the scandal to surface. Now, observing Yu, she appeared unchanged and stagnant, yet Shan cared little whether Duan Chengyan had aided her in this competition. Nevertheless, reflecting on it still stirred sorrow within Shan, causing her breath to become ragged. How ironic it was that a minor celebrity within a girl group could be linked to him, while she, his legally recognized wife, remained a secret. Perhaps it was the melancholy of night that weighed heavily on her heart. Cocooned in her bed, she felt a sense of safety, and tears streamed down her cheeks, dampening the quilt. Exhausted from crying, Shan eventually succumbed to sleep. In her dreams, Duan Chengyan's voice echoed repeatedly, Shan, in my heart. You cannot compare to a girl group nobody. Shan, Yinglian has returned. Let us divorce. Shan, quickly pack your things and leave the villa. Shan awoke, jolted by a sharp pain in her abdomen, the traces of tears still fresh at the corners of her eyes. Shan had just awakened from a restless slumber, the blanket poorly arranged, leaving her abdomen exposed to the chill and intensifying her discomfort. She lay in bed, covering herself with the blanket while placing her hand over her stomach in an attempt to soothe the pain. Initially, she thought she could endure it, but the ache only grew more pronounced, compelling her to rise from her bed, don her clothes, and prepare to head to the pharmacy for pain relief. As she reached the staircase, she heard voices emanating from Chang Shiwei's room, cautious and seemingly engaged in a phone conversation, punctuated by his faint laughter. Shan had always scoffed at eavesdropping, and with her current discomfort, she lacked the energy to ponder Chang Shiwei's unusual cheerfulness amidst the company's recent turmoil. She steadied herself against the railing, made her way to the pharmacy, and returned with the pain medication. After taking the pills, she nestled back under the covers to resume her slumber. Chapter 12. Shan's turmoil. Shan was roused by the insistent ringing of her mobile phone. Groggily, she fumbled at her bedside for a moment before retrieving it. Squinting through her sleepiness, she noted the caller ID displayed the name Chun Baiheng. Just as her finger hovered over the answer button, the call disconnected. Glancing at the time, she saw it was 6 a.m. A wave of curiosity washed over her regarding the early morning call from Chun Baiheng, especially given the recent upheaval at the company. Just as she prepared to return the call, the screen illuminated once more with Chun Baiheng's name, and the familiar ringtone echoed again. Was there trouble at the company? Shan answered the phone, her voice laced with the languor of recent sleep and the hoarseness from last night's tears. Is something wrong at the company? No, it's something else, Chun Baiheng replied. Shan awaited further explanation, but instead, he inquired, Did I disturb your rest? You usually go for a morning run at this hour. Not today. I'm not feeling well. Please, just get to the point, Shan interjected, a sense of unease creeping in. Given Chun Baiheng's character, he would not intrude upon someone else's peace without good reason, and his reluctance to divulge the matter at hand was uncharacteristic. As she waited for Chun Baiheng to reveal the cause for his call, another incoming call flashed on her screen, this time from Fu Xiao. Shan narrowed her eyes. Such early morning calls were indeed out of the ordinary. She swiftly dismissed Fu Xiao's call and returned her attention to Chun Baiheng. If there is something important, please say it, she urged, her last word rising in pitch, conveying urgency and pressure. Taking a deep breath, Chun Baiheng began, 2 matters. First, you've made the trending topics. I'll send you the link via WeChat for you to see. Second, there's a frenzy in the company's internal staff group regarding your wardrobe change in the RV yesterday. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Chun Baiheng cleared his throat before continuing. I've already contacted the public relations manager. They are urgently addressing the issue. Upon reflecting on the previous night, Shan recalled passing by Chang Shiwei's room and hearing his hearty laughter. It turned out he was orchestrating this very affair. Shan was astonished that Chang Shiwei, despite being entangled in the legal affairs of his company, still possessed the energy and time to malign her online, even managing to trend on social media. Clearly, the extent of Chang Shiwei's misappropriations from the Yun family over the years surpassed what she had uncovered thus far. With a voice tinged with coldness, Shan slowly spoke. Is Chang Shiwei? Mr. Chun, Please conduct further investigations to determine if there are any other individuals involved in this matter. Additionally, issue cease and desist letters to the bloggers disseminating defamatory information in the name of the company. How is the company's stock performing? Is it still stable? I've been monitoring it. It has dipped, but it seems to have stabilized for now. Apart from our company's operations, it appears that someone else is lending assistance. Duan Chengyan replied, his tone having regained its usual composure. Shan could hear the sound of him typing on the keyboard on the other end of the line. Someone else is assisting? Who could it be? Shan wondered, secretly aware that she indeed had her own enterprises. However, without her explicit consent, they would not act. Who could it possibly be? She absent-mindedly tapped her head a few times, the aftereffects of her earlier tears causing a throbbing headache, exacerbated by her racing thoughts. I'm getting up now to wash up and head to the company. Please keep an eye on things over there. Thank you for your hard work, Shan stated, hanging up before Mr. Chun could respond, trusting in his capabilities. Shan opened the several links that Duan Chengyan had sent her, skimming through them. The articles predominantly bore titles such as Yun Group's newly appointed chairwoman Shan unjustly dismisses veteran shareholders and the disloyalty of chairwoman Shan. The pieces lambasted her for her ingratitude, elaborating on how Cheng Shiwei had selflessly managed the company and cared for her after the passing of her parents. They also claimed to have insider information revealing that upon her return to Yun Group, Shan disregarded their past camaraderie, ordering an investigation into Cheng Shiwei and seeking to expel him and his daughter from their current residence. Moreover, the comments section was rife with orchestrated narratives from individuals claiming to be employees of Yun Group, alleging that Shan had instructed the assistant to the CEO to relocate Cheng Shiwei's office to the vicinity of the restrooms as a form of humiliation, and that on her very first day back at the company, she had disrespected Cheng Shiwei and other shareholders by unilaterally changing the meeting location. There were even insinuations that she had indecently changed clothes in a vehicle, seemingly attempting to seduce the heir of the Fu Group. After reading through the articles, Shan found herself laughing in disbelief. Cheng Shiwei truly had an extraordinary capacity for deceit, managing the company to the brink of bankruptcy while feigning to care for her, to the point of almost orchestrating her demise. As for the clothing incident, it appeared that Cheng Shiwei still had his loyalists within the company. With narrowed eyes, she began to devise alternative strategies. After hastily preparing herself, Shan descended to the living room, where she encountered Cheng Shiwei and his daughter, who were enjoying their breakfast with smug expressions. Cheng Shiwei looked up, locking eyes with Shan, and with a sly grin remarked, Ms. Yun, are you in a hurry to address your scandal at the company? Cheng Yuan, standing nearby, mockingly remarked, who would have thought that the once haughty young lady of the Yun family would one day resort to using her body to entice the heir of the Fu family? Yet, I've heard that the young master of the Fu family hasn't even taken notice. Instead, it seems a few ruffians have benefited from it. How amusing it is. Shan, observing the self-satisfied duo of father and daughter before her, chose to disregard them entirely, strutting out in her high heels en route to the office. Upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of Fu Xiao, who stood outside, his face etched with concern as he gazed at her. I called, but you hung up. I was worried something was amiss, so I came directly, Fu Xiao explained. Thank you. Since you're here, why not give me a ride to the office? Shan replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. Once in the car, Fu Xiao refrained from broaching the subject of Shan trending on social media. Instead, he frequently turned to glance at her during their drive. His gaze was so intense that Shan could not ignore it any longer. Fu Xiao, I'm fine. I can handle the trending issue. And you needn't worry about changing clothes. You've already dealt with the photos and videos, she reassured him. Hearing her words, Fu Xiao felt a weight lift from his heart, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Shan, remember, you can always lean on me for anything. Shan was genuinely grateful for having a friend like Fu Xiao by her side. However, when faced with Fu Xiao's feelings for her, she hesitated to respond, fearing she might not be able to reciprocate. Upon arriving at the office, Shan opened her computer and assessed the company's stock situation. It remained relatively stable, yet it had indeed declined significantly compared to the previous days. She inwardly cursed Cheng Shiwei for his lack of foresight. The drop in stock prices benefited him as a shareholder not at all, yet he remained oblivious. Taking out her phone, Shan sent a message to Lung Ning. After receiving a reply, she opened her various social media accounts and began a live broadcast. As soon as she went live, the number of viewers surged. with the scrolling comments filled with criticism. However, a few comments expressed surprise at the beauty of the new chairwoman of the Yun group, wishing they were among the boys who had taken those candid shots. After scanning through the rapidly rolling comments, Shan boldly confronted the mindless netizens, directly addressing the issues concerning Cheng Shiwei and the shareholders with undisputed evidence, vowing to reveal it if necessary. She even advised the ignorant commenters to go home and drink more walnut milk. After finishing her retort, Shan stood up, turned around to face the screen, and declared, "Let me be clear, I am not merely well endowed. I possess a shapely figure as well. If you're envious, just admit it. I want to share that my advantages stem from our Yun family's health products." Noticing a shift in the tone of the comments, a slight smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she engaged in a few more exchanges before concluding the live stream. An hour after the broadcast ended, the stock price of the Yun group swiftly rebounded, and their related health products were sold out. Shan mused to herself that perhaps this misfortune had turned into a blessing. Chapter 13. Congratulations to Mr. Duan Chengyan and Miss Yinglian on their engagement in City A. Duan Chengyan sat at his desk, gazing at the phone handed to him by his secretary, which displayed a live broadcast featuring Shan. For a fleeting moment, he was lost in thought upon seeing her image on the screen. It had been quite some time since he last laid eyes on Shan, and he had been unable to uncover any news about her. To his astonishment, she was in City C, and she was not merely a girl from an ordinary family. Shan was, in fact, the esteemed daughter of the once prominent Yun group in City C. It was no wonder she dismissed the meager alimony offered to her, nor was it surprising that she could afford that extravagant diamond. At that moment, the revelation of Shan's true identity sent ripples of astonishment throughout City A, with each individual harboring their own thoughts upon learning of her status. Shan had not established a significant social circle in City A, especially after her marriage to Duan Chengyan, as the Duan family valued their reputation and forbade her from continuing her work at the hospital. Consequently, the few individuals she was acquainted with were primarily members of the Duan family and Yinglian. Meanwhile, in Duan Chengyan's villa, Yinglian was fixated on the image of Shan on her phone, her eyes betraying disbelief and envy that she could not conceal. As she watched Shan smile and showcase her figure on the screen, jealousy overwhelmed her, prompting her to hurl the glass of red wine she was holding onto the lavishly carpeted floor, causing the wine to seep into the fibers as the glass shattered. The servant nearby observed Yinglian's fury and quietly fetched cleaning supplies, stooping down to address the shards scattered across the floor. Ever since Shan departed from their home, Duan Chengyan, despite appearing to treat Yinglian with the same kindness as before, had not returned home as early as he once did. In an effort to project an image of magnanimity and indifference before Duan Chengyan, Yinglian frequently inquired whether he had found Shan. Upon learning that he was indeed still searching for her, her jealousy spiraled into madness. On several occasions, she had witnessed Duan Chengyan sitting alone in Shan's former room, lost in thought during the late hours of the night. Yinglian had previously believed herself victorious, convinced that Duan Chengyan's heart belonged solely to her. However, after expelling Shan from their lives, she found that Duan Chengyan was no longer as indulgent or affectionate towards her as he once had been. Now, with the revelation that Shan was the sole heiress of the Yun group, Yinglian dared not imagine the consequences if Duan Chengyan's parents were to discover her true identity. Unsure if Duan Chengyan had seen Shan's live broadcast at the office, Yinglian hastily picked up her phone and dialed his number. When the call connected, Duan Chengyan's tone was rather indifferent. "Yinglian, is there something you need? I'm in a meeting." Suppressing her urge to blurt out a question about whether he had seen Shan's broadcast, she adopted a soft, charming tone, saying, "Brother Chengyan, you haven't spent quality time with me in ages. It's always about work and meetings. Do you not care for me anymore?" Listening to Yinglian's melodramatic complaints, Duan Chengyan did not find her endearing or gentle as he once had. Instead, he felt a sense of irritation, perceiving her behavior as overly dramatic. He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. He was truly losing his mind. How could he think this way about his Yinglian? She was so wonderful. While it was Shan who was the troublesome one, Duan Chengyan was merely deceiving himself. "Brother Chengyan, are you even listening to me?" Listening to Yinglian's words on the other end of the line, Duan Chengyan felt a twinge of impatience, yet he still responded affirmatively, I'm listening." The confirmation brought joy to Yinglian. However, she felt a profound sense of crisis stemming from Yunsan's live broadcast today. She pondered that opportunities must be seized through one's own efforts. After a brief pause, she spoke. "Brother Chengyan, when will the meeting conclude? Would it be all right if I came to the company to see you?" Before she could await Duan Chengyan's response, she added with a hint of feigned innocence, "Please, Brother Chengyan, in just 2 or 3 days, it will be our engagement day. Could you accompany me to choose our engagement cake?" Hearing the delicate and somewhat aggrieved tone of Shan Yinglian, Duan Chengyan's heart softened. "All right, come over before noon. We can have lunch together, and afterward, I shall accompany you to select the cake. Do not feel wronged. The company has been quite busy lately, and I apologize for any distress this has caused you, Yinglian." Upon hearing Duan Chengyan's comforting words, Shan Yinglian's face blossomed with a radiant smile. She triumphantly thought to herself that she, Shan Yinglian, was the cherished white moonlight in Brother Chengyan's heart. What of Yun San, the heir of the Yun Corporation? It mattered not. The moment she returned, Brother Chengyan had dismissed her, even expelling her from the villa. After ending the call, Shan Yinglian joyfully rose, returning to her bedroom. Sitting before her vanity, she began to apply her makeup. Although Duan Chengyan had once expressed a preference for natural beauty, he remained oblivious to the nuances of what true natural beauty entailed. Once her makeup was meticulously applied, she gazed into the mirror, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "Duan Chengyan, you are mine. You were once, and you shall always be." Dressed in the bespoke ensemble she had purchased just the day prior, Shan Yinglian departed, taking the car that Duan Chengyan had arranged for her to the company. After lunch, Duan Chengyan dutifully accompanied her to order the cake. While discussing the design and customization, he was engaged in a call with a significant client. As long as Shan Yinglian was pleased, he felt any design would suffice. Today marked the day of Duan Chengyan and Shan Yinglian's engagement. The Duan family was among the most prominent and affluent families in the city, and the engagement of the Duan heir would undoubtedly attract considerable media attention and coverage. Though merely an engagement, who in a city could be unaware that Shan Yinglian was the object of Duan Chengyan's affections for many years? The ceremony took place in the most opulent hotel in the city, where the Duan family had invited the elite from both the political and business realms. This engagement banquet also presented a valuable opportunity for many businessmen to network and strengthen connections, thus drawing significant attention. Even Yun San, who resided far away in Sea City, was unable to escape the spectacle of their engagement celebration. Though she wished to avoid it, the flood of news and videos overwhelmed her phone's applications like a virus. Then, she beheld the grand archway adorned with rainbow balloons. She saw the enormous screen displaying photographs of Duan Chengyan and Shan Yinglian from their early acquaintance. She read the large characters that proclaimed, "Congratulations to Mr. Duan Chengyan and Miss Shan Yinglian on their engagement." Yunsan's heart ached profoundly. 2 years ago, when she wed Duan Chengyan, there was no ceremony. Even the small red book was delivered directly to the villa by the staff. The photograph in that little red book was the only one of the two of them together, and it had been digitally altered. As she tumbled from the sofa to the floor, Yun Shan clutched her legs, tears cascading uncontrollably, despite her promise not to weep for that marriage again. Yet, the pain was unbearable. The video on her phone continued to play, the host's bright voice resonating as the newlyweds prepared to cut the cake. Yun Shan, lost in thought, couldn't hear what the host said next, her gaze unconsciously fixated on the tall, handsome figure. She longed for Duan Chengyan, truly yearned for him. Following his gaze and gesture, she spotted the engagement cake adorned with 2 exquisite wax figurines, him and Shan Yinglian. Yun Shan mused that this was the distinction between love and indifference. Heartache surged within her. The fervent longing for Duan Chengyan compelled her to seek solace in intoxication. Grasping her car keys, she stumbled downstairs, following the navigation to the nearest bar, driven solely by her desire for a drink. Chapter 14. She is drunk. Can you come to collect her? In a late-night bar, an air of decadent excitement effortlessly enveloped the patrons. The pulsating rhythm of the drums filled her ears, and before her danced a cacophony of revelers. Yet this raucous gaiety felt foreign to Yun Shan. Alone in a corner, her table was littered with empty glasses. With a dazed gaze, she watched the bartender clearing the empty cups, her lips parting slightly as she murmured, "Young man, bring me the strongest drink, make it a dozen," while gesturing A2 with her fingers. The bartender, noticing her inebriated state, gently advised, "Miss, you've had enough to drink." However, Shan was too far gone to comprehend his words. As she watched the bartender prepare to leave, she grasped his shirt, whispering, "He got engaged today." A stream of tears fell from her eyes as she spoke. As the bartender hesitated, torn between pulling away or offering comfort, Shan's hand slipped from his grasp, her body slumping softly against the table as she closed her eyes. In the dim, flickering lights of the bar, the tears clinging to her lashes glimmered like fragile pearls. The bartender attempted to rouse her, but his efforts yielded no success. Given the bar's relatively strict management, he decided to seek the owner for assistance, concerned for her safety. The clientele at the nightclub was often a tapestry of complexities. Those who sought refuge in the bottle at such late hours were typically souls yearning for warmth and connection amidst their solitude, hoping to navigate the long night together. In this environment, such occurrences were commonplace, and the patrons seemed to tacitly accept this dynamic. Since Shan's entrance, many men had been eyeing her, their intentions palpable. In the vibrant, extravagant atmosphere of the bar, she stood out distinctly, radiating a unique allure that felt out of place. Her unadorned face, delicate features, and a figure that boasted an alluring silhouette created a striking contrast of purity and desire. The men surrounding Shan had been observing her as she succumbed to intoxication and drifted into slumber, isolated without companions. Gradually, some of them began to approach her booth. Curiously, nearly every man who approached would pause beside the adjacent booth, only to swiftly retreat. Seated within the booth was a man of distinguished appearance, his chiseled features betraying little emotion, his hair cropped short. His demeanor starkly contrasted with the ambience of the bar, and the drink before him remained untouched. From the moment Shan entered the establishment, she captured his attention. In that moment, he resembled a silent guardian, vigilantly watching over Shan in her secluded corner. He made no move towards her booth, nor did he harbor any intentions of whisking away the inebriated girl. He simply sat quietly, occasionally glancing in her direction to ensure her surroundings were safe. Before long, the bartender returned with the bar owner to Shan's booth. The owner, captivated by her beauty, realized it was the first time he had encountered her and noted her solitude. In exasperation, he gently tapped Shan on the shoulder, attempting to rouse the defenseless girl slumbering in the booth. However, it was evident that she had overindulged, remaining unresponsive except for the occasional mumble. The owner leaned in several times, finally discerning that she murmured the name Duan Chengyan. The bartender interjected, "Boss, that sounds like a name. Perhaps we should see if we can reach this person to come and collect her." Lacking any better alternatives, the owner acquiesced. He seized Shan's phone from beside her, grasping her fingers to unlock it, and indeed found Duan Chengyan's name in her contacts. Without hesitation, he dialed the number. The call was answered just before it could terminate. "Shan, is that you?" Duan Chengyan inquired from the other end. He had never anticipated receiving a call from her again. Moments prior, he had been alone, cradling a glass in a room where Shan had previously stayed, gazing at the number flashing on his phone screen. Although lacking a name, he recognized her number, having unconsciously memorized it after she had called him a few times, dismissing the need to save it. "Hello, is this Mr. Duan Chengyan? I am the owner of Midnight Bar. The phone belongs to the Shan you mentioned. She has become intoxicated and fallen asleep in our bar. Could you kindly come and escort her home? Intoxicated? Is she alone?" Duan Chengyan's voice was laced with concern, perhaps overly anxious. He failed to notice Yinglian standing at the entrance. Had he looked up at that moment, he would have seen her face contorted with anger, her eyes brimming with unmasked resentment. "Brother Chengyan, why are you here? I woke up and couldn't find you. I was worried," Yinglian said, stepping forward to link her arm with his. "I think I just heard you mention someone was drunk. Is it Sister Shan?" Duan Chengyan nodded, tacitly acknowledging her question. "Currently, I find myself in City A, and it is quite inconvenient. I kindly request that you find the people she frequently contacts in her phone's address book to come and pick her up. Thank you." This statement was evidently directed towards the boss on the other end of the line. After hanging up, the boss glanced at the frequently contacted names and saw Fu Xiao at the top. He dialed the number, and as soon as the call connected, Fu Xiao answered. "Xiao Shan, is there something wrong at this late hour?" "Brother Fu, it's really you," the boss exclaimed in astonishment. Although he had considered the possibility of Fu Xiao being the heir of the Fu family when he saw the name, he had not expected it to be true. "Who are you? How do you have Shan's phone? What have you done to her?" Fu Xiao's anxious voice came through. "Brother Fu, please don't worry. Yi Awe Man Yiqian. Miss Yun is at my bar, drunk and asleep. I called to ask you to come and take her home, Han Jiqian quickly explained. Fu Xiao was someone whom these new entrepreneurs aspired to befriend, yet found it challenging to establish connections with. Han Jiqian had only met Fu Xiao because he had once intervened when Fu Xiao's sister, Fu Xinxin, was harassed while intoxicated at his bar, which had created a slight bond between them. Is that bar where my sister got drunk? Fu Xiao inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Make sure to keep an eye on her. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Fu Xiao hastily donned a casual tracksuit, grabbed his car keys, and dashed out the door. He recalled that today was the day of Duan Chengyan's engagement. No wonder Shan was inebriated. Fu Xiao pounded his fists on the steering wheel, berating himself for not having canceled his work to accompany Shan. Chapter 15. Fortunately, they are divorced. The understated Rolls-Royce Phantom sped along the unobstructed road. Fu Xiao's heart was filled with urgency and concern, having often mingled with friends in bars. He was acutely aware of the precarious situations that could arise. He pressed down on the accelerator, the scenery outside rapidly blurring as he ran several red lights. What would normally be a 20-minute journey, he completed in just 5. Upon arriving, Fu Xiao's heart ached slightly as he looked at Shan slumped over at the booth. This foolish woman, her former spouse, had moved on to re-engage with his true love, yet she remained heartbroken, drowning her sorrows in drink. Thankfully, she had not been subjected to the unwanted advances of strangers. With a sigh of relief, Fu Xiao leaned down to tuck her hair behind her ear and gently lifted her, whispering in her ear, Xiao Shan, I'm here. I will take you home. The bartender and Han Jiqian, who stood nearby, observed Fu Xiao's tenderness and regard for Shan, understanding that tonight they had inadvertently done something right. Han Jiqian followed Fu Xiao out of the bar, and once Fu Xiao settled Shan comfortably in the car, Han Jiqian handed her phone to Fu Xiao, saying, Mr. Fu, I apologize for not taking better care of Miss Yin tonight, allowing her to drink too much at our bar. This is not your fault. There is no need to apologize. I appreciate your help tonight. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me, Fu Xiao replied. And without waiting for Han Jiqian to respond, he entered the driver's seat and drove away. Han Jiqian regained his senses from Fu Xiao's words, gazing at the car that had already disappeared, and shouted, Thank you, General Manager Fu. Please take care. In a city within the villa of Duan Chengyan, Yinglian was playfully clinging to Duan Chengyan's arm. That evening, Duan Chengyan found himself alone in the room previously occupied by Shan, even receiving a call from that insufferable woman, which filled Yinglian with both jealousy and resentment. She was envious that Duan Chengyan, despite being engaged, still chose to spend time in Shan's room, and was furious that even after leaving, Shan had become the head of the Yun family, yet still dared to disturb her and Duan Chengyan. Determined to share a bed with Duan Chengyan and establish a tangible relationship, Yinglian concocted her plans. Brother Chengyan, we are engaged now. We can share a room, she said shyly, her face pressed against his chest. Noticing that Duan Chengyan did not object, she took his arm and led him towards the door, intending to return to his room. Since moving in, Yinglian had continuously occupied Duan Chengyan's space. She had initially expected him to stay with her, but he insisted they should wait until after the wedding, claiming it was a matter of basic respect. This left Yinglian hesitant to take the initiative, fearing he would view her as lacking self-respect. Finally, having reached their engagement, and with Duan Chengyan not opposing her, she felt a surge of joy within, as if her inner self was dancing with glee. Immersed in the notion that she could finally attain Duan Chengyan, she failed to notice his wandering thoughts were occupied with Shan. Upon returning to Duan Chengyan's room, with a flushed face, Yinglian eagerly began to remove his sleepwear, unfastening the buttons. As her gaze fell upon his sculpted abdominal muscles, she swallowed hard, her hand slowly tracing down until it grazed the waistband of his sleep pants. Suddenly, Duan Chengyan snapped back to reality. His lips pressed tightly together, and his darkened expression revealed his dissatisfaction and anger. He swiftly withdrew her hand, picked up the discarded sleepwear from the floor, and without sparing her another glance, turned and exited the room. Stunned, Yinglian stood frozen, unable to comprehend why Duan Chengyan had suddenly become enraged. She had been so close to success. Where had she gone wrong? Lying on the bed, she kicked the covers in frustration. It was their engagement night. How could he treat her this way? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Yet for the sake of her future as Duan Chengyan's wife, she felt compelled to endure. With the marriage already set, she resolved to hasten the wedding plans. plotting silently within her mind. In stark contrast to Yinglian's neglect, Shan was the center of attention and affection in Fu Zhao's car. After driving for a while, Shan suddenly sat up, pretending to be nauseous. Fu Zhao promptly pulled over, rushing to the back seat to support her, grabbing the car's trash bin. Once she had finished, he handed her water to rinse her mouth and offered wet wipes to clean the corners of her lips. After gently settling Shan back into a comfortable position, Fu Zhao replaced the bag in the car's trash bin and returned to the driver's seat, preparing to take Shan back to his villa. Once the vehicle roared to life again, Shan propped herself up, her voice rising in a haunting melody. I entrusted my heart to you, yet you call out her name in your dreams. What is it about her that captivates you? Is she kinder to you than I? I love you, yet you love her. My heart shatters for you. Must I forsake myself for my tears to cease falling like rain? As if seeking further release, Shan opened the sunroof of Fu Zhao's car, slowly climbing up the stand with half her body outside, continuing her lament. In a fervent shout towards the road, she proclaimed, Duan Chengyan, I truly love you, but I can no longer love you. Farewell, Duan Chengyan. Goodbye. Throughout this emotional outpouring, Fu Zhao could discern the sobs that accompanied her song. The wind from the car's roof dispersed her voice, scattered her affection for Duan Chengyan, and dried the tears cascading down her cheeks. In this moment of vulnerability, it seemed Shan had exhausted every ounce of her strength. She slid down from the roof and lay back in her seat, closing her eyes. Fu Zhao, glancing at her delicate face in the rearview mirror, felt a pang of heartache mixed with jealousy. Jealousy that Duan Chengyan was the recipient of such profound love from Shan. However, with their divorce finalized and Duan Chengyan set to marry his first love, Shan had just bid her farewell. Fu Zhao sensed that the possibility of a future with Shan was now greater than ever. During a brief pause in driving, Fu Zhao turned to gaze deeply at Shan, resolved to formally pursue her once more, this time as her boyfriend. With that thought, a smile broke upon his lips, a genuine expression of joy that he could no longer contain. He felt that this day, after bringing Shan back from City A, was the happiest he had experienced. Approaching an intersection, they encountered a red light, prompting Fu Zhao to stop the car and wait for the green signal. He turned back, gently caressing Shan's face with his hand. When the light turned green and he attempted to restart the vehicle, it stubbornly refused to cooperate, stalling immediately after ignition. Though this was a frustrating predicament, Fu Zhao's spirits remained high, buoyed by the presence of Shan, humming a tune he did not even recognize. He exited the car to investigate the cause of the stall. Chapter 16. Drunken Shan with a cheerful melody on his lips. Fu Zhao felt elated as he gazed at the woman seated beside him in the passenger seat. Her flushed cheeks contrasted sharply with her usual composed demeanor. Lifting the hood of the car, he discovered that the battery had died. The man, typically impatient, showed no sign of irritation. Instead, he pulled out his phone and called someone from a bar, requesting they send a vehicle to assist with a jump start, reassuring them that a delayed arrival was perfectly acceptable. The early autumn nights in City C remained chilly. Yet Fu Zhao found warmth in the sight of the woman beside him, who was now a vision of affection. Her restless hands danced in the air, revealing her fair, slender arms. He could not fathom how Duan Chengyan could overlook such a precious gem, allowing her to endure any hardship in his presence. Fu Zhao silently resolved within himself that this time, upon Shan's return, he would never again let her hand slip from his grasp. Having rescued her from peril, he could not bear to witness the trial she had undergone. His desire was for her to experience a life filled with joy. The girl who once sparkled with light in her eyes, radiant and cheerful, had spent 2 years by Duan Chengyan's side, and he had hoped she would find the happiness she sought. He would have remained a silent observer of her bliss. Yet the news he received over those 2 years revealed only the ways in which Duan Chengyan had caused her harm, leading him to believe he had made a grave error. Little did he know that some affections are destined to last a lifetime, just as she had quietly cherished Duan Chengyan for 13 years, beginning with that boy in a crisp white shirt and short hair, and culminating in the present day, where she found herself with a man clad in a tailored suit, yet bearing a countenance of indifference. Her steadfast love had endured through the passage of time. Fu Zhao gazed at the small woman's crimson lips, her face flushed with an unusual hue, fearing that she might be feverish. He quickly placed his hand upon her forehead, relieved to find no trace of warmth. The weight of worry in his heart lifted. As her lips moved, Fu Xiao strained to decipher her words. Shan, what troubles you? Are you unwell? He leaned closer, yearning to understand her murmurs. Why? Why won't you just turn around and look at me? I like you so much, have liked you for so long. Duan Chengyan, you scoundrel. I shall never like you again. Shan pouted, pushing Fu Xiao away. A chill enveloped Fu Xiao's heart. It was disheartening to hear her call out that man's name even in her drunken state. Shan, your feelings for him are inconsequential. From now on, I shall be the one to protect you, he declared to the dazed woman, fully aware that his words would likely go unheard. He gently stroked her hair, reassuring himself, for he would no longer allow anyone to bully her. Fu Xiao, resolute in his determination, glanced at the woman beside him through the rearview mirror. As she sat there, still in a daze, he let down all defenses, allowing a soft expression to grace his face, as if he were once again beholding the old Shan, the optimistic girl whose smile could win hearts. Together, they lingered in the car, awaiting the arrival of the bar's attendant to recharge the vehicle. In the past, Fu Xiao would have been irritable, cursing if the wait extended beyond 10 minutes. Brother Han, are we going or not? The bar attendant inquired, knowing full well the reputation of the illustrious Fu family and the unease it instilled in many. Of course. We must go. Fu Xiao has spoken, Han Chengyan replied, contemplating Fu Xiao's earlier words about being late not being an issue, and recalling the stunningly beautiful yet aloof woman. In their shared circle, there was a certain understanding. Fu Xiao's words implied a simple delay in their arrival. Brother, shall we depart? We wouldn't want Fu Xiao to be displeased, the bar attendant said, behaving like a sycophant, fully aware that while he could not provoke his own boss, he certainly could not afford to cross Fu Xiao, whose wrath could erase him without a trace. Han Chengyan, exasperated, swatted the bar attendant on the head. Are you a fool? Do you still fail to comprehend the meaning behind Mr. Fu's words? Let's postpone our departure. We must not disturb his delightful mood. The bartender chuckled knowingly, and the expressions of the two were unmistakable, as you might imagine. However, the two individuals seated in the car were evidently unaware that they had already been subjected to others' fanciful conjectures. After indulging in spirits, Shan obediently leaned against the seat, while Fu Xiao lowered the seat to ensure the little woman could rest comfortably. Concerned that Shan might catch a chill, he searched the car for something to cover her with, but found nothing. He resolved to keep removable cushions in the vehicle in the future and, removing his coat, draped it over Shan. Clad in a striking red camisole dress, she exuded an alluring and enchanting aura. Fu Xiao swallowed hard. He had always believed himself to possess great self-control, yet around Shan, all semblance of restraint seemed to vanish. Do you truly love me? I find myself at a loss for words. Do you love me? Shan's phone rang at an inopportune moment, and Fu Xiao couldn't suppress a chuckle. As anticipated, she remained the adorable little clever one, but upon seeing the caller ID display the name Duan Chengyan, she promptly ended the call. The number you dialed is currently busy. Please hold and try again. Duan Chengyan furrowed his brow. He had distinctly heard the ringtone moments ago. Glancing around the sparsely decorated room where Shan had once resided, he noted the minimalistic yet perfectly placed embellishments, momentarily lost in thought. He seldom entered this room, yet since Shan's departure, his visits had increased significantly. Stepping out onto the balcony, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Although he had never been fond of the smell of smoke and was aware that Shan disliked it, he often took a drag just to tease her, forcing the smoke in her mouth and finding amusement in her coughing fits. As Duan Chengyan gazed into the enveloping darkness, he recalled the night when Shan had become so flustered that she hadn't called him. Had he not returned home that evening by sheer coincidence, he would have remained oblivious to her plight, and it was likely that no one would have known if she had succumbed to an accident at home. While carrying her to the hospital, he had heard her mumble, "There's no sense of home here." This serene night indeed appeared to mirror her words. Duan Chengyan's mind was in disarray. He longed to know whether that woman was indeed safe, and if any misfortune had befallen her. Though physically present in City A, his thoughts had drifted to City C, a reality he was reluctant to acknowledge. Once more, he pulled out his phone, but there was no response to his calls. His long fingers tapped on the screen, but it yielded no results. Frustrated, he unfastened the top two buttons of his shirt, realizing that perhaps it was this carefree and unrestrained demeanor that attracted Shan. Chapter 17. Is someone coming to pick you up? Duan Chengyan stared at the screen of his phone, hesitating for what felt like an eternity before finally deciding to call again. reminding himself that if she didn't answer, it was of no consequence. Do you truly love me? I find myself at a loss for words. Do you love me? The peculiar ringtone of Shan resonated once more, shattering the tranquility shared by the two individuals. With a hint of impatience, he groped for his phone and glanced at the caller ID. Driven by a selfish desire, he answered the call. Hello, it's me, Duan Chengyan. Has anyone come to pick you up? The cool voice flowed through the phone into Fu Zhao's ears. Fu Zhao recognized this notorious playboy. However, discerning the truth behind his charm was elusive, especially since he had not loved Shan at that time. There's no need for you to worry, Duan Xiao. Please refrain from contacting Shan again. She no longer wishes to see you. With that, Fu Zhao hastily ended the call. Fearing that Shan might awaken and discover that he had spoken such words to Duan Chengyan. After all, he had witnessed Shan's unwavering affection for him. Denying his own heartache would be disingenuous, yet his foremost wish was for Shan's happiness. Upon hearing Fu Zhao's words, Duan Chengyan hurled his phone away in frustration. His already tumultuous emotions were further ignited by Fu Zhao's remarks. You wish not to see me anymore, do you? Oh, Shan, I underestimated you. Not only have you transformed into the esteemed daughter of the Yun family after leaving me, but you also have men surrounding you. Though his demeanor remained calm, an inferno of fury raged within him. Suddenly struck by a thought, he retrieved his phone, wiped the dust from the screen, and dialed his assistant. In 3 days, I want to hear all news concerning Shan, especially regarding any men in her vicinity. Fail to deliver, and you may find yourself dispatched to Africa, where there is a dire need for management. With a darkened expression, Duan Chengyan returned to the room once inhabited by Shan. The air was imbued with her fragrance, subtle floral notes that were refreshing and delightful, a stark contrast to the overpowering scent of perfume that clung to Yinglian. Unconsciously, he began to compare the two women. Just then, his phone vibrated, and upon checking the caller ID, he answered, Good, come out for a drink. Yu Jia was a prominent aristocratic family in a city, yet Yu Yi embodied the carefree spirit of his name, often frequenting bars at night, creating the illusion of a carefree, aimless youth to his family. Where are you? Yu Yi was taken aback that Duan Chengyan would actually come, as he usually found him either working late at the office or at home. This was a rare occasion. Although Duan Chengyan seldom joined, they had shared meals together, reminiscing about their childhood in open crotch pants. Thus, Yu Yi would persistently call Duan Chengyan, undeterred by refusals. Go, we are waiting for you in the night. Yu Yi excitedly nodded to the crowd, gesturing at his phone, and everyone understood, their faces alight with joy. All right, Duan Chengyan replied before hanging up. Grabbing his car keys, he headed for the garage. Yinglian, lounging on the sofa, sat up upon hearing the door open. Go, where are you going? Yinglian pinched her thigh forcefully, managing to squeeze out 2 drops of tears. Duan Chengyan, observing her distressed state, felt a twinge of annoyance, recalling how she had never interfered with his whereabouts when they were at home, nor had she ever cried in his presence. You should sleep. There's no need to wait for me. I have some matters to attend to, he said, turning on his heel and leaving without a backward glance. Brother Yin. No matter how fervently Yinglian called after him, he remained unresponsive. In her moment of despair, she felt overwhelmed. After finally reclaiming Duan Chengyan, she blamed that woman for their separation. In a fit of frustration, she seized a nearby cup and hurled it away. On the first floor resided Aunt Hong, who had watched Duan Chengyan grow up and had cared for him all these years. Even he treated her with a degree of respect. As she rested downstairs, the sound of crashing objects drew her attention, prompting her to don a robe and investigate. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to see Yinglian in a fit of rage. In the past, when the lady of the house was present, she had always maintained a composed demeanor, never behaving in such a manner. Aunt Hong, reflecting on this change, resolved to have a serious discussion with Duan Chengyan at a more opportune time. Realizing that Yinglian's rampage might lead to substantial damage, Aunt Hong approached her. Miss Sheng, what troubles you? She inquired, her heart aching at the sight of the chaos that was unraveling the beautiful arrangements made by Shan. However, the secret behind this turmoil was known only to herself and the lady of the house, something that even the young master was unaware of. Yinglian, incensed by Aunt Hong addressing her as Miss, retorted, What did you call me? Miss, open your eyes and see who I am. I am now engaged to Brother Yin, and you shall refer to me as Madam henceforth. Aunt Hong had never encountered such audacity before, yet she understood that this was a family matter of the Duan household and chose her words carefully. Very well, Miss Shang. With years of experience weathering life's storms, she remained unperturbed by a young girl's outburst. Shang Yinglian, infuriated by Aunt Hong's steadfast demeanor, commanded, "Come here. Clean this up immediately. If you fail to do so, you need not return." Shang Yinglian's arrogance was palpable, oblivious to the fact that Aunt Hong had long been a respected elder in the Duan family. Yet Aunt Hong maintained her composed stance, retrieving cleaning supplies and preparing to tidy up when she heard Shang Yinglian add, "Wait, you must use your hands. How else can you clean it properly? There are shards everywhere, and you must be meticulous. Otherwise, when Brother Yin returns and gets hurt, can you bear the responsibility?" Shang Yinglian sought to vex Aunt Hong, and her calm demeanor reminded her of Yin Shan, who seemed indifferent to everything. "Let's see how far you can go," she thought. Aunt Hong discerned Shang Yinglian's intentions, but recognized her role as a guest of the young master and would not undermine his dignity, which was why she was held in such high regard. Aunt Hong knelt down and began carefully picking up the glass shards with her hands. In a moment of spite, Shang Yinglian stepped down forcefully on Aunt Hong's hand, causing crimson droplets to stain the shards. "Do you now dare to challenge me, you mere servant?" Shang Yinglian wore a mocking smile on her face, and after a moment, she finally lifted her foot. "As long as you heed my words and serve me well in the future, I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly. Do not even think of confiding in Brother Yin. He will not believe you nor lend you any assistance." With that, she rose and returned to her room, exuding an air of petulance and arrogance. Chapter 18. Teasing Duan Chengyan after tormenting Hong Yi-in, observe her lack of reaction and her continued forbearance, which dulled her enthusiasm. With a huff, she turned on her heel and departed. Hong Yi had endured numerous trials during her years at the Duan residence. Initially, the young master was reluctant to have anyone attending to him, as she had been in her hometown. Once the young master matured, she moved to care for the elderly master. Following the young master's unfortunate accident, the elderly master dispatched her to ensure his well-being. However, the household had always consisted solely of her, the young master, and the young mistress, with periodic visits from cleaners, as the young master preferred a quieter environment. Surveying the scattered shards on the floor, she sighed. Over the years, she had witnessed the young mistress's unwavering affection for the young master. She had invested her heart and soul into many endeavors, enduring countless hardships to expedite the young master's recovery, a truth she held close. Yet the young master remained oblivious to her sacrifices. Shaking her head, Hong Yi contemplated requesting a transfer back to the old residence in due time. Since the young mistress's departure, this home had lost its former warmth, and even the young master seemed increasingly confused. After tidying the living room and applying a simple bandage to her hand, Hong Yi retreated to her room. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she reminisced about Yin Shan's kindness towards her, feeling powerless. She hoped that the young master, whom she had watched grow up, would not harbor regrets in the future. Duan Chengyan arrived at the entrance of Nightshade in his Maybach, tossing the keys to the bartender before striding inside. He was well aware that Yu Yi and the others had a private room here for serious discussions or leisure. However, he despised such raucous places and seldom visited. As he pushed the door open and entered, he saw Yu Yi with one arm around a woman and the other embracing another. Had he not known his true nature, he too might have been deceived by his nonchalant demeanor, much like the unscrupulous individuals from the Yu family. Upon hearing the commotion, Yu Yi and Gu Yuan looked up. Yu Yi withdrew his hands from the two beauties and rubbed his eyes. "Brother Yuan, am I mistaken? Is that Brother Yin?" Duan Chengyan regarded him with a look of disbelief, approaching to find a seat. Gu Yuan shot a disapproving glance at Yu Yi, also perceiving him as foolish. Sensing that Duan Chengyan was in a foul mood, he took 2 glasses of liquor and approached him. Handing over a glass, Duan Chengyan glanced at it before accepting it and downing its contents in one go. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow at Yu Yi, who nodded in understanding, dismissing the 2 women from his embrace. "You two may leave for now," Yu Yi said coldly, his gaze fixed on them. One woman, emboldened by the situation, foolishly believed she was different. "Young Master Yu, we are here to keep you company, aren't we?" she said, her tone laced with flirtation, her hand insidiously resting on Yu Ye's chest. The other woman glared at her fiercely. Yu Yi cast a glance at the woman's hand, his voice icy as he uttered a single word, "Leave." Two women immediately fled in a state of panic, their expressions betraying their anxiety. For they had heard tales of the formidable nature of the second son of the Yu family. Huh, Yu Yi scoffed, harboring a profound disdain for such women. Nonchalantly, he strolled to the opposite side of Duan Chengyan, suppressing his earlier aloofness, his face breaking into a cheerful grin as he playfully nudged Duan Chengyan with a shoulder. "Brother Yin, what's the matter? Aren't you going back to accompany your sister-in-law?" Duan Chengyan's gaze was imbued with an icy detachment as he replied, "She left." The two were taken aback, for they were well aware of Duan Chengyan's indifference towards his sister-in-law. "Brother Yin, what is going on?" Yi asked, incredulous. Having encountered Yun Shan before, a gentle soul who radiated tranquility and grace. Drinking, Duan Chengyan muttered, overwhelmed with irritation, unwilling to endure Yu Yi's incessant chatter, which was as relentless as a chirping sparrow. Gu Yuan desperately gestured to Yu Yi to cease his inquiries, but Yu Yi seemed oblivious, bombarding Duan Chengyan with questions while Duan Chengyan remained silent. Sensing the tension, Gu Yuan resigned himself to fate and rose to summon the bartender for drinks. "Brother Yin, what troubles you? You arrived in such a gloomy mood." Yu Yi tapped his head, puzzled, as he recalled that his elder brother showed little interest in his sister-in-law. Though he personally found her amiable, it mattered little if his brother held no affection for her. "Nothing, just fetch the drinks," Duan Chengyan replied, feeling an inexplicable restlessness in his heart, his mind clouded with images of Yun Shan's exquisite visage. In City C, Fu Xiao gazed tenderly at the slumbering Yun Shan, his expression softening. He bore no displeasure towards Han Chengyan and his companions, who arrived fashionably late. Han Chengyan knocked on the car window, and Fu Xiao glanced at the sleeping woman to ensure she remained undisturbed, gently adjusting the blanket over her. He then slowly lowered the window. "Brother Xiao," Han Chengyan began, but was met with Fu Xiao's gesture for silence. "The car's battery is dead. We need to charge it." Han Chengyan nodded with a smile, catching sight of the woman in the passenger's seat, confirming his suspicions. Fu Xiao raised the window again, wary of the chill that might disturb Yun Shan's rest. "What is the situation, big brother?" a younger brother inquired, stepping forward. Han Chengyan, annoyed, smacked the younger brother's head. "Are you a fool? Don't ask unnecessary questions. Just connect the batteries and let us get moving." The younger brother nodded vigorously, hastily connecting the batteries of both vehicles. "Big brother, you should wait in the car. It's quite cold tonight." Han Chengyan shot him a glance, acknowledging the wisdom in his words, and self-importantly lit a cigarette, retreating into the warmth of the car. "Call me if anything happens," he said calmly, watching his subordinate, who immediately nodded and bowed like an eager lackey. Han Chengyan mused that his decision tonight was indeed wise. That woman was of paramount importance to Fu Xiao. Having long sought to align himself with Fu Xiao, this incident would surely earn him some favor. After a while, the younger brother approached and tapped on the car window. The window slowly descended, releasing a waft of smoke from within. "Brother, the charge is complete. Should I inform young Master Xiao?" Han Chengyan raised the window and then opened the door, catching the younger brother off guard, who stumbled back, clutching his abdomen. Han Chengyan shot him a glare, muttering useless, as he discarded the cigarette onto the ground and stamped it out. He then moved to the side of Fu Xiao's window, tapping lightly. As the window lowered, the earlier indifference vanished, replaced by a conciliatory smile. "Brother Xiao, the charge is complete." Fu Xiao nodded, seemingly unconcerned about the shift in address, as he had assisted Yun Shan today and was willing to grant him this courtesy. "You've worked hard today. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to reach out." Han Chengyan eagerly nodded. "Understood, Brother Xiao. If there's anything, just let us know. We shall take our leave now, so as not to disturb you." Fu Xiao nodded again, raised the window, and drove off. Chapter 19. Settling the score, Han Chengyan and his subordinates exchanged glances, none daring to speak. After a long pause, Duan Chengyan got into his car and sped away. Han Chengyan smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "This is bad. With Mr. Duan drinking like that, something is bound to happen." He quickly contacted Yu Yi and others still out in the night. Fu Xiao drovestidity, while Yun Shan in the passenger seat bore little resemblance to her earlier fierce demeanor. After all, how could one simply let go of a man they had loved for 13 years? The thought of Duan Chengyan's engagement to Shan Yinglian sent Yun Shan into tears again, tugging at Fu Xiao's heartstrings. Countless times, Yun Shan had wept for Duan Chengyan, and even now, Upon hearing news of their impending divorce, she still sobbed for him. This realization ignited Fu Zhao's anger anew. Duan Chengyan, I will never allow you to harm Shan in any way. Fu Xiao vowed silently. Uncertain if it was exhaustion from crying or the effects of the alcohol, Shan eventually drifted off to sleep. Fu Xiao eased off the accelerator, allowing the car to move slowly, wanting to gaze at Shan for a little longer. Originally intending to take her home, he reconsidered when he remembered the presence of the Cheng family at her place, and he turned the steering wheel back towards his own home. Despite Shan being inebriated, Fu Xiao harbored no intentions of taking advantage of her vulnerability. After ensuring she was settled, he took out his phone and made a call. Please investigate all the projects currently operational under the Duan Group and any recent investment plans. With that, he hung up. As dawn broke, Shan awoke parched. Glancing around the room, it took her a moment to remember she was at Fu Xiao's home. Slipping on her slippers, she stepped out of the door and spotted Fu Xiao, who should have been at work, waiting at the staircase. Seeing that she was awake, Fu Xiao smiled and said, "Did you sleep well? I made your favorite wontons. You should eat something first." Shan looked at Fu Xiao, as if peering through him to see her former self. Whenever Duan Chengyan stayed over, she would rise early to prepare a lavish breakfast. Yet he would always dismiss her efforts as unnecessary. Noticing her silence, Fu Xiao hurried over and asked, "Are you feeling unwell? Shall I take you to the hospital?" Shan, with a resigned smile, tugged at Fu Xiao and said, "I am not a mere paper figure. I merely lost focus for a moment. There is no need to make a fuss. Besides, do not forget, I am a doctor myself." Observing her composed demeanor, Fu Xiao, convinced that she was indeed well, refrained from further inquiries. After breakfast, he escorted Shan home, mindful of the lingering odors clinging to her clothes from their night at the bar. As they ascended the stairs, they unexpectedly encountered Cheng Yuanyuan descending. Noticing Shan clad in yesterday's attire, Cheng Yuanyuan remarked sarcastically, "Oh, where did you spend the night? A girl should value herself. How can she casually stay out? I trust you weren't out gallivanting with some rogue?" Shan fixed her gaze upon Cheng Yuanyuan's heavily made-up face and, without a word, delivered a sharp slap, her contempt unmistakable. Cheng Yuanyuan, momentarily stunned, took a moment to regain her composure, clutching her stinging left cheek and incredulously shrieking, "You dare strike me? You wretched creature! How dare you?" Shan regarded her with cold indifference. Unable to withstand such a gaze, Cheng Yuanyuan, consumed by jealousy as she beheld Shan's naturally radiant beauty devoid of makeup, erupted. "Shan, do not look at me with such disdain. Who do you think you are to regard me so? Are you looking down upon me? Let me remind you. You should have perished 2 years ago. It was merely luck that spared you from that calamity." Unbeknownst to them, Cheng Shiwei had entered the house and, upon hearing Cheng Yuanyuan's reckless words about the past, swiftly interjected to prevent further revelations. Shan recalled the fire from 2 years prior that nearly cost her life. Had it not been for Fu Xiao's assistance, she would have indeed succumbed to their wishes. A cold smile graced her lips as she addressed Cheng Yuanyuan. "Thank you for the reminder. Rest assured, the accounts will be settled in due time, whether sooner or later." With that, she brushed past the obstructing Cheng Yuanyuan and continued upstairs. Now fully aware of her blunder, Cheng Yuanyuan regretted her indiscretion. Cheng Shiwei, exasperated by his daughter's folly, lamented her ineptitude, especially as she had unwittingly provided Shan with leverage. Cheng Yuanyuan, observing her father's furious expression, cautiously ventured, "Dad, did I say something wrong?" It would have been better had she remained silent. Upon asking, Cheng Shiwei pointed an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming in frustration, "What use are you? Have you no sense? Do you think it brings you joy to see your father suffer? What benefit does that bring you? Your designer bags and clothes. Who do you think bought them for you? If you possessed even half the wit of Shan, I would not need to worry." Feeling aggrieved by her father's harsh words, Cheng Yuanyuan was overtaken by a wave of indignation. Cheng Shiwei, disheartened by his daughter's shortcomings, waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, enough. I cannot rely on you. Perhaps we should consider whether Shan knows anything." Cheng Yuanyuan, no longer shouting, thought for a moment and quietly suggested to her father, "Let her remain oblivious to these matters." Cheng Shiwei, contemplating her words, recalled how easily Shan had extinguished the last controversy they attempted to stoke. He nodded vigorously. "Indeed, this time we must ensure she does not easily regain her footing." With that, he made his way to the study to devise a strategy. Chapter 20. How could one recognize such a young girl? In the bathroom, a veil of steaming warmth enveloped the graceful figure reclining in the bathtub. Shan wiped her arms while her mind wandered back to the scenes of the previous night. How could Duan Chengyan have arrived in Sea City? What had prompted his altercation with Fu Xiao? Was there a hint of jealousy in his words? Contemplating this, Shan momentarily froze, only to be replaced by a bitter smile. Jealousy? How could that be possible? He hardly cared about her at all. Her thoughts drawn back to the present. Shan swiftly completed her grooming, applying a gender-neutral makeup and donning a pristine white haute couture suit that exuded an air of aloofness. Taking a glance in the mirror, she deemed herself utterly perfect and, with her sky-high heels, set off for the company. At the foot of the company building, Chun Baiheng stood, spotting a Land Rover Defender approaching from a distance. Although Shan's beauty was striking, her taste in vehicles leaned towards the masculine. Upon seeing Shan emerge from the car, Chun Baiheng was momentarily taken aback by the stark contrast, leaving him momentarily dazed. With a teasing smile, Shan addressed him. "What's the matter, President Chun? Don't you recognize me?" Snapping back to reality, Chun Baiheng scratched his head and replied, "I've never seen you dress like this." "It took me a moment to recognize you." The two exchanged words as they entered the building, one ahead of the other. Once in the office, Shan spoke after Chun Baiheng closed the door behind him. "What are your thoughts on yesterday's events?" Chun Baiheng, who had been assisting Shan, quickly grasped the situation. After a few moments of contemplation, he succinctly mentioned Cheng Shiwei's name. Shan nodded in satisfaction, then recounted what she had heard the day before, her expression shifting to one of cold resolve as she stated, "Since there are still loyalists to Cheng Shiwei within Yin Corporation, we shall eliminate them all." Chun Baiheng bowed slightly before turning to execute her orders. Under Cheng Shiwei's management, the company had descended into chaos, and Shan lost track of time as she dealt with a myriad of trivial matters. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. Assuming it was Chun Baiheng, Shan did not lift her gaze and simply said, "Come in." However, the figure who entered stood still, prompting Shan to realize it was Fu Xiao. "What brings you here?" she asked, surprised. With a resigned expression, Fu Xiao replied, "Some people work so tirelessly that they forget to eat. I feared you might starve, so I took it upon myself to play deliverman." As Shan playfully scolded him, she led Fu Xiao to the sofa. On the coffee table lay several dishes, all of her favorites. Gazing at the spread, Shan felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Over the years, since her parents had gone missing, Fu Xiao had been her steadfast companion, caring for her and supporting her, remembering all her likes and dislikes with clarity. In contrast, Duan Chengyan, the man with whom she had a marital title, had never taken the time to understand her preferences, nor had he shown any desire to do so. "Stop dawdling, Xiao Shan. The food will get cold," Fu Xiao urged. "Try my cooking and see if it suits your palate." Taking the chopsticks he offered, Shan shook off her earlier thoughts and concentrated on savoring the dishes Fu Xiao had prepared. It must be said that despite being a scion of a wealthy family, Fu Xiao possessed remarkable culinary skills, and before she realized it, Shan had polished off an entire bowl of rice. As Fu Xiao observed that Shan had nearly finished her meal, he broached the primary matter at hand. "Xiao Shan, regarding the incident of you being secretly photographed yesterday, I acknowledge my inadequacy in handling it. I have tracked down those children again, and according to their account, a tall, slender man in his 40s approached them after we left and purchased their phones." Shan raised her hand to interrupt Fu Xiao, saying, "This oversight is my fault, not yours. I recognize that man. He is one of Cheng Shiwei's subordinates. As for his identity, I trust we shall uncover it soon." Fu Xiao gazed at Shan, who exuded confidence, and silently marveled that with her presence, the Yun family would surely ascend to greatness once more. He felt a sense of relief that she had ultimately made the right decision to return to the Yun family rather than remain entangled with Duan Chengyan for life. That night, Shan finished her evening routine early, knowing a fierce battle awaited her the next day. She compelled herself to sleep, but the more she tried, the more elusive slumber became. Her thoughts drifted, inevitably landing on Duan Chengyan. What was he doing now? Surely, he was accompanied by Yinglian, reveling in his desires fulfilled. As these thoughts weighed heavily on her, Shan succumbed to a restless sleep, her dreams a chaotic tapestry that left her feeling unsettled. Meanwhile, Yinglian, staring at the distorted images on her phone, felt a chill run down her spine. Even in the dim light of the photographs, it was evident that two men were fiercely fighting over a woman, undoubtedly a scene from the previous night. With her knuckles turning white from gripping her phone, she seethed, "Shan, why do you always haunt me?" Gritting her teeth, she fixated on the woman in the image, nearly willing the phone to disintegrate in her hands. "Brother, Yin rushed to Sea City in the dead of night for you. He fought for you. But why? He loves me." Yinglian's thoughts churned darkly, a plan forming in her mind. Unbeknownst to Shan, the alarm clock's shrill ring jolted her awake, leaving her utterly fatigued from the restless night. After a quick shower, she adorned herself with heavy makeup and a berry-colored lipstick. Her long hair cascaded in voluptuous waves, exuding allure. Standing before her wardrobe, she deliberated before selecting a black, high-slit gown that accentuated her figure and showcased her elegant V-neckline, enhancing her graceful shoulder and neck. Once she slipped into 10-centimeter black stilettos, her aura transformed, making her seem like an entirely different person from the one who once dutifully prepared meals for Duan Chengyan. Grabbing her bag, she stepped outside to find Chun Baiheng waiting. As she settled into the back seat, she remarked to the focused driver, "Mr. Chun, surely this is an extravagant use of your talents." Chun Baiheng smiled, but did not engage further, only stating that arrangements had been made. Shan nodded in acknowledgement, and the rest of the journey was marked by silence. Today marked the day when the Yun family would finalize the contractor for their new corporate building. 3 firms were shortlisted, New City and Daiha, both of which had been long-standing partners of the Yun family, and a newer company that had never collaborated with them before. Representatives from all 3 companies arrived, clutching substantial bid documents. The representatives from New City and Daiha appeared self-assured, confident in their imminent victory. As the conference hall gradually filled with attendees, Cheng Shiwei, with a notable presence, made his entrance. The crowd, upon noticing his arrival, gathered around to greet him, and Cheng Shiwei reciprocated their salutations, experiencing a profound sense of vanity satisfaction. What of Shan's return? Cheng Shiwei mused inwardly, convinced that these individuals would hardly acknowledge a mere girl. After all, they were still relying on him. Scanning the room, he noted that Shan had arrived later than himself, prompting him to feign irritation. What is this? Has she returned only to act aloof in front of her elders? How can she keep so many waiting without a hint of embarrassment? Truly lacking in decorum. The sound of high heels clicking interrupted the conversations as Shan entered the conference room. The sight of her stunning presence took the breath away from those present. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Shan cast a glance at Cheng Shiwei, saying nothing, yet her eyes conveyed a myriad of unspoken sentiments. Ignoring their stares, she nonchalantly approached the boss's chair and settled comfortably into it. After a moment, as if just recalling her surroundings, she invited everyone to take their seats. The senior executives bore some resentment but refrained from expressing it, given Shan's father's reputation. The bidding process, typically mundane, had taken a turn when internal news revealed Shan's impending collaboration with Xinqing, leading everyone to consider this bid a foregone conclusion. After all, Xinqing had been the primary contractor for the Yun family group in recent years. The head of Xinqing, perhaps unaware of Shan's significance, exhibited a dismissive demeanor towards her, while treating Cheng Shiwei with overt servility. Shan smirked inwardly, silently noting this individual. Chapter 21. Addressing the menace, the bidding processes for the 3 companies had concluded, and the attendees waited idly for the results. Suddenly, a simultaneous vibration erupted from everyone's phones. Upon checking, several trending topics related to the Yun family's current tender emerged, causing chaos in the venue. The shareholders, alarmed by the plummeting stock prices, began to question Shan. Shan stowed away her calm facade and turned to the composed Cheng Shiwei. "Mr. Cheng, what is the meaning of this trending topic?" she inquired. Cheng Shiwei, observing the announcement of Xinqing as the partner for the new land project alongside revelations of serious quality issues in their construction materials, deflected the inquiry. "I'm not entirely sure. I've distanced myself from group affairs lately, as you are aware." Shan, feeling a wave of nausea at Cheng Shiwei's cunning demeanor, retorted, "It's certainly not your concern." Cheng Shiwei adjusted his glasses, raising an eyebrow before lowering his gaze. Only through the reflective lenses could one glimpse the trace of mockery in his eyes. As the shareholders' questioning escalated, Shan refrained from providing a direct response. She waited patiently until Chun Baiheng quietly entered through the back door and exchanged a knowing glance with her. The moment had arrived. Dusting off the immaculate fabric of her black dress, Shan rose and approached Cheng Shiwei. Cheng Shiwei regarded her with a sense of quiet admiration, reflecting on the changes that 2 years had wrought. Shan felt a chill as she met Cheng Shiwei's lascivious gaze, feigning ignorance. Mr. Cheng, is Xin Cheng aware that you have betrayed them? As her words hung in the air, a hush fell over the assembly, quickly followed by a wave of murmurs. The representative from Xin Cheng, however, remained composed and addressed Shan. Ms. Yun, one must speak with accountability. Do you have any evidence to support your claims? Shan regarded the obsequious man with pity and raised her hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I am certain you are all curious about today's events. Why not pose our inquiries directly to Mr. Cheng? Cheng Shiwei, no longer exhibiting the earlier panic, felt a foreboding sensation wash over him. Before he could collect his thoughts, Shan dropped another bombshell. Let us start with the 600 million that has inexplicably appeared in Mr. Cheng's personal account. Upon hearing this figure, both Cheng Shiwei and the Xin Cheng representative struggled to maintain their composure. In truth, Cheng Shiwei had long been aware that Xin Cheng's building materials did not meet quality standards. Yet the allure of the benefits offered by Xin Cheng had been enough to blind him to these issues. He had even suppressed news of previous accidents at their behest. Observing the two men's silence, Shan refused to grant them time to ponder. It appears Mr. Cheng cannot account for this money. And what are the 50 million spent to bribe the press to expose Xin Cheng's quality control failures? Mr. Cheng, you must provide an explanation for that as well. At this, a shareholder stood to voice his skepticism. Given the magnitude of these interests, why would Mr. Cheng betray our partnership? It seems illogical. Shan smiled gently, elucidating the situation to those present. Ever since assuming control of the Yun family business, she had aimed to oust Xin Cheng from the list of collaborators. However, Cheng Shiwei's entrenched position made it temporarily impossible to dislodge Xin Cheng. Shan dispatched Chun Baiheng to spread rumors within the company, suggesting that Xin Cheng was still the designated bidder. Naturally, Cheng Shiwei, with his keen intellect, did not believe such claims. Shan cleverly turned the tables, orchestrating a performance behind the scenes that was fortuitously observed by Cheng Shiwei's subordinates. In a bid to outmaneuver Shan, Cheng Shiwei decided to plant the idea that, since she intended to exclude Xin Cheng over quality control issues, he would preemptively assert that Xin Cheng remained the chosen partner. Under pressure, Shan had no choice but to acquiesce. Once this arrangement was solidified, the revelation of Xin Cheng's quality issues would inevitably cause turmoil for the Yun family's stock, allowing Cheng Shiwei to reclaim control of the company under the pretext of Shan's youth and inexperience. As for Xin Cheng, knowing they would eventually be abandoned by the Yun family, it would be more advantageous for Cheng Shiwei to act swiftly, thus securing his position. He foresaw that even if Xin Cheng faltered, Dihao would step in, ensuring that he would reap rewards from any collaboration, as long as there were partners to exploit. Having laid out this intricate web of machinations, Shan turned to Cheng Shiwei. Mr. Cheng, your calculations are astute, but did you anticipate the current predicament? Cheng Shiwei's eyes darkened with malice, as though he wished to eliminate Shan, and through clenched teeth, he retorted, "Very well, Shan. I underestimated you from the start." Shan, unperturbed, met his glare with calm resolve. Mr. Cheng, representatives from the prosecutor's office have been waiting at the door for quite some time. Will you leave on your own accord, or shall I summon assistants to escort you? As the words fell, several towering bodyguards approached, seizing Cheng Shiwei's arms and ushering him outside. In the struggle, his expensive custom gold-framed glasses silently slipped from his face and shattered upon the ground, trampled by others. Amidst the chaos, no one paid heed. By the time the press conference concluded, dusk had settled, and this farcical dog-eat-dog spectacle finally came to an end. Shan, seated in the boss's chair, pinched her temples, exhausted yet inexplicably relieved. After today's encounter, the troublesome Cheng Shiwei had been dealt with, and the menace of Xinqing eliminated, a cause for celebration in itself. With this thought, Shan dialed Fu Zhao's number, which was answered promptly, revealing Fu Zhao's concerned voice. "Xiao Shan, how are you today?" Shan softly replied, recalling the email she received from the news agency, and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Fu Zhao feigned ignorance, Thank me for what? I haven't done anything. Shan directly called him out. The owner behind the news agency is you, isn't it? Who else would provide me with evidence? Fu Xiao sighed in resignation. Shan, being too clever is not always a blessing. How do you manage to uncover everything? Amused by Fu Xiao's lamentation, Shan laughed for a moment before asking, shall we have dinner together? I'm in the parking lot. Come down. Fu Xiao replied. Hearing this, Shan quickly touched up her makeup, gazing into the mirror at her elegant and striking reflection, feeling immensely satisfied before descending. Chapter 22. Under surveillance, it must be said. Fu Xiao is indeed a considerate friend. For dinner, he chose a remarkably elegant private restaurant. As they walked through the foyer, Shan's attention was captured by the decorative paintings adorning the walls. With rare delight, she pulled Fu Xiao closer, sharing the illustrious history of the artist. Just as she was engrossed in her story, applause echoed from nearby, prompting Shan to turn and see a poised and graceful woman. Approaching Shan, the woman extended her hand in introduction. Hello, I am Fu Jin. It's rare to find someone who appreciates art. Shall we become friends? Shan, observing the woman who shared Fu's surname, glanced questioningly at Fu Xiao. With a resigned sigh, Fu Xiao introduced them. All right, sister, this is my friend Shan. Shan, this is my sister. Though they had been friends for years, Shan was entirely unfamiliar with Fu Xiao's sister, only knowing that she had lived abroad for an extended period. Upon hearing this, Shan shook Fu Jin's hand and addressed her as Sister Fu Jin. Fu Jin smiled warmly. I just returned to the country and have few acquaintances. With your understanding of art, I feel an instant connection. In the future, you can visit my gallery with Fu Xiao. Seeing Shan nod in agreement, Fu Jin mentioned she had other matters to attend to, thus not personally hosting them further. Once Fu Jin rounded a corner and was out of sight, she promptly took out her phone to inform her family. In the private room, under Shan's scrutinizing gaze, Fu Xiao candidly explained, this is my sister's restaurant. She just returned not long ago, so I thought I'd support her. I didn't expect to encounter her today. Shan nodded in understanding and proceeded to instruct Fu Xiao to order, knowing that he was familiar with her preferences, as well as the restaurant's signature dishes. As the two dined, they conversed about the events of the day. Shan raised her glass, expressing her gratitude to Fu Xiao once more, saying, though it may seem overly formal to thank you, I fear I would not have managed to resolve today's matters so effortlessly without your assistance. It is truly a privilege to have a friend like you. Fu Xiao, observing the blush that graced Shan's cheeks, took her glass into his own hands, replying, gratitude is welcome, but let us not toast with wine. Moreover, as friends, I find myself reluctant to accept such a distance between us. Shan had always understood Fu Xiao's intentions. Although she had been striving to move on from Duan Chengyan, she knew the journey would not bear fruit quickly, nor could she readily embrace a new romance. Taking a deep breath, she sought to explain, but Fu Xiao raised his hand to interrupt her, saying, Shan, you need not say a word. I comprehend. Some matters I willingly accept, and I am prepared to wait. Do not feel pressured. Let us allow things to unfold naturally. Shall we? Grateful. Shan nodded in response. After their meal, Fu Xiao escorted Shan home. Before they could enter the house, they were met with the sound of a woman's shouts. Shan, spotting Cheng Yuan creating a scene in the living room, felt a wave of exasperation wash over her, having forgotten about this troublesome individual. Upon seeing Shan return, Cheng Yuan rushed over, her arm raised in accusation, but was swiftly restrained by Fu Xiao. Unable to move, Cheng Yuan's mouth ran unabated. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could my father have been taken away by the prosecutor's office? Ever since you returned, there has been nothing but chaos at home. Why don't you just die? Shan calmly listened to her tirade before stating simply, one reaps what one sows. She then contacted her bodyguards to have Cheng Yuan and her belongings unceremoniously tossed out. Watching her beloved clothes, bags, and jewelry being carelessly discarded ignited a surge of anger within Cheng Yuan, causing her to faint in a dramatic swoon. Shan, feeling utterly speechless, instructed the bodyguards to take her to the hospital, absolving herself of any further medical expenses, and ascended the stairs to wash away the fatigue of the day's farce. As Shan drifted into slumber in another part of City A, Duan Chengyan repeatedly reviewed the day's news. To his astonishment, Shan, having left him, was no longer the meek housewife he once knew. He was equally surprised to see that her unexpected return had allowed her to restore the chaotic Yun family to order. Which version of her is the true self? Duan Chengyan mused, gazing at her familiar yet foreign visage on the screen. The study door quietly opened, and Yinglian, clad in a revealing nightgown and barefoot, entered, her cheeks flushed in an unusual manner. Approaching the desk, she noticed Duan Chengyan lost in thought, staring at Shan's face on the screen. A tumult of jealousy and resentment surged within her, nearly overwhelming Yinglian. Clinging to her remaining composure, she softly inquired, "Brother Yin, were you watching? Why are you still awake at this hour?" Snapping back to reality, Duan Chengyan hastily closed the web page, intending to convey to Yinglian not to overthink it. Yet, this clumsy gesture only intensified her suspicion, suggesting lingering affections. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she sat on the carpet, gazing up at Duan Chengyan with sorrowful eyes, pleading, "Brother Yin, do you still find it hard to forget Sister Shan? You may seek her out, as long as it brings you joy. Y genuinely arbo no objections." In the past, Duan Chengyan would have immediately endeavored to bring her happiness, yet tonight, an inexplicable heaviness enveloped him. As he beheld Yinglian's tears, memories of San, who had implored him not to divorce her on that fateful day, flooded his mind. The mere thought of divorce, once a fleeting notion, was swiftly extinguished by Duan Chengyan. Had he not always loved San? Why then was he now distracted by this woman? Duan Chengyan, awakened to the truth, you must not betray Xiaolian. A tempest raged within him, rendering him oblivious to Yinglian's words. Yet, in her heart, she believed that Duan Chengyan still harbored feelings for San. After all her efforts to rid herself of San and to finally become engaged to Duan Chengyan, she would not allow San to jeopardize the lavish life she had painstakingly secured. Finding an excuse, Yinglian retreated to her room. Upon opening her browser, she discovered that the news headlines were dominated by the Yun Corporation. As she gazed at the striking visuals in the articles, the comments section erupted with fervor. Onlooker 1728. "Ah, my wife is stunning. Wife, come here. Yunsan's friend from outside the circle. I can see it. My little Shan may not slay men, but she certainly captures women. Don't talk to me. I'm a man, and I admit I, too, have been enchanted. A bit of AC. What kind of man could possibly win her heart? I'm already envious. Beautiful and formidable in the workplace." The comments brimmed with admiration for Yunsan's beauty and approval of her astute management style. This revelation ignited a fury within Yinglian. Why was Yunsan everywhere? What did she possess that Yinglian lacked? After the storm of her anger subsided, she forced herself to calm down and meticulously read through the day's news about the Yun Corporation. It was evident that Yunsan had dealt with Cheng Shiwei. Yet, Cheng Shiwei remained in custody. How could she possibly reach him? With this thought, Yinglian traversed various social media platforms and finally located the account of the ostentatious Cheng Yuan. Without hesitation, she sent a message. However, Cheng Yuan's silence filled Yinglian with unease. She feared that her plans might falter before they even began. Anxious that no one would collaborate with her and that her efforts would go to waste. As dawn broke, Yinglian's eyes fluttered open, and her perseverance bore fruit. The anticipated message had finally arrived. The notification on her phone stirred her from her thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, she arranged to meet with both individuals the following day in City C. Chapter 23. The scheme comes to fruition when the appointed hour arrived. Cheng Yuan, filled with both excitement and apprehension, entered the cafe. Perhaps due to it being a weekday, the cafe was sparsely populated. The lively notes of blues intertwining with the rich aroma of coffee. As time ticked by, Cheng Yuan's patience waned. Just as she prepared to gather her belongings and leave, a youthful voice broke the silence. "Miss Cheng, your patience seems to be running thin." Cheng Yuan lifted her gaze, regarding the impeccably adorned woman before her, and inquired, "Are you the one who sought me out? Do you possess information regarding Shan?" Yinglian leisurely settled onto the sofa. A globally limited edition V-brand handcrafted crocodile leather bag carelessly placed to the side. A pang of jealousy coursed through Cheng Yuan. No matter how much Cheng Shiwei doted on her, such a bag remained beyond her means. Even if she were to muster the resolve to purchase it, it would demand her utmost financial commitment. Yinglian's eyes grazed over the bag that Cheng Yuan had set upon the table. which bore faint scratches from the previous day's encounter with a bodyguard. The disdain and mockery in her gaze were unmistakable. Cheng Yuanyuan, acutely aware of Shang Yinglian's unmasked expression, felt a flicker of resentment. If it weren't for Yun Shan, she would not find herself in such a dismal state, a source of ridicule. Shang Yinglian observed the shifting emotions on Cheng Yuanyuan's face and felt a quiet satisfaction. Such individuals were most susceptible to manipulation. It seemed there was no need for her to sully her own hands. With both women harboring ulterior motives, Shang Yinglian spoke, "Miss Cheng, your father's situation must weigh heavily on your mind." Cheng Yuanyuan, struck at her most vulnerable point, reacted like a furiously ruffled cat. "Did you summon me merely to mock me? Speak of Yun Shan's affairs at once." In contrast, Shang Yinglian maintained her composure. She raised her hand to admire the pink diamond adorning it, casually remarking, "To seek information, one must adopt a more amiable demeanor. Otherwise, your collaborators may feel disheartened." Suppressing her burgeoning anger, Cheng Yuanyuan impatiently urged Shang Yinglian to discuss the matter at hand. Shang Yinglian obliged, delivering the shocking news that left Cheng Yuanyuan astounded. "Did you know that Yun Shan has divorced?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Yuanyuan, overwhelmed with excitement, knocked over her coffee. After hastily attending to the spill, she feigned tranquility. "When did she marry? Who is her spouse? Why is she divorced?" Naturally, Shang Yinglian refrained from disclosing Duan Chengyan's identity, opting for vague responses. As for the marriage, it lasted 2.5 years. The partner is a wealthy businessman. Revealing too much may not serve you well. However, you are familiar with such affluent individuals. As for the divorce, it was certainly due to her being abandoned, as her partner's former love has returned. At this, Shang Yinglian wore a look of smug satisfaction. Cheng Yuanyuan, however, paid little heed to Shang Yinglian's expression, her thoughts consumed with the implications of Yun Shan's abandonment. "If this were to become public knowledge, I wonder how you would maintain your pride." Having stirred the pot sufficiently, Shang Yinglian rose, declaring, "Miss Cheng, I trust you are wise enough to discern how to proceed without my guidance." Cheng Yuanyuan, still lost in her own tumultuous emotions, merely nodded. Shang Yinglian swayed her hips, leaving with an air of triumph. Unbeknownst to Yun Shan, she remained oblivious to the machinations of these two women, preoccupied instead with resolving the remnants of Cheng Shiwei's affairs. Since the bidding conference, individuals aligned with Cheng Shiwei had gradually surfaced. Yun Shan, with her characteristic decisiveness, took action, dismissals were made, and personnel were reassigned. Although the Yun Corporation experienced a significant reduction in staff due to this upheaval, it was ultimately progressing in a more favorable direction. That evening, she was to attend a cocktail party, and Fu Xiao arrived early to escort Yun Shan for her styling. Upon arriving at Xin's studio, the two close friends were overwhelmed with emotion after 3 years of separation, their eyes glistening with tears. Observing their state, Fu Xiao playfully interjected, "Ladies, I am still very much alive. There is no need to mourn for me." Yun Shan shot him a glare, her tone laced with mock annoyance. "Oh, spare me. It's been ages since we've seen each other. This has nothing to do with you." Fu Xiao nodded in agreement, and his light-hearted banter successfully dissipated the somber atmosphere. Xin squeezed Yun Shan's arm and enviously remarked, "Darling, your figure is absolutely stunning. You're perfectly slender where it counts and delightfully curvaceous elsewhere." Yun Shan teased back, "At least my body knows where to gain weight. Unlike Xin, whose figure seems to have a mind of its own." Xin blushed fiercely, "Xiao Shan, if you keep this up, I won't style you anymore." With that, Yun Shan ceased her teasing. Xin then mysteriously unveiled her secret weapon. "Tada, go try this on. It's a masterpiece from Master Xin. Guaranteed to make you the belle of the ball." Yun Shan, holding a black packaging bag, entered the fitting room, perplexed. Inside the dust cover was a pure, white, asymmetrical gown, featuring a spiral tulle hem and an elegantly twisted back, with a subtle embossed pattern on the fabric. When Yun Shan emerged from the fitting room, she was met with Xin's wide-eyed astonishment, followed by a series of exclamations of "OMG." Xin eagerly examined Yun Shan from every angle, while Fu Xiao sat nearby, nodding in admiration. The gown tastefully revealed Yun Shan's flawless leg contours, and the elegant design accentuated her delicate back, rendering her ethereal, as if she had descended from the heavens. Xin promptly seated Yun Shan and meticulously applied her makeup. The apricot-toned eyeshadow, paired with shimmering gold accents, along with the winged eyeliner, captured Shan's allure perfectly, embodying what netizens refer to as both pure and seductive. After finishing the makeup, XINXN retained Shan's straight hair, adorning it with a delicate headpiece, complemented by silver drop earrings that highlighted her innocent nobility. With the styling complete, the soiree was about to commence. Fu Xiao drove Shan to the venue. Chapter 24. The soiree. As Shan and Fu Xiao entered the gathering, a few individuals approached to offer toasts, while Fu Xiao navigated the crowd with ease. Shan found the conversations rather tedious and retreated to a corner to sit. Despite being in a secluded spot, the attendees were buzzing with gossip about the resurrection of the Yun family's heiress, who had returned to take the helm of the company. Whispers circulated, and eyes were drawn to Shan, who sat by the window, sipping her fruit wine, sparking intrigue among the onlookers. Bold young men began to approach her, attempting to strike up conversations. At that moment, a sharp and scornful voice pierced through the air. "Oh, who do we have here? How does it feel to be cast aside, Miss Yin?" The crowd murmured in confusion. "What do you mean, cast aside? Was Shan abandoned? I hadn't heard anything about that." For years, she had been out of the public eye. Shan coldly set down her glass, her gaze fixed on the woman speaking. The black puff-sleeve short dress she wore appeared cheap, and her tanned legs starkly contrasted with her heavily powdered face. Her makeup was somewhat comical, with false eyelashes that seemed to reach for the heavens, fluttering like the leaves of a banana tree. The blush she applied, a rather unsuitable peachy hue, gave off an impression of forced youthfulness. The contouring accentuated her cheekbones, intensifying her already acerbic demeanor. Shan recognized the woman. Her name was Jean Lily, who had previously been quite close to Cheng Yuanyuan. Shan mused to herself, "Is there something amiss with these women named ABB? They seem to relish provoking others." Noticing Shan's silence, Jean Lily grew more animated. Who would have imagined the illustrious Shan, the esteemed CEO, had once been married to a wealthy businessman? Now that the white moonlight of her life has returned, it appears our Shan must skulk away in disgrace. Doesn't he it? Those quick to respond in the gathering seized upon the key point. Married? Does that imply she is now divorced? Jean Lily refrained from answering directly, instead gazing at Shan and remarking, "CEO Yun, everyone is so curious. Why not clarify?" The event was not a closed affair, and some journalists were present. Upon hearing this, the reporters, with their keen instincts and professionalism, immediately engaged in their work. At that moment, Shan comprehended the situation. She knew that Cheng Yuanyuan must have whispered some gossip to Jean Lily. It became evident that they were unaware of her marriage to Duan Chengyan. For while provoking her might be trivial, offending Duan Chengyan was a grave matter. With this understanding, Shan fixed her gaze upon Jean Lily. "Must I report to you whether I have been married or to whom? Is divorce merely a matter of being abandoned? Why can it not be that I chose to leave him?" Jean Lily was about to retort when Shan interrupted. "I have never portrayed myself as single. Besides, with my wealth and beauty, I am undoubtedly faring better post-divorce than you. Instead of seeking to provoke me, perhaps you should first assess what assets you possess to challenge me." Upon finishing her statement, Shan scrutinized Jean Lily's figure with a provocative glance. Jean Lily felt a wave of frustration. She had anticipated watching Shan stumble, but now found herself the target of ridicule. In a fit of indignation, she seized a nearby wine glass, intending to douse Shan with its contents. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Xiao had appeared, swiftly grasping Jean Lily's wrist and twisting it, causing the wine that was meant for Shan to splatter onto her own face instead. Jean Lily, taken aback, was about to explode in anger when she caught sight of the handsome Fu Xiao, her cheeks flushing instantly. He paid her no mind, instructing his assistant, "Remove her from here." He then approached Shan with concern. "Xiao Shan, are you all right?" Shan shook her head, feigning nonchalance. What could possibly be wrong? Her petty tricks cannot trouble me. Yet, Fu Xiao, observing the subtle expressions on Shan's face, understood that Jean Lily's outburst had plunged her back into self-doubt regarding her perceived flaws and the inevitable divorce from Duan Chengyan. Without directly confronting Shan's feelings, Fu Xiao simply asked, "Do you wish to remain here? If not, I can take you away." Shan, lacking the desire to stay any longer, tidied herself up and followed Fu Xiao out. As Fu Xiao noticed Shan lost in thought in the car, he decided to drive in another direction. By the time Yinshan realized their new destination, Fu Xiao had parked the vehicle. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, she inquired, "Where are we?" Fu Xiao feigned mystery. "A place that is sure to bring you joy." Could the location arranged by Master Fu be anything less than perfect? Upon hearing these words, Yinshan chuckled lightly and responded cheerfully, "At your service, Master Fu. Please lead the way." The two engaged in light-hearted banter as they entered the building. The young lady at the front desk, upon spotting Fu Xiao accompanied by Yinshan, greeted them with enthusiasm. "Hello, Brother Xiao. Sister Jean is currently in a meeting. Allow me to escort you to the reception room." Fu Xiao nodded, while Yinshan observed her surroundings. Such a thoughtfully designed space must undoubtedly be Sister Jin's gallery. After enjoying a cup of tea in the reception room, Fu Jin entered, rolling up her sleeves and smiling as she inquired, "What brings you two here today?" To spare Yinshan any embarrassment, Fu Xiao interjected, "I missed you, so I thought I would come to see you." Fu Jin shot her younger brother a playful glare, calling him a little rascal, yet refrained from further questioning. Subsequently, Fu Jin led them to the exhibition hall. As Yinshan beheld the numerous paintings by her favorite lesser-known artists, her spirits lifted. Fu Jin, impressed by Yinshan's discernment, casually asked, "Little Shan, with so many obscure artists that you admire, do you also enjoy painting?" Yinshan did not conceal her passion, nodding as she replied, "Indeed. I have created a few works myself." This piqued Fu Jin's curiosity further. She inquired, "May I have a look?" After a moment of contemplation, Yinshan responded, "I haven't saved any on my phone, but I wonder if Sister Jean remembers Lark from a few years ago." Without hesitation, Fu Jin exclaimed, "Of course. I hold a deep admiration for Crush." Realizing the implication, she asked, "Are you saying Lark is your work? Your Crush?" Yinshan, unable to contain her laughter at Fu Jin's candidness, nodded in affirmation. This revelation left both Fu Jin and Fu Xiao in a state of astonishment. While Fu Xiao was aware of Yinshan's artistic inclinations, he had merely assumed it was a hobby. He had never imagined that she was the genius painter, Crush, whom Fu Jin mentioned daily a few years prior. Fu Jin, abandoning her usual nonchalance, raised her voice in excitement. "You are Crush. My goodness, I am meeting Crush in person." Fu Xiao, having accepted this revelation more readily, feigned anger. "So, you've kept this from me, Yinshan?" With her hands clasped in apology, Yinshan replied, "I'm sorry, Fu Xiao. I never anticipated that my casual sketches would garner external attention. However, shortly thereafter, family troubles arose, and I ceased painting, which is why I hadn't informed you of this aspect of my identity." Fu Jin, chiming in with a hint of lament, remarked, "Your casual sketches have already reached heights that many could only dream of." At a loss for words, Yinshan contemplated before suggesting, "How about I treat you both to a meal?" Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Jin agreed. The thought of dining with the genius painter she had admired for so long filled her with excitement, her demeanor transforming into that of a giddy young woman. After touring the gallery, Yinshan took the Fu siblings to a restaurant she frequented in the past. However, upon entering, the waiter greeted them with, "Hello, President Fu." In that moment, Yinshan felt utterly astonished. Had she brought them to the restaurant of someone she was treating? Fu Jin explained, "I have just returned to the country, and this establishment is one I recently acquired." She then playfully patted Yinshan's shoulder, adding, "It seems my acquisition was quite successful if it has drawn you here so frequently." The trio exchanged laughter as they made their way to the private room at the back, where they commenced ordering their meals. During this time, Fu Jin excused herself to the restroom. Upon her return, she burst in with fervor, slamming her phone onto the table. Fu Xiao and Yinshan were taken aback and quickly inquired about the matter. Fu Jin lifted her phone, revealing a headline that boldly proclaimed, "President Yin abandoned? Ex-husband turns out to be a wealthy tycoon from City A." The article insinuated that Yinshan had once compromised her dignity for financial gain with a wealthy man from City A, and now that man's true love had returned, offering Yinshan a sum to exit gracefully. While Yinshan was indifferent to the public's knowledge of her divorce, such sensationalized reporting was nonetheless disconcerting. Upon reading this, Fu Xiao immediately contacted his assistant, instructing him to investigate the matter thoroughly. Chapter 25. Igniting trouble as the situation escalated online, Yinshan remained conspicuously silent, prompting a flurry of speculation among netizens. They mused, did the current president once have to appease a man? What good is beauty? What use is a perfect figure? When the true love returns, it's still a matter of being cast aside. Some even expressed, only I care about the identity of the tycoon? Please, friend from City A, inform me of its wealthy elite. Meanwhile, another key player in City A, Duan Chengyan, took notice of the unfolding drama. He was confident that Shan would not disclose anything about the situation, as she had no desire to be associated with him. He resolved to trace the origins of the story. After delegating the task to his subordinates, he ended the call. At that moment, Duan Chengyan's personal phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, he respectfully answered, "Grandfather, what brings you to call at this hour?" The voice on the other end resonated with authority. "Are you aware of Shang Yinglian's many stratagems?" Though in his 70s, Duan Chihua refrained from meddling in company affairs. He remained the head of the Duan family. Thus, Duan Chengyan dared not be impertinent in his presence. Contemplating how to respond, Duan Chihua spoke first. "I do not interfere in your matters. Since your divorce from Shan is now a settled issue, I will refrain from commenting. However, Shang Yinglian is another matter altogether. You should sever ties before it is too late." Although Duan Chengyan had recently shifted his stance towards Shang Yinglian, human nature often rebels against authority. Without a moment's thought, he questioned, "Why?" Sensing the silence on the other end, he realized he had overstepped. "Grandfather, what I mean is, why can't I choose Xiaolian? What is wrong with her? What do you mean by many stratagems?" Hearing his grandson's inquiries, Duan Chihua recalled a recent phone call from Anhong. Two faces presented to the world indicated that this woman was indeed cunning. However, he had dismissed Shang Yinglian's behavior at the time as mere jealousy, trusting his grandson's judgment. Yet, with today's news causing such a stir, it had inevitably reached his ears, and those beneath him had swiftly unearthed the truth. Although there is no direct evidence to suggest that Shang Yinglian is the source of the news, it is curious that she and Cheng Yuanyuan, who were strangers, arranged to meet. Jean Lily made her outrageous remarks only after her encounter with Cheng Yuanyuan, leading to the current predicament. A discerning mind could easily deduce that Shang Yinglian is the mastermind behind these events. Duan Chihua pondered whether Shang Yinglian had ulterior motives for approaching Cheng Yanjun. Naturally, Duan Chihua could not allow his brother, Duan Chengyan, to remain in her company. After hearing the entire sequence of events from Duan Chihua, Duan Chengyan had a rough idea of the situation but still wished to hear the details directly from Shang Yinglian. He reassured Duan Chihua that he would handle the matter appropriately. After ending the call, he received further updates from his subordinates, confirming that apart from Aunt Hong's involvement, the information aligned with what Duan Chihua had relayed. After much contemplation, Duan Chengyan decided to call Shang Yinglian. "Xiaolian, where are you?" At that moment, Shang Yinglian was at a beauty salon receiving treatment. Upon hearing from Duan Chengyan, who had not contacted her for some time, she was overjoyed. "Brother Yin, I'm at the beauty salon. I'll be home soon. When will you return today?" Duan Chengyan replied, "I'm at home. Call me when you're back. I'll come to pick you up." "All right," Shang Yinglian exclaimed, filled with excitement. After hanging up, she instructed the beauticians to give her a full-body treatment, determined to present herself in the most exquisite manner to Duan Chengyan. Once she was ready, she waited by the roadside for him. After a while, the understated Gu Si Te pulled up. Shang Yinglian entered the car, only to notice that Duan Chengyan's expression was rather grim, which she attributed to work-related troubles. With a delicate hand, she gently rested it on his knee and asked with concern, "Brother Yin, what is wrong? Can I help you with anything?" Duan Chengyan stared at Shang Yinglian in silence. Puzzled, she touched her face and asked, "Brother Yin, is there something on my face?" Duan Chengyan turned his gaze forward and broached the subject. "Xiaolian, did you see today's news?" Upon hearing this, Shang Yinglian's concerned expression momentarily froze before she reverted to her usual demeanor, responding, "Are you referring to Sister Yun Shan's situation?" Seeing Duan Chengyan nod, she continued, "I saw it too, but I have no idea how those reporters found out." Duan Chengyan remained silent, allowing Shang Yinglian to continue. "Brother Yin, do you think Sister Yun Shan might have revealed it herself?" To this, Duan Chengyan coldly replied, "Impossible. Yun Shan would rather sever ties with me." At that moment, Shang Yinglian thought to herself, "How could you be so certain of her thoughts? Yun Shan is truly cunning, and Duan Chengyan still defends her." Realizing her attempts to deflect blame had failed, Shang Yinglian contemplated how to dispel Duan Chengyan's suspicions. However, Duan Chengyan interjected with another question. "Xiaolian, what were you doing in City C a few days ago?" Shang Yinglian hurriedly responded, Brother Yin, I already told you I went to see a friend. Do you not believe me? When Shang Yinglian previously mentioned this matter, Duan Chengyan dismissed it lightly. However, after receiving a call from his grandfather yesterday, he reflected carefully and realized that Shang Yinglian indeed had no friends in City C. This left only one possibility. She had specifically gone to see Cheng Yuan. Duan Chengyan halted his car at the red light, fixing his gaze ahead as he said, Xiao Lian, do not conceal the truth from me. What business do you have with Cheng Yuan? Upon hearing Cheng Yuan's name, Shang Yinglian instantly erupted in indignation. Brother Yin, have you sent someone to follow me? Is your trust in me so fleeting? Listening to her accusations, Duan Chengyan felt a tumult of emotions within him. He could not fathom why. Despite his divorce from Shan and the severance of their ties, Shang Yinglian continued to cling to him. He was perplexed by her transformation into someone selfish and jealous, a stark contrast to her former gentle and considerate self. He also grappled with the uncertainty of whether his decision to divorce was right or wrong. Everything had altered, including the love he once cherished. Duan Chengyan's silence only magnified Shang Yinglian's inner turmoil, prompting her to feign composure. I merely met Cheng Yuan for coffee. She inquired about Shan, and I answered her questions. I did not divulge any information regarding you, Brother Yin. As for why it has been twisted into news, I am unaware. Duan Chengyan, already disheartened, softly inquired, how could Cheng Yuan know that you were acquainted with Shan? The weight of a single line necessitating 1,000 others resonated deeply with Shang Yinglian in that moment. As she contemplated her next move, Duan Chengyan preemptively interrupted. Xiao Lian, I believe I understand the situation well enough. I do not comprehend your intense animosity towards Shan, but it is of little consequence now. Let us cancel the wedding. Nonetheless, I shall always cherish the assistance you have provided me. I will regard you as a sister, and you may continue to reside in the house without any change in your living conditions. Upon hearing such a resolution, Shang Yinglian's mind went blank, attributing the outcome entirely to Shan. Duan Chengyan remained silent, and after escorting Shang Yinglian back to the villa, he drove back to the company. Chapter 26. Shan's response. As the situation garnered increasing attention, Shan opted to host a live stream, just as she had before. The influx of viewers nearly overwhelmed the streaming platform. Shan greeted everyone warmly. Hello. We meet again. I am Shan. I trust you have all seen today's news and are quite curious. After a brief pause, she continued. The news contains elements of truth interspersed with exaggeration. Initially, I thought these trivial matters did not require public disclosure, but given the high level of interest, it seems more appropriate for me to address it directly. Reflecting on the reports, Shan organized her thoughts and began to narrate. Indeed, I was married and recently divorced. I have never claimed otherwise, so there is no need for surprise. With a glimmer of humor in her eyes, she addressed the screen, and let me assure you, there is no need to believe the rumors that I compromise myself for wealth. The emaciated camel is larger than a horse, and the Yin family is not some wealthy conglomerate that can simply be swayed with a bit of money to reclaim what was lost. Ultimately, it boils down to the fact that I, as the elder sister, possess wealth. After much contemplation, Shan concluded her thoughts on camera with the final statement. I'm married for love. The other aspects are merely matters concerning others, which I shall neither elaborate on nor critique. I have no regrets about the love I experienced, and I harbor no regrets about our separation. The only ones regretting are those who fail to hold on to me, not I. Even in the absence of marriage or love, I can remain independent and beautiful. This serves as a piece of advice for all my female friends. With that, Shan formed a heart shape with her hands towards the camera before turning off the live stream to return her work. Unbeknownst to her, aside from the most composed participant, the internet had erupted. This live stream had consistently topped the trending search list from beginning to end. The phrases Shan's clarity, Shan's resilience, and Shan's blind ex-husband proliferated. Unlike the previous backlash, this time, the public sentiment overwhelmingly favored Shan. Help, my sister is too stunning. Beautiful and clear-headed, an absolute beauty. Who is the white moonlight of her ex-husband? I am genuinely curious. With such beauty, long legs, and a great figure, and being so financially successful, she is the president of the Yin Corporation. What kind of woman could surpass her? I advise all sisters to heed her final words. Emotional investment is fine, but one must know when to cut losses. Nothing is more important than self-improvement. Having one's own wealth is paramount. Shan could never have imagined that her brief live stream would create such a stir online. Yinglian, observing the trending topics and the comments from netizens, felt her face contort with rage. Shan, I will not let you show off. With a singular thought in her mind, Yinglian dialed Cheng Yuanyuan's number. Cheng Yuanyuan was also closely monitoring the situation. What should have been an easy target for ridicule was deftly deflected by Shan, who effortlessly turned the tide in her favor, rapidly gaining followers and winning the admiration of the public. As the developments unfolded in a direction contrary to her intentions, Cheng Yuanyuan felt an urgent sense of desperation. Coincidentally, Yinglian called her, and the two engaged in a fervent discussion. Yinglian instructed, "It is inconvenient for me to be in Sea City right now, but I will spare no effort in providing you with everything you need. You wouldn't want Shan to continue thriving and taint your own reputation, would you? So act swiftly and don't give her a chance to rebound." The two reached a consensus. Soon, a package set off from city towards Sea City. Since that day of Shan's live stream, Duan Chengyan often found himself lost in thought as he walked to the room where Shan once resided. Although the room was devoid of any belongings, Duan Chengyan felt as though he could envision Shan folding clothes on the bed, selecting outfits for him in front of the wardrobe, and styling her hair at the vanity. Every smile and frown was deeply etched in his memory. Duan Chengyan could never have anticipated that those things he once disregarded would now frequently resurface in his mind, clamoring to invade his every ounce of rationality. He had watched that live stream, and as he listened to Shan's lucid words, he realized the person who once filled her heart and mind with thoughts of him had been lost to his own hands, drifting away from him. As Shan stated during her live broadcast, it is not she who feels regret, but he truly begins to feel remorse. Unbeknownst to her, the inner monologues of these individuals swirl around her. Observing the steadily increasing sales figures, Shan revels in the joys of being a business owner each day. One day, while she was delightfully perusing the sales report, an unfamiliar number called in. Upon answering, a familiar voice resonated on the other end. "Shan, this is Fu Jean. Do you remember me?" Shan replied, "Sister Jean, you are being overly dramatic. How could I possibly forget you? Is there something you need?" Fu Jean articulated the purpose of her call. "My gallery is hosting a collection exhibition this Sunday, featuring many unique pieces you haven't yet seen. Would you like to come and take a look with Fu Xiao?" Shan readily agreed. After 3 years revolving around Duan Chengyan, she had scarcely any time to attend exhibitions, and she found herself yearning for such experiences. After finishing her call with Fu Xiao and arranging a departure time, Shan prepared to leave work to dine with Xin, hoping to have her design a few more outfits. She took the exclusive elevator down to the underground parking lot. For some reason, the lighting today was unusually dim. Could there be an issue with the voltage? Shan pondered this, but did not dwell on it as she walked towards her parking spot. A woman's intuition often manifests at crucial moments. Shan had an unsettling feeling that someone was following her, so she feigned nonchalance and began humming a tune, pretending to take a selfie with her phone. At last, she spotted a shadow moving behind a pillar. Without time to think too deeply, Shan opened her call log and dialed a random number. The shadow rushed towards her, its hand slicing through the air as if to tear it apart. Instinctively, Shan dodged. The hand struck the car behind her, leaving a dent in the metal, indicative of the assailant's formidable prowess. Chapter 27. A hero saves the beauty. Though Shan had practiced combat with Fu Xiao for a time, it was merely for self-defense, and she was clearly unable to sustain a confrontation with her adversary. Fortunately, she was not wearing high heels today and was relatively agile. She weaved between vehicles, making it difficult for her pursuer to seize her. After discarding everything she could from her bag, fatigue began to weigh heavily upon her. Her assailant relentlessly pursued her, and she was alone, having lost her phone at some point. What misfortune! Was she to face death once more? As she evaded, she mused bitterly. Just when it seemed she was on the brink of peril, the roar of a sports car echoed in her ears. The shadow clearly did not anticipate anyone's arrival at that moment, and hesitated for a couple of seconds. Those fleeting seconds provided Shan with a moment to breathe. Rather than be killed here, she thought it better to let the car collide with her. At least there remained a chance of survival. With that thought, she tightly closed her eyes and lunged forward. The sports car screeched to a halt, narrowly stopping before Shan. The occupant of the vehicle swiftly exited and rushed towards her. "Shan, are you all right?" When Yin Shan looked up, she saw that it was Fu Xiao, and her anxious heart finally relaxed. Just as she was about to utter the words, "I'm fine," she fainted. Seeing the plan thwarted, the shadow hastily fled the scene. At that moment, Fu Xiao had no mind to pursue the assailant. His entire focus was on the unconscious Yin Shan. Fu Xiao swiftly conducted an examination. Finding no apparent injuries, he immediately lifted Yin Shan into his vehicle and drove towards his hospital. "Li Lao, this is Fu Xiao. Are you still at the hospital?" While navigating the car, he called the esteemed doctor at the hospital. Upon receiving a positive response, he instructed the doctor to wait, assuring them he would arrive shortly. With his heart racing, he sped through the streets and soon reached his hospital. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, the nurses stationed at the entrance rushed over with a stretcher. Gently placing Yin Shan onto the bed, Fu Xiao turned to Li Lao, who offered him a reassuring glance before jogging alongside the stretcher into the examination room. Seated on a bench outside the examination room, Fu Xiao's mind raced, replaying the recent events. After finishing a call with Yin Shan, he was attending to matters near the Yun group and had intended to check on her, thinking she might not have had dinner yet, hoping they could share a meal together. While waiting at a red light, his phone rang. Seeing Yun Shan's name flash across the screen, he answered gently, only to be met with rapid breathing and the sound of hurried footsteps. Instinctively, Fu Xiao sensed that something was wrong, disregarding the red light as he pressed the accelerator towards the Yun group. Despite his urgency, he understood the necessity of maintaining composure. Racing through the streets, he soon arrived at the entrance of the underground parking lot. Strangely, despite it being well past the usual closing time, the parking system indicated that all spaces were occupied. With no time to ponder, he forcefully broke through the barrier. The lighting in the parking area was particularly dim that day, the flickering lights accompanied by the buzzing sound of electricity. Fu Zhao's anxiety mirrored the erratic illumination. Finally, he spotted two figures dashing through the shadows, instantly recognizing Yun Shan's silhouette. The man pursuing her displayed exceptional skill, attacking with lethal precision. The usually radiant Yun Shan appeared particularly vulnerable in that moment. Fu Xiao slammed on the accelerator, and the man's momentary distraction granted Yun Shan the chance to escape. As she dove toward the front of the car, Fu Xiao hit the brakes hard, the seatbelt nearly constricting his breath. Ignoring his own safety, he immediately exited the vehicle to check on Yun Shan's condition. The man, realizing his plans had unraveled, hastily fled the scene. As he contemplated this, the lights in the examination room dimmed. Fu Xiao hurried forward, waiting anxiously. Li Lao emerged from the room, removing his mask while comforting the distressed Fu Xiao. "Rest assured, it's nothing serious, just some minor abrasions. She fainted from shock. A day of rest will suffice." Hearing Li Lao's words, Fu Xiao felt a slight relief. Yet the absence of Yin Shan left him feeling unsettled. Observing Fu Zhao's hesitance, Li Lao patted his shoulder. "Xiao, if you're so worried, why not go in and see her? It seems your lifelong commitment may soon be realized." Fu Xiao scratched his head, his youthful naivety contrasting sharply with his usual decisive demeanor as a CEO. Li Lao, with the wisdom of experience, smiled and departed, pondering to himself, "That young lady looks remarkably familiar." Yin Shan regained consciousness in the early hours of the morning. As soon as she stirred, she heard a concerned voice. "Xiao Shan, you're awake. Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Yin Shan looked at Fu Xiao, whose hair was tousled, lacking the usual refinement, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. His expensive tailored trousers were dusted with grime, clearly untouched since the chaos. Yin Shan blinked, suppressing the moisture in her eyes, and gratefully said, "Fu Xiao, you have saved me twice. I fear I shall never be able to repay you in this lifetime." Seeing Yun Shan's pale complexion, Fu Xiao felt a surge of compassion. Gently stroking the top of her head, he slowly replied, "When it comes to me, refrain from speaking such things or entertaining any wild thoughts. Focus on your recovery. I will handle the rest. All right?" Yin Shan had always placed her trust in Fu Xiao, and she reasoned that entrusting this matter to him would yield greater efficiency than her own investigation. She decided to set those concerns aside and, in a playful tone, said to Fu Xiao, "I'm hungry." Hearing this, Fu Xiao admired her fortitude. After narrowly escaping peril, most young women would be trembling in fear. Yet here was Yun Shan, expressing her appetite, indicating that she had not been deeply affected. Fu Xiao indulgently agreed, calling Fu Jin to arrange for the finest chef to prepare some light dishes for Yin Shan. Yin Shan feigned reproach, saying, I feel so bad for troubling Jingjia. Fu Xiao recalled the fierce tone his sister had adopted upon learning of Yun Shan's predicament, as if Yun Shan were her own sibling. He reassured her, "Do not worry. My sister has already accepted you as one of her own, so feel free to trouble her." Yun Shan took this as mere pleasantries until Fu Jin burst into the room. "Xiao Shan, is everything all right now?" Fu Jin, towering in her high heels, pushed the door open with a flourish. Fu Xiao frowned and admonished, "Sister, you startled Xiao Shan?" He found it amusing how his usually composed sister transformed into a child around Yun Shan, so flustered and erratic. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just too anxious." Seeing that Yun Shan was not in serious danger, Fu Jin finally relaxed. Chapter 28. Recuperation. As Yun Shan opened the thermos that Fu Jin had brought, a fragrant aroma wafted out, enhancing her appetite. "How is it? Does it suit your taste?" Fu Jin inquired with genuine concern. "Delicious. Where did you find such a chef?" Yun Shan asked between bites. Fu Jin, casually seated beside the bed, replied, "Oh, I had our old man prepare it." Yun Shan looked at Fu Xiao in confusion, and he, stifling a laugh, clarified, "My father." A spoon clattered to the bottom of the thermos. "Your father?" Yun Shan was utterly astonished. How could her brief unconsciousness have stirred such a flurry within the Fu family? Even at this early hour, Fu Xiao found her expression amusing and couldn't resist teasing her. "Hey, are you scolding someone?" Yun Shan, known for her sharp tongue, found it inappropriate to spar with Fu Xiao in front of Fu Jin and merely shot him a glare. Observing their interaction, Fu Jin could not suppress a smile, internally exclaiming, "This is so delightful. How charming." After finishing their meal and engaging in casual conversation, Yun Shan soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The Fu siblings, their smiles fading, exchanged a glance before exiting the hospital room. "What did the investigation reveal?" Fu Jin inquired calmly. Fu Xiao, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied, "It was discovered to be Chang Shiwei's doing." The mere mention of this name filled Fu Xiao with regret. It was his own complacency that had led him to allow Yun Shan to handle matters independently. Cheng Shiwei still had lackeys within the Yun family, and he had failed to eliminate them, resulting in the grave error they now faced. The thought sent a wave of dread through Fu Xiao. Had anything untoward occurred today, he would never forgive himself. Fu Jin, aware of her brother's turmoil, nonetheless reprimanded him. "What are your plans moving forward?" she asked, contemplating that if her brother lacked the necessary ruthlessness, she would take matters into her own hands. Fu Xiao recognized that Fu Jin, having grown up abroad, undoubtedly possessed a fiercer disposition than his own. However, after much deliberation, he resolved, "Let us detain him for now. In a few days, once Xiao Shan has recovered, we can consult her opinion." Fu Jin, though vaguely familiar with certain matters concerning the Yun family, grasped that the situation with Chang Shiwei was likely more complex than it appeared. She merely cautioned him against further mistakes before refraining from further comment. Once Yun Shan was discharged from the hospital, she spent an additional 2 days recuperating at home. During this time, Xin and the Fu siblings took turns visiting her villa, bringing an array of food and beverages under the guise of caring for the patient. However, Yun Shan understood that their true motivation stemmed from fear. They were hesitant to leave her alone for any length of time. In contrast, she remained remarkably composed. Given her past experiences, this reaction was certainly understandable. The anticipated Sunday arrived, and Yun Shan seized the opportunity to venture outside. After all, being surveilled by 3 individuals in succession was hardly pleasant. She donned a simple, elegant cotton linen maxi dress and styled her long hair up with a hairpin, opting for a light makeup look. This was a stark contrast to her previous heavily made-up appearance, each style possessing its own unique allure. As Fu Zhao's vehicle pulled up in front of the villa, he was leaning against the car door, engaged in a phone call. Upon hearing the door open, he instinctively turned his head, only to be momentarily dazzled by the fresh and graceful presence of Yun Shan. The assistant on the other end of the line, noticing her boss's silence, worried that he had made a mistake. Tentatively, he called out, "Boss?" To which Fu Xiao responded, as if awakening from a reverie. Those accompanying Fu Xiao were adept at reading the room, and upon sensing their boss's distraction, the assistant candidly stated, "I will send the specific arrangements to your phone shortly for your confirmation. I won't disturb you further." Fu Xiao acknowledged this and ended the call. Meanwhile, the company group chat buzzed with activity, yet Fu Xiao, as both the boss and the central figure, remained oblivious. After picking up Yun Shan, They proceeded with a light-hearted journey to Fu Jin's art gallery. Although it was a collection exhibition, news of the Fu family's eldest daughter returning home had circulated widely in social circles. Consequently, many attendees were drawn not only by the art, but also by the prospect of forming connections with the Fu family. The moment Shan and Fu Xiao made their entrance, they became the focal point of the event. Those who had previously seen Shan with her voluminous curls and crimson lips were now struck by the elegant contrast of her current appearance, making her unforgettable. Certainly, in a vast forest, one encounters all manner of birds. Among the visitors, there are indeed those whose minds are clouded. The Gu family in the Western District initially operated as a modest building materials merchant, yet their fortunes transformed significantly upon aligning with the Fu group. Guyin is the sole daughter of the Gu family. Having risen to wealth rather abruptly, Guyin exhibits a certain air of nouveau riche in her every gesture. More importantly, she has long harbored affections for Fu Xiao. Witnessing her longtime crush bring Shan to attend Fu Jin's exhibition of collectibles, any discerning observer can perceive the underlying dynamics of their relationship. Nonetheless, Guyin remains undeterred, convinced that Shan, a divorced woman, is utterly unworthy of Fu Xiao. With this in mind, her greeting takes on an acerbic tone. "Fu Ge, why have you brought General Manager Yin along? What impression does that leave?" Shan immediately realizes that this woman regards her as a rival. Choosing silence, she listens intently to Gu Yin's remarks. Gu Yin, misinterpreting Shan's quietness as guilt, escalates her critique. General Manager Yin is a divorced woman. Shouldn't she maintain a respectful distance from Fu Ge? Gu Hongbin, having just finished greeting guests, returns to overhear his daughter's tirade. Without a moment's thought, he strides forward to grasp her and pull her away. Gu Yin, upon seeing her father, becomes emboldened, while Gu Hongbin feels an overwhelming urge to silence her. Shan, accustomed to disapproval, brushes off the disdain. However, to the onlookers, many share Gu Yin's sentiments, while some, displaying their age, inquire mockingly, "Do you comprehend, General Manager Yin?" Their tone drips with sarcasm, prompting Shan to cast a disdainful glance at the elderly man in return. She then proceeds to point out the exhibited pieces, beginning with, "This is Ba Wei's god, created in 1894, inspired by his mother, embodying the divine through a blend of realism and hypermodern techniques, leaving one awestruck by its expressiveness." She continues, "Cass's garden, crafted in his later years within his own garden, comprises a series of 12 works, unified in perspective yet varied in light and time, spanning 5 years." After introducing over a dozen paintings, Shan smiles and inquires, "Are you all satisfied now?" Those who disapprove may choose to leave or remain quietly. She delivers the harshest words in the gentlest tone. Beside her, Fu Xiao stands like a guardian, his expression affirming her stance. Yet Gu Yin remains obstinate, loudly exclaiming, "What is so impressive about having done your homework? Fu Jin will naturally inform you of the exhibits today. You can't even paint. What are you pretending for?" This remark thoroughly alienates the Fu siblings, and Gu Hongbin, feeling as though he has swallowed 1,000 flies, swiftly delivers a slap to Gu Yin. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Shan raises an eyebrow. "Did I ever claim to you that I cannot paint?" As she speaks, she strides toward the painting corner set up for entertaining guests. Chapter 29. The Revelation of Identity. In search of suitable tools, Shan experiences a sudden flash of inspiration. Removing the hairpin from her head, Shan dipped the pointed end into the ink and pondered what to draw. Recalling her previous work, The Lark, she thought perhaps it was time to reveal her true identity. As she began to write, the ink subtly spread across the paper, and her hand moved as if guided by divine inspiration. Each stroke appeared casual yet precise, flawlessly executed. Those who had initially come to witness a spectacle found themselves captivated as Shan delved deeper into her art. Having not painted in quite some time, Shan initially felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that her skills had dulled and would tarnish her reputation. However, her apprehensions proved unfounded. When she finally set down her brush, the exhibition hall fell into a hushed silence. Aside from 3 individuals who were aware of her identity, the others exhibited expressions of disbelief. The azure bird on the paper seemed to come alive, showcasing a meticulous technique that fused Western artistic styles with her own. The contrast between her painting style and her appearance was striking. Though composed of lines, there was a palpable sense of strength, resonating with the essence of printmaking. At last, Someone regained their composure and raised their hand to inquire. Ms. Yun, your painting style closely resembles that of the once celebrated yet quickly vanished artist Crush from a few years ago. Do you admire Crush and often emulate their work? Hearing this, Guyin felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. So, you're merely imitating, plagiarizing someone else's work, are you? Even Yun Shan, known for her good temperament, couldn't help but find humor in the situation. As she toyed with the ink-covered hairpin, Yun Shan gracefully approached Guyin, prompting the onlookers to pardon her path. Standing before Guyin, despite wearing flat shoes, Yun Shan still towered over her. She looked down at Guyin with an air of indifference. Guyin, feeling diminished due to her height, was already irked. Witnessing Yun Shan's nonchalance as she played with the hairpin only fueled her irritation. Guyin reached out to snatch the hairpin, but Yun Shan was quicker. At the moment Guyin made her move, Yun Shan deftly withdrew the hairpin. Ironically, the hairpin grazed Guyin's face, leaving a streak of ink. The sight of the comical Guyin elicited laughter from many in attendance. Confused, Guyin wiped her face, only to find half of it smeared in black. The guests erupted into even louder laughter, and Guyin, now fuming, covered her face and fled in embarrassment. Yun Shan surveyed the crowd, addressing the earlier question. The gentleman over there certainly has an eye for art, though perhaps not an expert's. Otherwise, how could he fail to recognize that I am none other than Crush herself? As her words fell, the room erupted in astonishment. No one anticipated that the presumed deceased eldest daughter of the Yun family had not only acquired the faltering Yun Corporation, but had also returned in glory, untouched by the recent online turmoil. Now, she boldly proclaimed herself to be the genius artist Crush, a name that had once overshadowed many prominent figures and ascended swiftly to become a new luminary in the industry. Countless had once adored Crush, and just as many more in the artist's fall from grace. Yun Shan understood that convincing the crowd would not be an easy task. After obtaining Fu Jin's consent, Yun Shan connected to the projector and played a video she had filmed during her creative process. In the video, Yun Shan donned a qipao, her hair playfully styled with a brush. She painted while engaging with the camera, exuding both vivacity and elegance. Upon the video's conclusion, Yun Shan graciously addressed the guests present, stating, "My initial disappearance was not by choice. I have a profound passion for artistic creation. Given the opportunity to start anew, I shall ensure that more people come to know me and my work Crush." She then bowed deeply. Fu Xiao and others led the applause, marking the moment when the world recognized Crush's official return. Undoubtedly, this event sparked fervent discussions online. Netizens expressed their incredulity at the revelation that Yun Shan was indeed Crush. She is not only stunningly beautiful, but also incredibly wealthy. Wealth aside, she is remarkably astute and ambitious. How can one person possess such perfection? And she is a talented painter to boot? Well, my, a mere mud doll. Nuwa, let us converse. In an instant, the term Nuwa's favoritism surged to trending status. Yun Shan found herself both amused and bewildered by this peculiar phrase. The commotion did not escape the attention of Duan Chengyan, who, after his divorce from Yun Shan, was often pleasantly surprised by news of her. "Yun Shan, how much have you concealed from me?" He pondered, recalling a minor incident from their early marriage. It was shortly after their wedding when Duan Chengyan returned home to retrieve some documents after several days away. Hearing the commotion, Yun Shan excitedly emerged from her study, eager to paint something for him. Upon seeing the plethora of art supplies she had accumulated in his study, Duan Chengyan felt a surge of irritation. "You should understand why I married you. I hope you possess some self-awareness." He made no effort to disguise his disdain. Yun Shan's smile faltered, moreover. "I do not require your paintings, nor do I believe you can create anything worthwhile. Let's not waste each other's time." Duan Chengyan's words were harsh. The girl, hailed as a genius artist by many, felt deeply wounded by his remarks. After retrieving his documents, he turned to leave, but paused to glance back. Yun Shan looked at his retreating figure, her eyes igniting with a flicker of hope. "Do not enter my study without my permission." The flicker of hope dimmed and ultimately extinguished. From that point on, art and painting were never mentioned again in their home, and Yun Shan ceased to bring up her artistic aspirations. Reflecting on this, Duan Chengyan felt remorse for having uttered such hurtful words to Yun Shan. It was a near miss. Had it not been for his actions, the world might have lost a celebrated artist. It was fortunate that Yun Shan was not deterred by him. She ultimately pursued her passion. Carrying a bottle of whiskey, Duan Chengyan entered the study. Aside from that one instance of painting, no other memories of Shan lingered in his mind within those walls. He chuckled wryly, recognizing the irony that it was indeed his home, yet he had commanded his wife to stay away from the study. Ironically, this foolish girl had never returned since. The whiskey, mingled with ice, glided over his tongue and trickled down his throat, chilling even his heart. Duan Chengyan finally conceded that each day since Shan's departure had been fraught with hardship. Some individuals are akin to air. Their presence barely felt until their absence strikes a fatal blow. Duan Chengyan, how disappointing you are. It is only after the dissolution of your marriage that you come to appreciate such a remarkable woman. In a moment of self-deprecation, he downed half a bottle of whiskey. By the time Aunt Hong discovered him, he was thoroughly intoxicated, mumbling Shan's name, having never married or raised children. Aunt Hong had always regarded Duan Chengyan as her own son. Seeing him in such a state pained her heart. Furthermore, Shan's demeanor was the polar opposite of Yinglian's. Aunt Hong merely considered Shan as a lady of the house. After some internal conflict, Aunt Hong reluctantly picked up her phone and dialed Shan's number. The phone rang for an eternity without being answered. Aunt Hong reminisced about the past. No matter how late it was, Shan's phone would always connect, driven by a fear of missing any news from Duan Chengyan. Perhaps Shan had not entirely moved on, yet she was learning to forge ahead. The two of them, much like this phone call, were destined to end without resolution. Aunt Hong felt regret for them both. Outside, Yinglian peered through the slightly ajar door, contemplating the urgency of her own plans. A dreamless night passed, and the newly public Shan remained oblivious to the uproar online, retiring early to bed. Upon awakening, she noticed a call had come in during the early hours. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to return the call. "Hello, madam," Aunt Hong quickly answered. Hearing this title brought Shan back to reality. Regaining her composure, she gently replied, "Aunt Hong, just call me Shan." "Ah, Shan," Aunt Hong nervously echoed, surprised by Shan's response. With a hint of regret, Shan inquired, "Is there something wrong that prompted you to call me at such a late hour?" Hesitating, Aunt Hong resolved to salvage the relationship between Shan and Duan Chengyan. "Yesterday, the young master got drunk and kept calling your name, so I thought before she could finish." Shan interrupted her. "Aunt Hong, you have witnessed our journey over the years. It is no longer appropriate to discuss our relationship with President Duan." Her gentle tone bore an unwavering firmness. Upon hearing this, Aunt Hong realized that a reconciliation was impossible. "Yes, I see now. I was inconsiderate. My apologies, Shan." Aunt Hong expressed regret for her presumptions. Regardless of the past between Shan and Duan Chengyan, Aunt Hong held no grievances against Shan. "Aunt Hong, there is no need for you to apologize," Shan replied earnestly. "You have treated me like a daughter all these years, and I truly respect you. Even without Duan Chengyan, we can continue to stay in touch." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they concluded the call. Setting her phone down and turning to the sunlight filtering through the sheer curtains, she felt its warmth and vitality. What a beautiful day, Shan thought to herself, smiling as she rose to wash up. Chapter 30. Eradicating the remnants after a few days of tranquil life. Fu Xiao observed that Shan had made a commendable recovery. He intended to inquire about the fate of the man they had detained. Arriving at the Yin Corporation, Fu Xiao ascended to the top floor with familiarity. The secretary relayed that Shan was currently in a meeting and requested he wait in her office. Moments later, the sound of clicking high heels grew increasingly audible. Shan entered, and upon seeing Fu Xiao seated on the sofa with a beaming smile, she handed him a freshly brewed cup of tea. Adjusting her sleeves as she inquired, "What brings the esteemed young Master Fu here at this hour?" Fu Xiao took a sip of tea and raised his gaze, asking, Shan, I have kept the person who pursued you detained for several days. I wanted to seek your opinion on the matter." Shan paused her movements for a few seconds, then remarked, "The man you detained must have revealed everything by now. Wouldn't you agree?" Fu Xiao nodded. "Indeed, we have gathered nearly all pertinent information." Shan adjusted her posture in the executive chair, resting her right elbow on the armrest as she spoke. "Is it someone from Cheng Shiwei's faction?" Fu Xiao gazed at Shan, exclaiming, "A woman's intellect can be quite formidable, leaving me feeling rather superfluous." Shan playfully retorted, "Oh, please." Setting aside his playful demeanor, Fu Xiao steered the conversation back on track. "The situation is somewhat intricate. Would you accompany me to take a closer look?" "Certainly," Shan replied without hesitation, aware that Fu Xiao respected her autonomy in making decisions. After reviewing her schedule, she postponed her afternoon commitments to the following day. Together, they drove to Fu Xiao's territory. Fu Xiao had detained the man in a rather secluded villa. Although it was an abduction, Fu Xiao refrained from employing any form of torture, ensuring that the detainee's basic needs were met. His subordinates opened the cellar entrance, and Fu Xiao guided Shan down the staircase. Navigating through the wine cellar, they arrived at the room where the man was held. Upon opening the door, they were met with the visage of an honest-looking man, unbound by any chains or shackles. It seemed that Fu Xiao had a fair degree of trust in him. Shan pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Are you Master Zheng from the parking lot?" The man displayed a look of astonishment, his eyes seemingly questioning how she could know that. Shan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. "There was an occasion when my car malfunctioned in the parking lot, and you were the one who helped me resolve the issue. Have you forgotten?" Zheng Tianxiong, who had lived a life of obscurity, could hardly fathom that his president would remember him for such a trivial incident. He nodded silently, choosing not to elaborate further. Shan pulled Fu Xiao aside to ask about the situation. It turned out that Zheng Tianxiong had been a special forces soldier in his youth, possessing remarkable skills. After being injured and discharged, he found it difficult to reintegrate into society and eventually became a security guard at Yin Corporation. Over the years, he had married and started a family, considering the corporation his home. The turning point came a month ago. One stormy night, his son, who had been absent for quite some time, returned home in a hurry, bloodstains evident on his clothes. Zheng Tianxiong and his wife were horrified and immediately pressed him for an explanation. Zheng Tianyi, reeking of alcohol, trembled as he spoke. "I had a bit to drink with friends today and got into a conflict in the private room." He stared at his son for a long time, unable to articulate his thoughts, while Zheng Tianxiong and his wife were in a state of frantic anxiety. "Speak up. You're driving your mother and me to the brink of despair." In his desperation, Zheng Tianxiong gave his son a light smack on the back of the head. "After he left, my friends egged me on. Later, I took a fruit knife and stabbed him on the path." Upon hearing this, Zheng Tianxiong froze in shock. His wife collapsed onto the floor, overwhelmed. They had no idea whether the man who had been stabbed was alive or dead, and the family dared not return a check. Suddenly, the silence of the house was shattered by the ringing of his cell phone. Zheng Tianyi hesitated, glancing at the unfamiliar number, afraid to answer. Zheng Tianxiong gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and snatched the phone from his son. On the other end, a middle-aged man's voice emerged. "Your son has committed murder." Zheng Tianxiong was instantly filled with dread. Who was this man? How did he know Tianyi had killed someone? How could he possibly know that Zheng Tianyi was not the killer himself? The man chuckled darkly, as if he could read minds. A sense of unease enveloped the Zheng family. Zheng Tianxiong interrupted. "Who are you? What do you want?" The caller did not respond to his questions, merely stating, "If you want your son to be safe, meet me tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the maintenance room of the parking lot." The instincts of a soldier alerted Zheng Tianxiong that he was being hunted, ensnared in a trap from which he could not escape. For the sake of his son, he found himself inexorably drawn into this dark quagmire, unable to extricate himself. Chapter 31. A surge of compassion, the subsequent events unfolded with clarity. When Zheng Tianxiong encountered Cheng Shiwei in the maintenance room, he was taken aback. Cheng Shiwei employed coercion and allure, promising that if Zheng Tianxiong helped him deal with Shan, Zheng Tianyi's future would be secured. Furthermore, he would offer the Zheng family a substantial sum of money in return. The weight of life's burdens and his son's predicament rendered this honest man powerless to resist Cheng Shiwei's machinations. However, he never anticipated that on that day, Fu Xiao would crash through the barrier of the parking lot with his vehicle. The glaring headlights tore through the darkness of the underground garage like a beacon, illuminating Zheng Tianxiong's inner turmoil. "What am I doing?" He questioned himself internally. Caught in indecision, he could only flee the parking lot for the time being. Yet, he was soon located by Fu Xiao's associates and detained here for 2 weeks. Initially, Zheng Tianxiong was unwilling to divulge anything, fearing that his words might implicate his family. Yet Fu Xiao's investigative network proved to be swifter and more efficient than Zheng Tianxiong had imagined. Before long, Fu Xiao had pieced together most of the details. Originally, facing a man who wished to bring harm to Shan, Fu Xiao had been eager to exact a gruesome revenge. However, upon learning the complexities of the situation, he found himself at a loss, unable to decide on a course of action, and resolved to wait until Shan was in a better state to discuss matters. After hearing the full story, the two men fell into silence. After a while, Shan expressed her desire to speak privately with Zhang Tianxiong. Just as Fu Xiao intended to intervene, he was disarmed by the pleading look in her eyes, unable to refuse her request. "I still possess a modicum of skill, as you well know," Shan said in a playful tone. Fu Xiao, however, remained hesitant about allowing her to take risks. She tugged at his sleeve, proposing, "Why don't you wait for me at the entrance? If I encounter any unforeseen circumstances, you can swiftly come to my aid." Fu Xiao understood Shan's tender yet stubborn nature. Once she set her mind on something, she would not waver. Unable to withstand her persistent coaxing, he ultimately acquiesced. Fortunately, the troubling scenario Fu Xiao feared did not materialize. From the moment Zhang Tianxiong was recognized by Shan, he was engulfed in profound regret and self-reproach. Moreover, with the passage of days, he had long contemplated the course of action he ought to take. One cannot afford to err repeatedly. When Shan implored him to confront Cheng Shiwei, Zhang Tianxiong promptly agreed without hesitation. After contacting the authorities, Zhang Tianxiong was swiftly taken into custody. Leveraging his connections, Fu Xiao ensured that the case progressed from initiation to resolution within a week. As Cheng Shiwei was led away from the courthouse, his once jet-black hair had turned half-gray, making him appear as though he had aged 20 years in an instant. Scanning the crowd, Cheng Shiwei's sinister gaze fell upon Shan and Fu Xiao. He was taken away, cackling maniacally, resembling a madman. That evening, Shan entered her parents' room, tears mingling with laughter. "Mom and Dad, today I sent Cheng Shiwei to prison. I know your departure was undoubtedly linked to him. He is not worth mourning. However, I cannot exact vengeance upon him myself, and can only allow the law to enact justice." Sniffling, she felt her tears splatter onto the floor. "Mom and Dad, I miss you so much." Her longing blended into the stillness of the night, as the warm evening breeze caressed her heart. Life returned to tranquility, and before long, having missed her best friend's birthdays in previous years, Shan felt immensely guilty and began selecting gifts early this year. Yet, after perusing various options, none met her expectations. "Perhaps I should design one myself," she mused. With this thought, Shan took up a pen and sketched her ideas on paper. From dusk until dawn, she toiled over her design, her shoulders aching as she finally raised the draft, nodding in satisfaction. Once she finalized her concept, Shan reached out to a jewelry designer she had previously known, eager to transform her design into a tangible piece. When the two old friends reunited, the conversation flowed endlessly. Eva, astonished by Shan's experiences, pressed her for details about the wealthy businessman. Shan, however, rebuffed her curiosity with a playful demeanor. Realizing she would glean nothing from Shan, Eva ceased her inquiries and focused on guiding her through the creation process. After navigating the intricate steps, a delicate Pai-Shio necklace emerged. Eva admired the finished piece, praising Shan's creativity in design. "Why don't you consider becoming a jewelry designer? Many would surely appreciate your creations," Eva remarked earnestly. The words, spoken without much thought, resonated with Shan, prompting her to seriously contemplate this possibility as she returned home. Finally, the day of Xian's birthday arrived. Shan arrived early at the venue to oversee the progress of the decorations. Fu Xiao had also concluded his work in another city and returned to oversee the event alongside Shan. Hail from the prestigious Qi family, which held a dominant position in the semiconductor industry in City C. Consequently, her birthday celebration was exceptionally grand, attended not only by family and friends, but also by business associates of the Qi family and numerous media representatives. As the sky gradually darkened, guests began to arrive at the venue. Outside the hotel, it resembled a luxury car exhibition, as if all the high-end vehicles in City C had converged in one place overnight. After Mr. Qi concluded his speech, Xian, unusually poised, took to the stage to address the crowd. Following the formalities, guests presented their gifts, and the birthday party swiftly transformed into a commercial gathering. Displeased with the atmosphere, Xian gathered her friends and headed straight to the Nightshade Bar. Chapter 32. Drugging the music pulsed loudly in the nightshade, and Xian led Shan, Fu Xiao, and others to the reserve booth. With a wave of her hand, she called out, "Waiter, bring the drinks." Word had spread that the Qi family's young lady would be attending, and Han Chengyan was well prepared. At Xian's command, a variety of fine wines flowed in. Under the influence of alcohol, everyone's inhibitions faded away. Men and women in the dance floor swayed their bodies to the rhythm of the lively music. Xian excitedly shed her outerwear and called out to Shan, "Little Shan, I'm off." She then dashed toward the dance floor with a few of her girlfriends. Observing Xian's exuberance brought genuine joy to Shan. Meanwhile, Fu Xiao and Shan nestled in their booth, sipping drinks and engaging in conversation, seemingly impervious to the surrounding clamor. At that moment, Han Chengyan approached with a grin, raising his glass. "Young Master Fu, Miss Yun, allow me to toast to both of you. Your presence graces my humble establishment." Fu Xiao and Shan reciprocated politely. After the toast, Han Chengyan invited Fu Xiao to discuss matters in his office. Given Han Chengyan's prior heads-up, Fu Xiao felt it inappropriate to decline. After ensuring Shan would not wander off, he followed Han Chengyan upstairs. Shan sat alone on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, when suddenly a shadow loomed over her. Looking up, she was startled to find Cheng Yuan, whom she hadn't seen in quite some time. Under the vibrant stage lights, Cheng Yuan, heavily made up, appeared particularly intimidating. Following the arrest of Cheng Shiwei, Cheng Yuan lost her financial support. The abrupt fall from grace left her struggling. Yet she clung to her extravagant spending habits. The remaining wealth of the Cheng family quickly diminished under her lavish lifestyle, forcing her to pawn her former luxuries. Despite this, her money continued to flow like water, compelling Cheng Yuan to tighten her belt to maintain a facade of elegance. Glaring at Shan, who was living a life of luxury, Cheng Yuan felt a surge of resentment. However, her rationality reminded her of the more pressing matters at hand. Putting on a smile, she plopped down beside Shan, the overpowering scent of her perfume nearly overwhelming Shan. Unconcealed disdain radiated from Shan as she coldly remarked, "Your father is in prison because of me. Is this attitude towards me truly befitting of your father's situation?" Upon the mention of Cheng Shiwei, Cheng Yuan felt an increase in animosity. Yet, she bit down on her teeth, fiercely restraining herself. "Shan, please do not speak like that. After all, we were once sisters." Hearing the term sisters, Shan rolled her eyes dramatically, feigning a retching gesture. "Stop with the sisterly affection. You know well what you have done. Spare me the discomfort." Cheng Yuan, in a fit of desperation, stood abruptly, gesticulating wildly. "Can't you lend me some money? My misfortune is all because of you. If you hadn't returned, my father wouldn't be in prison, and I would still be the young lady of the Cheng family." Shan regarded her with a singular thought. Her audacity rivals that of a city wall. Cheng Yuan's ruckus drew the attention of others in the dimly lit surroundings. Fu Xiao, hearing the commotion from upstairs, rushed down, and upon seeing Cheng Yuan, his brows furrowed immediately. "She hasn't caused you any trouble, has she?" Fu Xiao positioned himself protectively in front of Shan, turning his head to inquire. The music room was filled with noise, and Shan, standing on her tiptoes beside Fu Xiao, assured him that all was well. Unbeknownst to them, a camera had captured this moment, and the incident swiftly went viral on Weibo. Observing Fu Xiao's restrained fury and having heard whispers about the Cheng family, Han Chengyan promptly instructed security to escort Cheng Yuan out. Realizing her plans were thwarted, Cheng Yuan struggled to break free. However, the professionalism of the knight's security was too formidable, and she was escorted away. Noticing the peculiar expression on Cheng Yuan's face, Fu Xiao instructed his subordinates to follow her. With the troublemaker dealt with, Shan's mood soured, and after finishing her last sip of drink, she bid farewell to her friend. As the partition rose in the car, isolating the front and back spaces, Shan, having not indulged in such revelry for a while, began to feel drowsy. Observing the expanse of skin exposed, Fu Xiao draped a blanket over her to shield her from the chill. The vehicle glided smoothly, yet perhaps due to the stifling air in the enclosed rear, Shan began to feel overheated. She tossed off the blanket and directed Fu Xiao to lower the air conditioning to its lowest setting, but to no avail. Realization dawned upon Shan. She was not merely intoxicated, but had been drugged. Upon learning this, Fu Xiao prepared to head to the hospital. But Shan insisted it was not severe and that returning home would suffice. As he agreed, he simultaneously messaged his subordinates. By the time they reached the villa, Yinshan was barely able to walk. Fu Xiao swiftly scooped her up and dashed towards the bathroom. Following her instructions, he gathered a large quantity of ice and filled the bathtub. Once prepared, Fu Xiao gingerly placed Yinshan into the icy water, and the heat pervading her body began to dissipate gradually, allowing her mind to clear slightly. She requested Fu Xiao to fetch the acupuncture kit, and with practiced ease, she administered several needles to herself to expedite the expulsion of the drug. Watching her in the tub, Fu Xiao was filled with a myriad of emotions. Dressed in a form-fitting black dress with her long hair styled in soft curls, Yinshan's clothing clung to her as it absorbed the cold water, accentuating her graceful curves. Her hair cascaded against her face, evoking a sense of tender vulnerability. Yet, she remained composed, each needle she inserted serving to sharpen her clarity. This resolute version of Yinshan captivated Fu Xiao profoundly. Awaken your senses, for Xiao Shan is still unwell. Cast aside the tumultuous emotions that stir within, and Fu Xiao regained his composure. Observing the notable improvement in Yinshan's condition, Fu Xiao inquired, "How do you feel? Allow me to carry you out. You mustn't catch a chill." Yet, Yinshan insisted on emerging on her own. In moments of weakness, she could not refuse Fu Xiao, but the thought of further intimacy made her cheeks flush with warmth. At that moment, her phone rang at an opportune time. Upon seeing the caller ID as Duan Chengyan, Fu Xiao's countenance soured immediately. Though reluctant to engage, Yinshan instinctively felt that this call was somehow linked to the events of the evening. When she answered, Duan Chengyan's voice was tinged with urgency and anxiety as he asked, "Xiao Shan, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Yinshan replied calmly, though she was puzzled by how he knew of her situation. It turned out that after returning home, Duan Chengyan overheard Yinglian conversing with Yuan. Catching snippets about medication, Yuan expressed uncertainty about the feasibility of their plans. The only person capable of uniting them in a common purpose was undoubtedly Yinshan. Piecing together what he had heard, Duan Chengyan deduced that they likely intended to drug Yinshan. In his concern, Duan Chengyan disregarded any notions of pride. While on the phone with Yinshan, he swiftly drove towards Sea City. However, when he arrived in the night, he learned that Yinshan had already left with Fu Xiao. Not knowing her whereabouts, he attempted to call her again, and to his surprise, she answered. Upon discovering that Fu Xiao was by her side, a fleeting sense of disappointment washed over him. Yet he felt a twinge of happiness, knowing someone was there to care for her. Duan Chengyan collected his emotions and prepared to return to his city, only to be halted at the door by Fu Xiao. For the first time, the two men engaged in a calm conversation, surprisingly aligning their objectives regarding the matter at hand. Unbeknownst to them, Yinshan remained oblivious, having hastily tidied her surroundings before collapsing into slumber. When Fu Xiao returned to check on her, he found Yinshan curled up on the bed, softening his heart. He leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead and whispered, "Good night, Xiao Shan." After dimming the lights, he quietly exited the room, intent on heading home. Once Fu Xiao departed, Yinshan opened her eyes wide. She kicked her legs and tossed about on the bed, her flushed cheeks betraying her inner turmoil. Chapter 33. A bitter backlash. Yinshan felt fatigue enveloping her, yet her mind incessantly replayed the image of Fu Xiao kissing her, keeping her awake until the early hours of the morning when she finally succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening the next day, it was already noon. Descending to prepare herself breakfast, she leisurely savored her toast while opening her phone to browse the internet. Typically indifferent to the news, she inexplicably clicked on a headline, her attention captured by a murder case. Although the accompanying image was pixelated, Yinshan recognized the body at first glance, sending a jolt of fear through her. Realizing her thoughts were not unfounded, she began to recollect the individuals she had encountered recently. Recalling last night at Nightshade, Yuan seemed to be dressed just as she was. Upon further examination, Yinshan confirmed her suspicions. It could not be mistaken. It was indeed Yuan. Yet, what had transpired? Yinshan felt no sorrow. Instead, she was merely perplexed by the untimely demise of Yuan, pondering the capriciousness of life. Although Yinshan had genuinely regarded her as a close friend, the conduct of the Cheng family was unworthy of her compassion. She faintly remembered that Yuan had been escorted out of Nightshade last night, and Fu Xiao had dispatched an associate to follow her. Perhaps he might possess some useful information. Contemplating this, Shan dialed Fu Xiao's number. As soon as the call connected, Fu Xiao answered, "Good afternoon, Xiao Shan." Hearing his voice and recalling the forehead kiss he had bestowed upon her the previous night, Shan felt a rush of shyness, even through the screen. Noticing her silence, Fu Xiao inquired, "Xiao Shan, is something the matter?" His deep, resonant voice traveled through the line, causing her ears to flush with warmth. And the phone felt almost too hot to hold. She was tempted to discard it. I'm Fine." Shan quickly replied. Fu Xiao sensed something was amiss. Today, Xiao Shan seemed rather flustered. Once she composed herself, she asked, "Did you see the news this morning? About the murder?" "Yes, I did. What about it?" Fu Xiao replied. His curiosity piqued. Hearing his oblivious response, Shan said, "If I recall correctly, Cheng Yuan's outfit last night matched that of the deceased." Realizing that the situation was diverging from the expected course, Fu Xiao responded, "Let me make a call. Just wait a moment." With that, he hung up. After contacting an acquaintance at the police station to confirm that the victim was indeed Cheng Yuan, Fu Xiao immediately called his subordinate from yesterday. The subordinate, who was enjoying a day off, was still lost in slumber. When the phone rang, disrupting his pleasant dream, he answered irritably, "Who is it?" "Guess who I am?" came Fu Xiao's cold voice. In that instant, the subordinate felt as though his head had detached from his body. Startled awake, he exclaimed, "Brother Fu, I was wrong. What do you need?" Fu Xiao dismissed his apology and cut straight to the point. "What happened after you followed that woman yesterday?" "Not much. Someone picked her up, and I didn't follow anymore." Listening to his subordinate's useless chatter, Fu Xiao's frustration mounted. "You were supposed to follow her, and look what has happened. She's dead." "What?" The subordinate, who had never engaged in any illegal activities, was stunned to hear of a death. "Forget it. It's not your fault." Fu Xiao understood that this was not entirely his subordinate's responsibility, and he felt no particular sympathy for Cheng Yuan, merely lamenting the loss of a life. He conveyed the news to Shan, who was curious about how Cheng Shiwei would react upon learning of his beloved daughter's passing. Setting aside those thoughts, Shan and Fu Xiao arranged to dine together that evening to continue their conversation. Upon returning to a city, Duan Chengyan immediately dispatched someone to investigate Shang Yinglian. In his memory, Shang Yinglian was gentle, amiable, and understanding. However, Shang Yinglian's current actions are in stark contrast to her former self. Duan Chengyan's intuition informs him that there are numerous undisclosed matters at play. Soon, the investigative findings reached Duan Chengyan. It can only be said that Shang Yinglian's cleverness has ultimately led to her own downfall, perhaps in her attempt to threaten Cheng Yuan. She preserved all her call records and messages. Gazing at the alarming words, Duan Chengyan could scarcely fathom what might have happened to Shan had Fu Xiao not been present yesterday. After reviewing all the fragments, Duan Chengyan pieced together Shang Yinglian's scheme. Ever since Shang Yinglian's initial meeting with Cheng Yuan, she has harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Shan, who has enjoyed a successful career and attracted numerous admirers. She simply could not bear to witness Shan's happiness. Initially, when Shan faced online harassment, Shang Yinglian felt a sense of relief. Little did she anticipate that Shan possessed remarkable resilience, effortlessly turning the tide of public opinion in her favor. This compelled Shang Yinglian to resolve to humiliate Shan before all netizens, revealing the true nature hidden beneath her innocent facade. She was acutely aware that, having just endured a divorce, Shan could not withstand any further exposure of her private life. Consequently, Shang Yinglian decided to strike from this angle. After consulting with Cheng Yuan, the two agreed to collaborate. With Duan Chengyan's substantial financial backing, all monetary requirements would be fulfilled by Shang Yinglian. She spent several thousand acquiring odorless and tasteless aphrodisiacs from the black market, rumored to induce a state of lethargy and heat within 10 minutes, rendering the individual susceptible to manipulation. After sending the drugs to Cheng Yuan, Shang Yinglian instructed her to find a vagrant. Once Shan succumbed to the effects of a drug, the vagrant would be introduced to her. Shang Yinglian also procured filming equipment, ensuring that Cheng Yuan found an appropriate angle to capture the video, which would ultimately tarnish Shan's reputation. If Cheng Yuan were to follow Shang Yinglian's orders, it would at least spare her from a tragic fate. However, Cheng Yuan, motivated by her own selfish interests, was reluctant to find a vagrant, deeming it too degrading. Instead, in pursuit of her own financial needs, she sought out a wealthy older man. Although he was old enough to be her father, he was quite generous with his money. Cheng Yuanyuan thought it better to offer Yin Shan to her benefactor, hoping he would reward her handsomely. Consequently, she discreetly informed her benefactor in advance. This old man, driven by lust, was overjoyed to learn that the target was Yin Shan, disregarding her background and connections. That night, as Cheng Yuanyuan stirred trouble in the darkness, the old man had already ingested the drug in his chauffeur-driven car, eagerly awaiting Cheng Yuanyuan to bring Yin Shan to him. Unexpectedly, their gathering included Fu Xiao, disrupting the plan. Cheng Yuanyuan, left with no choice, had to confess the truth to Shang Yinglian. Enraged, Shang Yinglian retorted, "Useless fool, clean up your own mess." As Cheng Yuanyuan returned to the car, the old man's drug-induced state had already taken hold. Ignoring Cheng Yuanyuan's explanations, he forcefully tore at her clothing, displaying a disturbing familiarity despite his age. Poor Cheng Yuanyuan, her adoptive father, in a fit of rage, accidentally took her life, discarding her lifeless body hastily in the wilderness. Duan Chengyan ground his teeth, veins bulging. This was the pure and kind-hearted Shang Yinglian in his mind. To conceive such a malicious scheme was indeed a testament to his own blindness over the past 13 years. Chapter 34. Love in a foreign land. The mere thought of those 13 years stirred an unexplainable emotion within Duan Chengyan. If Shang Yinglian were truly such a person, could it be possible that all these years, uncertainty clouded his mind, yet he was acutely aware of the direction in which his thoughts leaned? If his suspicions were correct, then who was Shang Yinglian? How could she possibly know about his affairs? Who was the girl that had come to his rescue? With thoughts in tumult, Duan Chengyan spent an entire afternoon alone in his study, ultimately dispatching his subordinates to investigate the matter thoroughly. What was the truth? Deep in contemplation, he found no answers. News of Crush's resurgence had reached overseas. After all, Crush had admirers scattered across the globe. Coincidentally, Italy was hosting an exchange conference and had extended a special invitation to Yin Shan. Upon reviewing her itinerary, which was not overly burdensome, Yin Shan graciously accepted. Compared to the intricacies of official duties, her true passion lay in attending exhibitions, absorbing the wisdom of masters to enhance her own brilliance. She refrained from disclosing this news to Fu Xiao and the others, knowing that revealing it at this moment would thwart her chances of escape. After all, in just a few days, she had been pursued and drugged. Such a legendary life experience had only heightened her friend's concern for her. Quietly purchasing her plane ticket, Yin Shan planned to indulge in a few days of leisure after the conference. With a well-prepared travel itinerary, she was filled with mixed emotions. To be the perfect wife for Duan Chengyan, she had sacrificed much. Despite being a person who cherished freedom and adored traveling, she had not ventured out for quite some time, all to manage household affairs and alleviate Duan Chengyan's worries. The thought of the romantic landscapes of Italy made it impossible for Yin Shan to sleep with excitement. Finally, the day of departure arrived. After arranging her company matters, she hurried to the airport. Checking in, waiting, passing through security, and taking her seat, Yin Shan felt as though this entire experience was surreal. She donned her eye mask and slipped in her slippers, preparing for a good sleep. At that moment, a dark voice pierced through her reverie. "Where do you think you're going?" Startled, Yin Shan yanked off her eye mask and tossed it at the speaker. Clad in a suit, Fu Xiao stood beside her seat, his expression as dark as thunderclouds. After narrowly escaping danger time and again, she now dared to leave the country without so much as a word. Had it not been for Fu Xiao's prior warnings to all their friends, she might have remained blissfully unaware. Feeling akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, Yin Shan softly murmured, "You're here." This display of vulnerability further tugged at Fu Xiao's heartstrings, prompting him to silently reflect. "Fu Xiao, you possess such little resolve. A mere display of affection and grievance leaves you powerless." With a sigh, he softened his tone. "All right, Xiao Shan, it's not that I prohibit you from going out. You are well aware that recent events pertain to your safety. It is indeed perilous. I must take precautions. You should at least find a companion before venturing out. Do inform me beforehand." At this moment, Fu Xiao was incessantly offering his motherly advice, yet Yin Shan did not find it annoying. Instead, she felt a sense of warmth. She raised her gaze, her eyes glistening with moisture, softening Fu Xiao's heart. "Very well. I shall refrain from further admonitions. I will accompany you," he declared. "Huh?" Now, it was Yun Shan's turn to be astonished. "What about your responsibilities at the company? I employ others to manage those affairs. I refuse to be shackled to the office. Fu Xiao responded, settling into a seat nearby, donning his sunglasses in preparation for a nap. Although his words might seem pretentious, they fit imperfectly. With Fu Xiao by her side, Shan felt considerably more at ease. Finding a comfortable position, she soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Fu Xiao quietly turned his head, removing his sunglasses to gaze at Shan. The airplane glided smoothly through the sky. Outside the window, a sea of clouds billowed, while inside, Shan slept serenely. Her long hair shimmered like gold in the sunlight, and the delicate texture of her skin revealed fine, soft hairs. Fu Xiao smiled affectionately, marveling at the unexpected charm of this day, shared with Shan abroad, a touch of romance entwined in their journey. After a lengthy flight, they landed in Rome, and Fu Xiao accompanied Shan to collect their luggage. Curiously, she inquired, "What about your own luggage?" Casting a sidelong glance at her, Fu Xiao replied with a hint of sarcasm, "I have no luggage. I dare not pack my belongings," fearing that some individuals might unexpectedly find themselves alone in a foreign land. His words bore the tone of a disgruntled spouse, causing Shan to laugh uncontrollably at the airport, unable to stand upright. Passers-by in the bustling terminal turned their heads in curiosity towards this striking duo, wondering what had sparked such joy in the beautiful young woman. The handsome gentleman beside her watched her with a blend of affection and exasperation, a sight so enchanting that many discreetly captured the moment with their cameras. After purchasing the most basic necessities, they arrived at the hotel. Just as Fu Xiao intended to book a room, he was informed of the overwhelming influx of tourists. Not only was this hotel fully booked, but the surrounding establishments were also at capacity. Fu Xiao's expression darkened as he contemplated whether to summon Fu Jin to expedite the acquisition of a hotel. Shan interjected, "I have reserved a suite, if you're willing to sleep on the sofa in the living room." Before she could finish, Fu Xiao promptly interjected, "I could sleep on the sofa, or even on the floor." Shan made this suggestion because she understood Fu Xiao's character. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, he held deep respect for her and would never take advantage of her kindness. After placing their luggage upstairs, Shan felt a sense of discomfort from the sticky sensation enveloping her. Noticing her desire to shower, Fu Xiao stood and asked, "I am hungry. Shall I procure something to eat? What would you like?" Buried in her suitcase, Shan responded without looking up, "I'm fine with anything. Whatever you buy will suffice. After all, you're aware of my preferences." With his hands in his pockets, Fu Xiao nodded and exited, reminding Shan to lock the doors and windows before her shower. Shan muttered about being a nag, yet her face radiated an unacknowledged smile and bliss. Humming a soft tune, she entered the bathroom with a change of clothes. The steam rose, enveloping the air in a gentle haze. The warm water cascaded over her delicate, fair skin, washing away the fatigue from her travels. With her head tilted back under the shower, droplets danced along her graceful curves. Exhaling deeply, Shan felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, as if she had been rejuvenated. The timing of Fu Xiao's return was impeccable, just as the doorbell chimed. Shan emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand. Peering through the peephole and confirming it was Fu Xiao, she opened the door and stepped aside to let him in. The room was infused with a delightful aroma, stirring her appetite. After hastily drying her hair, she pulled out a chair, ready to eat, only to be halted by Fu Xiao's grip on the nape of her neck. "You can't just skip drying your hair. What if you catch a cold? Come here." He led her to the bedside and plugged in the hairdryer. The hum of the appliance filled her ears, while her hair swayed in the warm breeze. Shan felt somewhat dazed. She had never had a man dry her hair before. In her mind, it was an intimate act. However, Fu Xiao appeared entirely at ease, his fingers weaving through her strands, gently gathering them. What Shan did not realize was that Fu Xiao was also masking his own nervousness. He worried about being too close and burning her, yet feared being too distant and leaving her hair damp. He was cautious not to grip her hair too tightly, yet also wary of being too gentle. Fortunately, his first attempt was not a failure, and soon her hair was dry. After a tender pat on her head and a gentle encouragement, he said, "You can eat now. It's dry enough." With her gaze lowered, Shan replied softly, "Oh." She hurried to the dining table in her slippers, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Touching her flushed earlobes and recalling the accidental brush of his fingers, she felt as if her heartstrings were being plucked. A voice within her cheered, "You've done it. You've definitely fallen for him." To hide her inner turmoil, she nearly buried her face in her plate, oblivious to how her behavior resembled that of an ostrich, only drawing Fu Zhao's attention further. Noticing the crimson hue spreading across her cheeks and neck, Fu Zhao pondered, is Shan shy? He found her endearingly adorable, unable to suppress a chuckle. Shan quickly looked up, shooting him a glare, her cheeks stuffed with the noodle she had just eaten, making her resemble a small hamster caught in the act of stealing. Fu Zhao, with one hand in his pocket, approached her and pinched her cheek playfully, thinking she looked utterly vulnerable. Shan swatted his hand away and hurried into her room. Shan, aren't you going to eat? He called after her. From within, she pulled the blanket over her head and shouted, I'm not eating anymore. I'm full. Hearing her petulant tone, Fu Zhao chuckled softly. How had I never before discovered this endearing side of Shan? Wrapped in her blanket, she steadied her breath. How long had it been since she felt so vibrant? She couldn't quite recall, but it seemed the spark had faded since her parents' tragic incident. Whenever she was with Fu Zhao, it felt as though the mask she had worn for so long could be effortlessly peeled away, allowing her emotions to manifest openly before him. But what of Fu Zhao? She pondered. Undoubtedly, he was remarkable. In terms of appearance, standing at 185 centimeters, with a handsome and sunny disposition, he could easily captivate audiences even in the entertainment industry. Regarding his lineage, the Fu family had a rich heritage in commerce, with interests spanning various sectors, ranking among the most esteemed families in the nation. As for his character, he oscillated between aloofness and arrogance, demonstrating maturity when needed, yet capable of childishness, never once showing a sour expression towards her. It was impossible not to feel a flutter in her heart. Since her return, Fu Zhao had been consistently supportive in both her professional and personal life. In moments of peril, it was his presence that had transformed danger into safety, always prioritizing her well-being. For the first time, Shan felt the exhilarating freedom that comes with being cherished, knowing he would always have her back. Yet, as someone who had experienced marriage, she grappled with insecurity and doubt in matters of the heart. Fu Zhao could easily choose from a plethora of young women, with no need to seek someone like her, who bore the weight of past relationships. Furthermore, human emotions are fickle. Should their bond falter, she would risk losing her closest male friend. The thought of such an outcome paralyzed her with fear, and the more she contemplated, the more agitated she became, eventually succumbing to sleep under the influence of her jet lag. In the depths of her slumber, enveloped in darkness, she heard Fu Zhao's voice faintly calling her, Shan. Shan. Struggling to open her eyes, her limbs felt heavy. She was drenched in sweat, her skin sticky. Fu Zhao placed his hand on her forehead, then felt his own, expressing concern. You have a fever, Shan. I will take you to the hospital. Lacking the ability to think clearly, she allowed Fu Zhao to wrap her in his coat. Observing her condition, he lifted her into the elevator. Fortunately, the hospital was not far, and they arrived swiftly by taxi. The late-night hospital was nearly empty, the stillness punctuated only by the scent of antiseptic in the air. Leaning against a chair, the glaring overhead lights made it difficult for Shan to keep her eyes open. Sensing her discomfort, Fu Zhao stepped in front of her, shielding her from the harsh light. His tall silhouette cast a protective shadow over her, enveloping her in a cocoon of warmth. Half opening her eyes, she gazed up at Fu Zhao, the light filtering through his hair, and she mused in a daze. It seemed there truly were people who radiated light. Watching him converse fluently in Italian with the doctor, she was struck by thoughts of maturity, composure, and charm, yet she was perplexed. When had Fu Zhao learned Italian? This realization brought forth a wave of guilt. In recent years, I have turned to Fu Zhao for assistance with various matters, and he has never once declined my requests. However, I have seldom paid attention to him. Yet Fu Zhao has never shown any signs of dissatisfaction or grievance. With this thought in mind, Shan resolved to be more attentive to Fu Zhao in the future, ensuring that he does not bear the burden of our relationship alone. As these thoughts battled within her mind, Fu Zhao remained oblivious to her internal conflict. After confirming everything with the doctor, a nurse came to administer an injection to Shan. The young nurse, an adorable Italian girl, blushed upon seeing Fu Zhao for the first time and stammered something in his direction. Fu Zhao merely pointed to Shan and said something, which left the nurse with a look of regret on her face. While receiving the intravenous drip, Shan couldn't resist teasing Fu Zhao. The allure of the peach blossoms is quite remarkable, Master Fu. Even abroad, there's so many young ladies with fond thoughts of you. Fu Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Yin Shan and grunted. Those who should be concerned are not, while those who should not are overly so. Yin Shan was momentarily speechless, wondering why he was so relentless in his retorts. Fu Xiao then sat beside her, adjusting her coat to wrap around her neck, shielding her from the cold draft. All right, enough of the banter. You should rest now. I will keep an eye on the drip, all right? His gentle all right seemed to possess an enchanting quality. Each time Yin Shan heard that sound emanating from him, she found herself yielding without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, she swiftly drifted back into slumber. Chapter 36. Heartfelt stirring. Fu Xiao sat beside Yin Shan, occasionally brushing aside the strands of hair that fell across her face, ensuring they did not disturb her sleep. As dawn broke, Yin Shan's fever began to subside, and Fu Xiao's anxious heart gradually found solace. He took out his phone to send a message just as Yin Shan leaned against his shoulder and began to awaken. Are you feeling any better? Fu Xiao asked softly. Yin Shan's dazed gaze slowly focused, and she nodded sluggishly. After a short while, a phone call came through. Fu Xiao glanced at it and promptly hung up. Rising to his feet, he said to Yin Shan, "Let us go." As they exited the hospital, Yin Shan noticed a Rolls-Royce waiting at the entrance. She was about to comment on the audacity of someone parking so brazenly at the entrance when the car window gradually lowered, revealing a disheveled youth gazing at them with a mournful expression. "Get in," Fu Xiao said, disregarding the boy's gaze as he opened the car door for Yin Shan to enter first. Noticing the question in Yin Shan's eyes, Fu Xiao introduced, "This is my cousin, Fu Li." Fu Li elongated his voice. "Bro, why did you summon me to be your chauffeur at such an early hour to chase after your future wife?" "I'm really tired." Fu Xiao gave Fu Li a light smack on the head. "Be quiet." Yin Shan felt a twinge of discomfort at being referred to as future wife, and Fu Xiao noticed her unease. "Ignore him. Yes, just joking," he reassured her. Listening to Fu Xiao's words, Fu Li muttered to himself in the front seat, "I wonder who it was back then." Fu Xiao interrupted him with a stern expression. "Talk too much, and I'll make you get out." Through the rearview mirror, Fu Li caught sight of Fu Xiao's icy gaze and quickly exclaimed, Okay, placing his hand over his mouth as if zipping it shut. Yin Shan realized then that there must be many untold stories from the past 3 years that she remained unaware of. In the presence of Fu Li, Yin Shan refrained from probing further, and a palpable silence enveloped the car. Upon arriving at the hotel, Fu Xiao and Yin Shan exited the vehicle first. Fu Xiao extended his palm toward Fu Li, who appeared bewildered. "What is it?" Fu Li inquired, lost in confusion. Fu Xiao succinctly replied, "The car keys." Fu Li stood there, resembling a startled kitten, exclaiming, "What?" As if being the driver this early in the morning wasn't enough. "How am I supposed to return without the car?" Ignoring Fu Li's flustered outburst, Fu Xiao casually tossed out a remark about leaving the keys at the front desk and turned to leave. Behind him, Fu Li's impotent fury echoed, prompting Yin Shan to chuckle softly. "Isn't it a bit unkind to treat your younger brother this way?" "He is quite adorable," she remarked. Fu Xiao pressed the elevator button, and the doors began to close slowly. Glancing at Yin Shan, he replied, "Do not be deceived by his appearance. The one who independently manages the Fu family's operations in Italy cannot possibly be adorable." Yin Shan contemplated Fu Xiao's immature demeanor in her presence, which starkly contrasted with the aloof and cold reputation he bore in public. "So it seems your family is simply a lineage of two-faced individuals," she jested, laughing at her own quip. Fu Xiao sighed, but offered no rebuttal to her teasing. Once in their room, Fu Xiao, having toiled through the night, hurried to take a shower. Yin Shan had nearly recovered, nestled in bed while engrossed in her phone. With a soft click, Fu Xiao emerged from the bathroom. Yin Shan instinctively looked up. With damp hair and clad only in a towel, he was drying his hair while answering a phone call. Yin Shan was startled, letting out a shriek and dropping her phone, hastily grabbing a pillow to shield her eyes. On the other end of the line, Fu Ma exclaimed, "Son, do you have a girlfriend? Is it that little Shan your sister mentioned?" Fu Xiao, exasperated, rubbed his temples and said into the receiver, "I have to go," disregarding Fu Ma's continued inquiries as he hung up. Hearing that he had ended the call, Yin Shan peeked from behind the pillow, her finger pointing accusingly at Fu Xiao. Why aren't you dressed?" "I accidentally dropped my clothes on the floor and they got wet, so I couldn't wear them," Fu Xiao explained, feeling helpless about being perceived as a rogue. After donning a shirt, he patted the quilt at the foot of the bed. "All right, you can open your eyes now." Yin Shan cautiously emerged, and seeing him fully dressed, she finally lowered the pillow. Suddenly recalling something, her voice rose an octave. "Did you just talk to your mom?" Fu Xiao, amused by her delayed reaction, replied, "Yes. Are you only just realizing it?" Shan rolled under the covers, her voice muffled. "What am I going to do? How will your mom perceive me?" Fu Xiao chuckled softly. "Don't worry, my sister has already informed my mom about you. I will clarify everything." Shan threw off the covers in despair, lamenting, "I feel utterly humiliated in front of your family. I'm so foolish." Fu Xiao moved to sit on the sofa with a smile. "Stop worrying. I will handle it properly and ensure you don't lose face." He then found a cushion to lie down on, and, before long, soft snores filled the room. Observing Fu Xiao in slumber, a wave of compassion washed over Shan. The sofa was modestly sized, and the tall figure of Fu Xiao awkwardly curled his legs to fit upon it. His long arms had nowhere to rest, so he crossed them over his chest. Since disembarking the plane, he had scarcely found a moment's respite, and now faint shadows of fatigue lingered beneath his eyes. The stubble on his chin remained unshaven, lending a touch of weariness to the otherwise handsome and spirited Fu Xiao. Shan lay on the bed propped on her arm, gazing at the man on the sofa, her heart a tumult of emotions. Far removed from familiar surroundings, they found themselves in a foreign land. What if Fu Xiao had not discerned his itinerary in time, had chosen not to accompany Shan on this trip? Surely, she mused, the situation would have been one of profound helplessness and confusion. Her feelings for Fu Xiao deepened at the thought. After perusing some materials for the upcoming exchange exhibition, she assembled an outfit for herself. Upon completing these preparations, Shan noticed Fu Xiao showed no signs of waking. So she resolved to let him rest undisturbed while she stepped out to procure a few items. This time, she had learned her lesson and left a note on the coffee table to alleviate any concern he might feel upon waking. She quietly slipped out of the room and wandered aimlessly. Shan arrived at a small stall near the hotel, run by an elegant elderly lady selling handcrafted trinkets. She squatted before the stall, meticulously selecting items. It must be said that such treasures inevitably captivated a woman's heart. The elderly lady, with her not-so-fluent English, pointed at Shan, exclaiming beautiful. Shan smiled warmly in return, the scene of warmth and beauty that Fu Xiao would have witnessed upon his arrival. In gratitude for the compliment of beautiful, Shan purchased numerous trinkets from the lady. With bags in hand, she hummed a little tune, blissfully heading back to the hotel to share dinner with Fu Xiao. Chapter 37. The past after savoring the last bite of dessert and watching Fu Xiao conclude a business call. Shan ventured to voice a question that had lingered in her mind. "When did you learn Italian?" Fu Xiao seemed taken aback by the inquiry, pausing momentarily before responding. "About 3 years ago, there was work in Italy that necessitated it." 3 years. This number felt like a pivotal crossroads in their lives. Until that point, they had journeyed together, but upon reaching this destination, their paths diverged. "You seem quite familiar with Italy. It must be more than just language acquisition, am I right?" "Well, I spent a total of 2 years here, returning home fully just 2 months ago," Fu Xiao replied in a calm tone. Yet astute as she was, Shan recognized that 2 months ago coincided precisely with the time of her divorce. The timing felt too coincidental for her to accept at face value. In a teasing manner, she probed, "Fu Xiao, could it be that you—" "Yes," he interjected decisively, leaving Shan at a loss for how to continue the conversation. A profound silence enveloped them. Shan lifted her gaze, and Fu Xiao's earnest and unwavering eyes resembled a black hole, nearly drawing her in. He realized he might have been too hasty and sought to break the silence. "Xiao Shan, part of my decision to go abroad 3 years ago was indeed influenced by your marriage." After a brief pause, Fu Xiao continued, "However, the companies here in Italy truly needed me at that time, so please do not feel burdened." Shan nodded, taking a sip of her drink, and with a hint of guilt, remarked, "Every time I need your assistance, you are always there. Yet, I have never truly understood your circumstances. I am not even a deserving friend." Fu Xiao leaned closer, gently patting the back of Shan's hand, reassuring her to release her mental strain. "Xiao Shan, that is all in the past. We must look forward." In truth, Shan could surmise that with so many members in the Fu family, it was not imperative for Fu Xiao to manage the company in Italy. He merely sought an opportunity to escape and alleviate his emotions while still caring for her back home. Every time she reached out for help, he was always the first to respond. Reflecting on it now, she wondered how much effort he had expended. The thought was too daunting to pursue further. After finally establishing a solid foundation in Italy, he had returned to his homeland, leaving everything behind because of her divorce. He had concealed everything from her, unwilling to let her bear any burdens. Fu Xiao had sacrificed too much, and she remained oblivious to it all. Noticing Yun Shan's despondent demeanor, Fu Xiao took her hand and led her back to her room. He pressed her shoulder as he sat on the sofa, half squatting in front of her. "Xiao Shan, you know my intentions. However, I do not wish for you to force yourself to be with me due to your inner turmoil." Yun Shan recognized that Fu Xiao had been gradually breaking down the barriers in her heart, and for the first time, she opened up. "Fu Xiao, it's not that I have no feelings for you. It's just that I lack confidence in myself." She bit her lip, her fingers turning white from the pressure. "With your qualities, you could find any girl you desire. Why would you choose me?" "Xiao Shan, to me, you are a unique treasure beyond compare. Do not doubt yourself." Fu Xiao gently yet firmly countered her self-doubt. He stood and affectionately patted her head. "Take your time, Xiao Shan. Now go wash up. We need to be in good spirits for tomorrow's seminar." After concluding their conversation, Yun Shan stood under the shower, contemplating, have I truly let go of Duan Chengyan? I'm not sure, but at least I think of him less often now. Perhaps starting a new relationship wouldn't be such a bad idea. As the night deepened, she forced herself to sleep, while Fu Xiao tossed and turned on the sofa, pondering that dawn would soon break. The next morning, Yun Shan awoke early, preparing herself meticulously. By the time Fu Xiao stirred, she was already fully attired. She wore a loose, handcrafted dark green suit over a black long skirt, subtly revealing her delicate ankles. The square-toed high heels added an artistic flair, while her hair was elegantly styled up, accentuating her graceful neck and shoulders. Asymmetrical earrings framed her face beautifully. Fu Xiao sat up, observing her reflection in the mirror for a while before sincerely complimenting. "You look truly stunning." As Yun Shan applied lipstick in front of the mirror, she playfully tossed her hair in response. "Of course, I am Miss Yun." Fu Xiao chuckled, rising to his feet. "All right, Miss Yun. I shall escort you to conquer the world." After a brief wash, he slicked his hair back, revealing his flawless forehead. Yun Shan gazed on, feeling exasperated as she remarked, "Is it possible to look this handsome just by casually brushing my hair? Who truly dominates here?" Fu Xiao chuckled as he donned his sunglasses and turned to inquire, "Miss, shall we proceed?" After taking one last glance in the mirror, Yun Shan appeared flawless. Grasping her bag, she commanded Fu Xiao, "Let us go, driver." The driver followed closely behind as they descended the elevator together. They leisurely arrived at the venue, where most attendees had gathered, engaging in lively exchanges. Shortly after Yun Shan's arrival, the host took the stage to announce the commencement of the event. Following a brief ceremony, the artists presented themselves and their representative works. When Yun Shan ascended the stage, a considerable stir ensued. Beyond the circle of painters, many artists were engrossed in their creations and were oblivious to the revelation of Yun Shan's identity. This occasion marked their first encounter with the prodigious artist, Crush, now recognized as a captivating young lady. After sharing her experiences and works, Yun Shan gracefully descended the stage. Numerous renowned photographers approached her, eager to invite Yun Shan for a magazine cover shoot. Just then, the esteemed international photography master, Par, also approached, expressing admiration and referring to her as the Muse Goddess. The two exchanged contact information and, with Fu Xiao's assistance in translation, engaged in amiable conversation, even arranging a future photo shoot together. Other individuals from the photography realm sought to converse with Par, prompting Yun Shan to tactfully excuse herself. Fu Xiao, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, "The Muse Goddess has been invited for a shoot." Yun Shan nudged him with her elbow. "Why the tone? Are you jealous?" Fu Xiao nodded, admitting, "Indeed, I am envious." Yun Shan could only roll her eyes in response. Previously, she had contemplated entering the jewelry industry and had specifically attended this exchange event to glean inspiration from the designer's creations. After mingling with various luminaries and emerging talents, her resolve grew stronger. Just as she intended to leave, a familiar piece of jewelry caught her eye. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yun Shan rushed toward the display case, where a necklace lay, exactly like the one her mother had worn when the incident occurred. "Xiao Shan, are you all right? What is the matter?" Fu Xiao, who had followed her anxiously, inquired. "Fu Xiao, this is my mother's necklace," Yun Shan exclaimed, raising her voice, drawing the attention of those around her. Shan, are you certain you're not mistaken? Fu Xiao asked, struggling to comprehend the revelation, as the bodies of her parents had yet to be found. However, with so much time elapsed, it had become a common assumption that they had perished. How could I be mistaken? This is undeniably my mother's necklace. Tears streamed down Yun Shan's face, falling onto Fu Xiao's hand, leaving a burning imprint on his heart. Chapter 38. Mother's necklace. At that moment, the designer approached, inquiring about the commotion. Fu Xiao recounted the events, causing the designer's expression to shift dramatically. He vehemently denied that it was Yun's mother's necklace, insisting that it was his original design. The crowd of onlookers grew, engaging in hushed discussions and speculations. Enraged, Yin Shan felt compelled to confront the designer. Fu Xiao grasped Yun Shan's hand and urged, "Little Shan, think carefully. Might there be any evidence to substantiate your claims? Perhaps relevant photographs or some distinguishing marks?" Upon hearing Fu Xiao's words, Yin Shan compelled herself to regain her composure. What could possibly serve as proof? Photographs? She had none. At the time, she had not anticipated any mishaps, nor had she thought to take pictures. Marks? Marks. The notion struck her. She recalled an incident from her childhood when she had accidentally dropped scissors on her necklace, leaving a small indentation on the back of the pendant. She relayed this information to Fu Xiao, who comforted her, saying, "Leave it to me. Do not fret. Simply wait patiently while I negotiate." After receiving a nod of affirmation from Yin Shan, Fu Xiao approached the head of the organizing committee directly. After stating his purpose, the official, visibly troubled, informed Fu Xiao that retrieving the exhibit would require the designer's consent. Remaining composed, Fu Xiao asserted his position as the president of the Fu Corporation, noting that the company had provided financial backing for the event. He warned that if today's issue were not resolved amicably, Fu Corporation would cease to invest in any future exhibitions. While offending the designer might be trivial, incurring the wrath of Fu Corporation would lead to significant repercussions. As the official pondered the situation, Fu Xiao offered a reprieve, saying, "I understand that this may also impact the designer. My girlfriend merely wishes to ascertain whether this is her mother's heirloom. We can discuss other matters privately." Given Fu Xiao's reasoning, the official found it difficult to refuse and proceeded to consult with the designer. Upon learning that Fu Xiao was the president of Fu Corporation, the designer's face flushed with concern. He realized that if he did not acquiesce today, the matter would not progress. After a prolonged deliberation, he invited Fu Xiao and Yun Shan to a nearby cafe for a discussion. Through the designer's narrative, Yin Shan learned the backstory. Years ago, during the winter following a devastating avalanche at a scenic site, the designer had traveled to City C for inspiration. With heavy snowfall closing the mountain passes, he wandered aimlessly and ultimately found himself lost in a quaint village. As a foreigner, he struggled to communicate with the villagers, who were reluctant to offer him shelter. As night fell, the designer grew increasingly anxious until he discovered a house situated far from the village. Initially devoid of hope, he was unexpectedly welcomed by the last couple he encountered. Though they lived in a rural setting, the couple did not resemble typical villagers. Their demeanor suggested they were reclusive, affluent individuals, and they spoke English fluently. Strangely, however, they seemed to have amnesia, as they could not recall their past when he inquired. The designer spent several days there, forging a friendly bond with the couple. When the mountain passes reopened, the couple accompanied him down the mountain. Before parting, he gifted the lady of the house a piece of jewelry, and in return, she bestowed her necklace upon him. Due to the hurried nature of the current exhibition, the designer had not been able to create his own piece, so he decided to showcase this one instead, unaware that the daughter of the jewelry's original owner would also be exhibiting today. Upon hearing this, Yin Shan was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Her parents were alive, residing in that very mountainous region. The world truly is a wondrous place. Yet, why do the rescue teams continually claim there are no findings? A question arose in Yun Shan's mind. However, she could not dwell on such matters now. Her anxiety to return home was overwhelming. Observing her distress, Fu Xiao promptly checked for flights back. "Shan, the earliest flight is tomorrow morning. I will send someone to the mountainous region. Do not fret." As he reassured Yin Shan, he simultaneously secured their return tickets. Yin Shan gazed earnestly at Fu Xiao and expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. Fu Xiao always stood by Yun Shan's perspective. He instinctively understood her thoughts and desires, always ready to assist her. As they drove back to the hotel from the cafe, Shan was enveloped in a blend of joy and confusion over the potential reunion. Fu Xiao remained silent, recognizing her need for tranquility. By evening, Shan invited Fu Xiao to dinner, surprising him with her sudden change in demeanor. Along the way, she playfully kicked small stones and softly remarked, "I thought I'd lost them forever, but knowing they are safe today fills me with contentment. I have already waited so long. I can endure a few more days." Turning to Fu Xiao, she continued, "I had intended to enjoy a couple of days before returning, but that seems unlikely now. Nevertheless, you have been so helpful throughout this journey. It is only right that I treat you to a meal." They casually entered a well-decorated restaurant, only to realize it was a couple's establishment. Accepting the situation with a sense of resignation, they sat down and ordered their meals. At that moment, a waiter approached and spoke something to them that Shan could not comprehend. She noticed Fu Xiao smiling and waving his hand in response, prompting the waiter to scratch his head and depart. Curiously, Shan inquired, "What were you two discussing?" "I couldn't understand." Fu Xiao's smile deepened as he replied. "He said that if we kiss passionately, we could earn a plate of lamb chops." Shan's cheeks flushed, and her gaze faltered as she asked, "What did you say?" Fu Xiao leaned in playfully, teasing her, "I mentioned that my girlfriend is shy, so perhaps we should refrain." However, Shan recognized his jest and chose not to pursue the matter further. The dim lighting of the couple's restaurant, combined with the music and wine, created a subtly charged atmosphere. As she observed Fu Xiao, who was intently cutting his steak, she supported her chin with one hand and scrutinized him thoughtfully. Perhaps emboldened by the wine, she mustered the courage to propose, "Fu Xiao, what if we tried being together?" Fu Xiao's expression remained unchanged. Yet the clatter of the knife falling onto the table revealed the shock and excitement stirring within him. Sensing this, Shan lowered her head and chuckled, then asked surely, "You're not overwhelmed, are you, Fu Xiao?" This time, Fu Xiao refrained from being overly confident. He set down his utensils and replied earnestly, "I truly did not expect you to voice that sentiment first, nor did I anticipate it would be tonight. Xiao Shan, I am delighted. But that is a statement I should have made." Straightening his suit, Fu Xiao rose and extended his hand to Shan. "Xiao Shan, would you consider being with me?" Shan placed her hand in his palm, responding tenderly, "It would be my honor." Upon hearing her reply, Fu Xiao embraced Shan, and although she had gathered courage from the wine, her heart raced uncontrollably. Whispering into Shan's ear, Fu Xiao resumed his domineering demeanor. "Xiao Shan, now that we are together, I shall never let you go." The onlookers erupted in cheers and applause, as if they had just witnessed a successful proposal. Isolated from the external chaos, Shan nestled against Fu Xiao's neck, responding with a hint of pride, "Well, let us see how you perform." The two shared a laugh, as if, in that moment, the world belonged solely to them. Chapter 39. Escalating conflict. After dinner, the couple strolled hand in hand back to their hotel. The quiet and desolate night in Rome was illuminated by the glimmering lights streaming through the sturdy arches, casting elongated shadows of the pair. A cool evening breeze swept by. Fu Xiao tucked Shan's hand in his pocket and gently inquired, "Are you feeling cold?" Shan smiled and shook her head. As they leisurely made their way back to the hotel, Shan still felt a sense of unreality. The transformation from longtime friends to lovers was a shift that was not easily adaptable. By the time they finished tidying up, it was already 11 o'clock. Standing before the vanity, Shan applied her skincare products while Fu Xiao leaned against the wall, watching her. Through the reflection in the mirror, Shan playfully asked, "What is up, Mr. Fu? What are you so engrossed in?" "My girlfriend is simply too beautiful. I can't help but be captivated," Fu Xiao replied unabashedly. As the saying goes, one becomes like those they associate with. Shan, uncharacteristically bold, quipped back, "Of course, have you seen who I am? Your taste is commendable." Fu Xiao chuckled as he approached, gently massaging her shoulders. "Given my excellent taste, may I request permission to share the bed tonight, my lady?" Shan hesitated. Although she had been married to Duan Chengyan for 3 years, they had never shared a bed. The thought of lying down beside another man left her at a loss. Sensing her discomfort, Fu Xiao turned and picked up a pillow, lamenting, "Alas, this poor little sofa will have to endure my weight again. It's truly a hardship for a big man." Though she recognized Fu Xiao was being dramatic, the image of him sleeping restlessly a few days prior crept into her mind. Against her better judgment, just as Fu Xiao was about to place the pillow down, her heart softened. Just for tonight. with a triumphant grin. Fu Xiao strolled back to the bed. This is your agreement, so no backing out. Just as Shan contemplated retracting her consent, Fu Xiao had already pulled back the covers and settled in. Oh, Shan, you really brought this upon yourself, she thought, cautiously climbing into bed. Fu Xiao was fully aware of Shan's concerns. He respected her wishes and possessed ample patience. The two, beneath the quilt, engaged in light conversation, reminiscing about past times and cherished moments spent together. As their dialogue flowed, Shan found herself becoming more alert. Fu Xiao esse breathing gradually steadied. Yet Shan remained wide awake. At that moment, Fu Xiao turned over, wrapping his long arm around Shan. She stiffened at his embrace, but he nuzzled against her neck, leading to a rather unfortunate outcome the following morning, as Shan awoke with two prominent dark circles under her eyes. Fu Xiao teased, "Ah, my lady, one might think I had done you some harm." In response, Shan grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. After a playful scuffle, the two prepared to pack their luggage for the airport. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the street, capturing their attention. Drawing back the curtains to peer outside, they observed a throng of residents hastily fleeing, their expressions fraught with alarm, as if a monstrous beast were in pursuit. Soon, the distant sound of gunfire echoed through the air. Although the situation remained unclear, a heavy silence fell between them. Something was amiss. Shan, having always been involved in legitimate business, was entirely inexperienced in such matters. Fu Xiao promptly dialed Fu Li, who, despite his usual nonchalance, adopted a rare seriousness. The Mafia and the Camorra are escalating their conflict, likely over control of the Western territories. The situation has unfolded too swiftly. We haven't even received any prior warning. Fu Xiao lifted a corner of the curtain, observing the chaos while continuing to speak. Call Fu Jin and urge her to resolve this matter swiftly. After hanging up, Shan regarded him with wide-eyed astonishment. He approached her, ruffling her hair, and explained, "The Fu family has some less visible overseas interests. The urgency of the situation prevents me from elaborating now. We have no idea what may transpire shortly, so it is imperative that you stay close to me." Shan, witnessing Fu Zhao's unprecedented solemnity, nodded earnestly. A short while later, Fu Jin's call came through. "Xiao, I can't reach Ox. I've sent someone from Liddy, but until they arrive, you and Shan must prioritize your safety." With that, she ended the call, followed by a series of symbols. Shan deciphered what appeared to be the coordinates of location. Swiftly, they tidied their belongings, discarding all non-essential items. By now, the sounds of shattering glass and gunshots resonated clearly from the street. Even Shan, who had faced life and death before, felt an overwhelming sense of panic. "Shan, there is no time. We must leave now," Fu Xiao urged, his expression grave. Grasping her hand, he led her down the emergency exit, and for the first time, she felt as though the staircase was interminable. At last, they reached the ground floor, where many tourists were attempting to flee, striving to escape the war zone. Refugees were frantically pouring in, seeking sanctuary within the hotel. The entrance was choked with two groups, hinting at a potential outbreak of violence. Seizing the opportunity, while no one was watching, Fu Xiao guided Shan toward the vicinity of the kitchen. After a few deft maneuvers on his phone, a clear blueprint materialized on the screen. Fu Xiao traced a rough path with his finger, pinpointing the back door with precision. Casting a glance around to ensure their privacy, he shielded Shan as they swiftly slipped into the restroom. Venturing further inside, they encountered a room that appeared long abandoned, dust motes dancing in the stale air. Ignoring the neglect, Fu Xiao compared the blueprint and discovered that the back door had been obstructed by a cabinet. A closer inspection revealed that the wall behind the cabinet was not consistent with the others. With considerable effort, Fu Xiao and Shan managed to shift the cabinet. Yet they were uncertain how to access the wall. In a moment of panic, Shan accidentally knocked over a decorative item atop the cabinet, holding her breath in trepidation. Fu Xiao instinctively positioned himself in front of her as a precaution. Suddenly, they heard a click, and a brick was dislodged. Hope surged within them. The two individuals discerned the same thoughts reflected in each other's gaze. Upon removing a particular brick, they discovered that the surrounding bricks were also movable. Together, they pried them free, revealing an archway before them. However, this passage did not lead to the outside world. Rather, it descended into a staircase leading to a lower level. Shan observed the composed and serene Fu Xiao, who extended his hand toward her, and without hesitation, she took hold of it. Together, they proceeded slowly downwards. The staircase was short, and they soon reached the next level. The dark and silent corridor sent shivers down Yunshan's spine. Gripping Fu Zhao's arm tightly, he gently patted the back of her hand to comfort her. The flashlight on her phone proved useless in the pitch-black surroundings, compelling them to navigate cautiously. Time passed, though they could not ascertain how long, yet the end remained elusive. Fu Zhao activated a walking tracker app while guiding Yinshan onward. As they walked, they noticed that the path on the app formed a circle. Observing their repetitive movements, anxiety began to creep into Fu Zhao. Suddenly struck by an idea, he opened the compass and realized that the location sent by Fu Jin was not far from where they stood. There must be a route they had overlooked. Fu Zhao compelled himself to remain calm, grasping Yinshan's hand with one while exploring the wall with the other. Just as despair loomed, his fingers brushed against a barely noticeable crevice in the wall. With a firm push, the wall surprisingly gave way. A surge of joy filled their hearts. Squeezing through the narrow gap, Yinshan felt fatigued. She leaned against Fu Zhao's shoulder for a brief respite. He gently pressed his cheek to hers and softly kissed her forehead, reassuring her, "Do not worry, we will surely find our way out." Yinshan nodded, her voice soft yet resolute. "I trust you. You must take me out." Once they had rested, they continued onward. As they observed the latitude and longitude gradually converging, they exhaled in relief, though they remained vigilant. Unlike the previous circular path, this route gradually brightened. At last, a massive iron door loomed before them. Chapter 40. Fu Zhao injured remaining alert, they cautiously approached the iron door. Fu Zhao pushed with all his might, yet remained still. Yinshan boldly speculated, "Surely, they wouldn't expect us to open such a large door? Could there be a password or some secret sign?" Her words prompted Fu Zhao to think. After a moment's contemplation, he knocked on the door. It slowly swung open, and Fu Zhao positioned Yinshan behind him, ready to defend at a moment's notice. They hesitated to advance. Suddenly, a dart gun barrel protruded from behind the door. Seeing this, Fu Zhao swiftly executed a side kick, and a figure emerged from the back entrance. As Fu Zhao prepared to strike further, a voice rang out, "Xiao Ge, stop, 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 it's me." Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the long-lost Ox. Fu Zhao slapped him on the forehead, exclaiming, "Do you dare to point a gun at me again?" Ox scratched his head and chuckled, "Well, I was just being cautious." Spotting Yinshan at the door, Ox's eyes lit up. "Oh, this must be sister-in-law. My apologies, please come in." Yinshan felt somewhat dazed. She had anticipated that Ox would be a cold and unyielding man, only to discover he possessed a delightful sense of humor. It seemed that Fu Zhao discerned Yinshan's thoughts and proceeded to elucidate. "Consider Fu Jin. She appears quite ordinary. Yet she is anything but. The disposition of the boss reflects that of the subordinates, none of them particularly astute. Little rascal, are you contemplating rebellion?" A thunderous voice belonging to Fu Jin echoed from somewhere, startling them. As they glanced around, they realized a video call was in progress at the table. Fu Zhao wore a look of exasperation. Witnessing Fu Zhao's rare moment of discomfort, Yinshan couldn't help but chuckle. Upon spotting her future sister-in-law, Fu Jin transformed back into her gentle and nurturing demeanor. "Did I frighten you, little Shan? I apologize for the distress." Yinshan waved her hand dismissively, indicating she was unharmed, while Fu Zhao began to survey their safe house. He seemed to operate under the notion that the most dangerous places often provide the greatest security. The safe house was not far from the main thoroughfare. Its exterior bore a vintage charm, though the interior had been renovated to withstand typical gunfire and artillery threats. After completing his inspection, Fu Zhao took a seat and inquired about the recent developments from Fu Jin. With a serious demeanor, she responded, "The conflict between Kimura and the Mafia has escalated. It appears the secret negotiations yesterday failed to yield results. The information was suppressed until just now." Fu Zhao fell into a contemplative silence. The Fu family had also been affected this morning, indicating they would need to re-establish contact with Kimura. Yinshan listened, utterly bewildered, trying to comprehend the connection between the Mafia, Kimura, and the Fu family. Noticing her confusion, Fu Zhao directly clarified the relationship. "The leaders of both gangs were enamored with my sister. Ultimately, she chose to be with the leader of Kimura. The head of the Mafia, consumed by jealousy, harbored resentment. However, both factions possess equal strength, maintaining a peculiar balance. Shan was taken aback by the revelation of Fu Jin's tumultuous past, her eyes widening in disbelief. What happened next? Why was the balance disrupted? She queried, her curiosity piqued. Eventually, my sister and the Camorra leader parted ways, which directly incited a violent clash between the two gangs. Fu Xiao replied with a teasing tone. Shan was astonished that gang leaders could be so swayed by matters of the heart. Shouldn't they be more rational? Fu Xiao succinctly remarked, to be romantic is to disregard one's life. On the other end of the screen, Fu Jin appeared noticeably flustered for the first time. After a brief pause, she informed him, I just contacted Ricardo. He will come to oversee your safety. Who is Ricardo? Shan silently queried Fu Xiao with her eyes. Leaning closer, Fu Xiao whispered, he is my ex-boyfriend. After a moment's reflection, he added, in the future, if anything arises, you must only seek me, not my ex. Shan was taken aback that Fu Xiao would think of Duan Chengyan at such a moment, and she promptly kicked him. What followed was an interminable period of anxious waiting. Although they knew they were temporarily safe, the cacophony of shouts and gunfire kept everyone's hearts in a state of suspense. Time ticked by slowly, with sporadic refugees pausing at the entrance of the safe house. Ox, shedding his goofy persona, stood rigidly, weapon in hand, vigilantly watching the door. At that moment, a child's wail resounded from outside the door. Through the monitor, a small boy, perhaps 6 or 7 years old, could be seen. He appeared to have become separated from his parents, sitting on the ground and weeping inconsolably. Shan's heart ached at the sight of such a young child, lost amidst the chaos of war, desperately searching for his family. Though concern for the safety of her companions weighed heavily on her, she hesitated to speak. The boy twisted his body as he cried, and upon closer inspection, Shan called out to Fu Xiao, do you see that? Is that not the national flag? The three of them observed closely and discovered a corner of the Chinese flag peeking out from the boy's jacket. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Shan was about to plead with Fu Xiao when he, already understanding her intent, resolutely declared, I will bring him back. After ensuring all necessary protective measures were in place, Ox activated the switch to open the safe house door. Fu Xiao glanced around, lowered his body, and swiftly dashed outside, scooping up the inconsolable child before racing back. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Shan felt as though time had frozen. She vividly witnessed Fu Xiao toss the child inside, just as a bloom of blood erupted in the air. Fu Xiao collapsed to the ground. Sniper! Ox shouted, simultaneously throwing a smoke grenade. Seizing the brief moment of distraction, Fu Xiao was dragged back inside. Shan felt as if her very soul had been drained. She stared at Fu Xiao in a daze, her mind struggling to process the events. It was only when Ox called her name that she awoke from her stupor. Collapsing to her knees, Ox could only perform basic first aid, but given Fu Xiao's unique status, he dared not act recklessly. With a hand pressed against his wound, Fu Xiao reassured Shan, it's nothing, just looks frightening. It's not fatal. Shan fought to steady her emotions, taking several deep breaths before examining Fu Xiao's injury. Upon inspection, Shan discovered that the bullet had struck in the area of the intestines, not a fatal location. However, the type of bullet was akin to that of a shotgun, having exploded within Fu Xiao's body, making it impossible to accurately determine the position of each fragment. Noticing a flask on the table, she swiftly drew the dagger from Ox's belt and tore Fu Xiao's coat into strips. She then poured vodka over the strips and glanced at Fu Xiao, who could barely form coherent words, nodding weakly in response. Trembling, Shan's hands shook as she could hardly bear to imagine the pain Fu Xiao would endure, yet she knew that hesitation was not an option. As the alcohol-soaked fabric made contact with the wound, Fu Xiao shuddered, stifling a cry, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just as Fu Xiao was on the verge of losing consciousness, Ricardo's men finally arrived to provide assistance. Braving a hail of bullets, amidst the anguished cries of soldiers and the sickening sound of bullets tearing through flesh, Fu Xiao and Shan were loaded onto an armored vehicle. The accompanying doctor examined Fu Xiao's injury, his face etched with concern. Unable to communicate with Shan, they were left without means to discuss his condition. Soon, the armored vehicle traversed through the ruins, arriving at a hospital funded by the Camorra gang. The doctors and nurses wheeled Fu Xiao into the operating room, the indicator light illuminating in red. At that moment, Shan's phone rang. It was a call from Fu Jin. As soon as she answered the call, Fu Jin began to comfort Yin Shan. Although Yin Shan was aware that Fu Jin was also deeply saddened, she lacked the emotional capacity to reciprocate the consolation. The conversation fell into silence, and soon a doctor emerged from the operating room to speak with Yin Shan. Unable to understand, she asked Fu Jin for a translation. But Fu Jin remained silent. After a while, Yin Shan heard Fu Jin weeping. At that moment, a heavy feeling settled in Yin Shan's heart. Did the doctor say that Fu Xiao could not be saved? Stricken by profound sorrow, Yin Shan paradoxically found herself calm. Though Fu Jin did not speak, she tacitly acknowledged the grim reality. Tell him, let me try, Yin Shan softly uttered. Years ago, she had just graduated and saved Duan Chengyan, yet he had shown no gratitude. He even remarked that marrying Yin Shan was solely due to her family's regard for her modest medical skills, which he deemed insignificant. Since that time, Yin Shan had refrained from engaging with anything related to medicine, yet she still remembered who she was trained by. Sensing fu jinesse hésitation. Yin Shan's tone grew more resolute. Jin Jia, let me try. I am confident. Fu Jin, knowing that Yin Shan seldom boasted, began to consider that she might indeed possess a solution. After translating for Yin Shan, the doctor, though surprised, agreed to prepare her for the procedure. Following a series of sterilization protocols, Yin Shan entered the operating room with her arms raised. Suppressing the moisture in her eyes, she quickly immersed herself in the surgery. Without hesitation, she extracted the shrapnel lodged in the aorta, and the spurting blood caused palpable anxiety among those present. For the patient on the operating table was none other than Fu Xiao. Swiftly, Yin Shan applied gauze to staunch the bleeding and seized the hemostat from the nurse's hand to clamp the wound. Although blood transfusions continued, the significant blood loss caused Fu Xiao's blood pressure to plummet. Yin Shan urgently instructed the nurse to administer epinephrine. As time ticked away, Fu Xiao's vital signs finally stabilized. Having not been on the operating table for some time, Yin Shan now felt physically drained. With the assistance of other doctors, they eventually concluded this harrowing surgery. The first call Yin Shan made upon exiting the operating room was to Fu Jin to share the good news. Overwhelmed with joy, Fu Jin wept, while Yin Shan offered a gentle smile. Though the surgery was challenging, their hesitance was likely due to Fu Xiao's status, not wanting to take unnecessary risks. After comforting Fu Jin, Yin Shan returned to the ward. Upon seeing Fu Xiao's gaunt, pallid face, a wave of heartache washed over her. Ultimately, unable to withstand the dual toll of mental and physical exhaustion, Yin Shan succumbed to sleep beside the bed. Meanwhile, Duan Chengyan, far away in homeland, had dispatched people to monitor Yin Shan closely, knowing that the turmoil in Italy had thrown everything into disarray. Ignoring the objections from company executives and his family, Duan Chengyan immediately boarded a private plane bound for Italy. Uncertain of how long she had slept, Yin Shan was dimly aware of someone entering the room. Startled, she abruptly awakened, noticing Ox stealthily moving about the ward. Upon seeing Yin Shan awake, Ox froze in his peculiar walking posture for a moment, then scratched his head and grinned. Sister-in-law, I had the chef prepare some congee. You should have a bit now that you're awake. Yin Shan nodded and made her way to the sofa to sit down. Upon opening a thermal container and gazing upon the congee adorned with green onions, Yin Shan felt an overwhelming hunger and ultimately consumed an entire bucket. At that moment, her phone vibrated with an unfamiliar number. As she answered, before she could utter a word, a voice resonated on the other end. Xiao Shan, this is Duan Chengyan. There is turmoil in Italy. Are you safe? Yin Shan was taken aback by Duan Chengyan's knowledge of her whereabouts and inquired about it. Duan Chengyan paused for a moment before responding. I apologize, Xiao Shan. I was aware of your departure abroad. After your arrival in Italy, I had someone monitor your movements regularly. My intention was merely to ensure your safety. I did not mean to intrude. However, Yin Shan's focus lay elsewhere as she keenly probed, what do you mean by arriving in Italy? Duan Chengyan remained silent, prompting her to ask, are you currently in Italy as well? Realizing he could not conceal the truth from her, Duan Chengyan acknowledged with a reluctant affirmation. In light of the urgency, Yin Shan set aside past grievances and questioned him. Have you lost your mind? Given the chaos in Italy, how could you dare to come here? Duan Chengyan offered a wry smile and replied, I am sorry, Xiao Shan, but upon hearing of the gunfire you encountered, I could not remain calm. Upon understanding that Duan Chengyan had come for her sake, Shan felt an increasing reluctance to owe him any favors. "Where are you?" she asked, striving to regain her composure. "At the hospital entrance," he replied. "Wait for me." Without hesitation, Shan hurried downstairs. In the hospital room, Fu Xiao stared at the ceiling, lost in thought, while beside him, OX refrained from speaking, hastily relaying updates to Fu Jin. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Shan spotted Duan Chengyan standing in the shadows, his fingertips glowing faintly red. As she approached, he extinguished his cigarette and quietly awaited her arrival. To claim that she was not astonished or grateful would be disingenuous. However, the feelings they once shared had undeniably diminished. Shan expressed her gratitude succinctly, admitting she had moved on from the past, and suggesting they remain ordinary friends henceforth. Duan Chengyan refrained from elaborating further, simply listening quietly, occasionally nodding in agreement with her sentiments. "I shall take my leave now. Please take care of yourself," Shan said, waving her hand as she returned to the hospital. Duan Chengyan lingered, watching her retreating figure until he was about to turn, only to catch sight of Fu Xiao peering down from the window. The two men exchanged glances, and although no words were spoken, the tension in the air was palpable, as if it could ignite at any moment. Chapter 42. Finding parents upon returning to the hospital room. Shan saw that Fu Xiao had propped himself up. She hurried over, admonishing, "Why are you sitting up? What if you exert pressure on your wound?" As she moved to check, Fu Xiao grasped her hand to halt her actions. "What is it? Does the wound hurt?" Shan inquired anxiously. Fu Xiao regarded her calmly, observing her every move. "Did you go to see Duan Chengyan?" he asked, his tone resolute. "Yes. He heard about the situation here and came," Shan replied candidly. "Having divorced, he now begins to concern himself with you. Do you still wish to see him?" Fu Xiao's words dripped with jealousy. Shan felt offended. It was as if Fu Xiao insinuated that her past with Duan Chengyan was unresolved. With a flick of her hand, she disregarded her wound and settled onto the sofa, engrossed in her phone. The ox on the sofa immediately sprang to its feet, saying, "Hey, Xiaogu, I'll take my leave now. You two carry on." With that, he dashed away. The two remaining in the room exchanged no words, leaving the atmosphere in a state of palpable tension. At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed from outside. Shan looked out and locked eyes with Fu Jin as she entered. They greeted each other, and Fu Jin scrutinized Fu Xiao, asking, "Can we leave? It's no longer safe here." Upon hearing this, Fu Xiao promptly rose. Shan, disregarding their ongoing Cold War, assisted Fu Xiao downstairs and into the car. As the vehicle drove toward the outskirts, a weighty silence enveloped them. No one dared to speak. After what felt like an eternity, an ancient castle came into view. Curiously, Shan inquired, "Jia, where is this?" "The Ricardo residence. The company is under scrutiny, and it's not safe. We'll seek refuge here for the time being." The car glided through the lengthy front yard and came to a halt before the grand entrance. A doorman hurriedly approached to open the door. The group alighted, greeted by several individuals who stepped forward. Fu Jin introduced them to Shan in turn. Ricardo bore little resemblance to the image of a gang leader that Shan had envisioned. He was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, exuding a handsome and profound demeanor, more fitting of a business magnate. Beside Ricardo stood his sister, Sima, whose demeanor made it evident that she harbored affection for Fu Xiao. The tension between Shan and Fu Xiao was already palpable, and Sima's presence only added to Shan's distress. Inside the room, Fu Xiao had already summoned the family doctor for an examination. Shan intended to retreat to her own room for some rest, but found her path obstructed by Sima, who stepped forward with arms crossed and chin held high. With a disdainful tone, Sima addressed Shan in fluent Chinese. "You must be Shan, the divorced woman?" Taken aback by Sima's proficient Chinese, Shan grew curious about how she knew her identity. Sima smirked contemptuously, tossing her hair with unabashed hostility, and recounted the circumstances. Fu Xiao and Sima had met 3 years prior when Fu Xiao had just arrived in Italy, struggling to manage his family's business interests there. Sima utilized her brother's connections to assist Fu Xiao in solidifying his position within the company. His several narrow escapes in Italy were largely attributed to Sima's support. Fu Xiao was grateful for her assistance, and they had maintained contact since. "Miss Yin, how many dangers has Xiao faced for you? Does your status truly merit him?" Sima posed earnestly. "But Fu Xiao has feelings for me," Shan retorted defiantly. "Instead of provoking me, perhaps you should ask Fu Xiao himself. In China, we have a saying, What you cannot possess is always in turmoil. How can you be certain that Xiao is not merely clinging to a fleeting obsession? Sima's words rendered Shan momentarily speechless. In her professional life, Shan exudes unwavering confidence and authority, yet she is plagued by sensitivity and insecurity in matters of the heart. Each of Sima's words strikes a heavy blow to her spirit. Upon returning to her room, Shan leans against her bed, lost in contemplation. At that moment, her phone vibrates. It's a call from Chun Baiheng, whom she hasn't heard from a long time. "Boss, I've located your parents," he begins. And Shan is immediately overwhelmed with emotion. "Are they well?" she inquires, her voice trembling. After learning that her parents are alive, Shan and Fu Xiao promptly dispatched individuals to seek them out. Unfortunately, the previous jewelry designer had provided unclear details about their exact location, prolonging the search. Finally, just a few days ago, they received encouraging news. Though her parents have indeed lost their previous memories, they felt an inexplicable familiarity upon seeing Shan's photograph. Chun Baiheng took them to the hospital for treatment, hoping to restore their memories soon. Initially, he intended to share this news upon finding her parents. But due to the turmoil in Italy, the timing was not right, leading to this delay. Shan eagerly asks if she can see them, and Chun Baiheng quickly initiates a video call. As she gazes at the familiar faces on the screen, tears well up in her eyes. Although her parents do not recall who Shan is, they have been informed by Chun Baiheng of the circumstances. Upon seeing old photographs, they fully believe that she is indeed their daughter. The three of them exchange tearful greetings, and Shan recounts many past stories, hoping to awaken their memories. However, observing her parents' expressions, she realizes they have no recollection whatsoever. Collecting her emotions, Shan reassures them, "It's all right. We will cooperate with the treatment, and eventually, the memories will return. If they don't, that's okay. We still have plenty of time." Her parents nod in agreement, responding affirmatively. Shan promises to return home to visit them soon, and her parents, with tear-filled eyes, implore her to take care of herself before reluctantly ending the call. Wiping away her tears, Shan decides to leave her room to clear her mind. As she wanders aimlessly, she notices a rooftop garden atop another building and contemplates going up to enjoy the view. Swinging gently, her thoughts drift, and she suddenly catches sight of Fu Zhao's room. Sima is seated beside Fu Zhao's bed, smiling sweetly as she converses with him, occasionally offering him fruit. Due to the angle, Shan cannot discern Fu Zhao's expression, but Sima's demeanor suggests a delightful conversation. Shan's knuckles, resting on the swing, turn pale from her unconscious grip. Inside the room, Sima glances out the window and spots Shan across the way. Unbeknownst to Fu Xiao, a silent standoff occurs between the two women. "Sima, do you see my little Shan?" "She's my girlfriend," Fu Xiao inquires, tilting his head. Sima, devising a cunning plan, shakes her head and replies, "No, Xiao. Miss Yin seems to be on a call in her room. I heard a young man's voice. She appeared to be chatting and laughing happily with him." In an instant, Fu Zhao's expression turns icy. A young man? Laughing happily? Who else could it be but Duan Chengyan? Observing the subtle shifts in Fu Zhao's demeanor, Sima felt a surge of secret delight. "All right, Xiao, you still need to recuperate, so do rest," she said as she approached the window and drew the curtains, effectively obscuring Shan's gaze. Chapter 43. A private return to the homeland. Shan held unwavering faith in Fu Xiao, yet harbored doubts about Sima. Furthermore, given Fu Zhao's injury, her anxiety intensified. In a hurried descent from the rooftop garden, she abandoned her usual poise. Upon reaching Fu Zhao's room, she caught sight of Sima emerging, sweetly proclaiming, "I'll return once you awaken," her face beaming as she closed the door behind her. Turning around, she found herself face to face with Shan, whose breath still quickened with unease. Sima strode past her with an air of superiority. Shan's gaze fell upon Sima's lips, adorned with a lipstick that bore the marks reminiscent of a passionate embrace. Echoes of Sima's earlier warning lingered in Shan's mind, rendering her devoid of the courage to push open that door or to inquire about Fu Xiao. Returning to her room in a daze, the solitude of her confined space reignited her insecurities about love. After tossing restlessly, she grasped her phone. "Duan Chengyan, I wish to return home. Can you arrange for my immediate departure?" She spoke urgently as the call connected. Although Duan Chengyan was oblivious to the circumstances, he recognized that such a plea from Shan was rare. especially under these circumstances. He surmised that something must have transpired between her and Fu Xiao. Without hesitation, Duan Chengyan responded, "Xiao Shan, could you grant me 2 hours? I will be waiting for you outside the castle." "Okay," Yin Shan replied absently before hanging up. The hours of waiting felt interminable, as she attempted to empty her mind, yet found it impossible. Abandoning her thoughts, she began walking towards the castle's exit. The security personnel she encountered merely acknowledged her esteemed status and refrained from approaching her. After what felt like an eternity, Duan Chengyan arrived personally, stepping out of the car and rushing towards her. "Xiao Shan, have you been waiting long?" "Let us go," he said, half squatting before her, concern evident in his gaze. Yin Shan nodded and entered the vehicle, her expression numb. Duan Chengyan had never witnessed her in such a state and struggled to find the right words. "I heard your parents have been located. Have you been in touch with them?" He broke the silence within the car, upon hearing mention of her parents. A flicker of emotion crossed Yun Shan's face, and she nodded, recounting the details of their video call to Duan Chengyan. Eventually, they arrived at the helipad. Duan Chengyan escorted Yun Shan onto the private jet, offering brief instructions to his subordinates before boarding as well. After sipping on warm milk, Yun Shan gazed at the billowing clouds and drifted into slumber. Duan Chengyan observed the slight furrow in her brow and felt an urge to smooth it away. His fingers hovered in the air for a long moment before gently descending. He contemplated that perhaps he lacked the standing to perform such a gesture. Yin Shan witnessed Fu Xiao and Sima entwined in an embrace, kissing within the castle garden. She was consumed by rage, yearning to confront them, yet her body felt as heavy as lead. All she could do was watch helplessly as they reveled in their affection. Sima, spotting Yin Shan, taunted, "Do you still not see? Xiao Shan loves me. You are merely a passerby. You are a divorced woman. How could you possibly be worthy of him?" As Fu Xiao wrapped his arms around Sima, idly toying with her hair, he coolly remarked, "Yin Shan, face the reality. There is no possibility of us being together. You do not deserve it." Yin Shan's sense of inferiority reached its zenith. Despite her resilient spirit, each word pierced her heart like shards of glass. "Xiao Shan, wake up." Yin Shan was jolted awake by Duan Chengyan's call, yet her emotions remained trapped in that surreal dreamscape. Duan Chengyan pointed to the tears on Yin Shan's cheeks and gently said, "Wipe them away. What did you dream about?" Yin Shan casually wiped her face with her fingers, feigning nonchalance as she replied, "It's nothing, just some bad dreams." "Dreams are always the opposite." Duan Chengyan nodded silently. In this eerie, silent atmosphere, each harbored their own thoughts as they finally returned home. Duan Chengyan first escorted Yin Shan back to the villa to rest, only to be summoned back to the ancestral home by the elders for a reprimand. Fu Xiao lay in bed all day, yet Yin Shan did not come to visit him. Having calmed his own anger, he forced himself out of bed to seek her out. Leaning against the wall, he reached Yun Shan's room only to find it empty, and his calls went unanswered. A sense of unease settled in Fu Xiao's heart, prompting him to send his subordinates to search for her whereabouts. Meanwhile, Sima, having heard the news, hurried over to assist Fu Xiao back to his room, saying, "Xiao, your health is still fragile. You must not get out of bed. I saw Miss Yun earlier. It seems she left with Duan Chengyan." Sima's seemingly casual remark halted Fu Xiao in his tracks. "Duan Chengyan, always Duan Chengyan. Yin Shan, do you truly still harbor feelings for him? What am I to you?" Images of Yin Shan and Duan Chengyan together flashed through Fu Xiao's mind. Her expressions of flattery, concern, and anxiety pierced his heart with acute pain. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Fu Xiao coughed up a mouthful of blood, followed by several more spasms. He gazed at the blood pooling in his palm before collapsing rigidly. "Xiao! Xiao!" Sima cried out, frantically pressing the call button. By the time the medical staff arrived, Fu Xiao's complexion had turned ghastly, as if he were on the brink of death. After a frantic rescue effort, the doctor informed Sima that if Fu Xiao survived the night, he would likely be fine. Sima was taken aback by how Yun Shan's departure could affect Fu Xiao so profoundly, nearly costing him his life. She frantically searched for Yun Shan's contact information and called her repeatedly. But Yun Shan had turned off her phone upon leaving and was unreachable. Upon returning home, Yun Shan fell into a deep sleep, utterly oblivious to the turmoil that had unfolded in Italy. When she finally regained her composure and checked her phone, she was met with a barrage of missed calls. Confused, she returned the call only to hear Simia's voice, choked with tears. "Yin Shan, it's all your fault. Xiao found out you left with that man, and is so furious he asks, spitting blood. If he cannot awaken, I shall ensure that you do not have it easy. Shan maintained her posture while answering the phone, struggling to fully comprehend the gravity of the information. The beeping sound of the call disconnecting lingered on, and it took her a considerable time to regain her composure. Soon, 2 streams of hot tears cascaded down her cheeks, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she dared not contemplate the consequences. Should Fu Xiao truly suffer any misfortune because of her, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Unable to inquire further, Shan resorted to watching international news, fortuitously catching a report about the heir of the Fu family being injured and receiving emergency treatment in Italy. A sharp pang of anguish seized her heart. From day to night, and then back to day, she remained motionless by the television, finally hearing the news that Fu Xiao was out of danger. A wave of relief washed over her, causing her to collapse from the edge of the bed. The first question Fu Xiao asked upon awakening was about Shan. Sima, tears streaming down her face, knelt beside the bed and exclaimed, "Xiao, you care for her so deeply." Yet she said nothing when she received my call, did not return to see you, nor did she inquire about your condition afterward. She is not worthy of your devotion. Before Fu Jin could intervene, he turned to see the flicker of hope in Fu Zhao's eyes extinguished. Chapter 44. Silence. After much contemplation, Fu Xiao felt compelled to personally inquire about Shan's feelings. He could not bear the thought of being forsaken once more. As if a century had passed, the call finally connected, but neither party spoke first. "Xiao Shan," Fu Xiao said, pursing his lips and choosing to break the silence. "Xiao Shan, is something wrong?" came the distant voice of Duan Chengyan from the other end. Fu Zhao's hands fell, and the phone slipped from his grasp onto the bed. Perhaps it was the glaring sunlight, but despite shielding his eyes, tears flowed uncontrollably. At that moment, upon hearing Duan Chengyan's voice, Fu Xiao felt as though his heart had been torn asunder. After all these years, was he still unable to measure up to Duan Chengyan? Frustration consumed him, yet he lacked the courage to continue listening. Meanwhile, on the other end, Shan anxiously called out a few times, but Fu Xiao remained unresponsive. "Xiao Shan, your uncle and aunt are waiting for you inside. Please go in," Duan Chengyan urged at the door of the hospital room. Today marked the day Shan had arranged to visit her parents in the hospital. Uncertain of how Duan Chengyan learned of this, he had been waiting for her at the villa since early morning. Unable to refuse, Shan allowed him to escort her to the hospital. Seeing that she could not reach Fu Xiao, Shan reluctantly decided to meet her parents, whom she had not seen in over 3 years. The elderly couple awaited her eagerly in the hospital room, and upon seeing the beautiful young woman with familiar features, they recognized her as their daughter. Yun's mother burst into tears, and her father wiped the corners of his eyes. Shan, overwhelmed with joy, wept as well. The feeling of being reunited was indescribably wonderful. The 3 of them spent the day sharing laughter and tears, reminiscing, even though her parents' memories had yet to return, with Shan guiding them through the photo album. It was a moment of warmth and happiness for the 3 of them. Such tender moments are fleeting, with reluctance. Shan took her leave, reminding her parents to focus on their treatment before departing. Upon returning home, Fu Zhao's calls remained unanswered. In a moment of desperation, Shan attempted to call Ox, and to her surprise, the call connected. "Sister-in-law, are you looking for Brother Xiao?" Upon receiving a call, Ox reacted swiftly. He isn't answering my call. Could you please assist me, Brother Xiao? It's sister-in-law's call." "Just a moment, sister-in-law," Ox shouted from the other end, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps ascending the stairs. After a cacophony of noise, accompanied by the resounding slam of a door, only shallow breaths could be heard on the line. "How is your health?" Shan inquired first. "I won't die," Fu Xiao replied, his words laced with irritation. Shan, who usually engaged in banter, found herself at a loss for words today. "Do you still consider me your boyfriend, Shan?" Fu Zhao's tone remained devoid of emotion. The coldness in his voice was unfamiliar to Shan, and tears began to well in her eyes. "No matter how much time passes, I still cannot compare to Duan Chengyan, can I?" Fu Xiao sighed, posing a question. Shan recognized that reaching out to Duan Chengyan upon his return was somewhat inappropriate. Yet Fu Zhao's doubts about her loyalty overwhelmed her sense of grievance. "What about you? Surely it must be delightful to be with Sima. If that's the case, why do you still provoke me? Do you wish to see me suffer once more from abandonment?" As Shan grew increasingly agitated, She unleashed her pent-up feelings with fervor. This time, it was Fu Xiao who was taken aback. "What's Sima? What are you talking about, Xiao Shan?" Ignoring Fu Xiao's words, Yin Shan hung up the phone in frustration. Realizing that there were matters between them of which he was unaware, Fu Xiao promptly summoned his subordinates to investigate the situation. Soon, they uncovered that Yun Shan had a verbal altercation with Sima in the corridor that day, and Fu Xiao began to grasp the situation's origin. He called Sima in for questioning, but she initially denied any involvement. Fu Xiao sternly informed Sima that he had previously regarded her as a sister. If she had developed any other notions, that was his fault. Sima refused to accept this reality. "That's impossible, Xiao. I know you thought I was too young before, but I have grown. I've liked you for a long time. You can't just dismiss me for a divorced woman. How do you know Yin Shan is divorced? Have you investigated her?" Fu Xiao's tone suddenly escalated, for he was well aware that this was Yun Shan's deepest insecurity. He had painstakingly helped her emerge from her past shadows, and now, due to Sima, Yun Shan had lost her regained confidence. "Even without Xiao Shan, it could never be you. You should give up while you can." Fu Xiao removed the needle from his arm and, without even donning his slippers, strode out. Sima, weeping, clung to Fu Xiao, urging him to take care of his health. The hurriedly arriving Fu Jin, after hearing Fu Xiao's brief account, pondered for a moment and said, "I will contact Xiao Shan for you. Your current state is not suitable for long-distance travel. No, I must return to the country immediately." Fu Xiao rarely made such unwise decisions, yet Fu Jin understood his determination. The two remained at an impasse until Fu Jin ultimately relented. "Stay put. I will find someone to escort you back to the country." With that, Fu Jin departed to make arrangements. Sima wept and threw things in the ancient castle. Yet Fu Xiao did not spare him a glance. Before long, Fu Xiao boarded a flight back to his homeland. Fu Jin decided to remain in Italy to attend to matters and did not accompany him home. After much contemplation, she called Yun Shan to elucidate the situation. "Dear Shan, Fu Xiao is not one to toy with emotions. Do not let past events hinder your progress. Our family holds you in high regard, and we hope you and Fu Xiao can cultivate mutual trust and steadfastly move forward together." With these words, Fu Jin offered Yun Shan a much-needed boost of confidence. Yun Shan listened intently to Fu Jin's advice, pondering deeply. After years of acquaintance, it was clear that Fu Xiao was not a manipulator of affection. Her own concern had perhaps led her astray, allowing Sima to exploit her vulnerabilities. Realizing she had been too embroiled in her own perspective, Yun Shan resolved to hear Fu Xiao's side of the story and communicate more openly with him, rather than relying on the opinions of others. Aware that Fu Xiao's return was still some time away, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, weary from sleepless nights, and promptly retired to bed to recuperate. She intended to greet Fu Xiao with the best of spirits and actively address the issues between them. Unbeknownst to Fu Xiao, who was solely focused on hastening back to Yun Shan to explain in person, Fu Jin had already communicated these matters to her. Meanwhile, Duan Chengyan was engrossed in the investigation results at hand, which confirmed his suspicions. Yinglian was not the little girl who had rescued him years ago. A tumult of emotions surged within him. How could Yinglian have deceived him for so long under a false identity? Who was the true savior? Questions flooded his mind one after another, prompting him to drive directly to find Yinglian for clarification. Chapter 45. The truth arriving at the nightclub frequently visited by Yinglian, Duan Chengyan stood at the entrance, agitated. The cigarette between his fingers burned as he merely stared at it without taking a puff. Finally, as the cigarette dwindled to its end, Yinglian stumbled out of the club. "Brother Yin, you finally came to find me. I knew you wouldn't truly abandon me." She pressed close to Duan Chengyan, her eyes shimmering, projecting a pitiful facade. Duan Chengyan regarded the woman before him, recalling how he had once placed unwavering trust in her. It was utterly absurd. 13 years ago, you were not the girl who saved me. Who is she, and who are you? He questioned, furrowing his brow. Yinglian gazed through the haze, reflecting on the man she had tirelessly sought for years. Initially, it was merely to provoke Yin Shan, but gradually, she had come to relish his kindness and subsequently fell deeply in love with him. Now, Duan Chengyan's impatient inquiries shattered the last remnants of her resolve. When she received his call, excitement had surged within her. She thought, "Brother Yin wouldn't truly forsake me. This is merely a small lesson. And he has come looking for me again." With tears in her eyes, She looked at Duan Chengyan and maliciously declared, "Hee, Duan Chengyan, do you not wish to know who she is? Very well, I shall tell you. The one who saved you all those years ago is none other than Shan, the very person you cast aside." This revelation struck Duan Chengyan like a devastating blow. He yearned to seek out Shan immediately, yet his steps felt as heavy as lead. He could not bear to confront her, nor could he face the shadows of his former self. Observing his turmoil, Yinglian seized the opportunity to indulge in her drunken revelry, exclaiming, Duan Chengyan, look at you now. How does it feel to abandon your savior in such a manner?" The crowd outside the nightclub swelled, and Duan Chengyan longed to escape. But Yinglian clung to him tenaciously. In no time, this incident sparked fervent discussions online. When Shan awakened, she caught sight of the news but merely skimmed through it, hastily preparing to meet Fu Xiao. The misunderstandings between them had been resolved by Fu Jin, and Shan's heart raced with a mixture of excitement and guilt as she drove to the airport. Along the journey, she hummed a tune, weaving through the bustling traffic on the elevated roads. It is said that absence makes the heart grow fonder. For couples newly in love, resolving misunderstandings can be quite reckless. Shan wished fervently to sprout wings and soar to Fu Xiao's side. Upon arriving at the airport, she parked her car and glanced in the mirror. "Okay, looking good," she thought to herself as she grabbed her bag and exited the vehicle, just as she was about to pull out her phone for updates. A McLaren screeched to a halt before her. Dressed in athletic wear, Duan Chengyan emerged from the car and strode purposefully toward her, ignoring the skepticism in her expression. He enveloped her in his arms. Shan was taken aback for a few seconds before promptly pushing him away. "Duan Chengyan, please have some respect. I am in a relationship. Keep your distance, thank you." Despite being rebuffed, Duan Chengyan showed no signs of embarrassment. His eyes, bloodshot from a sleepless night, conveyed his urgency. Shan, I understand now. 13 years ago, it was actually you who saved me, wasn't it? Had this revelation come months earlier, Shan would have surely wept, but now she felt a sense of relief. "Indeed, it was I who saved you. Afterward, my family had an emergency and took me away, leaving my dear friend, Miss Sheng, in the hospital." Shan chuckled self-deprecatingly. "By the time I returned to the hospital to find you, you had already left." Duan Chengyan clenched his fists, struggling to find the right words. It felt that nothing he could say would suffice. Shan gazed up at him. Later on, Yinglian replaced me as your savior. He wanted to inquire why she never explained herself over the years, but Shan preemptively addressed his unspoken question. "It's not that I didn't try to reveal the truth, but did you ever truly listen? Did you ever attempt to hear me out?" Duan Chengyan felt as though an invisible hand was tightening around his throat. He wanted to speak, but found himself unable to utter a single word. Having finally voiced the burdens she had carried for so long, Shan felt an unexpected lightness rather than the anticipated pain. He reached out to touch her, but she skillfully evaded him and began to jog away. As they brushed past each other, the smile on Shan's face was achingly familiar, reminiscent of the times she had greeted him upon his return home. Yet now, Duan Chengyan understood. She had moved on, no longer belonging to him. Without glancing back, he got into his car and drove away. Shan hurried towards Fu Xiao, who stood nearby, albeit with a slight limp. Desiring to embrace, yet fearing to touch his wounds, Fu Xiao gazed at Shan's arms suspended in the air and, disregarding her hesitation, pulled her into his embrace. A soft sigh escaped Shan's lips, and she ceased to struggle, settling quietly within Fu Xiao's hold. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply to catch the familiar scent that anchored his heart. "Shan, I'm truly sorry. I always lose control when it comes to Duan Chengyan. I should never have doubted you." Fu Xiao's muffled voice reached her ears. Feigning anger, Shan retorted, "You entangle yourself in your own emotions and dare to shift the blame onto me?" Fu Xiao released her, flustered as he attempted to clarify. "Shan, I assure you, there is nothing between us. I once regarded her merely as a sister, and we have since severed all ties. I genuinely do not know what she has said or done." Observing Shan's barely concealed amusement, Fu Xiao realized she was no longer upset, merely playfully vexing him. With relief flooding through him, Fu Xiao enveloped her once more, allowing a comfortable silence to stretch between them. Shan patted his back, teasing, "Is this embrace meant to suffocate me? Can we go home first?" Fu Xiao murmured in agreement, firmly taking her hand as they boarded his car. Throughout their journey, Silence reigned, yet the tension within the vehicle intensified, nearly bursting forth. The driver, daring not to glance in the rearview mirror, focused solely on the road ahead. Once they arrived at their destination, he pressed the accelerator, eager to depart without delay, fearful of interrupting the couple's moment. This marked Shan's inaugural visit to the Fu residence. Upon entering, she began to survey her surroundings. Fu Xiao guided her to the sofa and prepared to rise and fetch her a glass of water. Observing his movement, Shan promptly took the cup from his hands. Insisting, "You sit, I will handle it." He acquiesced, saying, "I will take a quick shower." Without a moment's hesitation, Shan questioned, "Are you sure you can manage alone?" Fu Xiao's gaze darkened as he met her eyes, responding, "No, I cannot." Shan felt akin to a lamb caught in the sights of a wolf, faced with an impossible choice. After hastily sipping some water, her eyes darted around, muttering, "A man shouldn't admit his limitations." Yet Fu Xiao remained silent. Rising to his feet, one hand resting against the back of the sofa behind her, while the other leaned against her side. The intensity of his gaze was almost palpable, igniting a fire within Shan. Unable to withstand the force of Fu Xiao's penetrating stare, she succumbed first, playfully pushing against his shoulder and murmuring, "All right, let us go. I will assist you." As they ascended the stairs, Fu Xiao led Shan into the master bathroom, where he began to leisurely unbutton his shirt. One button, two buttons. Shan's patience waned, and she boldly tugged at his shirt. Now it was Fu Xiao's turn to be taken aback, his tone teasing, "Xiao Shan, I didn't realize you had such a penchant for this." Shan's head snapped up, chastising him, "Be quiet." Yet the blush adorning her cheeks betrayed her, partially hidden by her hair. Fu Xiao, recognizing her feigned bravado, chose not to expose her, allowing her to take charge. Though she started with fervor, Shan carefully avoided his wounds as she helped him remove his shirt. When it came to his trousers, however, Shan found herself at a loss. Having never unfastened a belt before, Shan spent an extended period scrutinizing the buckle, yet she could not decipher its mechanism. Fortunately, Fu Xiao, no longer inclined to put her in a predicament, effortlessly released the clasp with a mere flick of his fingers. In the steamy atmosphere of the bathroom, their breaths grew increasingly labored. Fu Xiao, unable to endure the weight any longer, grasped the back of Shan's head and pressed his lips against hers. As they lingered in this intimate moment, Fu Xiao spun Shan around, inadvertently colliding with the skincare products on the vanity. Instinctively, he reached out to catch them, only to inadvertently tug at his own wound. Gritting his teeth against the sharp pain, he could not hide the fleeting agony that crossed his face, which did not escape Shan's notice. Quickly donning a robe, she dialed a familiar doctor to come to their home and tend to Fu Xiao's injury. Before long, the driver returned with the physician. Upon witnessing the blood seeping from his employer's wound, the driver conjured an elaborate narrative in his mind, to the extent that it took Fu Xiao calling him 2 or 3 times before he snapped back to reality. Adopting a servile grin, the driver nodded vigorously. "I'll take the doctor back now." "Do take care, boss, and don't get out," Fu Xiao interjected coldly, his tone laced with barely concealed menace. The driver and doctor promptly made their swift exit. Once they were gone, Shan could no longer contain her laughter and collapsed onto the bed in a fit of giggles. Fu Xiao, exasperated, gently patted her back. "Stop laughing. Consider yourself fortunate today." Turning her head, Shan playfully hooked her finger under Fu Xiao's chin, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "Mr. Fu, good things come to those who wait. Please endure just a little longer." Fu Xiao felt the veins at his temples throb, suppressing his irritation, and with a swift motion, he enveloped Shan tightly in the blanket while he simmered in silent frustration, feigning sleep. After a considerable struggle, Shan finally emerged from the cocoon of blankets, carefully covering Fu Xiao before lying quietly beside him. "A few days ago, I genuinely believed we were at an end. Thankfully, all misunderstandings have been resolved, and it feels like we've emerged from the clouds into the sunlight." Fu Xiao reached for Shan's hand, gripping it firmly. "Do not doubt yourself, nor question my feelings for you. Everything else can unfold in due time." Shan rolled on her side. "Fu Xiao, the primary reason for my return home is to see my parents. They intend to regard Duan Chengyan as a prospective son-in-law. Would you accompany me to meet them and, in doing so, solidify your standing?" Fu Xiao turned to face her, noticing the glimmering moisture in her eyes amidst the darkness. The thought of being introduced to her parents tugged at the softest corners of his heart. He caressed her hair and planted a gentle kiss atop her head, assuring her, Very well, we shall go tomorrow. As the moon hung in the sky, the night was tranquil, heralding the approach of dawn. The following morning, when Shan awoke, Fu Xiao was already absent from bed. After dressing, she stepped out of the room to find voices emanating from the study. Peeking in, she saw Fu Xiao beckoning her to enter. Unfazed, she greeted the others with poise and confidence. Although they had returned to their homeland, matters in Italy remained unresolved. The Fu Corporation's branch in Italy had suffered considerable repercussions. Several shareholders had arrived early to consult Fu Xiao on strategies regarding their operations in Italy. Seated in a corner, Shan listened quietly, ensuring she did not disrupt their discussions. As she gazed at Fu Xiao, adorned with slender, gold-rimmed glasses and bearing a few unembellished scars on his face, he exuded an air of handsome nonchalance. Shan could only think of 4 words: a well-dressed beast. Stealthily, she took out her phone to capture a photo of Fu Xiao, marveling at how handsome her boyfriend was. Meanwhile, Fu Xiao was decisively formulating the next steps of their plan. The shareholders filed out, eager to avoid disrupting the young couple's moment. One elder shareholder patted Fu Xiao's shoulder earnestly, saying, "Xiao, you manage the company exceptionally well, but do not neglect your personal matters." Fu Xiao nodded with a smile. "I understand, Uncle Su. Safe travels." Before leaving, Uncle Su appraised Shan, and for some inexplicable reason, his gaze unsettled her. However, she chose not to dwell on it. Fu Xiao beckoned her to come closer as he sat in his executive chair, then opened his palm. "What?" Shan was puzzled by his gesture. "Did you not take a candid shot of me? Let me see how it turned out." Fu Xiao beckoned her with a finger. Shan handed him her phone, and he effortlessly pulled her onto his lap. "Not bad. I didn't expect Miss Yun to enjoy taking spontaneous photos of her boyfriend," he remarked with an arched eyebrow. After their playful banter, they gathered their things and headed to the hospital. Upon reaching the ground floor, Shan sensed someone watching her. Looking up, she spotted her parents excitedly waving at them from the window. She quickened her pace towards the rehabilitation building, with Fu Xiao directing his assistant to follow with an array of items. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Shan saw her parents anxiously waiting. Holding hands in front of the elevator, she enveloped them in warm embraces and introduced Fu Xiao. How about that young man, Duan?" her father asked quietly. "Dad, I told you last time that he is not my boyfriend. This time, I am bringing you the real deal," Shan interrupted, fearing that Fu Xiao, the jealous type, might take offense. On the surface, Fu Xiao remained composed, but internally he had pieced together the previous events. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt, I am Fu Xiao. I regret not being able to visit you earlier while abroad, and I hope you will not hold it against me." He spoke eloquently, leaving no room for criticism. Yun's parents realized they had been overly presumptuous before, yet this young Fu appeared to be just as commendable as the previous gentleman. Since their daughter was fond of him, they had no objections. Young Fu, let us sit and chat," her father suggested first. The 4 of them settled in the hospital room, where Fu Xiao's assistant brought in various supplements. The once empty room was now filled to the brim, leaving Shan's parents somewhat flustered. "Mom, Dad, it's fine. Fu Xiao is affluent. Let him show his kindness. Besides, you were once esteemed entrepreneurs yourselves. You can certainly accept this," Shan reassured them, though her heart ached. They had once been accustomed to grand affairs, yet now appeared timid and hesitant. These past few years had truly been difficult for them. Chapter 47. I am pregnant. Upon seeing a long-absent figure, Yinglian's brow brightened with a hint of joy. In a flurry, she adjusted her attire and hurried towards Duan Chengyan. "Chengyan, you finally arrived. It has been ages since you last visited me." Duan Chengyan, gazing at the woman before him, intended to be forthright. However, given their former relationship, he was reluctant to create an uncomfortable atmosphere between them. "Yes, I came to see you and also have a few matters to discuss." He brushed past Yinglian, bypassing her as if she were a mere wisp of air. Ever since their engagement, followed by a series of unforeseen events, she had been residing in this quaint villa arranged by Duan Chengyan. His attitude towards her had undergone a dramatic transformation, and now that he had come to seek her out, Yinglian was determined not to let this golden opportunity slip away. "What is it?" "Chengyan, you seem rather weary. Perhaps you should rest a while before we talk?" Duan Chengyan indeed appeared fatigued, rubbing his temples. "No need. How have you been lately?" Yinglian, somewhat perplexed, complied with his inquiry. "Quite well, thank you. However, I must admit, your prolonged absence has left me a bit heartbroken." After all, we have been engaged for quite some time. She cast a shy glance at him. Although her words hung unuttered in the air, their implication was unmistakable. Duan Chengyan comprehended her meaning, but was resolute in his decision not to marry her until he had unraveled the confusion within his own heart. Rest assured, since I have promised to marry you, I shall do so. However, prior to that, I need you to answer a few questions with utmost sincerity. Chengyan, please proceed. Yinglian gracefully seated herself opposite him, taking a delicate sip of tea, maintaining her composure throughout their conversation. Do you remember when you saved me? There was a scar on my right arm, and in order to allow me to escape, you inflicted a similar mark upon your own arm. Yet, when I look at your arm now, the scar has vanished. A flicker of guilt washed over Yinglian. She was aware that Shan had rescued Duan Chengyan, yet she was oblivious to the finer details. Faced with his inquiry, she could only muster a forced smile and reply, I underwent corrective surgery afterward. As a girl, I cherish beauty, which is why the scar is no longer present. Duan Chengyan, however, remained fixated on her, his once gentle gaze gradually becoming devoid of emotion. Although he had conducted prior investigations and knew the truth, hearing her utter those words only deepened the disappointment and sorrow within him, feelings he struggled to articulate. Noticing the shift in his expression, Yinglian felt a twinge of panic. What is it, Chengyan? Why do you look at me like that? You are lying. A chill ran down Yinglian's spine. It dawned on her that Duan Chengyan had discovered her deception regarding the identity of a savior. However, at this juncture, she found herself with no way out. After enduring countless trials, the day had finally arrived when she was on the verge of becoming Mrs. Duan. This opulent fortune was within her grasp, and she was loath to relinquish it so easily. Chengyan, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend a single word. What do you mean by this? Duan Chengyan gazed at Yinglian with disappointment, not expecting that even at such a critical moment, she would still refuse to acknowledge the truth. He had deceived himself, hoping to leave a sliver of possibility between them, but it seemed that was no longer necessary. How long do you intend to maintain this facade? From the very beginning, there's been no mark of harm upon the one I cherish. I have deceived you. If you are unaware of such details, what compels you to assume her identity? Yinglian's eyes widened, quickly brimming with tears as she began to weep sorrowfully. She approached Duan Chengyan, attempting to grasp his hand, but he withdrew, denying her any chance. I can explain, Chengyan. My actions were born from love. I was momentarily foolish, which led me to this path. I yearn to be with you. I have cherished you for so many years. Chengyan, you love me too, do you not? Duan Chengyan looked at her with a face full of disappointment, the last remnants of affection vanishing entirely. Prior to your inquiry, I had extended my hand to you, hoping that if you could only utter a fragment of truth, I might convince myself to trust you. Yet, you chose to persist in your deception. I admit that I loved you, but that is now a thing of the past. The moment I discovered you had usurped the identity of my savior, all possibilities between us ceased to exist. Chengyan, do not leave me. You're my only hope. I have done so much for you. We have fought to be together. Tears streamed down Yinglian's face as she clung desperately to Duan Chengyan's hand, unwilling to let him go, unwilling to watch everything she had worked for dissipate into thin air. She could not bear the thought of returning to the dark days of her past. Duan Chengyan, witnessing her grasp, gently pried her fingers away, tenderly wiping the tears from her cheeks for what seemed like the last time. I once sincerely wished to marry you, but I later realized that the person beside me was not as innocent and virtuous as I had perceived. You may remain here, but from this day forth, we share no further ties. I shall not hold the past against you. Take care of yourself. With that, Duan Chengyan resolutely turned away, and in Yinglian's eyes, the initial admiration transformed into a desperate madness as the last glimmer of hope faded. Was it all because of that woman? Because of Shan? Yet, she no longer loved you. She had already surrendered herself to another man. That matters not. She loved me once, and I am confident I can win her back. As he spoke of Shan, Duan Chengyan softened slightly, yet the memories of his past actions towards her weighed heavily upon him with guilt. Humanity often learns to cherish only after experiencing loss, only to recognize that what they have lost is indeed the most precious. Ha 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 ha. Yinglian erupted into manic laughter, declaring her triumph. She had not lost, nor would she ever lose. You cannot leave. You must marry me, for I am with child. Duan Chengyan paused in his steps, swiftly turning to grasp Yinglian's shoulders, Disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? How could we? Chapter 48. It is no longer possible between us at this juncture. Duan Chengyan abruptly released Shan Yinglian, as if a realization dawned upon him. Did you orchestrate this? Shan Yinglian smiled coyly, not denying the accusation, boldly placing her hand on her abdomen. I merely employed a slight ruse. How could one call it deceit? Besides, Chengyan, I did this for your own good. Duan Chengyan had never felt such revulsion for Shan Yinglian. The woman before him was no longer the one he once knew. She would resort to any means necessary to attain her desires. So was that time you tricked me into drinking? Wasn't it? Indeed. But I never anticipated such fortune. It happened with but a single attempt. This must be fate. Chengyan. Furthermore, I have already informed Annie and the others about my pregnancy. They are overjoyed. Very well. Duan Chengyan let out a cold laugh, appearing infuriated, repeating the word well several times before turning his back and departing the courtyard. As Shan Yinglian watched his retreating figure, her smile slowly faded, her hands clenching tightly. You have forced my hand, yet you must be mine. Meanwhile, Shan was lying on her bed, indulging in a facial mask, seizing every moment to restore herself to her finest state. After all, Fu Xiao would soon return, and she wished to present her best self. In hindsight, her impulsiveness had not led to the disastrous outcome she had anticipated. Just as she closed her eyes, her phone rang incessantly. Upon glancing at the caller ID, she was taken aback to see Duan Chengyan's name. Although her ex-husband had made numerous attempts to atone for his past actions, some things, once missed, could not be reclaimed. His current efforts to win her back were not what Shan desired. Still, as someone who had once loved him deeply, she harbored hopes that Duan Chengyan would ultimately find his own happiness. With this sentiment in mind, she answered the call, only to be met with prolonged silence on the other end. Hello? Duan Chengyan, what is wrong? Why are you silent? Has something happened? After a lengthy pause, Shan scrutinized her phone once more. Indeed, it was Duan Chengyan's number. Hello? If you do not speak, I shall hang up. Please, do not hang up. Duan Chengyan's voice was hoarse, revealing a profound weariness that startled Shan. What had transpired to render him in such a state? What is the matter with you? In response to her inquiry, Duan Chengyan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. He knew they had severed all ties, yet he still felt as though Shan belonged to him. Shan Yinglian is pregnant, and she is using the child as leverage to coerce me into marrying her. Shan felt a wave of relief, having thought it was a matter of great importance, only to discover it was this. Isn't this a good thing? You have affection for her, and she reciprocates. Now, with the love you share manifesting in the form of a child, marriage seems a natural progression. Listening to Shan's relaxed tone, Duan Chengyan felt a twinge of urgency, as if he were eager to prove something. No, you should know that I no longer harbor the feelings I once did for her. Moreover, she deceived me, usurping the identity of my savior. She is no longer the kind-hearted Yinglian I once knew. Duan Chengyan's voice gradually faded, his mood somber, perhaps indicating that he had never truly understood her, never known the real her. What surprised Shan was not Shan Yinglian's pregnancy. She had anticipated that was merely a matter of time, but rather that Duan Chengyan had investigated events from years past, uncovering that it was the Union Pei that had impersonated his savior. Had he also discovered that she was, in fact, the one who saved him? For her, it no longer mattered whether Duan Chengyan knew the truth. The past was but a wisp of smoke, long gone. She simply wished to seize the present. Is it to discuss these two matters that you called today? She inquired. No, there is one more thing. Duan Chengyan took a deep breath, gripping the steering wheel tightly, revealing his visible tension. He had vowed that this would be the last time he would speak of it. Otherwise, he might never have the chance again. Regardless of the outcome, he wished to make one final attempt. Let us remarry. This time, silence enveloped Shan. Had this been in the past, hearing those words would have filled her with joy. Yet, times had changed. His mindset was vastly different now. He and Duan Chengyan were akin to two parallel lines that ought never to intersect. When one forcefully altered its trajectory, a fleeting intersection occurred. But it was a moment as ephemeral as a flash of bloom. With everything now returning to its rightful path, it signified that no further possibilities existed between them. I have long since lost my previous feelings for you. The person I now cherish is Fu Xiao. Henceforth, please refrain from voicing such sentiments, and let us avoid contact whenever possible. After uttering these words, Shan felt a lightness wash over her, a subtle realization that she should have acted this way long ago. Duan Chengyan remained silent for a considerable time before finally rasping out his acquiescence. I understand, but should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Without waiting for Shan to decline, he hastily ended the call, as if escaping in a panic. Looking at the disconnected phone, Shan felt a mix of resignation and resolve. She would take one step at a time. Just after she hung up with Duan Chengyan, her secretary messaged her about a new batch of interns at the company, asking for her guidance on their placements. With her slender fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk, she ultimately grabbed her car keys and headed to the office. As I arrived at the company's entrance, I noticed a group of youthful university students in the lobby, evidently the new interns. The secretary had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Shan, she promptly approached her. President Yun, this batch consists of our new interns. I have tentatively assigned them to various departments for your review. With that, the secretary handed over the documents she was holding. Shan glanced through them, confirming there were no issues. The secretary's allocation seemed quite reasonable. Manageable for the interns as long as they applied themselves diligently. All right, if there are no objections, let us proceed with these assignments. The interns, noticing Shan as personal presence, could not help but chatter excitedly among themselves, their faces brimming with aspirations and hopes for the future. Chapter 49. Company reorganization. Observing this vibrant group of interns, their enthusiasm seemed to invigorate Shan as well. She confidently approached them in her high heels, radiating a sweet smile. Rest assured, since you have chosen Yinshi Group as your internship company, we will not disappoint you. As long as you commit to your tasks earnestly, I will take care of everything else. Good. They responded in unison, the atmosphere electric. Among them, a girl with sparkling eyes and a perpetual smile caught Shan's attention, momentarily reminding her of her younger self, prompting her to gaze a little longer. Now, please follow the secretary to discover your assigned departments. Remember, no matter the time or place, staying grounded is paramount. After uplifting their spirits, Shan returned to her office. Exhaling deeply, the reflection in the floor-to-ceiling windows suggested she appeared notably rejuvenated, alleviating her concerns about meeting Fu Xiao. Although she had brought her laptop abroad, certain documents could not be processed electronically. Gazing at the stacks of paperwork on her desk, Shan felt overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Fu Xiao's flight had just landed in City C. Dressed casually and sporting sunglasses, despite his pallor, his handsome visage remained undeniable. The driver had been waiting outside the airport for quite some time. Upon seeing Fu Xiao, he hurriedly approached to open the car door. Fu Xiao removed his sunglasses and checked the time on his phone. He quickly sent a message to Fu Jin, who responded almost immediately. Have you arrived safely? When you meet Shan, make sure to explain everything properly. You know her temperament. You've worked hard to win her over, so don't let anything jeopardize your efforts. Fu Jin's words resonated with wisdom. This unrequited love had finally blossomed into something tangible, and he could not allow any petty distractions to derail his plans. Fu Xiao pressed his lips together, swiftly typing a response to Fu Jin. Don't worry, I know what to do. Seeing his reply, Fu Jin shook her head in resignation, setting her phone down. After all, her role as a supporter had its limits. The rest was entirely up to him. Shan had finally managed to tackle a small portion of her workload, feeling a twinge of soreness in her neck. Rising from her seat, she gently rotated her stiff neck. She reached for the telephone receiver, intending to summon a secretary to bring her a cup of coffee. However, upon reflection, she realized she had been cooped up in the office for quite some time and could benefit from a brief stroll. With this thought in mind, Shan set the receiver down, massaged her aching neck, and made her way to the tea room. To her surprise, she encountered the young girl who had joined the office that day, also seeking refreshment. The moment the girl spotted Shan, her face lit up. Yin, President. The girl's reaction elicited a laugh from Shan. No need to be so nervous. I'm not a monster. How has your day been so far? The girl nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. It's wonderful here. I truly admire you, Yin President. You are an idol to us girls. You single-handedly uphold the Yin Corporation. The moment I heard there was an opportunity for an internship at Yin Corporation, I filled out the application without a second thought. Thankfully, I submitted it quickly. Otherwise, I might have missed out. The girl chuckled, her words revealing her genuine joy and anticipation for her internship, which, in turn, bolstered Shan's confidence. Seeing the girl's radiant smile, Shan felt a surge of warmth and couldn't help but pat her shoulder. Keep up the great work. I won't take up any more of your break time. After saying this, Shan returned to her office with her coffee cup, unaware that their interaction had been observed by some envious colleagues. With Shan's encouragement, the young girl became increasingly diligent in her tasks. However, her hard work only seemed to irk a few self-proclaimed veteran employees who regarded her with disdain. "Hey, print this document for me. I'll need it for the meeting later. And also, print 5 copies of my materials, but separate them." The girl glanced at the pile of documents on her desk, and then at the seasoned employees. Though she felt a flicker of resentment, she dared not oppose them, dutifully gathering the heavy files to head for the printer. This treatment was not unique to her. Other interns faced similar challenges. While waiting by the printer, the girl overheard a conversation outside the door. "This girl is so easy to fool. What a fool. Just because she is connected to President Yun. Does she think she can relax? Not a chance. Who does she think she is, acting so arrogant as an intern? We ought to teach her a lesson and show her who truly holds the power here." Clenching her lips and fists, the girl seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, yet felt powerless to speak out as the meeting time approached. Carrying a stack of thick documents, she entered the meeting room, her delicate face obscured behind the papers. Shan sat at the head of the table, her expression inscrutable, observing the girl. Drenched in sweat as she distributed documents to each employee, it became clear that she was relegated to a corner, her once bright demeanor dimming. Meanwhile, the seasoned employees exchanged knowing smiles, and it dawned on Shan that this group was intent on intimidating the newcomer. If they were audacious enough to act this way in her presence, their behavior behind closed doors would likely be even more egregious. In an instant, Shan's enthusiasm for the meeting dissipated, and she tossed the documents onto the table. "Could you please clarify what is happening here? I distinctly remember informing everyone that each individual is responsible for their own work. Though they are interns, they are nevertheless part of the Yun group. What does your current behavior signify? Do you believe that my words, as the president, can be disregarded?" The authority of her position was palpable, her piercing gaze sweeping across every seasoned employee present, yet none dared to meet her eyes, all bowing their heads in silence. "I will reiterate my point before you all today. Do not think that your status allows for reckless behavior. The Yun group cannot afford to sustain such arrogance. Consider this a warning. If there's a next time, do not expect leniency." Shan was evidently incensed, and the veteran employees were taken aback, not anticipating her anger over such a matter, yet they were indeed at fault. She then stood and approached the young woman, her tone softening. "If you ever encounter such a situation again, please come to me, understood?" The young woman, somewhat taken aback, looked up and was met by Shan's gentle gaze, her eyes welling with tears as she nodded emphatically. "I understand. Today's meeting concludes here. As for the proposal, please revise it and submit it to the president's office by tomorrow," Shan instructed before nodding at the young woman and returning to her office. Upon opening the door, she spotted a familiar figure seated on the sofa, momentarily freezing in place as if her feet were rooted to the ground. Fu Xiao, hearing the commotion, turned to the doorway and was greeted by the sight of the one he had missed dearly. After a few days apart, Shan appeared somewhat haggard, stirring a pang of sympathy within him. Ignoring his own injuries, he strode forward and enveloped her in his embrace. Shan, I have missed you so much." Shan's body tensed momentarily before relaxing as she returned the embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Despite only being separated for a few days, it felt to her as if they had been apart for an eternity. "I miss you too. I apologize for my impulsive departure last time. I left without fully understanding the situation, and I regret causing you distress." Fu Xiao released Shan, gazing at her delicate face as he placed a finger gently on her lips. "I too am at fault. I failed to provide you with the security you needed and neglected to explain Saima's identity beforehand, which led to that misunderstanding. Please do not be upset. I have already clarified matters with Saima." Shan sniffled, realizing how wonderful it was to be loved, to be cherished and enveloped in a sense of safety. "I am not angry. How could I be upset with you, my treasure?" Fu Xiao smiled, planting a kiss on her fair forehead, and they lingered in each other's affection for a while. Content. Shan nestled against Fu Xiao, gazing at his face in satisfaction. "By the way, how's your injury? Upon my return, I learned that you had once again been admitted to the intensive care unit. But you are well now, aren't you?" "Yes, I'm fine. By the way, when I arrived, did they not mention that you were attending a meeting? How could it have ended so swiftly?" At the mere mention of this, Shan could not help but sigh, rubbing her temples. A new batch of interns has joined the company, and to my dismay, the senior employees have resorted to age discrimination. The interns, being so meek, have borne the brunt of this unfair treatment without uttering a word. Fu Xiao gently massaged Yun Shan's shoulders, quickly grasping the situation at hand. So you stood up for them, and the meeting did not proceed as planned? No. I instructed them to refine their proposal and submit it tomorrow. If the atmosphere within the company remains this way, it will be detrimental to our future development. Managing a company is no trivial matter. Yun Shan sighed, her face betraying an indescribable weariness. Fu Xiao felt a pang of sympathy. Yet he recognized that this was Yun's family business. His role was limited to small gestures. After all, everyone has their own space. If he were to overstep into Yun's domain, what would Yun Ran think of him? Take your time. You are already doing remarkably well. Sometimes, striving for immediate results only leads to unnecessary exhaustion. Yun Shan nodded in agreement, and the two shared a tender moment until it was time to leave work. She led Fu Xiao through the private elevator directly to the parking lot to head home. At present, she yearned for nothing more than to spend quiet moments with Fu Xiao, cherishing their time together. The night in City C appeared exceptionally serene and tranquil, illuminated by lights. Yet this evening was destined to be anything but peaceful. Duan Chengyan observed Shan Yinglian and his mother seated across from him. As expected, Shan Yinglian had disclosed her pregnancy to her family. His mother, eager and impatient, had called him, urging him to return promptly to discuss the matter of marriage with Shan Yinglian. In my opinion, the wedding should be as grand as possible. Just look at your engagement ceremony. It should be at least twice as extravagant to honor our little grandson. Auntie, Shan Yinglian shyly addressed her, two rosy blushes adorning her fair cheeks as her gaze toward Duan Chengyan brimmed with affection. Yet, such a gaze only served to irk Duan Chengyan, filling him with a sense of profound weariness, even a hint of disgust. Oh, why call me Annie? That feels so distant. You should call me Mom instead. Before long, we will all be one family, and we should speak as such. Chengyan, why are you silent? His mother shot him a discontented glance, clearly displeased with his current reticence. Since you have both made your decision, why seek my opinion? Just proceed as you wish. I am tired. With that, Duan Chengyan turned to leave, inciting his mother's ire. Shan Yinglian's expression faltered. His reaction was indeed unexpected. She had assumed that he would exercise some restraint in front of his parents. But he showed not a shred of restraint whatsoever. What is the matter with you? Why do you choose to emulate your father? Do you still harbor feelings for your ex-wife? What does status matter? She was no better than a hen that could not lay eggs. Mrs. Duan let out a cold hum, her dissatisfaction with Yun Shan evident. When Yun Shan married into the Duan family, she was vehemently opposed. At that time, Duan Chengyan was not the person he had become. Marrying her was one thing, but after all these years of marriage, there had been no sign of child. Was this not a path to the extinction of the Duan lineage? Such a woman was utterly unacceptable. Aunt, please do not be angry. Chengyan does not mean it that way. Perhaps he has simply been overwhelmed with work and is exhausted. You are quite understanding. It does not matter. I will take charge, and you can rest assured as you prepare to join our Duan family. Mrs. Duan looked at Shan Yinglian with great satisfaction. This was the demeanor befitting a daughter-in-law of the Duan family. She patted her hand gently. Shan Yinglian, feeling somewhat shy, replied, no matter if Chengyan disagrees. As long as the elders of the Duan family consent, he will have to marry me. Mrs. Duan continued to converse with Shan Yinglian for a while before allowing her to return to her room. When she entered, Duan Chengyan was already lying on the bed, his notebook resting beside him as he appeared to still be handling work. Shan Yinglian approached and nestled into his embrace. Chengyan, please stop working. Duan Chengyan turned away coldly, unwilling to spare even a glance for her. I truly did not see it before. You possess such cunning. Have you achieved your aim, then? Shan Yinglian chuckled lightly, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. How can this be considered cunning? I simply wish to marry you. Chengyan, I admit I have made mistakes in the past, but I am willing to change. Can we not start anew? Besides, I carry your child. Can you bear to let your child wander without a home? Duan Chengyan looked at Shan Yinglian, who was clinging to him, and loosened her grip, standing at the edge of the bed. You are right. The child is innocent. I will not let my child wander, and you will have what you desire, but the cost will be your permanent loss of me. The moment you chose to deceive me and assume another's identity, you should have foreseen the consequences once the truth was revealed. Sleep now. I shall go to the study. With that, Duan Chengyan left, and Shan Yinglian, filled with anger, hurled a pillow to the floor. Duan Chengyan, I will make you regret this. I will ensure you do. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved a pregnancy test from her bag. She had consulted a doctor when purchasing it, who assured her it was a new type that was accurate even when used at night. Entering the bathroom, Yinglian sat on the toilet, and after several minutes, she noticed that the test still displayed a single line. Indeed, she was not pregnant. Her earlier claims were merely a ruse to deceive Duan Chengyan into marrying her. However, this was not a sustainable plan. After all, a pregnancy would become increasingly evident over time, and she bore no child. While it was manageable for now, what would she do later? Yinglian carefully hid the pregnancy test away. No matter what, she had to conceive within the next 3 months. If Duan Chengyan is uncooperative, then I would not hesitate to bestow upon him a metaphorical hat, for the rift between us is already widened, and it appears we are merely maintaining appearances. The two spent a sleepless night, and as the first ray of dawn penetrated the window, Shan stirred, instinctively reaching out beside her. As anticipated, her hand encountered a warm body, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself gazing into the striking visage of Fu Xiao. In slumber, Fu Xiao bore a serious demeanor, devoid of his usual carefree facade, with sunlight gracing his face. Unable to resist, Shan gently traced her fingers from the bridge of his nose to his lips, wishing to withdraw her hand, only to have it captured by a strong grip. Let me see which little trickster I have caught trying to engage in mischief while I sleep. Fu Xiao's voice emerged, still husky and tinged with the remnants of sleep. He slightly opened his eyes, and Shan, caught off guard, was ensnared by his deep, dark gaze, causing her heart to race as she hastily averted her eyes and withdrew her hand. You're talking nonsense. I haven't done anything wrong. It's time to get up, she said, attempting to rise, but Fu Xiao swiftly pulled her back into his embrace. It's still early. Let's lie here a while longer. Once we part ways, it will be an entire day before we see each other again. Are you truly heartless enough to abandon me? You are quite the smooth talker, Shan retorted, feigning disdain, yet her body betrayed her as she nestled into Fu Xiao's arms, the two of them sharing a tranquil moment together. It was not until their phones alarmed simultaneously that they exchanged amused glances and proceeded to get ready for the day. After breakfast, Fu Xiao escorted Shan to the entrance of her office building, and after receiving a sweet kiss, he drove away in his sports car, satisfaction apparent on his face. His recovery had been remarkable, yet many matters remained unattended. It was time to return to his responsibilities. Shan blushed and felt her heart race as she watched Fu Xiao's car disappear from view, taking a deep breath to compose herself before entering the company. Upon returning to her office, she discovered that the proposals discussed yesterday had already been submitted. After reviewing several drafts and finding no issues, she provided her feedback. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Come in. An intern entered, holding a document, his gaze betraying a hint of apprehension. Yun, could you please review this document? Yes, place it here, and you may leave, Shan replied, glancing at the intern without much thought. However, as she opened the document, she initially found nothing amiss until she noticed a significant discrepancy in the figures. Such a critical error could result in substantial losses for the company. Please summon the intern who just came in, inform her that I need to speak with her, but do not place too much pressure on her. Shan instructed the secretary over the phone. Soon, the intern was brought back, appearing even more anxious than before and awkwardly addressing her. Cloud, you've arrived. I have reviewed the proposal you submitted, and while the initial sections are satisfactory, there exists a critical error. You have miscalculated the finances. Are you aware of the repercussions this may entail? Upon hearing Shan address her so gravely, the intern's complexion drained of color. She bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Noticing her distress, Shan recognized that her words may have been excessively harsh. However, certain matters, if not curtailed promptly, would be impossible to rectify later. There is no need for such dismay. Simply exercise greater caution in the future. It is essential to deliberate thoroughly before acting impulsively. The intern appeared hesitant, seemingly on the verge of voicing something to Shan, yet ultimately remained silent. Just as Shan intended to dismiss her, requesting that she revise the document, a fellow intern, who shared a close rapport with her, entered the room. Cloud, this document was not prepared by Xiaoyu. It was generated by her supervisor as a mere formality to appease you. He had no intention of submitting it himself, hence he asked Xiaoyu to deliver it. Shan cast a penetrating glance at the intern named Xiaoyu. Is this indeed the case? Encouraged by her friend S support, Xiaoyu finally summoned the courage to nod affirmatively. This proposal is not my creation. My own work was appropriated by the manager, who submitted it as his own. He handed me this one since time was of the essence, and I had to overlook the revisions. Shan's gaze flickered with surprise. She had not anticipated that even after her stern warning, someone would still dare to act so recklessly. It seemed her recent kindness had fostered a sense of entitlement among them, leading them to forget the boundaries of appropriate conduct. Chapter 52. The illness of Duan's father Shan rose and approached Xiaoyu, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. This matter is not your fault. You are not to blame. However, should a similar situation arise in the future, do not shield him. Come directly to me. After providing consolation to the intern, she summoned her secretary to bring the manager in. Upon entering, the manager's heart sank at the sight of the intern, a foreboding sensation creeping over him. Yet he steeled himself to proceed. Cloud, did you summon me for something? Shan tossed his proposal onto the table before him, her typically warm eyes now cold as ice. Please elucidate why your proposal was delegated to another and explain the financial discrepancies. After years of service in this company, how could you commit such a fundamental error? The manager trembled as he picked up the proposal, having believed his actions to be flawless and beyond reproach. Yet, at this juncture, any attempts at justification would prove futile. He could only concede. This oversight on my part is regrettable. I humbly request another chance. I believe I warned you all during the meeting against offloading your responsibilities onto others and reminded you not to usurp the fruits of another's labor. You have indeed taken both roles for yourself. Is it my recent kindness towards you that has led to your arrogance? Observing Shan's anger, the manager could only concede, for he could not afford to jeopardize this esteemed position. It is well known that the Yun Group offers remuneration and benefits that far surpass those of the outside world. I apologize, Miss Yun. I was in the wrong. I promise to never repeat this mistake. I implore you to grant me another chance. Shan remained silent, transferring the decision to Xiaoyu. What do you think? Should we forgive him? Xiaoyu gazed at Shan timidly, yet understood the wisdom and mercy. Miss Yun, since the manager has already acknowledged his fault, perhaps we should let it go? Very well. Since you have spoken, I shall temporarily pardon him this time. However, should there be a next time, I will not be so lenient. Shan shot a glance at the manager, who promptly retrieved his proposal and expressed his gratitude to Xiaoyu. It's nothing. Do not be afraid in future encounters of this sort. I will always stand on the side of righteousness. Xiaoyu nodded and departed the president's office with her friend, bringing this matter to a close. Duan Chengyan was seated at his desk, engrossed in paperwork, when an unexpected call from the hospital urged him to come immediately. His father's condition was critical. He swiftly set aside his tasks, seized his car keys, and drove to the hospital. Upon his arrival, he found his father already in the intensive care unit, and his mother was there, tearfully dabbing her eyes, her eyelids swollen from weeping. The sight of her son seemed to restore her hope. My son, you have finally arrived. The doctor said your father might not survive this month. What will become of our family if he truly departs? Aunt, do not despair. There is still Chengyan. He will undoubtedly steer the company towards prosperity. Please, do not worry too much. Yinglian gently consoled, fulfilling her role as a comforting presence, while Duan Chengyan cast her an impatient glance. May I visit my father now? The doctor said you could, but you must wear protective gear. However, given your father's current state, I fear, Duan Chengyan nodded, reassuringly patting his mother's back before donning the protective suit. He entered the intensive care unit, where his father lay pale and struggling to breathe with an oxygen mask. In his memories, his father had never appeared so frail. He had always exuded vigor and vitality. Yet time and illness could bring even the strongest to their knees. It was shocking to witness his father succumb to such a rapid decline, seemingly sensing a presence. His father laboriously opened his eyes and gestured for him to come closer. Duan Chengyan immediately understood the unspoken message and hurried to his father's bedside. My son, you are the sole heir of the Duan family. I fear my days are numbered. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I have decided to entrust the Duan Group to you. From this day forth, you shall be the chairman of the Duan Group. Father, do not speak like that. You will recover. Father Duan coughed a few times and shook his head. I am most aware of my own physical condition. What occupies my mind now is you, your mother, and our Duan family. The Duan Group is the empire I have painstakingly built over the better part of my life. You must manage it diligently, cough, cough, so I can depart in peace." Father Duan spoke intermittently, and even these few words drained him of all his strength. Although Duan Chengyan appeared calm on the surface, a tempest raged within him. To claim he did not yearn for power would be a falsehood, especially since the one he cherished had ascended to such heights. Now, as he took the reins of the Duan group, he could finally stand beside her. "Father, rest assured, I shall not betray your trust. I will manage the Duan group well and ensure your hard work does not come to naught," Duan Chengyan vowed. Satisfied, Father Duan nodded. "There's one more thing. I heard from your mother that Yinglian is pregnant. If that is the case, your marriage should be put on the agenda. As for that Shan, do not dwell on her any longer. You two are fated to be apart. Cherish the one before you." Duan Chengyan fell silent. Though he understood that he and Shan had no future, a glimmer of hope persisted in his heart. What if she turned back? Yet, such what if were mere fantasies. Father Duan did not press further and coughed a few more times, appearing fatigued. Duan Chengyan cast a complex glance at his father before stepping out of the ICU. As he emerged, Mother Duan hurried towards him. "So, what did your father say to you?" Duan Chengyan looked at his mother, took her hand, and gently reassured her. "Father said he will entrust the entire Duan group to me from today onward. Mother, you need not worry. I will not let the Duan group fall into ruin." Mother Duan nodded, relieved, but her gaze lingered on her husband's condition, leaving her with little joy. Duan Chengyan arranged for her to be taken home. Chapter 53. Congratulations to yourself, Shan. Yinglian smiled as she approached Duan Chengyan, effortlessly linking her arm with his. "Congratulations, Chengyan. You have finally realized your ambition and become the helmsman of the Duan group." Duan Chengyan cast a dispassionate glance her way, while Fu Xinlian coldly withdrew her hand. "You are congratulating yourself. The position of Mrs. Duan is now secure. Rest assured, for the sake of my father and the child in your womb, I will marry you. But I have conditions." Perhaps after years of planning, the moment had finally arrived, and Shan Yinglian was not angered. Instead, she looked at him with a beaming smile. "What are your conditions? First, stay at home and give birth to the child. Second, refrain from causing trouble. Third, do not provoke Shan." Shan Yinglian laughed, realizing that his heart still lingered on Shan. Yet, she wondered for whom this display of deep affection was intended. Was it for herself? Nevertheless, considering the impending fulfillment of her desires, she reluctantly agreed to his 3 conditions. "Agreed, I shall fulfill my promise. Yet it is imperative that you also uphold your end of the bargain." With that, Duan Chengyan departed from the hospital and returned to the company. His father had already orchestrated everything, announcing his ascension to the position of chairman, in keeping with the tradition of new officials implementing reforms. Duan Chengyan's inaugural act as chairman was to revamp the company's system, drawing inspiration from Shan. Naturally, such actions incited discontent among many. Yet he did not endeavor to retain those who chose to resign. Rather, he rewarded those who remained. Following this course of action, the voices of dissent within the company gradually faded away, solidifying Duan Chengyan's standing within the organization. Simultaneously, Shan discerned a recent decline in the company's morale. The previous incident involving the interns had imparted valuable insights to her. While having a commendable superior is undeniably significant for effective management, it is equally vital to acknowledge the diligent efforts of those who work tirelessly behind the scenes. Only by stabilizing the workforce can the company truly thrive. With this in mind, Shan devised a plan and summoned her secretary. She instructed her to discreetly observe and investigate over the coming days, identifying individuals who genuinely dedicated themselves to the company's success, and to compile a list for her review. The secretary, understanding Shan's intent, conducted her observations and presented a list to Shan after a period of scrutiny. However, Shan was not one to hastily draw conclusions based solely on the secretary's findings. She personally assessed the candidates and found them indeed to be industrious in their endeavors. That very afternoon, the individuals on the list were promoted and given raises, with the announcement posted in the Human Resources Department. As anticipated, this decision elicited 2 distinct reactions, one of exuberance and another of discontent. Shan had foreseen such outcomes. Following the announcement, she personally visited the Human Resources Department. "I know you have numerous questions, particularly regarding why those individuals were promoted instead of you," she began. "However, I urge you to reflect on this matter. When I assumed the role of chairman of Yun's group, I made it clear that we do not tolerate idleness. Of course, Those who are diligent in their work are treated differently. Thus, I encourage you to contemplate whether you are genuinely committed to your tasks or merely going through the motions. As Yin Shan's words resonated, the dissenting voices began to wane. They scarcely dared to meet her gaze, while discontent lingered in their hearts. Her assertions were undeniably reflective of their own actions. Ms. Yun, your wisdom is evident. We concede and pledge our unwavering dedication to the company moving forward. Indeed, Ms. Yun, rest assured, we shall unite as one, and Yun's group will undoubtedly flourish. The chorus of voices filled the air, yet their previously scattered sentiments had coalesced into a singular resolve, precisely the outcome Yin Shan had envisioned. With the employees aligned in purpose, any challenge could be surmounted. Following this significant reform, the team's vigor was palpably heightened, the company's stock steadily ascended, and business continued to thrive. By now, the funds have nearly been recovered, and we have finally distanced ourselves from the brink of bankruptcy, beginning to ascend steadily. The efforts that Yun Shan has made for this day are evident to all. Years from now, when reminiscing, she will undoubtedly remain the strong woman in their hearts, possessing an unshakable status. With the company gradually stabilizing, Yin Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was then that she realized Fu Xiao had called her multiple times. She returned the call, and he answered promptly, his teasing voice emanating from the receiver. Seems like my dear Shan is incredibly busy. So much so that she doesn't have time to answer the calls of her legitimate boyfriend. If one didn't know better, they might think you're up to something behind my back. Listening to his mildly disgruntled tone, Yin Shan couldn't help but smile helplessly, aware that she had indeed been neglecting Fu Xiao of late. I'm sorry, I know I've been too busy lately and have overlooked you. How about I treat you to dinner as an apology? Is that so? Fu Xiao's voice elongated, leading Yin Shan to believe he was dissatisfied with her form of atonement. Just as she was about to elaborate, he interjected, can I expect a meal prepared by your own hand? Yin Shan was taken aback by his request. Cooking was not a challenge for her, and she readily agreed. All right, what would you like to eat? I'll have my secretary pick it up. No need. I've already arranged for someone to buy it and deliver it to my home. Tonight, I look forward to your candlelit dinner. Fu Xiao's sly smile indicated that he had long since made up his mind, having cleverly set a trap for her to willingly step into. Very well, then. I shall keep you waiting, President Fu. After hanging up, Yin Shan noticed the time and was about to leave when Cheng Shiwei arrived, carrying a thick stack of documents. Clearly prepared. However, Yin Shan was unperturbed, ready to face whatever came her way. Uncle Cheng, what brings you here today? Yin Shan, I did not wish to make our relationship so contentious, but your actions are utterly excessive. You actually signed an unequal contract with a partner and even covertly transferred company funds. Is this behavior befitting a chairwoman? Cheng Shiwei's voice boomed, deliberately attracting the attention of those around them, aiming to paint Yin Shan as the target of public scrutiny. Employees preparing to leave were indeed drawn to his outburst. But having weathered countless storms with Yin Shan, they knew her character well and did not believe she could commit such acts. President Yin would never do such a thing. Yin Shan is generally easygoing. She is not the person you describe. One must speak with evidence. If you cannot provide any, beware that we will accuse you of defamation. The crowd chimed in, unreservedly siding with Yin Shan. This reaction left Cheng Shiwei's expression somewhat grim. He had not anticipated that this young woman possessed such remarkable capabilities to garner support so swiftly, a feat he could not help but envy. However, this time he was determined to succeed, insisting on bringing Yin Shan down. Who said I lacked evidence? You have all been deceived by this woman. What I possess is indeed proof. Cheng Shiwei hurled the so-called evidence at Yin Shan, who, upon examining it, could not help but laugh. With such tactics, he was hardly worthy of her engagement. So these are the so-called evidences you speak of? I must admit, I overestimated you, thinking you might present something substantial. Since you claim I misappropriated company funds, it will be quite simple to verify that. Let us go to the finance department and confront this matter. The truth of my actions will be revealed instantly. As soon as Yin Shan's words fell, the astute secretary had already procured the company's accounts. She smiled and, before everyone, opened the financial records, revealing detailed explanations for every expenditure. This included the salaries of each employee, clearly documented. There was no truth to Cheng Shiwei's allegations, and his countenance darkened. Have you comprehended the accounts? Is there any evidence of my embezzlement? As for your so-called proof, it is blatantly false at a glance. I implore you, before engaging in such endeavors next time, perhaps you might consider using your intellect. Shan, somewhat exasperated, instructed the security to escort him out. Her nature was amiable, and she despised such open and covert conflicts. Yet, despite her desire for a peaceful existence, certain individuals would not allow her such simplicity. She had initially believed that the Cheng family would remain subdued for a while, allowing her to enjoy a comfortable life, but it appeared they were already restless. No matter, since they wished to play, she would accompany them to the end. After tidying up her belongings and noticing the hour was still early, Shan felt a sudden urge to visit her parents, whom she had not seen in a long time. She yearned to know whether they had regained their memories and remembered her. Driving to the home specially prepared for them, she arrived to find her mother tending to the flowers in the garden while her father watched, a smile gracing his face. Their harmonious interaction resembled a picturesque scene, compelling Shan to pause at the doorway, reluctant to intrude. After an indeterminate duration, her parents finally noticed her presence. Her mother promptly dropped the watering can and approached Shan, warmly taking her hand. Although their memories had not yet returned, the bond of blood was undeniable. Why did you not announce your arrival? Standing alone at the door for so long, had I not spotted you, would you have remained there indefinitely? Feeling her mother's hand clasped around hers, Shan was enveloped in warmth, reminiscent of the time before the accident when she was still the esteemed daughter of the Yun family. Indeed, I should have come inside. Must we still maintain such distance? Not at all. I merely stood at the door a bit longer, unable to disturb your evident joy. Shan's words, however, stirred a profound sense of melancholy within her parents. Although they were unaware of the circumstances that led to their amnesia and the loss of their memories, they understood that their daughter must have faced considerable hardships. It is no small feat for a young girl to safeguard her own well-being while simultaneously managing a company. In a world as chaotic as this, filled with all manner of people, one could easily stumble into a meticulously crafted trap laid by others. My dear child, such sentiments are unfounded. Although your father and I have yet to recollect our past, we are unequivocally aware that you are our daughter, a truth that no one can alter. Indeed, the profound connection shared between family members cannot be deceived. If you are weary, come inside and rest. Here, you will forever remain our little one. With your mother and me by your side, you need not worry about anything. At that moment, Shan felt a sudden pang in her heart. Despite having endured significant grievances before, she had always managed to persevere, believing that without a strong support system, she had to rely solely on her own strength. Weakness and tears could not salvage her. Thus, she resolved to be resilient. Yet, upon the unexpected return of her support, she realized that her perceived strength had merely been a facade. Like a child plagued by uncertainty, she clutched tightly to the lifeline that had been offered. Seeing her daughter in such distress pained Yinmu, who gently pulled her into an embrace, soothingly patting her back. It's all right, it's all right. All of that is behind us now. With your father and me here, no one can harm you. Shan replied softly, and they spent many hours reminiscing about her childhood. She did not expect her parents to instantly recall their past, but harbored a hope that one day they would tenderly call her name once more and reassure her that they had returned. This was her greatest wish. After spending some time at her parents' home, Shan remembered her promise to Fu Xiao. After bidding farewell to her parents, she hurried back, only to find Fu Xiao already there, gazing at her with a look of discontent. Weren't we supposed to have a romantic candlelit dinner? Why am I left here to face the empty space alone upon your return? Feeling somewhat awkward, Shan admitted that she had lingered longer than intended and forgotten about their plans. I'm so sorry, Fu Xiao. I just got back from my parents' place and lost track of time. I know you're the best, and won't hold this against me, right? Shan's playful demeanor was a charm that Fu Xiao could never resist. Chapter 55. A dose of deception true to form. He sighed in resignation and gently patted her head. You've met my mother-in-law, so I have no grounds for complaint. How about I assist you instead? All right. As she looked at the man before her, Shan often pondered what merit she possessed to have crossed paths with him. Perhaps she had exhausted her fortune for the next lifetime. Yet even so, she embraced her fate with joy. She believed that everything she had wagered was worth it, that Fu Xiao deserved her sacrifices. Yinglian had meticulously prepared a dinner. Yet Duan Chengyan had not visited her room for several days. If this continued, her pretense of pregnancy would inevitably be exposed. Ironically, during such a time, Duan's mother was watching closely, even suggesting today that they go for a prenatal checkup. Fortunately, she cleverly concocted an excuse to evade the situation. However, this was not a sustainable solution. Evading once did not guarantee she could do so again. The best course of action was to genuinely conceive, which would allow her to act without reservations. Hearing movement at the door, Yinglian hurried out, feigning an understanding demeanor. Chengyan, you're back? Come and eat. I know you've had a long day. Where's Mom? Duan Chengyan replied coldly. For him, returning home had become merely a routine task. The home that once felt warm and welcoming had lost its charm without Shan, a realization that came too late. Annie has already eaten and is resting in her room. Come on, let us eat. Duan Chengyan glanced at the table laden with dishes, but felt no appetite, irritably tugging at his tie. I'm not hungry. I have no appetite today. Faced with his indifferent attitude, Yinglian could no longer contain her frustration. She believed she had done her utmost, yet it felt as if Duan Chengyan had resolutely shut her out. Chengyan, what have I done that is insufficient for you to even spare me a glance? You were not like this before. Shouldn't you be asking yourself that? Isn't this the outcome you desired? I said I would grant you the position of Mrs. Duan, but the price is losing me. After speaking, Duan Chengyan strode directly to his study. To outsiders, they still appeared to be a loving couple, but only they knew the truth. Yinglian gazed at the array of dishes, her heart heavy with emotions yearning to be released. Yet mindful of Duan's mother still being present, she swallowed her feelings deeply. Regardless, she had to succeed tonight, for it was her fertile period, the likelihood of conception at its peak. Taking a deep breath, Yinglian adjusted her demeanor and carried the specially concocted, nourishing soup to the study, where Duan Chengyan was engrossed in paperwork. Chengyan, I apologize. My tone earlier was inappropriate. I was merely flustered by concern. Please don't be angry. It's not good for your health. I've spent hours preparing this soup just for you. Even if you don't eat, at least have a sip of this. As she cautiously presented the soup to Duan Chengyan, her demeanor reminded him of the past, when everything had yet to be laid bare, and she had been equally attentive. In the end, Duan Chengyan could not bear to refuse her. His gaze softened slightly. I understand. You should go eat as well. I will drink the soup. Then could you please take a sip in front of me? Just one. With her gentle form pressed against him, the physical contact stirred something within Duan Chengyan. Realizing his thoughts, he once again adopted a cold demeanor. He lifted the nourishing soup and took a hearty gulp before placing the bowl aside. Seeing that he had already drunk, Yinglian revealed a barely perceptible smile before stepping outside. Everything was in place. Only the favorable wind was lacking. She returned to her room and meticulously prepared herself, having found the auxiliary perfume. Now, all she needed to do was wait for Duan Chengyan to come to her. A few minutes later, the door was abruptly flung open, revealing Duan Chengyan with bloodshot eyes, staring at Yinglian in disbelief. What on earth did you make me drink? Why have I become like this? Nothing much, just something highly nourishing. Chengyan, don't you feel awfully warm? Yinglian gazed at him with sultry eyes, and Duan Chengyan, gasping for breath, could no longer resist lunging towards her. Articles of clothing were discarded one by one, and soon, the room was filled with sounds that made one's cheeks flush and heart race. That night, Yinglian was quite exhausted, yet she savored every moment, for her objective had been accomplished. By the next morning, Duan Chengyan awoke, seething with rage as he recalled the events of the previous night. He dressed quickly, only to find that Yinglian was no longer in the room. Upon descending the stairs, he discovered her having breakfast with his mother, exuding warmth. Yet behind that facade lay a heart as venomous as a viper, having schemed against him time and again. Chengyan's awake. Come down for breakfast. Duan Chengyan approached the table with a dark expression, while his mother beamed at him. My dear, I understand that you are young and impetuous, but you must also consider Yinglian and the child she carries. The moment those words left her lips, Yinglian's face flushed crimson, realizing that the commotion from last night had reached the ears of their elders. Duan Chengyan's expression darkened even further. I want to eat. With that, he grabbed his clothes and stormed out, not returning home for several days. After publicly humiliating Chang Shiwei, Yinshan standing among the employees rose significantly. Meanwhile, the group led by Chang Shiwei had extinguished their fire and settled down, which brightened Yinshan's spirits and alleviated a major concern. Humming a cheerful tune, she entered the restroom to wash her face, but inadvertently dislodged her contact lens. With no choice, she began to search for it, and fortunately, The cleaning lady lent a helping hand, allowing her to find the lens. After cleaning it, she finally put it back in. "Thank you, Auntie," she said gratefully. "You're too kind, Miss Yin," the auntie replied with a smile. It was then that Shan noticed that despite the sweltering heat, the auntie remained tightly wrapped in layers. "Auntie, aren't you hot?" The auntie's gaze flickered slightly as she tightened her sleeves. The more Shan observed, the more suspicious she became. Accidentally, she caught sight of the auntie's other exposed arm, which bore unmistakable bruises, a clear sign of abuse. Chapter 56, Standing Out Auntie, Your Hand. At Shan's words, the auntie snapped back to reality, hastily pulling down her other sleeve. "I'm fine, Miss Yin, truly. How can you say you're fine when you're like this? What on earth happened to your hand? You need not fear. If you tell me, I will help you." Under Shan's persistent inquiries, the aunt finally revealed the truth. Her husband was a compulsive gambler who had squandered all their savings and accrued substantial debts. Reluctant to hand over her salary, she would often endure brutal beatings from him. Over time, the aunt had grown numb to the violence, as the numerous scars on her body left her no choice but to cover up even in the sweltering heat. Upon hearing the aunt's account, Shan was seething with anger. She was appalled to discover that domestic violence could occur within her own company among her employees. Such behavior was intolerable. To live off a woman and subject her to abuse was utterly despicable. "Do not worry, Auntie, I shall advocate for you. After work today, I will accompany you home. I am eager to see what that man dares to do to me." "Auntie, this may not be wise. My husband has a volatile temper, and he might seriously harm you," the aunt cautioned. Shan scoffed, clearly dismissing the man's threat. "It is of no concern. I wish to see just how capable he truly is." After work, Shan indeed followed the aunt home. Guided by her, they navigated through winding paths until they arrived at a dilapidated apartment building. The sight of litter strewn about and an unpleasant odor wafting through the air caused Shan to wrinkle her nose. The aunt led her up to the 7th floor, where she produced a key and opened the door, revealing an even more unbearable stench that nearly made Shan retch against the wall. The aunt's face reflected her distress. It was astonishing that her husband could create such chaos in such a short time. "I apologize for the inconvenience, Ms. Yun," she said. "It's quite all right." Shan was about to continue when a coarse male voice interrupted from within the house. "Get in the kitchen and start cooking, you wretched woman. Where's your bank card? Where have you hidden it? Bring it to me at once." The aunt trembled as she entered, fear evident in her demeanor. Shan, sensing her anxiety, pulled the aunt closer and stepped into the living room, where a man lay sprawled on the sofa. Upon seeing Shan, the man's eyes brightened with a lecherous glint as he appraised her. Well, look who's back. I didn't realize you were so kind, bringing home such a young woman. For your sake, I'll let you off the hook today, beauty." As he reached out, Shan deftly sidestepped and retrieved her phone. "Try touching me, and you shall see the consequences." Shan was no fool. A man steeped in the underworld would not be easily intimidated. She had arrived with bodyguards, who were now stationed at the entrance. "Ah, it seems we have a meddler here," the man remarked, slightly disheartened as he slumped back into his seat. "From now on, Annie, you shall not give him a single cent. If he wants money, he can work for it. He has hands and feet." The man laughed dismissively. "You think bringing this little girl home grants you protection? Let me make it clear. Whether you hand over the money or not, you will pay. Dare to defy me, and you shall see what follows." The aunt was evidently startled by the man's words, poised to concede once more, only to be halted by Shan. "Do not fear him. I shall arrange for a new salary card for you. From now on, all your wages will be deposited into this card. Furthermore, I have recorded our earlier conversation, and I possess evidence of your husband's abusive actions towards you. Should he dare to harm you again, I will promptly alert the authorities. I am eager to see whether he or the police hold more power." The man, taken aback, had not anticipated such a tactic from Shan, given his criminal record. Another encounter with the police due to domestic violence would not be easily resolved. "Cunning of you," he scoffed, striding out of the house, leaving the aunt gazing at Shan with gratitude. "Thank you, Ms. Yun. Were it not for you, I would truly have been at a loss. My husband is incorrigible. I can only hope he genuinely repents this time." Shan felt it prudent to refrain from further comment, as it was a personal matter for the aunt. Her assistance could only go so far. "Auntie, there are some things I hesitate to say, but should you encounter such circumstances again, I believe you need not dwell on the so-called bonds of marriage. He did not consider you his wife in his moments of violence. And he certainly will not in the future. A woman must prioritize her own well-being. The aunt nodded vigorously, and Shan left her contact information, encouraging her to reach out if needed in the future. After departing from the aunt's home, Shan appeared to be moved. Reflecting on her two past relationships, she recognized that despite the first being a failure, Duan Chengyan had never laid a hand on her. Not everyone was as fortunate as she was to encounter someone truly caring on the second attempt. One must learn to be content, for contentment brings joy. Once all matters were resolved, Shan returned home, fatigued. Upon arriving, she discovered that Fu Xiao was absent. Recalling that he had mentioned he would not be coming over due to other commitments, she prepared a simple sandwich for herself and comfortably settled on the couch to watch television. However, her leisurely evening was short-lived as her phone rang once more, displaying the name of Duan Chengyan. After a moment's hesitation, she answered the call. "Hello, Shan." "Yes, what is it? Why are you calling so late?" Compared to Duan Chengyan's cautious tone, Shan was much more relaxed. I would like to see you. While tidying up today, I found a sweater you knitted for me in your room. I tried it on, and it fits perfectly. I wanted to show you." Duan Chengyan spoke with a pleading tone, struggling in the sweltering heat of over 30 degrees while wearing the sweater. Unfortunately, Shan felt no stirring of emotions. When she crafted that sweater, her thoughts were solely of Duan Chengyan. Yet at that time, his heart belonged entirely to Yinglian, never once glancing back at her. Yet, fate can be capricious. Just as she had completely moved on, Duan Chengyan had begun to exhibit deep feelings once more. Chapter 57. It's time to let go. Shan let out a faint sigh. "I had already made my feelings clear to you the last time we spoke, Duan Chengyan. We must learn to look forward. I have let go, and so should you." Duan Chengyan remained silent for a long while, aware of the implications of Shan's words. Yet, he was reluctant to accept it, yearning for one more chance. When he discovered the sweater, his heart was a tumult of emotions. Initially joy, then a sense of loss. He pondered whether, had he realized sooner the extent of Shan's devotion, had he awakened to his feelings earlier, their fates might have diverged significantly from what they were now. But such thoughts were mere conjecture, figments of his imagination. "I cannot let go. Whenever I think back to the times we could have been so happy, an overwhelming regret washes over me, a regret that I was blind to the treasure I had in you." Shan found herself amused by Duan Chengyan's admission of his own folly, a rare moment of vulnerability from him. Yet what did it matter? A missed opportunity is irretrievable. It remains a fragment of the past. You once acknowledged that it was in the past, so do not entertain the notion of visiting me in Sea City. As for the sweater, dispose of it. Things that no longer serve a purpose should not linger, only adding to our burdens. Shan intended to offer words of comfort, but reconsidered. Since there would be no future for them, it was better not to foster false hopes. Someone else would take on the role of providing solace, a responsibility that was no longer hers to bear. "I understand. Please take care of yourself. I shall not intrude any further." Duan Chengyan remained silent for a protracted moment before he ended the call. Gazing at the disconnected phone, Shan felt a mixture of emotions but chose not to dwell on them. She believed that Duan Chengyan would soon find his way, for she knew his character well. Besides, with Yinglian by his side, that woman would ensure Duan Chengyan would not dwell on her. Such matters were beyond her concern. Shan hastily finished her remaining sandwich, indulged in a facial mask, and retreated to her room for a much-needed sleep, relishing the rare day without work to attend to. Meanwhile, Duan Chengyan sat in his room, gazing at the well-fitted sweater, feeling a deeper unease. Since Shan's departure, although he had allowed her room to remain intact, he rarely entered. Today, on a whim, he decided to take a look, only to inadvertently stumble upon a long-forgotten surprise prepared for him. The sweater, pristine and exquisitely crafted, bore testimony to the care invested by its creator. The yarn was the softest, adorned with patterns and colors that were his favorites. What emotions had Shan harbored while completing this garment, carefully placing it in a box, intending to gift him with a delightful surprise. Regrettably, he had cast her aside before the gift could be presented. Now, he had discovered this remnant of Shan, yet the person who had intended to offer it to him was lost to him forever. Yinglian searched throughout the villa, but could not find Duan Chengyan. Upon opening Shan's former room, she beheld Duan Chengyan, clad in a sweater despite the sweltering heat, seated upon the bed that once belonged to Shan. "Chengyan, why on earth are you wearing a sweater in this heat? Aren't you hot?" Duan Chengyan cast a cold glance at Yinglian. A shiver of discomfort coursing through him as he recalled her actions from the previous day. What I do here is none of your concern, nor is what I choose to wear. From now on, you are not permitted to enter this room without my consent. Observing the sweater draped over him, Yinglian suddenly grasped the situation, a smirk of derision gracing her features. Ah, I understand now. This sweater must be a keepsake from Shan. No wonder you cherish it so much in this sweltering heat. Alas, while you hold on to her belongings as treasures, she has long discarded you like refuse. Silence. Duan Chengyan's fury simmered within him, the veins on his forehead pulsating with rage. Every word and action from this woman seemed to push him to his limits. Were it not for the child she carried, he would have severed their engagement long ago. The bloodline of the Duan family must not be allowed to mingle with the outside world. Is my dear Chengyan feeling the sting of my words? I do not claim to be her equal. I possess beauty and stature in my own right. When do I have to compete? Yinglian flashed a seductive smile, tossing her hair to emphasize her femininity. Yet in Duan Chengyan's eyes, she appeared no more than a foolish jester. No matter how you flaunt yourself, you cannot compare to even a single toe of her. Having spoken his piece, Duan Chengyan disregarded Yinglian further, carefully removing the sweater and placing it aside before exiting the room, leaving her seething in frustration. Indeed, Shan was not to be underestimated. Her cunning was such that, even in her absence, she lingered in the minds of others. Yet what of it? In half a month, the truth would reveal itself. Yinglian wore a knowing smile, her hand resting upon her abdomen. Shan, deep in slumber, sensed an oddity. A tickling sensation by her ear stirred her from her dreams. Blinking awake, she grasped the source of the disturbance, only to find Fu Xiao, who had returned unbeknownst to her, still dressed in his suit. Seeing Shan awake, Fu Xiao pulled her into his embrace, lounging lazily beside her on the bed. Ah, the sleeping beauty awakens. You were in such a deep slumber. I called you, but received no response. Yet, a mere touch by your ear roused you. Could it be that you are truly this sensitive? Shan's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a lobster, as she shyly pushed Fu Xiao away and extricated herself from his hold. Nonsense. I was sleeping soundly until you decided to provoke me. Now go take a shower. With his objective achieved, Fu Xiao chuckled with delight and reached for his sleepwear. All right, it's all my fault, dear one. I'm going to take a shower now. Please don't be upset and continue to sleep, all right? Shan murmured softly, her body honestly returning to bed, tucking herself under the covers, even feeling a hint of anticipation. Ever since the discord between them was laid bare, Shan felt a great sense of relief within her heart. Chapter 58. The Folly of Presumption in Retrospect. Fu Jin's words were indeed quite insightful. Sometimes, what one sees is not necessarily the truth. To uncover the real essence of matters, one must delve deeper. It is best not to believe a single word spoken by others. Were it not for Fu Jin's guidance, Shan could hardly imagine the state she would be in if she were to lose Fu Xiao, perhaps even more despondent and unhinged than before. Lost in her thoughts, Shan was suddenly enveloped in warmth as Fu Xiao quietly climbed into bed, pulling her into his embrace. Noticing her contemplative demeanor, he inquired, "What occupies your mind so deeply?" Realizing her distraction, Shan nestled her head against Fu Xiao's chest, inhaling the scent that belonged to her. "I was thinking how fortunate I am to have encountered you." What was that saying? Having you is my blessing. It was rare for Shan to express such sweet sentiments, prompting Fu Xiao to lean in and plant a gentle kiss on her rosy lips. "You are my blessing. Now, let us not speak further. Let us sleep. Or, if slumber eludes you, I can accompany you in other endeavors, perhaps some exercise." At first, Shan was oblivious to the implications of Fu Xiao's suggestion until his bold hands began to wander across her form, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she playfully kicked him. "Ugh, I want to sleep." With that, she buried herself completely under the covers, wrapping herself tightly like a dumpling. Fu Xiao chuckled helplessly, pulling the blanket back around her. "All right, I shall keep you company as you sleep." The soft moonlight spilled gently through the window, casting a serene glow upon the floor, while the white curtains danced lightly in the breeze. The couple lay closely entwined, both wearing smiles upon their faces. The following morning, when Shan awoke, she found the space beside her devoid of Fu Xiao. She reached out to touch where he had lain, discovering that the bed had long since cooled. It seemed he had risen early today. Stretching lazily, she felt invigorated. The night had granted her restful sleep and, remarkably, a beautiful dream in which her parents had recalled all their past memories. In her dream, she and Fu Xiao had finally entered the sacred halls of matrimony. Shan believed that day was not far off, and she eagerly anticipated the moment she would don a wedding gown and marry Fu Xiao. Today, the office was particularly serene. After attending to her own matters, she took a moment to review the bidding documents. Recently, a plot of land in the western part of the city had begun its auction, and she needed to prepare for the bidding process. Just as she was settling into her calm routine, an unexpected text message arrived, an anonymous sender requesting a meeting at the cafe downstairs, claiming to have important information to share with her. This indeed piqued Shan's curiosity. She picked up her phone and made her way to the cafe downstairs for the appointment. Upon arriving at the designated booth, she discovered that her counterpart had yet to arrive. With a sense of calm, Shan ordered a cup of coffee, sipping it as she waited. Within a few minutes, Cheng Yuanyuan unexpectedly appeared, striding directly to sit opposite her. In that instant, Shan comprehended that the person who had summoned her was none other than Cheng Yuanyuan. She took a composed sip of her coffee before turning her attention to the individual before her. "Do you have something to discuss?" Shan wondered how she could remain so unflappable even in such a situation. Cheng Yuanyuan gazed at her face, filled with a desire to tear it apart. How could this woman remain so composed after causing such devastation to her family, to the point of not even allowing them a place to reside? However, after today, everything would change. She intended to teach this woman a lesson. Is it really necessary for me to display agitation in a situation that is not life-threatening? You have 1 minute left. If you have nothing to say, then there's the door on your right. My time is precious and not meant for idle chatter. Shan nonchalantly toyed with her phone, her demeanor inciting Cheng Yuanyuan's ire. Cheng Yuanyuan pulled out her phone, locating a few photographs and tossing them onto the table before Shan. How could you meet with Duan Chengyan behind Fu Zhao's back? If you were to see these photographs, what do you think his reaction would be? Shan scrutinized the so-called photos, realizing they were merely candid shots taken when Duan Chengyan escorted her back to the country that day. This woman truly lacked any ingenuity. Aside from employing such underhanded tactics, her petty schemes were hardly worthy of consideration. Shan clapped her hands dismissively, rising to leave. Yet, Cheng Yuanyuan would not allow her to depart so easily. Her purpose had yet to be fulfilled. Shan, are you not afraid I will send these photographs to Fu Xiao? Or do you not care about him at all and are merely using him? Shan chuckled lightly, regarding Cheng Yuanyuan as one might regard an insignificant insect. Once these photographs are shown to Fu Xiao, do you truly believe he would trust your words? Or do you assume you possess the means to meet him? Shan's luminous gaze rendered Cheng Yuanyuan vulnerable, as if the woman before her could see through her very soul. Indeed, prior to seeking Shan, she had attempted to visit Fu Xiao at his company, only to be intercepted by the receptionist who informed her that without an appointment, she could not see him. Given the well-known animosity between Shan and the Cheng family, and Fu Zhao's unwavering support for Shan, securing an appointment with him was nearly impossible. Thus, she thought it wiser to approach Shan instead. However, to her surprise, this woman was astute enough to see through her ploys immediately. Had all her efforts been in vain? It seems I was correct. Your father knows that to bring me down, one must be thoroughly prepared. Why have you not inherited even a smidgen of that wisdom? With such trifles, do you think you can negotiate with me? Cheng Yuanyuan, you are still too green. Today, I am in a good mood and will not hold this against you. You may leave. Shan departed without hesitation, leaving Cheng Yuanyuan seated in her place. Astonished that the negotiation had concluded before it even commenced. Enraged, she contemplated hurling her phone, but reconsidered. The Cheng family was no longer as it once was. An extravagance was no longer an option. Cheng Yuanyuan took several deep breaths, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. All she could do now was endure. One day, she vowed, she would see this woman toppled from her pedestal, ensuring she would not have the opportunity to rise again. Yet, in public, she had to maintain her refined demeanor. Although her heart was aflame with indignation, she could only depart with a smile. Just as Cheng Yuanyuan was about to exit the cafe, a server approached her, halting her progress. "Miss, the coffee ordered by that lady remains unpaid, totaling 78. Cheng Yuanyuan's face turned ashen as she beheld the bill. Reluctantly, she settled the payment and, after stepping outside, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Shan. She summoned a cab and returned home, where Shan Shiyuan awaited her eagerly. "How did it go, Yuanyuan? Were you successful?" he inquired. Cheng Yuan, despondent, gazed at Shin Yuan. Don't even mention it. I didn't see Fu Xiao at all. The receptionist said there was no appointment and that I couldn't meet their CEO. What about Yin Shan? Did you not encounter her? Shin Yuan pressed on. I did see her, but the moment I pulled out the photos before I could utter a word, she seemed to read my intentions, as if she could see right through me. And to top it off, she finished her coffee and left me to foot the bill. Is she not simply trying to humiliate me? As she expressed her frustration, Cheng Yuan felt a surge of anger. Had it not been for that insufferable woman's return, she could have been living her life with grace, rather than being cooped up in such a dismal place. What about Fu Xiao? Perhaps you didn't mention Yin Shan's name, which is why he refused to meet you. Shen Yuan continued to inquire, unwilling to relent. He had invested a significant sum to acquire those photographs and could not afford to incur a loss. I told you I did mention it, but the vice president refused to see me. What more can I do? Cheng Yuan's day had already been fraught with irritation, and Shen Yuan's incessant questioning only fueled her frustration. His surprise at her demeanor was evident as he gently called her name, Yuan. It was only then that Cheng Yuan realized she had snapped at Shen Yuan. She quickly embraced his arm, apologizing with a touch of playfulness. I'm sorry, Shi Yuan. My tone was uncalled for. It's just that wretched Yin Shan has me all riled up. Shen Yuan smiled tenderly, patting her hand. It's all right. I know you didn't mean it. Were it not for that Yin Shan, we wouldn't be enduring this life. Rest assured if this tactic fails, I have others up my sleeve, and this time, I will handle it personally. After soothing Cheng Yuan, Shen Yuan returned alone to his room on the second floor. Once the door was closed, the gentle smile on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling demeanor, as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. He retrieved his phone, revealing a striking photograph of Yin Shan, her eyes sparkling with joy. With an almost obsessive tenderness, he reached out to caress the image of her on the screen. Shan, I never anticipated that this useless woman, Cheng Yuan, would prove to be so ineffectual. I had hoped to rely on her for a turnaround. If it weren't for her beauty and her unwavering obedience towards me, I would never have allowed her to fall into my embrace. Now, she has become redundant. It is time for you to return to my side, Shan. Rest assured, I shall continue to treat you with the utmost kindness. A twisted smile crept across Shen Yuan's face, revealing that even Yin Shan, who had known him for years, could not fathom the true nature of this seemingly gentle man, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Upon returning to the company, Yin Shan felt invigorated. The mere thought of having outsmarted Cheng Yuan brought an uncontainable smile to her lips. After all, a person like her, who clung so desperately to her pride while suffering, was bound to settle her unfinished business. After finally persuading her to meet, she had failed to achieve her own objective and instead had fallen victim to Shen Yuan's machinations. Cheng Yuan was likely fuming with rage now. It was to be expected, given that this woman had always been regarded in their circle as possessing ample bosom but little intellect. Initially, Yin Shan had befriended Cheng Yuan out of pity, only to discover that the woman harbored ulterior motives. Much like her father, she appeared glamorous on the outside, yet was deeply flawed within. Humming a cheerful tune, Yin Shan returned to the president's office. After handling some paperwork, it was time to leave for the day. Today, Fu Xiao did not come by, and, feeling indifferent to taking the private elevator, she decided to join her colleagues in the staff elevator. As she reached the company entrance, however, she was taken aback to see some senior employees removing their suits and pulling out their cars, seemingly preparing to act as designated drivers. Puzzled, she approached them swiftly and knocked on a car window. The occupant quickly lowered the window, revealing none other than Yin Shan. Yin Zong, is there something you need from me? The middle-aged man, known as Uncle Lu, inquired. Uncle Lu, you finished work. Yet you're still here playing cards instead of going home? Are you facing some financial difficulties? You can speak freely, Yin Shan said, causing Uncle Lu's face to flush with embarrassment, having been caught in the act of seeking extra income right before the chairman. Uncle Lu sighed deeply, glancing at Yin Shan with an expression that indicated he was at a loss for words, which only heightened her concern. Uncle Lu, please speak plainly. This hesitance does not align with your usual straightforward style. Besides, I am known for my open-mindedness and generosity. I would not blame you for such matters. I merely wish to help if you are in need, so do not hesitate to express yourself. Upon hearing this, Uncle Lu finally relaxed, igniting a cigarette with a furrowed brow. Mr. Yun, as you are aware, I have toiled tirelessly within the Yun group to attain my current position. Yet my salary barely exceeds 6,000. With 2 children still in school and the constant burden of mortgage and car payments, the economic pressure is indeed overwhelming. Recently, my mother-in-law fell ill and required hospitalization, which has added another significant financial strain. Consequently, I have resorted to working as a driver during my off hours to supplement the household income. Upon hearing this, Shan glanced at Uncle Lu, noticing how much older he appeared recently, with a conspicuous increase in his gray hair. "You could have confided in me," she remarked. "While I may not be able to assist you significantly, I can help you navigate through this financial hardship temporarily. If this continues, it will only exhaust your health. And what then would happen to your children? What about your partner?" Uncle Lu was fully aware that this situation was not sustainable. Yet finding someone willing to help him was a rare occurrence. Many were eager to offer assistance when times were prosperous, but few were willing to lend a hand in times of need. Moreover, discussing personal matters with his superior was a daunting prospect. "Mr. Yun, I am cognizant that this is not a long-term solution, but I truly appreciate your kindness. I must take my leave now. I have a job to attend to." Before Shan could respond, Uncle Lu hastily departed, leaving her in contemplative silence. Chapter 60. Accompanying her in naivety, reflecting on Uncle Lu's words. Shan realized that someone of her background could hardly comprehend the relentless struggle of those beneath her, laboring tirelessly for their livelihoods. Particularly in a city like C, where every inch of land is precious, how many years of hard work would it take to secure a home of one's own? Moreover, within the Yun group, numerous long-serving employees like Uncle Lu labor daily, making their existence a formidable challenge. Yet, these struggles were all for survival, and Shan felt her capacity to assist was exceedingly limited. Nevertheless, she was determined to contribute in whatever small way she could. After the secretary had finished tidying up Shan's office, she was surprised to see her employer returning. Assuming she had forgotten something, she approached her. "Mr. Yun, did you leave something behind? I can help you retrieve it." "No need, you may leave for the day. I still have a few matters to attend to," Shan replied. The secretary glanced at her watch, noting the late hour, and nodded before gathering her belongings and departing. Alone in her expansive office, Shan gazed out at the illuminated city of C, which resembled a stunning siren, exuding a deadly allure while concealing treacherous traps. After a moment of contemplation, an idea began to form in her mind. Uncle Lu's reluctance to accept her assistance stemmed from a sense of unearned privilege and guilt. However, what if she approached the situation differently? For instance, providing additional support to employees of similar ages, thereby normalizing the assistance and making it less conspicuous. This approach would likely be more readily accepted by others. After sharing her thoughts with Fu Xiao, he promptly returned her call. "Is this your excuse for being an hour late getting home, Shan?" Shan offered a somewhat awkward smile, realizing that she had become so engrossed in her thoughts that she had lost track of time. "Oh dear, what a surprise. Speaking of which, what do you think of my idea? Is there a more palatable way to present it to others?" Fu Xiao listened intently as reiterated her thoughts. Truly, she was the woman he cherished, beautiful and kind-hearted. Such a gem is indeed impossible to find again. Your idea is quite commendable. It is far more acceptable than simply offering him money. This approach not only preserves his dignity, but also upholds a sense of fairness, making it easier for others in the company to accept such an arrangement. Moreover, this course of action brings you nothing but advantages, reinforcing the perception that you are a trustworthy superior, ensuring that those who follow you will not suffer losses. It is an excellent strategy for winning hearts. When Shan conceived this plan, she hadn't considered all these implications. Her sole intention was to assist someone like Uncle Lu. Little did she know that Fu Xiao had a far deeper understanding of the situation. In light of this, her decision indeed proved to be astute. With that, I shall send this document to the secretary, asking him to post it tomorrow to inform everyone. I hope it can assist Uncle Lu. It is a small token of my goodwill. Shan felt a wave of sentimentality as she sent the document to the secretary and shut down her computer. "So, can we go home now? You heartless little trickster. I've been freezing down here for quite a while." Upon hearing this, Shan hurriedly gathered her belongings and rushed to the elevator. As she reached the company entrance, she spotted Fu Xiao, casually leaning against his car, clearly having waited for some time. His flamboyant appearance had already caught the attention of several passing young women, who stole glances at him. Shan suddenly felt mischievous. She dashed over and leaped into Fu Xiao's embrace, playfully exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, you come to pick me up after work. I hope my sister won't be upset about it." Hearing this novel form of address, Fu Xiao raised an eyebrow, realizing that Shan was in a playful mood and eager to indulge in some whimsical antics. After all, he was a devoted husband. "Indeed, dear sister-in-law, not only have I come to fetch you from work, but I also intend to take you to." Shan, sensing that he was about to utter something outrageous, quickly covered his mouth. All right, enough of that. I was wrong. Let us head home." With that, Ran swiftly opened the car door and hopped in. Fu Xiao chuckled softly as he followed suit, teasing her once more upon entering. "What is this? Has the little sister-in-law lost her spirit? I'm done playing. You always bully me because I can't keep up with you," Shan huffed, fastening her seatbelt with a pout as she settled into the passenger seat. "How is it that I'm the one being wronged? I wonder which heartless person made me wait in the cold for over an hour beneath her office building." Fu Xiao wore a look of pitiful innocence, reminiscent of a drenched puppy left out in the rain, evoking an undeniable urge in Shan to offer her solace. Moreover, guilt tugged at her heart. She had not anticipated that Fu Xiao would truly wait for her beneath the company building. Clutching the seatbelt tightly, she swiftly pressed a fleeting kiss on the contour of Fu Xiao's cheek. "This time, I was in the wrong. That kiss was merely a token of atonement. However, you could simply come to my office next time, silly." Fu Xiao touched the spot where Shan had kissed him, unable to suppress a smile. "Waiting for you is a pleasure I willingly embrace. Now let us return home." They exchanged smiles and, upon arriving home, found that the housekeeper had prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting their return. Once she saw them arrive, she arranged their slippers and set the table. "Miss, sir, dinner is ready and the bathwater is drawn." Ran offered a subtle smile and nodded at the housekeeper. "Thank you, Auntie. There's nothing left for you to do today. Please head home and rest." The housekeeper nodded and, after tidying up, departed from the Yun residence. Seated closely together at the dining table, Shan exhibited an exquisite grace in her eating habits, savoring each bite, as if her every movement were a brushstroke of a painting, bestowing a sense of comfort upon those who beheld her. Fu Xiao, too, mirrored her elegance, though his pace was considerably swifter. Once they finished their meal, Fu Xiao set down his chopsticks, propping his head on his hand as he gazed at Ran. Shan, when will you be willing to move in with me? Following you home every day makes me feel like a layabout, living off your kindness." Shan placed her chopsticks down and swallowed the last morsel of rice, wiping her mouth with a napkin as she regarded Fu Xiao. "Who dares to claim that you, President Fu Xiao, are living off me? However, accompanying you home is not out of the question. I'll be watching your performance." Shan teased, her smile dazzling enough to momentarily blind Fu Xiao. Chapter 61. A new decision. Fu Xiao felt a surge of emotion, pulling her back into his embrace, captivated by her luscious lips. The distance between them gradually diminished, and the atmosphere thickened with intimacy. Just as their lips were on the verge of meeting, the sudden ringing of a mobile phone shattered the moment. Startled like a frightened deer, Shan pushed Fu Xiao away, straightening her attire, her face flushed like the evening sky. Upon regaining her composure, she realized it was a call from her parents. Clearing her throat, she answered, "Hello, Mom, what is it?" "Nothing much, dear. Your father and I made some kimchi and wanted to bring it to you, but we didn't know your address. So we decided to call and ask when you might be free to pick it up." Her mother's gentle voice soothed Shan's heart. At that moment, Fu Xiao quietly grasped her hand, conveying his warmth to her, making Shan feel that she was indeed the happiest person in the world. "I'll come by tomorrow after work to pick it up. Mom, please refrain from doing such things in the future. You and Dad should just take good care of yourselves." "Very well, my dear. Your father and I wish to do what we can for you. However, your voice today sounds rather peculiar. Have you caught a cold?" Upon hearing this, Shan immediately realized that it was the doing of Fu Xiao, for the atmosphere had been conducive to a spark between them. Yet, she was surprised that even such subtle changes could be perceived by her mother. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Ran stammered. Noticing his demeanor, Mu instantly understood, especially since both she and her husband were aware that Shan was in a stable relationship with her boyfriend. As parents, their foremost wish was for their children to find happiness. As long as Fu Xiao could bring joy to Shan, they would be indifferent to everything else. "I understand your youthful exuberance, but do bear in mind to exercise caution and not rush into things." Mu's words trailed off, and Shan, blushing, quickly nodded in agreement. After managing to appease her parents, she hung up the phone and playfully shot a glance at Fu Xiao. It's all your fault. My image in my mother's eyes is utterly ruined, you rascal. The sight of Yin Shan's playful demeanor was a delight for Fu Xiao. As her charming face radiated with a rosy glow, softly illuminated by the warm light, revealing her fair skin and delicate features. He gently grasped her hand, reassuring her. What is there to fear? I eagerly await the day your mother agrees to let you marry me. You know full well that my intentions have not wavered over time. Yin Shan was aware of this. After all, his aspirations have been evident for quite some time. My mother will not relent so easily. You must patiently wait. Wait? I have been waiting for years. Do you think I fear a few more months? Yin Shan smiled sweetly, leaning in closer, their foreheads touching, their noses nearly brushing. Yet neither harbored any romantic notions in that moment. The following day, Yin Ran arrived at the office, where the secretary had already sent out the documents she had prepared. The decision she made sent ripples throughout the company, garnering widespread admiration for Yin Shan. Particularly among those of Uncle Lu's generation, many were moved to tears. Upon seeing the document, Uncle Lu understood immediately and hurried to the president's office. Despite his excitement, he maintained his composure, knocking before entering upon receiving Yin Ran's permission. Not surprisingly, Yin Shan greeted Uncle Lu with a gentle smile, and the secretary brought him a cup of tea, inviting him to sit on the sofa. What brings you here, Uncle Lu? Is there something else you wish to discuss with me? Thank you, Yin Zong. Truly, I cannot express my gratitude enough, Uncle Lu replied. His voice choked with emotion as he clutched the document tightly. The subsidies Yin Shan had proposed were quite generous, offering a substantial sum of 5,000 per individual. For someone in his position, such an amount was significant, especially considering the number of employees like him within the company. Yet, Yin Shan had not hesitated at all, which made it impossible for him not to feel deeply moved. No need to thank me. This is merely what you deserve. I sincerely hope your lives can improve. For a brighter spirit will fortify your resolve to serve me diligently. Yin Shan found such scenes particularly disconcerting and could only diffuse the tension with humor. Indeed, upon her utterance, Uncle Lu could scarcely maintain his composure, and the poignant atmosphere lightened considerably. As Yin had rightly stated, we shall henceforth dedicate ourselves more earnestly to our work at the company, striving to ensure that we do not disappoint you. It is not about disappointing me, but rather about not letting yourselves down. Yin Shan offered a knowing smile, and Uncle Lu suddenly grasped the underlying meaning. In an instant, the atmosphere within the company improved even further, with every individual brimming with motivation. The annual meeting was fast approaching. This year's gathering held special significance for the Yin Group, as it marked the first celebration after being on the brink of bankruptcy, only to be rescued by Yin Shan's unwavering resolve. Naturally, it was a momentous occasion, especially since Yin Ran had personally proposed the idea of selecting a mascot for the event. The employees of the company were fervently brainstorming, each proposing their ideal mascot. In recent days, the secretary had delivered an overwhelming number of mascot drafts, leaving Yin Shan in a dizzying array of choices. However, since these suggestions were born from the collective goodwill of the team, Yin Shan found herself at a loss as to which to select. Upon returning home, Yin Shan's spirits seemed somewhat dampened. Fu Xiao, having somehow learned of the matter, approached her with diligence, offering his support as a human backrest. He also employed his unique techniques to massage away her fatigue from a day. I heard your company is preparing for the annual meeting and selecting a mascot. You seem uncertain about what to choose, am I correct? Yin Shan let out a gentle sigh, nodding with a hint of resignation. That is precisely it. I initially wanted everyone to be involved, but their enthusiasm has been overwhelming. Each person has suggested numerous items they deem suitable, leaving me quite bewildered at the end. Unsure of what to select. Perhaps you should simply follow your heart. After all, such decisions ultimately rest with you. I am confident they will appreciate your judgment. Come now, smile. You mustn't let my darling frown in distress. Fu Xiao affectionately pinched her round face, and his words seemed to illuminate Yin Shan's spirits. I believe I know what to choose for the annual meeting mascot now. Fu Xiao responded, adopting an attentive demeanor, yet Yin Shan secretly chuckled, unwilling to divulge her choice. Let us keep it a secret for now. You shall find out on the day of the meeting. By the way, I still need a dance partner for the event. I wonder if the vice president would be willing to accompany me? Observing her whimsical demeanor, Fu Xiao could never refuse her. He had painstakingly nurtured her back to this playful and carefree state, and he intended for Shan to remain just as she was. He gently grasped Shan's hand, bestowing a gentlemanly kiss upon her knuckles. It was indeed an honor. The two engaged in playful antics for a while, and soon, the day of the annual meeting arrived. Shan had skillfully concealed the matter of the mascot for quite some time. In accordance with her wishes, everyone dressed to impress. This year, the host of the annual meeting was none other than Shan herself. As she gazed upon the sea of dark silhouettes below, a sense of satisfaction filled her heart. Father, can you see? I have not allowed the Yun group to fall into ruin, nor have I squandered your hard work. One day, you will remember everything, and you will be proud of me. Taking a deep breath, she adorned her face with a radiant smile. Welcome, everyone, to this year's annual meeting of the Yun group. I am delighted to serve as your host and thrilled to see both familiar faces and fresh blood among us. Today, I invite you to relax and enjoy yourselves without concern for anything else. Previously, I sought your input on the mascot selection, and I am pleased to announce that I have made my final decision. Our mascot is right here beside me. Shan gestured to the mascot, draped in red cloth, piquing everyone's curiosity. After all, she had not revealed the mascot's design since the submission period closed. Would you like to see our mascot? Yes. The chorus of enthusiastic responses brought a smile to Shan's face. Then I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Allow me to unveil our mascot. As she removed the red cloth, the sight that met their eyes was that of a clown. Previously, many had anticipated a panda or something of the sort. Yet they were astonished by the unique style of their CEO, who had chosen a clown. Strangely, it felt harmonious and fitting. As for why the clown was selected as the mascot, I shall keep it a mystery for now. Today, I am also honored to welcome a special guest to our annual meeting, Mr. Fu. Amidst the applause, Fu Xiao, clad in a sleek black suit, approached Shan. Whether intentional or not, Shan was also dressed in an elegant black dress. From a distance, they appeared perfectly matched, as if they were destined to be together. Fu Xiao exchanged a brief greeting with the audience, and Shan declared the annual meeting officially commenced. However, before they began, a dance performance was scheduled. Several bold young individuals approached, eager to invite Shan to dance, only to be deterred by Fu Xiao's imposing presence. As Fu Xiao extended his hand to her, Shan did not hesitate, placing her hand into his warm grasp. With the music beginning, the two moved gracefully across the dance floor like butterflies in flight. With a smile, Shan looked at Fu Xiao and playfully whispered in his ear, "You have no idea how many of our young colleagues wanted to invite me to dance just now. Your gaze could have devoured them whole." Hearing Shan's teasing tone, Fu Xiao tightened his embrace around her slender waist. "How is it that my own girlfriend should not dance the first dance with me? It is only reasonable, after all." Fu Xiao, rare to feel jealous, found his heart heavy as he observed Shan, who appeared as sweet as honey. "Indeed, what you say is true. It is only natural. So for the second dance, do you expect me to join in their revelry?" Fu Xiao raised an incredulous eyebrow, and as the music concluded, he released Ran, allowing her to rejoin her partner. Though jealousy stirred within him, he also recognized the importance of giving Shan the personal space she required, understanding that her world could not revolve solely around him. He would never impose such a demand upon her. Each individual is autonomous. The love he offered Shan was characterized by generous freedom and tolerance. It was precisely this quality that endeared him to Ran, compelling her to remain devoted to him. As Fu Xiao stepped back, the second dance commenced, and a young man, summoning his courage, approached Shan to invite her. Initially, one might have expected Fu Xiao to intervene, yet to his surprise, she graciously extended her hand. Meanwhile, Fu Xiao had retreated to the sidelines, opting to sip his drink while awaiting Shan's return. With the conclusion of the dance, the atmosphere surrounding Shan became increasingly relaxed. Laughter erupted as they engaged in games. The ambience of the annual meeting transformed into one of sheer enjoyment. Unbeknownst to them, this camaraderie bridged the gaps between them, for they all shared similar ages and experiences. After the revelry, Shan returned to Fu Xiao's side, snatching the glass from his hand and taking a hearty sip. "I'm exhausted. I can't keep up with their stamina," she confessed. "After such exertion, perhaps I should rest for a while. But the atmosphere at this gathering is delightful. Have you not noticed how much closer they seem to you?" Fu Xiao casually remarked from his seat on the sofa, exuding an air of authority. Without hesitation, Shan nestled into his embrace, finding solace in the security he provided. Indeed, you are right. Life is becoming increasingly promising. Yes, it is indeed growing more hopeful, Fu Xiao echoed, tightly grasping Yun Shan's hand, their hearts drawing nearer in unspoken connection. Regrettably, some individuals remain utterly oblivious to the moment. Midway through the annual meeting, Shan Shiyuan suddenly arrived. Upon seeing Yun Shan in Fu Zhao's arms, his eyes narrowed with jealousy, and he approached, attempting to pull her away, only to have Fu Xiao seize his wrist first. Mr. Shan, how bold you are to lay hands on my fiancée. Chapter 63. The hypocritical one's Fu Xiao was well aware of Yun Ran's childhood friend, Shan Shiyuan. After all, he was privy to every detail of Yun Shan's life, even the smallest nuances. When one truly loves another, an irresistible urge to monitor their every move arises. A desire to uncover more about their existence. Fu Xiao was no exception. Before encountering Yun Ran, he had believed he would remain solitary throughout his life. But upon meeting Yun Shan, he realized that he had merely been waiting for the right person to arrive. Upon hearing that someone intended to disrupt the gathering, the employees of the Yun family could no longer remain composed, swiftly encircling Shan Shiyuan. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Yun Shan felt compelled to intervene. Fear not, everyone. Continue with your festivities. This gentleman can be regarded as a friend of mine, and our matters are merely of a personal nature, she reassured them. However, Shan Shiyuan felt a pang of discomfort at her introduction, yearning to whisk Yun Shan away at that very moment. Shan, we have grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Am I now reduced to being less than a friend in your eyes? He wore an expression of hurt, akin to that of a man abandoned. His melodramatic display irking Fu Xiao immensely. Noticing Fu Zhao's displeasure, Yun Shan gently squeezed his hand, signaling him to remain calm. Mr. Shan, if memory serves correctly, this decision was initially yours, was it not? Did you not hold my dear friend in high esteem? Why then this current demeanor? Are you not concerned about her misunderstandings? Shan, all that I have done has been for you. I have endured humiliation and remained by Cheng Yuan's side solely to seek vengeance on your behalf. At the time, I believed you were lost to me, Shan Shiyuan professed, attempting to grasp Yun Shan's hand. Yet, she deftly evaded him, retreating alongside Fu Xiao, leaving him momentarily grasping at air, his expression clouded with a fleeting discomfort, which he quickly masked. Spare me your grandiloquent justifications. Were you not the one who conspired with Cheng Yuan to administer a sedative to me, watching idly as the Yun family villa burned? I am not naive, Shan Shiyuan. I divulged the password to Yun Jia solely to you. How did Cheng Yuan gain access? You are more aware of your own treachery than anyone else. Yun Shan's words were deliberate and devoid of emotional upheaval. The bond between her and Shan Shiyuan had long since withered the moment he allied with Cheng Yuan. No, Shan, allow me to clarify. It was Cheng Yuan who threatened me, leaving me no choice but to resort to such measures. Yet, you emerged unscathed, did you not? You returned and inherited the Yun family enterprise, he implored, but Yun Shan merely scoffed at his insincerity, recognizing his self-deception. How can you shamelessly return to seek me out? My silence should have indicated your need for discretion. You present yourself like a lovesick fool, returning now only because the Cheng family has fallen from grace, believing there is no longer any advantage to be gained. I never exposed your deceit, yet here you are, making a spectacle of yourself, she stated, her tone steady and piercing. Shan Shiyuan was taken aback by her public unmasking of his pretenses, a blatant affront to his dignity. However, with no alternative but to endure, he felt the weight of Cheng Yuan's influence bearing down on him. It is not as you think, Shan, he attempted to protest. But Yun Shan refused him further opportunity, summoning security to escort him away. At last, the venue fell into a tranquil silence. Yet the atmosphere was noticeably devoid of the earlier joy. The gazes directed at Yun Shan were tinged with a hint of pity, which struck her as somewhat amusing. What do you all look at me with such eyes for? Surely, you cannot believe I would willingly succumb to despair over such a man, or that I would be heartbroken. It was simply unexpected for someone as remarkable as President Yun to encounter a childhood friend of such ill fortune. Indeed, how could he possibly compare to President Fu? I should have slapped him just now. Yes, and perhaps even kicked him. The chatter among them was lively, yet each word bore an underlying concern for Yun Shan. This warmth filled her heart. It was comforting to know that so many cared for her well-being. All her previous efforts now seemed worthwhile. Fu Xiao observed quietly from the side, having witnessed Yun Shan's growth and feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. As for those foolish clowns, he would ensure they never disturbed Yun Shan again. After all, filth like them belonged firmly in the trash bin. The exaggerated antics of her companions elicited a genuine laugh from Yun Shan. Seeing her relax, the others too began to unwind, the atmosphere lightening considerably. The young girl whom Yun Shan had previously assisted shyly approached, presenting a meticulously prepared small box to her. "President Yun, this is a gift for you. Though it may not be particularly valuable, I still wish to express my gratitude for your support in the company." Yun Shan recognized the girl immediately. She was the one she had instructed her secretary to look after. With a radiant smile and a vibrant spirit, the girl had made a lasting impression. Yun Shan accepted the gift and opened it to reveal a pair of earrings. The design was simple yet elegant, perfectly complementing her demeanor. It was evident that the girl had chosen well, though Yun Shan's fingers brushed against her earlobes, revealing her lack of piercings. However, she did not wish to dampen the girl's enthusiasm. "Thank you. I really like these earrings, though it's unfortunate that I cannot wear them." The girl, realizing for the first time that Yun Shan did not have pierced ears, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had assumed Yun Shan must have them, which was why she had selected this particular pair. Noticing the girl's crestfallen expression, Yun Shan gently patted her shoulder. "Do not fret. The gift is a token of your kindness. I would cherish anything you give me, so there is no need to feel disheartened." Yun Shan's soft words sparked a bold idea among the younger girls. "President Yun, why not get your ears pierced? You are so beautiful. It would be a shame not to wear earrings." Yes. Once you marry President Fu, you will surely need to wear earrings. So why not do it sooner rather than later?" The young ladies chattered excitedly, their eyes shimmering with hope as they turned to Yun Shan, their gazes imbued with blessings. Upon overhearing them, Fu Xiao raised an eyebrow, finding pleasure in one of their remarks. He strode up to Yun Shan, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, while his other hand gently caressed her delicate earlobe. "I believe, dear Shan, that if you adorned those ears with earrings, you would be simply exquisite. As they say, since you must have your ears pierced for marriage anyway, why not do it sooner?" Yun Shan felt a twinge of trepidation. She had heard that piercing ears could be quite painful, and she was particularly averse to discomfort, which was why she had procrastinated. However, faced with the expectant expressions of her friends, her refusal seemed to falter, especially under Fu Xiao's gaze. With a sigh, she relented. "All right, since you all are so insistent, I suppose trying a new style wouldn't hurt." At her words, the group erupted into delighted laughter. As the annual meeting drew to a close, everyone began to disperse. Hand in hand, Yun Shan and Fu Xiao strolled leisurely down the road, unhurried by the day's events. Typically, they would return by car, but this rare walk offered a refreshing change. Like any ordinary couple, Fu Xiao indulged Yun Shan with treats and trinkets whenever something caught his eye, and she graciously accepted, as it was not her purse being tapped. Moreover, Fu Xiao delighted in showering her with affection. As they passed a beauty salon, Yun Shan's pace slowed upon noticing a sign advertising ear piercing. Fu Xiao glanced at the sign and instantly grasped her hesitation. "Are we going in?" he inquired. Yun Shan's eyes reflected uncertainty, and just when Fu Xiao assumed she might back down, she bravely took the plunge. "Let us go. I must keep my promise to them." "Oh, so your decision to pierce your ears was merely to appease your subordinates?" "I thought it was for my sake," Fu Xiao remarked, a hint of jealousy lacing his words. Yun Shan chuckled, playfully pinching his nose. "Of course, it's also for you. They mentioned I should wear earrings on our wedding day, so I might as well get my ears pierced earlier." Fu Xiao tightened his grip on her hand, conceding that Yun Shan had him completely under her spell when it came to pleasing her. She needed only to stand there, silent and still, with a mere glance enough to draw him in, like a moth to a flame. This was the allure of Yun Shan. Once inside, they explained their intention to the staff, who then escorted Yun Shan to a private room while Fu Xiao settled outside, casually scrolling through the news to pass the time. As she took her seat, Yun Shan watched as the attendant prepared the piercing equipment, and when the gun approached her earlobe, a distant memory resurfaced. Long ago, Duan Chengyan had gifted her a pair of diamond earrings. Though the gesture had been somewhat perfunctory, it had brought her immense joy at the time. That night, she had been unable to sleep, captivated by the earrings, for it was the first gift he had ever given her during their marriage. Regrettably, at that time, she did not have pierced ears, and thus the pair of earrings was left untouched. Now reflecting on it, That pair of earrings has likely been gifted to Yinglian by Duan Chengyan. Alternatively, perhaps he has long discarded them. For gifting something once bestowed upon an ex-wife to a white moonlight seems rather inappropriate. However, regardless of the circumstances, it is all in the past. Shan gently closed her eyes, listening to the faint sound that resonated in her ears. The earlobe experienced a slight sting, though it was not as painful as she had anticipated. In that moment, the final remnants of her feelings for Duan Chengyan were severed entirely. Recalling the moment he had coldly insisted she leave, she had even knelt to plead with him not to sign the divorce agreement. But what had she ultimately received in return? Just as she signed the divorce papers and moved her belongings, Duan Chengyan became engaged to someone else. Upon opening her eyes again, she noticed that her delicate earlobes now bore 2 tiny studs. "Miss, your ear piercings have been done. Please avoid water for the next few days, and remember to twist the studs occasionally to prevent them from growing in. It may hurt a little while turning them, but bear with it. This is alcohol, and remember to disinfect once a day." Shan took the items from the clerk, expressed her sincere gratitude, and stepped outside. Fu Xiao was seated on a chair, engrossed in his phone, scrolling through something. It must be said that Fu Xiao's visage was truly a gift from the heavens. His facial features were perfectly proportioned, and when he remained silent, he resembled the archetype of a stoic male deity in their hearts. Fu Xiao caught a glimpse of Shan from the corner of his eye, put away his phone, and noticed that she had been staring at him intently. "Have you had your ears pierced? Why do you keep gazing at me? Is there something on my face? Or have you finally realized how extraordinarily handsome I am?" His playful banter shattered the image of the stoic male deity Shan had conjured in her mind. Why must such a splendid male figure possess a mouth? "Let us go." "Fu God," Shan said, somewhat exasperated, as she placed all the items into Fu Xiao's hands, and the two strolled beneath the moonlight, their wrists intertwined. The 2 new studs adorned her petite earlobes without detracting from their beauty. Instead, they added a hint of maturity. Unable to resist, Fu Xiao reached out to pinch them, but misjudged the pressure, causing Shan to draw in a sharp breath. Fu Xiao quickly withdrew his hand, scrutinizing her ear and sighing in relief upon finding no blood. "I'm so sorry, Shan. I didn't gauge the pressure properly. Did it hurt a lot?" His cautious demeanor made Shan feel as if she were a rare treasure, delicately held as if he feared she might shatter or melt in his grasp. "It's actually not as painful as I imagined. I had always been reluctant to get my ears pierced, thinking it would hurt terribly to have even a small piece of flesh removed. But after experiencing it firsthand today, I've realized that many things are not as terrifying as I once believed." Shan was not merely speaking of her ear piercing. She was also reflecting on her relationship with Duan Chengyan. Chapter 65. An incident occurred that precisely the nature of their relationship. His one-sided devotion was thought to thaw that icy mountain, that unyielding stone. Yet, in the end, he realized that many matters are not as simple as they seem. Only after experiencing true pain does one understand the necessity of retreating from the precipice. However, through such experiences, one retains invaluable lessons. Thus, it is unnecessary to become entangled in the morality of the situation. Fu Xiao, being an exceedingly astute individual, could not possibly be oblivious to Shan's implied meanings. Yet, since she harbored uncertainties, he resolved to assist her in unraveling them. Certain truths can only be grasped and articulated in order to progress. Otherwise, the deeper the obsession, the more it transforms into a tormenting specter from which one may never find solace. Shan smiled gently, although Fu Xiao occasionally appeared unreliable. He had an uncanny ability to awaken the slumbering mind at critical moments. In the days that followed, Shan endeavored to undertake many tasks she had never before considered, such as collaborating with lower-tier employees. She even learned alongside them, taking the wheel of a truck and engaging in transport work. Although the moment she assumed the driver's seat filled everyone with trepidation, witnessing their general manager successfully maneuvering the truck with remarkable steadiness brought smiles of relief to their faces. "General Manager, you are truly remarkable. Could you possibly be the legendary genius girl?" they exclaimed. Even seasoned truck drivers would find it challenging to achieve such smooth driving in a short span. "Perhaps I possess a modicum of talent," Shan jested, recognizing that one must be open to new experiences and ideas to advance further. "Indeed, our general manager is undoubtedly the most gifted person I have encountered." They laughed heartily, bridging the invisible gap between them. Just as Shan was preparing to take a moment's respite, her secretary hurriedly approached, breathless. "General Manager, there has been a terrible incident. Xiao Deng was involved in a car accident on his way back, and his injuries are severe." The driver responsible fled the scene. What? Without hesitation, Shan instructed her secretary to escort her to the hospital. Xiao Deng had only joined the company a week ago, yet his honest and diligent nature had endeared him to everyone, making him a trusted choice for the transport task. Little did they expect that he would encounter such a calamity on his return. As she gazed upon Xiao Deng lying unconscious in the intensive care unit, a heavy feeling settled in Shan's heart. Just yesterday, he had bid her farewell with vitality, and now he lay here, fighting for breath. What had transpired? Was the other party running a red light? According to the surveillance footage, it appeared so. The driver had indeed disregarded the traffic signal and collided with Xiao Deng's vehicle before fleeing the scene. However, the police were already on the case, and she believed that the perpetrator would soon be apprehended. Shan inhaled deeply, praying for Xiao Deng's safety. Otherwise, how could she explain this to his parents? Had they been informed of the incident? As the secretary was about to respond, the anguished wails and cries of a woman pierced the air. A frail lady, her steps unsteady, approached but hesitated to advance beyond the threshold of the hospital room. "My poor son, how could such a calamity befall you?" Upon seeing Xiao Deng's mother, Shan felt an increased pang of guilt within her heart. After all, had she not insisted that he undertake the transportation of his cargo, perhaps Xiao Deng would not have faced such misfortune. "Rest assured, Auntie, I shall ensure that the negligent driver bears the consequences of his actions, and Xiao Deng will certainly emerge unscathed," she reassured the distraught mother. Xiao Deng's mother recognized Shan at once, and, being a reasonable woman, did not lay the entire blame at her feet. "Yun, you are a truly kind-hearted person. My family Xiao Deng often speaks highly of you, and I am grateful for the opportunities you have provided him. It is just that he seems to be cursed with ill fortune." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, evoking a deep sense of compassion in Shan, who found herself choked with emotion. "Please, do not worry. I will not allow any harm to come to Xiao Deng." After comforting Xiao Deng's mother, good news arrived from the police. The driver responsible for the incident had been apprehended. However, he stubbornly denied running a red light, instead insisting that it was Xiao Deng who had violated the signal. Upon hearing this, Shan was consumed with indignation. "I must see this individual who refuses to own up to his mistakes and instead shifts the blame onto others. No matter his status, he must face the consequences today. Let us proceed to the police station," she commanded her secretary, who promptly drove her there. Once they arrived, and after identifying themselves, the officers led them to the detention area. Within, the driver displayed an arrogant demeanor, seemingly unrepentant for his actions. Upon noticing Shan's presence, he audaciously whistled at her. "Well, look who we have here, a beautiful lady. Are you here to interrogate me in a different manner?" As he scrutinized her, a flicker of recognition crossed his face. "Aren't you the current president of Yin Corporation, the esteemed Miss Shan? What a surprise to see you gracing this place. I have come because you struck my subordinate, and he now lies in critical condition, his life hanging in the balance. Shouldn't I be here?" The driver appeared to suddenly grasp the gravity of the situation and laughed derisively. "I thought it was something serious, but it's just one person. Miss Yun, why should someone like you concern yourself with their fate? If he dies, so be it. Besides, I'll only be here a few days before I'm out." Witnessing his utter lack of remorse ignited true fury within Shan. She could not fathom how, in this era of legal accountability, there were still individuals who regarded human life as inconsequential and dismissed the law with such disdain. She was determined to see whether it was the law or this man who would prevail. That is not necessarily the case. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot possibly shield yourself from the entirety of Sea City. You struck my subordinate, and you must pay a price for it. Merely being confined here for a few days would be far too lenient. The driver seemed intrigued by Shan, finding her somewhat compelling. He stood up and approached the bars, sizing her up with an insidious gaze. Miss Yun's words are indeed intriguing. It appears she is reluctant to let this matter pass by effortlessly. "Impossible. Not only shall I demand compensation from you, but you shall also face the consequences that are rightfully yours. You will endure as long as necessary, and the issue will be dealt with accordingly." Chapter 66. I demand the consequences you deserve in the face of Miss Yun's fierce declarations. Her adversary seemed unfazed. What can a mere young lady of the Yun family, the president of a Yun corporation, truly due to me? While she may lack the means to affect you, on the other hand, just as the reckless driver continued to flaunt his arrogance, Fu Xiao had arrived with his entourage. Upon receiving the news, he hurried over, leaving everything behind. To him, nothing was more significant than Yun Shan, even if it meant foregoing a lucrative contract worth billions. At the sight of Fu Xiao, the reckless driver's demeanor shifted drastically. He could afford to disregard Yun Shan, but he could not afford to offend the man before him. Yun Shan looked at Fu Xiao, astonished by his sudden appearance. My people informed me, so I rushed over. Leave this matter to me. I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Fu Xiao seemed to sense Yun Shan's unspoken thoughts, gently ruffling her hair before signaling for his lawyer to step forward. Good day, sir. I am the representative attorney of President Fu. We are formally filing a lawsuit regarding your recent actions. Please expect a court summons and ensure your timely attendance. The lawyer concluded his statement by tossing the legal notice before the reckless driver, causing him to finally panic. Had it not been for Yun Shan's intervention, or had there been no connection between her and Fu Xiao, he might have easily escaped this predicament. But alas, with just a life. Is he not still alive? What's the big deal? Can I not compensate? There is no need for such a disgraceful scene, is there? Yun Shan, embraced by Fu Xiao, halted abruptly, turning back to glare fiercely at the reckless driver, as if she intended to carve a piece of flesh from him. Even now, he shows no remorse. For him, life is as worthless as dirt beneath his feet. Individuals like you, the scourge of society, deserve to rot in prison forever. Your utmost contribution to society. Clearly agitated, Yun Shan's chest rose and fell violently. Fu Xiao could only pat her shoulder, attempting to soothe her emotions as he guided her out of the police station. All right, calm down. I promise you, he will pay for his actions. I understand that you are equally troubled by the misfortune befalling your people, but we must also strive to think positively, mustn't we? Yun Shan gently closed her eyes, acknowledging the truth in Fu Xiao's words. Yet, for the first time, she realized that even after having attained such a position, it was still not enough. Had Fu Xiao not come to her aid today, given the reckless driver's nature, she might not have resolved the situation so smoothly. The saying that there are always greater talents and realms beyond one's own is indeed true. I understand, yet before I could finish my words, a call from my secretary interrupted. As soon as the call connected, the secretary excitedly announced, President Yun, Xiao Deng has awakened and has successfully passed the critical phase. The doctor has now transferred him to a regular ward, stating that with a month of recuperation, he should be able to be discharged without significant issues. Really? Yes. All right. I shall come over right away. Finally receiving good news, Yun ran swiftly into the call, and Fu Xiao accompanied her to the hospital to visit Xiao Deng. At this moment, Xiao Deng appeared somewhat weak, yet he had regained consciousness. The doctor remarked on his remarkable fortune, having survived such a severe car accident with merely superficial injuries, sparing his bones and sinews. It seems that those who escape great calamities are destined for future blessings. Xiao Deng's mother was overjoyed, continuously expressing her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Bodhisattva, for your protection. Upon seeing Yun Shan enter, Xiao Deng attempted to sit up, but was gently restrained by her. No, you have just awakened and your body is still quite frail. Please do not rise. How are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort? Would you like me to call the doctor for another examination? Yun Shan's concern elicited a touch of helplessness from Fu Xiao, who gently grasped her hand, bringing her back to the moment, only to notice that Xiao Deng appeared a bit embarrassed. Thank you for your concern, President Yun. I'm feeling much better, though my back still aches a bit. However, the doctor has already checked and assured me that there are no major issues. So you needn't worry. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Hearing Xiao Deng express such sentiments, the weight that had burdened Yun Shan's heart finally began to lift. Rest assured, I will ensure that this matter is addressed. The driver responsible for the accident has been apprehended, and I have already filed a lawsuit against him in court. He must provide the necessary compensation and serve the time he deserves. Xiao Deng was taken aback, not expecting Yun Shan to go to such lengths on his behalf. She could have chosen to remain uninvolved, yet she did not. They were right. President Yun is indeed a kind-hearted and beautiful person. Thank you, President Yun. Do not thank me. If it weren't for my request for you to deliver the goods, you would not have encountered this misfortune. Thus, it is my responsibility. Yun Shan lowered her head, feeling a pang of guilt, while Fu Xiao silently tightened his grip on her hand, offering her strength and reassurance that he was by her side. Xiao Deng, however, chuckled lightly, seemingly indifferent to the situation. In truth, even if you hadn't asked me to go, I would have volunteered. I am already grateful for the opportunity to have your support, so I shall wholeheartedly do anything I can for you, President Yin. Please do not feel any guilt. Rather, it is my own choice. Xiao Deng's words brought immense comfort to Yun Shan, alleviating some of her distress. She smiled at him, and, after chatting for a while longer, she asked her secretary to bring various supplements before leaving with Fu Xiao. Yun Shan is indeed a person of sensitive thought and exquisite sensitivity. While she may appear untroubled on the surface, Fu Xiao knew that her heart was heavy with guilt. Though Xiao Deng's words were a source of solace, they could not entirely assuage her feelings. Yet, Yun Shan felt an immense weight in her heart. Fu Xiao guided her to the hospital lawn and urged her to sit. With a gentle touch, he cradled her face, compelling her to meet his gaze as he earnestly spoke. This situation is not your fault, Shan. You have handled it remarkably well. Xiao Deng himself just acknowledged that it was his own choice. Moreover, you have made every effort to make amends. Please, do not dwell on it any longer. His tender words stirred an overwhelming urge to weep within Yun Shan, for this man seemed to effortlessly see through all her facades. Chapter 67. Just desert. Yun Shan's tense nerves finally began to unwind. Observing her body relax, Fu Xiao swiftly drew her into his embrace, reassuring her, "It's all right. It's all in the past. I'm here with you, so do not fear." Soon, the day of the trial arrived, with both Yun Shan and Fu Xiao in attendance, along with Xiao Deng and his parents, represented by Fu Xiao's dedicated legal team. However, the opposing counsel appeared equally formidable, leading to a vigorous exchange between the two legal teams. Noticing Yun Shan's growing anxiety, Fu Xiao gently squeezed her hand and smoothed her furrowed brow. "Rest assured, we shall prevail. Do not worry too much, even if we cannot appeal. I have my ways to ensure he pays for his actions." After 2 intense hours, the verdict was finally rendered. With ample evidence, including eyewitness accounts and physical proof, it was established that the reckless driver had fled the scene and was found to have been driving under the influence. The court sentenced him to 4 years in prison and mandated a compensation of 5 million yuan to the victim and her family. Upon hearing the judge's final ruling, Yun Shan's spirit soared. She had not let Xiao Deng and his family down. Justice had been served. As the perpetrator glared at her before being taken away, Fu Xiao positioned himself protectively in front of Yun Shan, a silent yet potent warning in his eyes, suggesting that any rash move on the driver's part would result in a lifetime behind bars. Unaware of the tension that had transpired, Yun Shan felt an overwhelming sense of relief once outside the courthouse. "This is wonderful. The villain has received his due punishment, and I can finally shed my guilt. I told him not to worry so much. Just look at whose legal team it is. How could we possibly lose?" Fu Xiao took her hand, a hint of pride in his tone. Yun Shan couldn't help but smile, teasing, "It seems you are quite pleased with yourself. Give you an inch, and you think you can run the whole show? Not at all. I would never dare to showcase my modest skills before Miss Yin. Everything I do is merely to win your favor." Behold his silver-tongued demeanor. Yun Shan found herself unable to harbor any anger. Fu Xiao consistently dedicates himself in silence, never revealing even a whisper of his efforts. He continues to assume the role of her guardian, steadfastly watching over her. Following that day, the two enjoyed a period of tranquility until they received an invitation to the Elite Business Association. This so-called association convenes the influential leaders of renowned groups from nearby cities for a networking conference. To participate in such an esteemed gathering, one must possess not only wealth but also status. A few months prior, the Yun Corporation would have lacked the qualifications to attend. However, under Yun Shan's leadership, the company is now thriving. Additionally, the Yun family holds considerable prestige in City C, thus securing a place for the Yun Corporation at this year's Elite Business Association. Not to mention Fu Xiao's own firm, which attends annually. As preparations for the conference commenced, both became increasingly occupied, leading to a decrease in their meetings. It was on one such day that an unexpected visitor arrived at Yun Shan's home. Upon seeing the woman before her, Yun Shan recalled the unkind words she had once spoken, which left her with little inclination to be cordial. "Is this how your family treats guests? Are you unwilling to allow me in for a cup of tea?" Sima regarded Yun Shan with an air of arrogance. Ever since the incident, she had been confined at home by her brother, forbidden to go out. Only recently, seizing an opportunity when her brother was distracted and the household guards were fewer, she had secretly flown to City C, yearning to see Fu Xiao once more. Her motivations were twofold: to make another plea and to assuage her lingering dissatisfaction. However, when Sima finally learned of Fu Xiao's whereabouts and excitedly made her way there, she discovered that he had long since vacated that residence and now resided with Yinshan. Infuriated, she managed to find out Yinshan's address and hurried over, resulting in their tense confrontation. "Our family's hospitality is reserved for friends, and you do not qualify as one, so there is no need for any such courtesy," Yinshan stated, attempting to shut the door. Sima, in a fluster, protested. She had gone to great lengths to arrive in City C and would not relent without seeing Fu Xiao. "Wait, are you not afraid I will inform Fu Xiao?" Yinshan found the notion amusing and gestured dismissively. "Not at all. Feel free to tell him. I am quite curious to see the expression on Fu Xiao's face when he sees you. Do you think he will promptly call your brother to have him take you back? Are you threatening me?" Sima's face flushed with anger. This woman was undoubtedly cunning. It was clear she had employed some trickery to ensnare Fu Xiao's affections. Sima was determined to expose her true nature. "If I recall correctly, you were the one who threatened me first, so I am merely returning the favor in kind." Yinshan, without a hint of hesitation, firmly shut the door behind her. Turning to the aunt beside her, she instructed that if she were to see Sima lingering outside, she should promptly summon security to expel her without mercy. Having spoken, Yinshan ascended the stairs, changing into comfortable loungewear as she began to prepare the materials needed for the business meeting. This gathering promised numerous opportunities, particularly with the influential power brokers from neighboring cities in attendance. It was an excellent chance for networking. Initially, Yinshan could still hear Sima's curses echoing from outside, but eventually, the noise faded into silence, which she chose to ignore until Fu Xiao returned. With a teasing look, she remarked to Fu Xiao, "Today, your little admirer traveled all the way from Italy just to catch a glimpse of you. Unfortunately, I didn't allow her entry. She even mentioned wanting to tell you something. It scared me." "Sima? She came to see City?" Fu Xiao furrowed his brow, uncertain of what schemes this woman might concoct. The last misunderstanding he had with Yinshan was largely due to her careless words. Had it not been for his friendship with her brother, he would have dismissed her entirely. Indeed, it seems she sneaked in without informing her brother. Yinshan continued, assisting Fu Xiao with his loungewear. He looked at her with some concern. "She hasn't done anything to you, has she? Has she bullied you?" Seeing Fu Xiao's anxious demeanor, Yinshan couldn't help but laugh. She was genuinely pleased that he cared. However, she was no pushover. How could she allow anyone to mistreat her? "Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to let her take advantage of me. Speaking of which, she has harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Have you never felt the slightest inclination toward her?" Expecting Fu Xiao to respond without hesitation, she was taken aback when he hesitated for a brief moment, causing her heart to race with anxiety. The next second, Fu Xiao playfully pulled her into his embrace, a mischievous smile gracing his face. "Let me see which little trickster is letting her imagination run wild. Of course not. Since the day I met you, my heart has been entirely devoted to you, leaving no room for anyone else. Although your brother has been kind to me and initially tried to facilitate a connection between me and Sima, once I expressed my feelings, he ceased to press the matter and instead offered his blessings. At that time, Sima was still quite young, and I had no inkling of her affections. Otherwise, I would have clarified things long ago." Yinshan squirmed slightly, as this man loved to tease her, often relishing in such playful torment. Frustrated, she decided to bite down hard on his arm. "You're the real trickster, letting your thoughts wander. It's merely a case of admirers. Who doesn't have a few?" In that moment, Yinshan resembled a feisty little kitten, which only left Fu Xiao feeling helpless. He knew that if he didn't play along, this little creature would continue to be irritable, making it impossible for him to spend the night in her room. All right, our esteemed Miss Yin, with admirers aplenty, it seems I have climbed too high." "What do you mean by climbing too high? We are equals. Thank you very much." Upon their initial acquaintance, both individuals perceived the same essence within each other's gaze. After being escorted away by the security, Sima felt a profound sense of indignation. Yet, in a vast expanse of City C, her connections were limited to only Fu Xiao and Yinshan. Although her brother shared a certain camaraderie with Fu Xiao, their relationship had grown somewhat strained following recent events. The prospect of seeking refuge with Yinshan her rival in affection, seemed utterly implausible. If the roles were reversed, she too would be unwilling to shelter Shan. Feeling desolate and alone, Sima crouched on the street, burying her head in her knees, a stranger in an unfamiliar place. As she struggled with the navigation, unable to discern directions, finding a hotel seemed an insurmountable task. Suddenly, a familiar voice called her name. Sima looked up in surprise to find Fu Jin standing before her. Fu Jin, equally astonished to encounter Sima in City C, quickly helped her to her feet. "What brings you here alone? What has transpired?" As Sima stammered in response, Fu Jin quickly deduced the situation. "Are you searching for Fu Xiao?" "Yes," Sima replied, her spirits somewhat dampened. She had ventured here for him, yet after a day of turmoil, she had not even caught a glimpse of him and had been subjected to harsh treatment by Shan. A sense of grievance welled within her. Fu Jin sighed deeply. Her brother's romantic entanglements were indeed troublesome, and it always fell to her to resolve these matters. "Never mind. It appears you haven't found a place to stay. Come to my home for a few days." "Really? Thank you, sister," Sima exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with surprise as she clutched Fu Jin's sleeve, resembling a forlorn puppy that had rediscovered hope. This sight tugged at Fu Jin's heartstrings. "Let us go," Fu Jin said, leading Sima back to her home. She prepared her own pajamas for Sima and asked the housekeeper to whip up a simple meal. After a hearty meal, Sima appeared thoroughly satisfied. "Are you full? Then I shall call your brother and have him send someone to escort you home tomorrow. It is unsafe for a young lady to be out alone, and I cannot constantly be by your side to protect you. It will be difficult to explain to your brother if anything were to happen," Fu Jin remarked as she retrieved her phone to contact Sima's brother. Unexpectedly, Sima dashed forward, snatching the phone from Fu Jin's hand and concealing it behind her back, refusing to return it. With a stubborn glint in her eyes, Sima declared, "I will not go back. I want to stay here. I want to be with Fu Xiao." Fu Jin, feeling a headache coming on, realized that Sima had not yet relinquished her feelings for Fu Xiao. Observing her defiant demeanor, Fu Jin understood that she needed to convey some truths to Sima. She could no longer allow this situation to persist unchallenged. "Sima, Fu Xiao decided long ago whom he wishes to marry. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Moreover, he and Shan are genuinely in love. There's an old saying that goes, better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single relationship. Furthermore, Fu Xiao harbors no feelings for you. If he did, how could he have remained indifferent all these years? You should understand this better than I do." Sima's eyes gradually turned red. She was all too aware of this truth. In her youth, she had encountered someone who left her utterly mesmerized, a memory so striking that it remained etched in her mind forever. Thus, when she learned that Fu Xiao's affections were directed towards a divorced woman, her heart brimmed with resentment. Moreover, Fu Xiao had already made his feelings abundantly clear during your last conversation. "At this point, you are an intelligent person. There is no need for me to reiterate anything further. Yet, I cannot help but feel discontented. Why would he prefer a divorced woman over me? What is it that I lack compared to her?" Observing Sima's distress, Fu Jin seemed to comprehend why Fu Xiao had never been moved. The young girl before him had been so pampered that she lacked even the basic respect for others. How could she possibly love someone? Realizing that reason would not reach her, Fu Jin chose to remain silent. He picked up his phone and retreated to his room, instructing Aunt Sima to arrange for accommodations. If she was resolute in her determination to continue battering her head against the wall, then so be it. He had already weighed the pros and cons and provided her with an analysis. How she chose to act was entirely her own affair, unrelated to him. Sima sat on the floor for quite some time, feeling aggrieved, before finally returning to the room that had been arranged for her. In a daze, she fell asleep. Meanwhile, Shan was in her office, diligently processing documents when her secretary suddenly knocked and entered. "Zong, a television station wishes to interview you and has also arranged for you to be on the cover of a magazine. Should we accept this opportunity?" Shan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that a television station would express interest in interviewing her, let alone featuring her on a magazine cover. This could indeed serve as excellent publicity for their company. "Then let's proceed. Is the interview scheduled for the morning or afternoon?" The secretary checked the itinerary. "In the afternoon." "Very well, let's move the afternoon meeting up by half an hour. Oh, and if Fu Xiao comes looking for me, please inform him that I will be at the interview and that he need not come to fetch me." The secretary nodded, noting Shan's instructions before exiting the office. Shan then, made her way to the break room, where she often took short naps during quiet moments. Naturally, she had some of her clothing prepared there. Considering the interview, she opted for a more casual dress instead of something overly professional. As she glanced in the mirror at her ear piercings, she recalled that it had been some time since she had them done. The shopkeeper had mentioned that as long as her ears showed no signs of inflammation for half a month, she could change her earrings. Observing that her piercings appeared to have healed well, she thought of the earrings the young girl had gifted her and felt a twinge of desire. Deciding to wear those earrings, she completed her company meeting and then hurried off for a quick lunch in preparation for the afternoon interview. Duan Chengyan was resting when he was suddenly stirred by a familiar voice emanating from the television. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the person he had been yearning for had miraculously appeared on the screen. Shan, adorned in a chic white dress, had her long black hair cascading gracefully with soft waves as she smiled and answered the host's inquiries. The host hinted at the rumor that Miss Yun and Mr. Fu were in a romantic relationship, sparking curiosity among many as to the veracity of such claims. Duan Chengyan fervently hoped she would refute the gossip, but to his dismay, she merely smiled. The truth of the matter was indeed confirmed. She was eagerly anticipating the moment he would propose, expressing her willingness to marry him. Hearing Shan's response, Duan Chengyan's gaze dimmed considerably. As the camera panned, he noticed that Shan had pierced her ears, flaunting a pair of earrings that reminded him of a similar pair he had gifted her long ago. Did this imply that she still held him in her heart, yet was unable to express it for various reasons? The possibility rekindled a flicker of hope within Duan Chengyan. He recalled the upcoming elite business conference, which he had initially planned to forego, but now considered attending, as there was a chance Shan would be there, a perfect opportunity he could not let slip away. After completing her interview and shooting the cover, Shan emerged from the television station to find that night had fallen. She had intended to take a taxi home, but considering the late hour, it seemed rather troublesome to summon a driver for just one trip. Instead, she resolved to use a rideshare service. Just as she pulled out her phone, a familiar figure approached her, prompting her to rush forward without a second thought. With a delighted expression, she greeted Fu Xiao, nuzzling against him. "Didn't I tell the secretary not to have you pick me up? Why are you here?" she teased. Fu Xiao, ever the devoted husband, replied, "What is wrong with picking up my wife from work? And look at you, so stunning tonight. I feared that if I didn't come to protect this delicate flower, someone might take advantage of you." His words, delivered in his characteristic tone, always made Shan feel as though her heart was coated in honey. However, she soon processed what he had just said. "Who is your wife? Don't say such things lightly." "Oh, was that me speaking out of turn?" Fu Xiao raised an eyebrow, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Who was it today during the interview that expressed a willingness to marry me, just waiting for my proposal?" Shan's face flushed crimson, realizing that Fu Xiao had indeed watched the interview. You saw the interview?" "Indeed. I not only watched it, but replayed that segment where you said you wanted to marry me several times." The sight of Shan's bashful demeanor was one Fu Xiao never tired of. The rosy hue that adorned her cheeks made her irresistibly captivating, igniting an impulse within him that was difficult to suppress. Rogue, upon catching a glimpse of Fu Xiao's gaze, Shan immediately discerned that this fellow was undoubtedly not occupied with anything of substance. She was all too familiar with that look in his eyes. In a huff, she uttered a retort and turned to walk ahead. Noticing her displeasure, Fu Xiao hastily followed, gazing at her with an air of contrition, much like a large canine seeking forgiveness. All right, I confess to being a rogue. Please don't be angry, since it's already quite late. Why not forego dinner at home and dine out instead?" "Fine, just watch me not leave you penniless," Shan replied, revealing her perfectly white teeth in a mock display that only endeared her more to Fu Xiao. However, it seemed neither of them anticipated that a simple outing for a meal would lead them to encounter an unwelcome presence. Just as they settled into a quiet spot by the window, having barely taken their seats, Shan spotted Cheng Yuan and Shan Shiyuan approaching from a distance. After taking a sip of water, she cursed under her breath. It appeared that venturing out today was indeed ill-fated, as encountering these two individuals was nothing short of misfortune. Before Fu Xiao could react, Cheng Yuan had already noticed Shan, initially assuming that she was dining alone. Her demeanor shifted upon spotting a man seated across from Shan. Realizing an opportunity had presented itself, she strode over, her high heels clicking with eagerness, determined to redeem herself this time. "Oh, Shan, you've come here for a meal too? Why didn't you come with Fu Xiao, bringing a stranger along? Aren't you worried he might find out and abandon you? Shan, who was in the midst of sipping her drink, nearly spat it out upon hearing Cheng Yuanyuan's thoughtless remarks. Naturally, Cheng Yuanyuan misinterpreted this reaction as a sign of guilt. So, I hit the nail on the head. Did I? If you want to keep this from Fu Xiao, you'll need to part with 10 million. If not, I'll simply pretend I didn't see anything tonight. Finally managing to regain her composure, Shan couldn't help but laugh at Cheng Yuanyuan's haughty demeanor. Your lack of wit remains unchanged. As for money, you can forget it. If you wish to tell Fu Xiao, feel free to do so right now. Chapter 70. Use your brain wisely. At that moment, Shan Shiyuan took notice of the commotion and hurried over, astonished that this fool had managed to stir trouble once again in such a short span of time. Shan, Mr. Fu, my apologies. I'll take her away immediately. With that, Shan Shiyuan grasped Cheng Yuanyuan's arm, intending to lead her away, but Cheng Yuanyuan was relentless. Why are you pulling me? I'm not leaving. Can't you see she's over there with a strange man? Isn't this a golden opportunity? Cheng Yuanyuan, use your brain and take a good look at who is sitting across from her. Fu Xiao, playing along, turned his face to reveal his identity. Upon recognizing him, Cheng Yuanyuan's expression soured, as if she had swallowed a fly. Oh, Mr. Fu, you are here too? Indeed, but it appears my visibility is rather low, as Miss Cheng failed to recognize me. That is my oversight. I must make more appearances in interviews and magazines, so that Miss Cheng can remember my face properly. Fu Xiao sarcastically remarked, deliberately hitting the mark. Remember these 2 words. Here, Cheng Yuanyuan could no longer bear to stay, and she tugged at Shan Shiyuan, turning to flee. Shan let out a cold laugh. This couple truly was well matched. Reflecting on how Shan Shiyuan had expressed lingering feelings for her during the company's annual meeting just a few days prior, while simultaneously belittling Cheng Yuanyuan, it was evident that the two were indeed a perfect pair. If they were to be separated, it would be a travesty. Are we going to continue dining here, or shall we change to another restaurant? Fu Xiao observed Shan's displeased expression, mistakenly attributing it to their earlier appearance disturbing her good mood. It's fine here. My dear friend, your intellect seems lacking. The entire city knows that we are inseparable unless you are genuinely busy. Wherever I am, you'll surely be there too. Only she could be so naive, and it was no wonder she was so easily manipulated by Shan Shiyuan. They indeed made a suitable couple, should they wed. I would undoubtedly present them with a grand gift. Fu Xiao smiled faintly, as there were indeed many past matters concerning Cheng Yuanyuan. Due to her connection with Shan, Fu Xiao had privately conducted investigations into the backgrounds of all those who were close to Shan. Little did she expect that this seemingly innocent best friend harbored an entirely different persona behind the scenes. Naturally, Fu Xiao would never reveal these sordid truths to Shan unless absolutely necessary. Days swiftly passed, and the day of the elite business meeting arrived. To her surprise, Fu Xiao had to depart on a sudden business trip due to a company project, leaving Shan to attend the meeting alone. Given the meeting's significance, Shan opted for professional attire, recognizing that she must protect herself as the sole woman present. Arriving early at the venue, she encountered several influential figures from surrounding cities, most of whom were familiar faces aware of Shan's status. Upon learning of the current situation of the Yun group, many individuals were eager to extend an olive branch. For in the world of commerce, fortunes can shift dramatically. As long as the Yun group could offer them profit, collaboration was certainly palatable. Since his arrival, Duan Chengyan had been scanning the venue until he finally spotted that familiar silhouette. Today, Shan appeared in her professional attire, exuding an air of competence that starkly contrasted with the Shan he remembered. Observing her adept negotiations with the executives, Duan Chengyan felt a twinge of regret. Had he recognized her potential earlier, she could have been his capable partner, assisting him in managing the company to thrive. Yet, it seemed that now it was too late. Why is Director Duan staring so intently over there? Do you know General Manager Yin? Upon turning, Duan Chengyan encountered a middle-aged man who greeted him politely. It's you. General Zhang. I was merely curious about the woman over there. She seemed somewhat familiar, but I couldn't confirm. Zhang smiled knowingly, seemingly aware of something. Yet he chose not to expose Duan Chengyan. Instead, he earnestly introduced Shan's identity to him. That woman is the esteemed Miss Shan from the Yun family in City C, and she currently holds the prestigious position of president of the Yun Group. Remarkably, within just a few months of her tenure, she single-handedly salvaged the nearly bankrupt company and restored it to stability. Her reputation has spread throughout our business community. Unfortunately, it appears that President Yun is currently in a relationship with President Fu. Otherwise, I would have been quite eager for my devoted son to become acquainted with her. Hearing these words, Duan Chengyan felt a tumult of emotions. Shan was growing increasingly accomplished and radiant, with more and more people recognizing her brilliance. He should have felt happy for Yun Ran, yet a deep-seated discontent lingered within him. Shan also noticed him from a distance, although he appeared somewhat surprised. It was within the realm of expectation, given that the elite business association, the Duan Group, participated annually, and this year was no exception. However, since he seemed disinclined to approach her, it was perhaps for the best. Ignoring each other would spare them both from unnecessary complications. The business meeting proceeded smoothly, and, just as everyone prepared to depart, someone suggested dining together. Seeing everyone head out, Shan felt compelled to join, albeit reluctantly. As soon as she sat down, the executives began pouring drinks for her. President Yun, you are truly an extraordinary woman. I watched your interview and was impressed by your eloquence. Here, allow me to toast you with a drink. Faced with the glass offered by her elder, Shan felt she could not refuse. Declining would tarnish the Yun Group's reputation. Thank you for your kindness, uncle. Just as Shan prepared to accept the glass, Duan Chengyan, in a moment of astonishment, swiftly intercepted it and downed its contents in one gulp. As the only woman present, and given the late hour, it would be unwise for President Yun to drink too much. Allow me to take her place. His words elicited ambiguous glances from the other executives, all of whom were astute enough to grasp the implications of Duan Chengyan's actions. Yet, this left Shan in an awkward position. After all, having her ex-husband shield her from alcohol felt decidedly peculiar. The situation could not be allowed to escalate further, for if the jealous party at home were to find out, it would be disastrous. Chapter 71. Greetings, I'm the current president of the Yun Group. My apologies. Esteemed uncles, Shan suddenly interjected. I just remembered that I have some urgent matters at the company that require my attention. I must excuse myself from this dinner. I hope to make amends next time. With that, she stood, bowed slightly, and hurriedly exited the hotel, leaving Duan Chengyan staring blankly at her departing figure. Though Shan had left, her absence did not dampen the spirits of the remaining executives. Rather, they seemed to relax even further. Shan had already departed from Duan Chengyan and had no inclination to linger any longer. After exchanging a brief farewell, she hastened to exit. However, upon reaching the entrance, she discovered that Shan had vanished without a trace. As Duan Chengyan stood there, somewhat disheartened, an individual approached him. He quickly recognized her as Shan's assistant. Mr. Duan, our President Yun has asked me to convey a message to you. What message? President Yun expressed her heartfelt gratitude for your protection against the drinks tonight. She mentioned that you would be duly compensated in the future, and from this point onward, you both shall have no further obligations to each other. With that said, I shall take my leave. After delivering her message, the assistant departed, leaving Duan Chengyan alone in the hotel. What he had anticipated as hope turned out to be a more profound blow. Assisting Shan by blocking the alcohol had indeed exceeded his expectations. And by the time he realized the implications, he had already downed the drink in one gulp. He had thought this gesture might bridge the gap between himself and Shan, only to find her heart was truly unyielding. Meanwhile, Shan returned to her room and quickly took a shower. Duan Chengyan's actions had genuinely taken her by surprise, even instilling a sense of unease within her. After all, the look he had given her was all too familiar, reminiscent of how she once gazed at him. Yet time had passed, and this belated affection from Duan Chengyan only served to complicate her present circumstances. With a sigh of resignation, Shan wrapped herself in her blanket and drifted into slumber. The following morning, upon waking, she felt an emptiness beside her and found it somewhat disconcerting. The thought that Fu Xiao would not return for several more days only heightened her discomfort. After hastily finishing her breakfast, she arrived at the office early and sat in a daze until her secretary entered, clearing her throat to capture Shan's attention. What is it? The secretary's demeanor appeared somewhat delicate, casting furtive glances at Shan as if hesitant to speak. Speak up. What is the matter? Is there an issue with any project? Gathering her courage, the secretary finally said, President Yun, do you recall not long ago an investor approached us with a proposal for collaboration? Shan pondered for a moment. Recalling the incident, and nodded for her to continue. Today, he delivered the subsequent project documents and has sent someone along as well. What? Shan exclaimed in astonishment. Before she could voice her thoughts, a woman clad in a striking red dress and high heels entered the room. She glanced at Shan with an air of disdain before nonchalantly seating herself on the sofa. Who are you? What are you doing here? Where's President Cheng? ISNT, this is office? As the woman spoke, she absent-mindedly toyed with her softly curled hair. In that instant, Shan understood. The investor must still believe that Cheng Shiwei was the current president of Yun Group, thus sending a woman to cater to his preferences. Little did he realize that the presidency had changed hands months prior. This tactic of sending a beauty would not sway Shan in the least. The individual you mentioned, Mr. Cheng, has long since vacated this office. I apologize, madam, but it seems we must send you back now. Shan maintained a degree of courtesy as she addressed the woman, yet was taken aback by the latter's overbearing demeanor. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? I am here to see Mr. Cheng, and if you provoke me, I shall ensure that you are the first to be dismissed when he arrives. Shan let out a cold huff, realizing that her respectful approach was entirely disregarded. Nevertheless, the woman's remarks hinted at a complex relationship with Cheng Shiwei. Growing weary of the encounter, Shan gestured for her secretary to clarify her identity. The secretary understood immediately and collected the folder. This young lady before you is the president of Yun Corporation, Miss Yunran. As for the Mr. Chen you mentioned, he is no longer an agent of Yun Corporation. Previously, our president entrusted the company to Mr. Cheng due to some unfinished business. In essence, Mr. Cheng has never truly held the position of president at Yun Corporation. Upon hearing the secretary's explanation, the woman's face paled. As Cheng Shiwei had not conveyed such information to her, she had painstakingly sought this opportunity, believing it would lead to a prosperous future. Is my secretary's explanation not clear enough? Would you like me to repeat it? And no, that won't be necessary, the woman stammered, visibly shaken and struggling to process the revelation. Shan's expression turned inscrutable. It was time to confront the investor and assert who truly held power within Yun Corporation. She instructed her secretary to locate the investor, intending to return this significant gift to him. The secretary nodded, and within 10 minutes, she sent the investor's location to Shan's phone. After a brief preparation, Shan and her team set off. The vehicle halted in an opulent villa district, where Shan instructed her secretary to ring the doorbell while she remained in the car. Soon, someone emerged and inquired, "Who are you and what do you want?" "Please inform them that the president of Yun Corporation has arrived," the secretary replied. The servant nodded and promptly went inside to relay the message. Within 5 minutes, a stout middle-aged man appeared, smiling as he noticed the secretary bowing respectfully. "Where is your president? Why has she come in person? Is she dissatisfied with the grand gift I provided? I can hardly accept such a grand gift." Shan interjected, seizing the moment. She stepped out of the car, approached the investor, presented her business card, and extended her right hand. "Greetings, I am Shan, the current president of Yun Corporation." Chapter 72. The storm reignites. The man's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a mixture of intrigue and disbelief as he frequently glanced back at Shan. There is no need for further consideration, for Cheng Shiwei has not arrived, as he is no longer qualified to represent the Yun family conglomerate. Previously, he was merely an acting president, and now that I have returned, the Yun family conglomerate is entirely under my purview. Are you implying that President Cheng was never truly the president of the Yun family conglomerate? The man's countenance instantly soured. After all, Cheng Shiwei had bestowed upon him numerous benefits and made grand promises. Now, having fulfilled his own commitments, he finds that Cheng has failed to deliver on any of his. In the end, it turns out that Cheng is nothing at all. Indeed, and as for this beautiful lady, I have successfully reclaimed what is rightfully mine. I merely hope that should you wish to continue collaborating with the Yun family conglomerate, you will refrain from harboring ulterior motives and instead focus on developing solid proposals. I eagerly anticipate our future cooperation. Having concluded her remarks, Shan departed gracefully with her secretary, leaving behind the disgruntled man who cast a glance at her, while the woman beside him, unable to contain her frustration, slapped her. "Did you not assert that Cheng Shiwei was the one in power at the Yun family conglomerate? What is the situation now? I have invested so much, and it has all gone to waste." The woman could only cover her face and weep helplessly, for in a sense, she too was a victim. After resolving matters with the investors, Shan returned to the company, only to discover that Chen Siwei remained undeterred. Covertly investigating the company's finances, he finally uncovered a suspicious flow of funds, and Cheng Shiwei was elated, believing he had finally found a lever against Shan. Hastily convening a board meeting, Shan, upon hearing this, did not take the matter to heart but chose to attend the board meeting, curious to see what ploy Cheng Shiwei would employ next. Cheng Shiwei strode in with an air of arrogance, only to find Shan calmly seated in the chair of the chairperson. Drawing in a deep breath, he thought to himself that he would allow her to bask in her arrogance for a moment longer. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason for convening this board meeting is due to the discovery that someone has surreptitiously misappropriated company funds. A few days ago, while verifying the company accounts, I stumbled upon a significant flow of unexplained funds. I urge you all to take a look, Cheng Shiwei proclaimed, projecting what he claimed to be evidence onto the large screen, which indeed indicated a substantial amount of unexplained funds. The shareholders began to murmur in confusion. How could such a large sum of money flow without any of them being aware? Indeed, who had the audacity to misappropriate company funds? The shareholders speculated on who might possess such boldness to utilize such a considerable sum, while Shan remained silent, having already surmised Cheng Shiwei's scheme. It appeared he had resorted to the same old trick, though he seemed to have overlooked the date of the funds movement during his investigation. Truly, one can see that like father, like daughter, this adage rings true. As Cheng Shiwei sensed that the atmosphere had been sufficiently charged, he confidently declared, "The individual who utilized this fund is none other than our current chairperson, Shan." Upon hearing this, the shareholders exchanged bewildered glances. Cheng Shiwei gazed at the shareholders, bewildered by the unexpected reaction. Observing his demeanor, Shan slowly began to speak. "Are you perplexed? Why does everyone respond this way, instead of as you had envisioned? Cheng, did you overlook the date when you examined this financial transaction? If memory serves, I had not yet returned to Yin Group during that period, so I cannot bear the accusation of misappropriating company funds." It was then that Cheng Shiwei suddenly realized his oversight and scrutinized the transaction date, confirming the truth of her words, an oversight indeed. However, regarding the movement of these funds, I have indeed traced their origin and destination. As Shan spoke, an ominous premonition gripped Cheng Shiwei. He recalled that just a few days prior, he had secretly diverted some funds under the company's name, compelled by the demands of a woman he had been supporting outside, who had set her sights on a particular piece of jewelry. At that moment, he simply lacked the means, leaving him with no choice but to resort to such measures. Shan gestured for his secretary to present the findings of the investigation. The secretary adjusted his glasses and displayed the results on a PowerPoint presentation. During her review of the company's accounts, the general manager had already identified a financial discrepancy and initiated an investigation. Although the individual who misappropriated the funds employed cunning tactics, traces remained, leading back to you, Cheng. The secretary proceeded to reveal all the evidence, including photographs of Cheng Shiwei with a woman, frequenting upscale restaurants and luxury jewelry stores, with the total expenditure matching precisely the sum that had mysteriously vanished from the company accounts. I cannot believe you are this kind of person, diverting such substantial funds for personal gain. No wonder you were always urging us to invest in the group under various pretexts during that time. It was all you. The shareholders, deeply disappointed, stared at Cheng Shiwei, whose face turned ashen. His seemingly flawless plan had been unraveled by Shan, who consistently found his vulnerabilities. This time, he had truly brought shame upon himself, having shot himself in the foot. Now, esteemed shareholders, please allow me a moment to speak. Upon hearing Shan's voice, the shareholders quieted down, and those who had previously doubted her were now utterly convinced. They realized that aligning with someone as duplicitous as Cheng Shiwei was far less appealing than supporting Shan, who had demonstrated her capabilities over the past few months. Now that we have established the identity of the individual responsible for the misappropriation of public funds and are aware of the amount involved, Cheng, you face two choices. First, rectify this financial shortfall immediately, and I may consider transferring you to a branch office. Second, you may voluntarily confess to the police. Choose whichever path you prefer. Yet neither option was appealing to Cheng Shiwei. Producing such a considerable sum to cover the deficit was beyond his means, and the thought of confessing to the authorities was even more unpalatable. Chapter 73. A humiliating downfall at this juncture. he could only resort to appealing to Yun Shan's emotions. Shan, in the past, my uncle wronged you. It was a moment of folly and obsession that led to my grave mistake. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me this once, considering our shared history? Besides, the company has managed to recover, hasn't it? This sum of money surely cannot hold such significance now. Yin Shan let out a cold huff, resolute in her stance against someone like Cheng Shirui. She understood that once a transgression occurred, it could easily happen again. To ensure the future of the company, she felt compelled to extinguish such individuals and notions at their inception. Uncle, you must recognize that the company is not solely mine. It involves numerous shareholders whose interests are at stake. Even if I were inclined to show you mercy, would the shareholders agree? Moreover, if I were to overlook this incident, how could I face the diligent employees who work tirelessly beneath me? Her impassioned words resonated with everyone present, except for Cheng Shirui, whose face twisted with resentment. In the end, you refuse to show me leniency, determined to eradicate me entirely, aren't you? I have already presented you with two options. First, rectify this deficit, and I shall transfer you to a branch office where you can continue to enjoy your esteemed position as General Cheng. Alternatively, you may choose to turn yourself in. Cheng Shirui found himself in a precarious position, unwilling to pursue the first option, so he clenched his teeth and glared at Yin Shan. Very well, I shall rectify this deficit. Her response delighted Yin Shan. Excellent. Then I kindly request that you return the funds to the company within 1 week. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to prioritize justice over family. Cheng Shirui tightened his fists, initially thinking that Yin Shan had not specified a time frame, allowing him to delay. However, with so many shareholders present, she had given him only 1 week. This woman was truly calculating. Fine, 1 week it is. The shareholders' meeting concluded with Yin Shan triumphant. 1 million is no trifling matter, and given Cheng Shirui's extravagant spending habits, it was implausible for him to amass such a sum in a mere week. Nevertheless, returning the misappropriated funds was non-negotiable. Now, Yin Shan merely needed to wait and witness the unfolding drama. If her deductions were correct, a spectacle would soon ensue. That evening, Cheng Shirui returned home and proceeded to clear out every valuable item in the house. He listed them online for sale, including the designer handbags and jewelry that Cheng Yuan had previously acquired. Dad, what on earth are you doing? Why have you taken all my bags out? Cheng Yuan exclaimed upon entering the house, witnessing her father's actions with discontent as she rushed forward to reclaim her belongings. What am I doing? If I don't act now, I will end up in prison, and you'll truly be left to fend for yourself. Hand them over. Cheng Shirui was already seething from the frustrations encountered at work, and upon returning home to his daughter's insistent outcry, his anger ignited further. Cheng Yuan was still grappling with the meaning behind her father's words. What did he mean by saying he would go to prison? How could she possibly endure such a fate? Father, did you not claim to have found leverage against Yin Shan? Did you not assert that you had the means to bring her down? How could everything have suddenly shifted to this dire situation? Enough of this. You must quickly gather all your valuable possessions, or I will have no choice but to throw you out. Faced with Cheng Shirui's menacing demeanor, Cheng Yuan had no option but to comply, reluctantly parting with her cherished collectibles, watching helplessly as her father listed them online for sale. Yet, even after liquidating all their possessions, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Acquiring the funds had been easy, but repaying this debt now seemed insurmountable. How could there still be such a shortfall? What would they do now? With only 7 days left, where could they possibly gather such a sum? Cheng Shirui was on the brink of despair, collapsing to the ground. Cheng Yuan, unsure of what to say, remained silent beside him. Suddenly, he glanced at his daughter, a bold idea forming in his mind. When he was still the chairman of the Yin Group, a certain executive had expressed a desire to marry Cheng Yuan. At the time, he had dismissed the suitor as unworthy of his daughter, but now it seemed he had no choice but to seek that individual out. Unbeknownst to Cheng Yuan, she was on the brink of facing a daunting reality. Since Duan Chengyan attended that elite business meeting, he had been in a state of distraction. Duan's father's condition had improved significantly, and the doctor assured that he would be discharged soon. However, he indicated that the Duan Group should continue to be managed by Duan Chengyan, as he was the only son, and the company would eventually be passed on to him. Shang Yinglian was in the restroom, feeling anxious, clutching a pregnancy test. It had been half a month since her last cycle, and she calculated that her period was indeed a week late. Taking a deep breath, she waited quietly for a few minutes before slowly opening her eyes. Upon seeing the 2 lines on the pregnancy test, she gasped in delight, covering her mouth in surprise. She had succeeded. She was truly pregnant. And no longer would she have to live in fear. Yinglian was eager to share her joy with Duan Chengyan. She approached his study, knocked on the door, and without waiting for a response, pushed the door open and entered. Chengyan, how did you get in here? Who allowed you to enter? Did I not say that you should not come to my study without my permission? Duan Chengyan snapped irritably, hastily shutting his laptop. His actions undoubtedly raised Yinglian's suspicions. Duan Chengyan, what are you looking at? She stepped closer, attempting to seize the laptop, but he clung to it tightly. What I'm looking at is none of your concern. You are being rather intrusive. Upon hearing these words, Yinglian found them rather amusing, yet she felt an increased sense of disappointment towards the man before her. Despite her heartfelt devotion, the outcome was nothing short of disheartening. We have no ties, she retorted. Duan Chengyan, I am your fiancé. Chapter 74. Let's make a bet. Our engagement ceremony was witnessed by the entire city of A, and now you dare to question our relationship? Observing Yinglian's frantic demeanor, Duan Chengyan had no desire to engage in a debate. After shutting down his computer, he attempted to leave. However, to his surprise, Yinglian persistently followed him, grasping his hand. Are you still thinking about that woman, Shan? You're already divorced. Why do you cling to her memory? I am your fiancé now, and in the future, I shall be your wife. I carry your child. How can you treat me this way? Enough. Can you refrain from incessantly mentioning Shan? What does she have to do with this? If you continue this unreasonable behavior, do not blame me. Duan Chengyan's words were cut short, as Yinglian stepped closer, confronting him. What do you mean by breaking our engagement? Duan Chengyan, do not even think about it. I would rather die than dissolve our engagement. You are utterly irrational. After uttering this, Duan Chengyan stormed out. Yet his reaction only fueled Yinglian's belief that he harbored secrets. The following morning, Duan Chengyan left for work, and after some contemplation, Yinglian decided to don a disguise and follow him. She was determined to uncover what he was truly up to outside. However, after trailing him throughout the morning, she found him behaving normally, diligently attending to matters at the office without stepping out even once. Just as she contemplated returning, she noticed Duan Chengyan exiting the office in a hurried manner. She immediately followed, but lost sight of him upon entering the cafe. Frustrated, she removed her sunglasses and surveyed her surroundings, confirming that he was nowhere to be seen. Is following me amusing? Duan Chengyan's voice suddenly rang out behind her, startling her. Turning around, she discovered he had appeared without her noticing. Are you curious about why I am here? It was intentional. I had already realized you were tailing me. Yinglian, I trusted you so much, yet you resorted to this act of stalking. Gazing into Duan Chengyan's disappointed eyes, Yinglian felt a pang of grievance. Since their engagement, aside from the initial tenderness, he had hardly spared her a glance thereafter. Had it not been for her deceit about being pregnant, she might have been forced to remain in that empty house, alone. Her heart was entirely devoted to Duan Chengyan, but how did he reciprocate? He professed a lifelong commitment, yet ultimately fell for Shan. What right did he have to do so? You trust me? Duan Chengyan pondered. If you truly trusted me, would you engage in such antics? Why would I need to follow you? You are more aware than anyone else of the situation. The commotion between the two individuals at the cafe quickly attracted the attention of onlookers, particularly due to Duan Chengyan's distinguished status, which led to his immediate recognition. To prevent any repercussions for the company's stock, Duan Chengyan was compelled to momentarily suppress his indignation. I shall settle this account with you later, he coldly remarked before striding out of the cafe, leaving Yinglian behind in solitude. Upon returning to the office, he regarded his assistant with a frosty demeanor and stated, You need not accompany me any longer. Since you enjoy disclosing my whereabouts to Yinglian, you shall work for her from now on. The assistant's face turned ashen upon hearing this. President, please grant me another chance. I promise it will not happen again. It is too late. Duan Chengyan ordered the assistant to be dismissed and, feeling fatigued, he rubbed his temples. He was perplexed by Yinglian's transformation. The empathetic person she once was seemed irrevocably lost. The current Yinglian bore no resemblance to the refined individual he once knew, and her behavior increasingly reminded him of Shan in her prime. Duan Chengyan picked up his phone, a thought stirring within him. He recalled that Shan's favorite flower was the lily, and he proceeded to place an order, directing it to her office. When a secretary delivered a bouquet of lilies to Shan's office, she was taken aback, wondering who had sent her the flowers. Who was the sender? Did the delivery person mention anything? No, the secretary replied. When I went down, it was just a young man who handed me the flowers before leaving. I searched through the bouquet, but I couldn't find any card. As the secretary placed the lilies on Shan's desk, she recognized that few knew of her fondness for this flower. Only Fu Xiao and Duan Chengyan. Could it be that Fu Xiao had sent her the flowers? To confirm her suspicion, Shan promptly messaged Fu Xiao. Fu Xiao, likely preoccupied, took some time to respond, and when his reply came, Shan was not surprised. Just moments ago, she had noticed a detail in the bouquet, the presence of baby's breath, a flower she had consistently chosen since marrying Duan Chengyan. Thus, these lilies must have been a gift from him. Despite their divorce, he still remembered her preferences. Dispose of the flowers, she instructed. Of course, Miss Yin, the secretary replied. Shan watched as the flowers were discarded, believing that a belated expression of affection was unwarranted. The matters between them had long since passed. It was absurd for Duan Chengyan to suddenly recall her favorite flower. When she had been by his side, she had been unable to warm his heart, and now, having liberated herself, it seemed he had awakened, clinging to her with tenacity. In a few days, Shan was scheduled to travel to a neighboring city for a business trip to negotiate an important project. To her surprise, Duan Chengyan had somehow learned of this and reserved the room adjacent to hers. However, Duan Chengyan never anticipated that his departure would lead to a monumental surprise prepared by Shan. As he gazed at Shan sitting across from him, sipping her coffee, Yinglian was perplexed by the reason for her sudden summons. How did you know I would be here? She inquired. Quite simply, wherever Duan Chengyan is, you are bound to be as well. Moreover, given your suspicious nature, you certainly wouldn't trust him to travel alone for business, Shan replied. The revelation struck a nerve, and Yinglian's expression soured, especially since, in a certain sense, she regarded Shan as a rival in love, albeit unilaterally. Chapter 75. Mind your husband. Yinglian narrowed her eyes, feeling that the current Shan was somewhat inscrutable to her. So, what exactly compelled you to summon me? We are both intelligent individuals. Let us speak plainly and avoid any convoluted discourse. Shan took a sip of her coffee, set her cup down, and smiled as she presented a room key card to Yinglian. I presume you're already aware that Duan Chengyan has booked the room next to mine? Last time, he went to great lengths to have a bouquet of lilies delivered to me. It occurred to me that, since you are now his fiancée, you should also be privy to this information. And so, Yinglian remarked, observing the key card Shan had offered. It seemed that Shan had come solely to flaunt her victory over her, hadn't she? Shan, as if seeing through Yinglian's thoughts, chuckled softly. I do not intend to boast. I merely wish to inform you of your dear husband's clandestine activities. He secretly had someone investigate my itinerary. This is my room key card, and I plan to invite him over. I will intentionally leave another key card for him. Shall we wager on whether he will visit my room? Shan's face radiated confidence, for she knew that if she left the key card, Duan Chengyan would undoubtedly accept it. As for Yinglian, she could not afford to lose this gamble, hence she would surely accept the card. Very well. Let us see how it unfolds, she replied. True to Shan's expectations, Yinglian accepted the key card and tucked it away in her bag. She turned to leave, evidently incensed. If she were in Yinglian's position, her temperament would have likely driven her to catch him in the act by now. How could she endure this? The wheel of fate turns, and the tides of fortune shift. The hardships she once endured were now mirrored in Yinglian's experiences, perhaps even more acutely. Truly, the human heart is the most enigmatic of entities. The stage had been set, and it was now up to them to determine how the drama would unfold. Shan clapped her hands, leisurely finishing her coffee in the cafe, before slowly retrieving her phone and removing Duan Chengyan from her blacklist to send a message. 10 minutes later, Duan Chengyan arrived punctually at the cafe, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, indicating his hurried arrival. Shan casually handed him a tissue. It's not such a pressing matter. You needn't rush over, she remarked. Duan Chengyan accepted the tissue, elated, yet suddenly appeared to realize something. His gaze faltering as he avoided looking at Shan. You knew I was here? It is not difficult to guess. As soon as I disembarked from the plane, someone was there to greet me, and everything at the hotel had already been arranged. Recently, Fu Xiao has been preoccupied and likely has no time for me, leaving only you to rely on. Shan spoke with a calm demeanor, as if such occurrences were commonplace, eliciting little emotional response from her. Yet, Duan Chengyan felt a pang in his heart upon witnessing her indifference. It was evident that Ran had once cherished him above all, but now her lips were adorned with the names of other men, igniting a flicker of jealousy within Duan Chengyan. Do you genuinely hold such affection for Fu Xiao? Are you certain he reciprocates your feelings? What a man like him! Shan retorted with a sidelong glance at Duan Chengyan, her eyes suddenly sparkling with mirth. You seem to have changed quite a bit lately. Thank you for the flowers the other day. I appreciate that you remember my fondness for lilies. As long as you like them, I will continue to bring them for you. Duan Chengyan felt no irritation at Shan's swift change of topic. Rather, he was elated that she accepted his flowers. Noting that the time was right, Shan smiled gently, retrieved the room card from her bag, and turned to leave without a moment's hesitation. As she departed, Duan Chengyan's heart surged with warmth. He had always believed that Shan would be unable to resist his advances, and now it seemed that reconciliation was within reach. Once he and Shan were remarried, the first thing he would do is to bring her before Fu Xiao, showcasing their affection boldly, and then declare to Fu Xiao that what is rightfully his shall always remain so, while Fu Xiao would never attain it. Lost in his delightful reverie, Duan Chengyan approached Shan's room. At her door, he felt a tinge of nervousness. Taking a few deep breaths, this was an opportunity he had long awaited. He produced a room card. As the door clicked open, he called out, Shan? Shan? His calls received no response, prompting him to venture further inside, only to be taken aback upon discovering Yinglian in Shan's room. What are you doing here? This is not Shan's room, correct? Yinglian rose, astonished that Duan Chengyan had truly come. This was the man she had long adored. If it were not for the child she carried, she would have slapped him, but now was not the time to confront him openly. At that moment, Shan strolled leisurely through the door. You must keep your husband in check. He should not be accepting room card from others so casually. I have extended your stay as a gift for your new marriage. Farewell. With that, Shan departed gracefully, even ensuring to close the door behind her. Shan, realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Duan Chengyan was overwhelmed with anger, nearly fainting from the shock. Yinglian's instinct told her that a splendid opportunity for sowing discord had arrived. After all, she had engaged in such schemes numerous times in the past. Chengyan, I genuinely wish to spend my life with you. I can overlook the existence of others in your heart, and I can disregard all that you have done in the past. Shall we start anew? Observing Duan Chengyan remain unmoved, Yinglian decided to escalate her approach. Are you not curious as to why I am here? It is because Shan called me over. She invited me to meet and handed me her room card. Shan expressed that she is aware of your stalking her, and she has no desire to see you. She despises and loathes you. Chengyan, do you still not understand? The one who truly loves you has always been me. This time, Duan Chengyan seemed to be thoroughly wounded by Shan. He had sacrificed his dignity and followed her with such humility, hoping she would glance back at him. Yet, he found himself played like a pawn in her game, severely bruising his pride. Chapter 76. The plagiarism scandal. He extended his hand, pulling Yinglian into his embrace, and kissed her fervently, as if to vent the bitterness and anger within him. Yinglian was startled by his action and instinctively protected her abdomen, fearing for the child. Once the kiss subsided, Duan Chengyan took her hand and declared, "Let us go. It's time to return home." Yinglian responded with a radiant smile, realizing that this turn of events was greatly owed to Shan. Otherwise, she could not have persuaded Duan Chengyan to return with her so willingly. Since that return, Duan Chengyan appeared to have settled down, diligently managing the company. After work, he would accompany Yinglian in watching parenting programs, and everything seemed to be progressing positively, until one day, when Duan Chengyan was approached by a young man at the company entrance. "Are you the owner of this company?" Duan Chengyan scrutinized the young man, who appeared to be around 25 or 26. Initially, he assumed the young man was there for a job interview. "Yes, but if you are applying, you must submit your resume online first. The company will contact you for an interview if you qualify." Having said this, Duan Chengyan attempted to walk away, only to be blocked again by the young man, who now appeared quite agitated. "I am not here to apply. I am here to reclaim what is rightfully mine. The patent you are using belongs to my family. Duan Chengyan furrowed his brow, thinking the young man was speaking nonsense. How could the patent that had brought prosperity to the Duan family belong to someone else? I advise you to refrain from making baseless claims, or you shall not find me accommodating. Security, please escort this troublemaker away. Duan Chengyan had no desire to continue the confrontation and instructed the security to remove the young man. However, the young man continued to shout from behind, demanding that the Duan family face consequences. Duan Chengyan dismissed the incident, believing it to be merely a farce. Yet 3 days later, he received a court summons. Meanwhile, a video circulating online has surfaced detailing the patents currently utilized by the Duan family. The young man featured in the video is the very individual who intercepted Duan Chengyan that day. He introduced himself as Fong Tian, asserting that the technological patents now employed by the Duan family were originally conceived by the Fong family, only to be appropriated by the Duan family for their own profit, leading to their present wealth. He presented evidence to substantiate his claims. The release of the video has ignited widespread attention among netizens, with some even venturing to the official Weibo page of the Duan group to leave comments, while Duan Chengyan's personal Weibo has also turned into a battleground. As Duan Chengyan grappled with this troubling situation, it seemed that misfortune was compounding. Mr. Duan, the company's shares have plummeted by another percentage point, and numerous previously negotiated collaborations have fallen through due to this incident. How much? Duan Chengyan sprang to his feet. 50 million is no trifling sum, and allowing the situation to escalate further would only exacerbate the severity of the consequences. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, recognizing that the most pressing matter was to quell the outrage of the online community. If the situation were to fester, it could become irretrievable. You need to issue a statement, indicating our willingness to cooperate with the investigation. If we have indeed infringed upon someone else's patent, we will offer compensation. Understood. After the secretary departed from Duan Chengyan's office, he hurried home, intent on seeking verification from his father regarding the veracity of these claims. Upon his arrival, he found his father already waiting for him in the living room, seemingly anticipating his visit. Sit down and have some tea. Duan's father gestured toward the cup before his son. Although Duan Chengyan complied, he was perplexed by his father's calm demeanor in such a critical moment. Father, why are you so unruffled? It appears you were certain I would come to consult you. Duan's father leisurely set down his teacup, turning his gaze toward his son, acknowledging that his child had indeed matured, yet he still lacked a certain decisiveness in handling matters. Because I knew you would seek my counsel regarding the truth of Fong Tian's assertions. I can now inform you that what he said is indeed accurate. What? Duan Chengyan struggled to accept this revelation. He had believed that the Duan family was blameless and had risen solely through their own merits, only to have his father confirm that they were, in fact, guilty of plagiarizing another's patent, nothing less than thieves. Please, listen to me first and let me finish before you make any judgments. Duan's father's gaze grew distant, seemingly lost in recollections from decades past, as some of the family's secrets began to unravel, revealing the truth to Duan Chengyan. It turned out that over 20 years ago, Duan Chengyan's father and Fong Tian's father were, in fact, classmates and close friends. Both individuals came from modest backgrounds, yet their intellect was remarkable, leading them to collaborate on the development of a groundbreaking technology. They agreed to jointly apply for a patent, ensuring that the innovation would belong to both, rather than solely to one. However, fate took an unfortunate turn when Duan Chengyan's mother unexpectedly became pregnant. Coupled with her chronic anxiety and frail health, she was hospitalized, where doctors informed Duan Chengyan's father that the chances of saving the child were grim. Immediate hospitalization was necessary, but at that time, Duan Chengyan's father could not afford the exorbitant medical expenses. In desperation, he sought a discussion with Fong Tian's father about securing a patent for their technology, as only with the patent fees could they hope to save them. Yet, for reasons unknown, Fong Tian's father adamantly refused. Finally, on a fateful night, Duan Chengyan's father took the planning documents and all related materials and independently applied for the patent. Subsequently, he left that city for a city where the patent fees were utilized to save both mother and child, with the remaining funds serving as the foundation for what would eventually become the Duan family. Upon hearing this tale, Duan Chengyan felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions, realizing that his own existence had driven his father to such lengths. Have you never sought out your brother since then? Naturally, I have, but by the time I went to search for him, he had already moved away, and no one knew of his whereabouts, leaving the matter unresolved. To my astonishment, it turned out that he had a son. Chapter 77. His despondency upon uncovering the truth. Duan Chengyan was deeply unsettled, sinking into a prolonged silence. "Please, let me be alone for a while," he requested. Chengyan, his father called out, seemingly poised to speak, yet ultimately remained silent, understanding that in such moments, solitude was what his son needed most. Duan Chengyan, mustering his strength, returned to his room. Though he was not in a good state, Yinglian had only just learned of the news and hurried home, acutely aware that she was on the verge of becoming the matriarch of the Duan family. With the unexpected turmoil at the Duan household, she had to contemplate whether she should remain in this situation. As the saying goes, a bird dies for food, illustrating the harsh realities of survival. Upon arriving home, she found no trace of Duan Chengyan. Could he have gone to find Shan? This thought crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Duan Chengyan was a man of immense pride and traditional masculinity. Given his prior encounter with Shan, it was unlikely he would seek her out again anytime soon. Following her instincts, she searched for him and discovered him in his room. The moment she opened the door, she was met with a strong odor of alcohol, prompting her to wrinkle her nose and cover her face. There, by the bedside, lay Duan Chengyan, thoroughly intoxicated, appearing despondent and in a poor state of mind, confirming the reports of upheaval within the Duan family. "Chengyan, what has happened? Why have you consumed so much alcohol?" Duan Chengyan took a sudden gulp, feeling a haze enveloping his mind as he lifted his gaze to Yinglian, glancing at her abdomen. He extended his hand, resting it gently upon her small belly. "Do you think our child can hear my voice at this moment?" His eyes were clouded, yet the pressure of his hand increased. Yinglian hurriedly stepped back, fearful that he might harm the child within her. "Chengyan, you are intoxicated. The baby is still so small. How could it possibly comprehend what is happening? Is it truly like the news suggests?" At the mention of this matter, Duan Chengyan's demeanor shifted to one of despondency, and his attitude provided Yinglian with an answer. "Chengyan, since the situation has unfolded in this manner, you must find ways to confront it. What good does it do to hide away and drink in secret? Do you believe that when you awaken from a drunken stupor, the problems will magically resolve themselves?" Unmoved by her words, Duan Chengyan remained impervious to her concerns, prompting Yinglian to cease her attempts at persuasion. "If this is how you choose to be, then so be it." As the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, Duan Chengyan felt a swirl of complex emotions. He cast a glance and then resumed drinking. The upheaval within the Duan family had reached even Shan. Far away in City C, reactions to this turn of events varied, yet most seemed to revel in the spectacle. It was well known that the Duan family was a formidable clan, and such a scandal at this critical juncture would undoubtedly inflict serious damage upon the company. What does Shan think of this incident? After finishing his tasks, Fu Xiao sought out Shan, and, as they shared lunch, the television in the restaurant broadcast the news. Shan felt no particular sentiment regarding it. After all, Duan Chengyan was no longer connected to her. The fate of the Duan family held no significance for her. "I have no opinion on it. One who engages in wrongdoing will inevitably face consequences. However, given the current circumstances, it appears Duan Chengyan will have a tumultuous time ahead. Their stock has consistently remained in the red, plummeting significantly." Fu Xiao took a sip of his drink, watching Shan with keen interest. "Shall we speculate whether he will sell off his shares? If so, should we intervene? Perhaps it would be wiser to abstain. Anyone who wades into these murky waters is bound to come to grief." "Fu Xiao, I am aware of your thoughts. There is no need for such subterfuge. To me, Duan Chengyan is a thing of the past. I harbor no feelings for him now." Fu Xiao, having his intentions laid bare by Shan, felt no anger. He admitted that his earlier remarks were deliberate, not out of doubt in her, but merely to gauge her reaction. "All right, I was perhaps overly suspicious. Now let us eat. Your lunch break is limited, and if we linger here any longer, you will have even less time to spend with me." Shan playfully chided Fu Xiao with a glance, contrasting their light-hearted atmosphere with the gravity that enveloped Duan Chengyan. Before he could wallow in his despair for long, the company's board of directors convened an urgent meeting. He was hastily summoned back to the company, and just as he entered the conference room, the shareholders began to bombard him with questions. "Mr. Duan, you previously mentioned that you would investigate the truth of the matter. How was the investigation progressing? Is it true, as that individual claims?" That Duan's group has indeed plagiarized their patent? So many days have passed without any updates, and look at how much the company's shares have plummeted. Are you attempting to evade responsibility? The shareholders voiced their concerns, leaving Duan Chengyan feeling as though he could scarcely breathe. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Enough! This matter is not as simple as he suggests. The Fong family does possess a portion of the patent, but so does our Duan family. The situation is not as he portrays it. I will clarify the truth on Weibo shortly. As for the issue with the shares, I believe that once this matter is resolved, things will gradually improve. There is no need for the shareholders to panic. I will certainly provide everyone with a satisfactory explanation. Let us conclude the meeting for today." Having spoken, Duan Chengyan did not allow anyone a moment to respond before striding out of the conference room and returning to his office, where he called for his secretary. "Mr. Duan, regarding the truth behind this plagiarism scandal, I will provide you with a draft for our official Weibo account to clarify the situation. Additionally, we should engage some online support and create trending topics," Duan Chengyan instructed, handing the neatly edited document to his secretary. After a quick glance, the secretary closed the office door behind him, allowing Duan Chengyan some solitude. What he thought would be the conclusion of this matter took an unexpected turn when a small account online suddenly revealed purported information about Duan Chengyan. It was common knowledge that he had a former wife, yet her identity remained shrouded in mystery, as he had never disclosed any information about her. However, this account explicitly claimed that the current president of Yun's group, Shan, the eldest daughter of the Yun family, was indeed Duan Chengyan's ex-wife. Chapter 78. Identity Crisis. Once this rumor surfaced, it rapidly ascended the trending topics, with many netizens flocking to Yun Shan's Weibo comments section in search of the truth. Simultaneously, astute netizens noted that the president's Weibo had only begun to be updated in recent months, and some even compared photos of Yun Shan with those of Duan Chengyan's ex-wife. Although the latter's images primarily showed her from behind, the resemblance between their silhouettes was astonishingly high, reaching an 80 similarity. As these photos and analyses circulated online, they sparked intense discussion, with a consensus emerging that Yun Shan was indeed Duan Chengyan's former spouse. Upon seeing these posts, Yun Shan realized that someone was deliberately targeting her. Otherwise, why would such information surface at this crucial moment, when everything had been proceeding smoothly? Moreover, this person must be someone close to her, well aware of her circumstances. Though we have urgently controlled the negative reviews, the sheer volume is overwhelming. Our public relations team is struggling to manage the situation effectively, though we have managed to lower our trending status. Yun Shan acknowledged this, yet the matter was far more complex than she had anticipated. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. Many consumers, upon learning that Yun Shan might be the ex-wife of Duan Chengyan, began to express their aversion to the Yun Group's products. Some even gathered spontaneously to demand refunds. The situation escalated like a snowball, growing increasingly unmanageable. What should we do now, Yin? Over 90 of consumers are demanding refunds, or they will escalate the matter to the Consumer Association. Yun Shan felt a headache coming on. The suddenness of this incident caught her off guard, leaving her uncertain on how to respond. Although she considered clarifying the situation, her solitary voice would hardly quell the uproar of so many. Moreover, persuading Duan Chengyan to issue a joint statement would not be easy, given their past conflicts. Caught in a dilemma, Yun Shan never expected that the turmoil from the Duan family would intertwine with her own affairs. Let us refund those consumers first and pacify their emotions. I will devise a plan for the subsequent steps. Yun Shan glanced at her phone, torn between whether to make a call or not. She was reluctant to seek assistance from Fu Xiao, as she did not wish to rely on her for everything. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, Yun Shan. I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament. I am even more astonished by your ex-husband's identity. You truly possess remarkable skills, came the voice of Sima. After hearing the news, she could hardly wait to call Yun Shan. What was the purpose of her call? Undoubtedly to mock her rival. How could she miss the opportunity to gloat over such a situation? This is my affair. What does it have to do with you? Moreover, what did I ever claim that Duan Chengyan was my ex-husband? Based solely on a few vague posts on Weibo? What vague posts? Yun Shan, you can deny it all you like, but evidence has been unearthed, and your denial serves no purpose. Isn't there an old saying? The eyes of the public are sharp. Faced with Sima's relentless taunts, Yun Shan was disinclined to engage. She was already burdened with enough worries and wished to disregard this lunatic. If you called merely to discuss this matter and to ridicule me, congratulations. You have achieved your objective. I shall not entertain you further." With that, Shan hung up the phone. Yet Sima's words lingered. She could not allow the situation to continue spiraling out of control, or she would remain in a passive position. Resolute, Shan dialed Duan Chengyan's number. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity, and just as she began to believe he would not answer, the call was miraculously connected. "Hello, Shan." The other party appeared quite astonished that she took the initiative to call him. For this was the first time since their divorce that Shan had made such a move. "It's me. I called this time to inquire whether you have seen the recent news online." Duan Chengyan naturally understood what Shan was referring to. In fact, he had been aware of it the moment the news broke. However, like Shan, he chose to remain silent, albeit for different reasons. Shan's silence stemmed from her uncertainty about how to respond. Any hasty public statement would only exacerbate her already precarious situation. Conversely, Duan Chengyan's silence was entirely self-serving. He selfishly hoped to leverage the power of public opinion to compel Shan to return to him, viewing it as a favorable outcome. Yet today, Shan had taken the initiative to call him. "I know that this incident has implicated your Yin group. I have already discovered the identity of the informant. It was your personal assistant, although I do not know who bribed her or why she chose to disclose such information. I imagine you are already aware of the underlying motives." Duan Chengyan had indeed been silently gathering information on this matter even before he called him, and he was already cognizant of the identity of the whistleblower. As for the mastermind behind this scheme, Shan was more certain than anyone else. Who but Cheng Shiwei could it be? If Shan were to maintain any connection with Duan Chengyan at this juncture, the vast array of online commentators would surely turn against her, and the stock of Yin Group would continue to plummet, ultimately jeopardizing Shan's standing. Who would be the ultimate beneficiary of this situation? Aside from Cheng Shiwei, Shan could scarcely conceive of another contender. In that scenario, he could not only ascend to the position of chairman of Yin Group without a hitch, but he could also evade repayment of the funds he had previously misappropriated. For Cheng Shiwei, this transaction was a surefire profit. "I understand. So how do you intend to handle this now?" "Rest assured, since this incident originated from me, I will take it upon myself to resolve it and provide you with an explanation, as well as one for ourselves." Given Duan Chengyan's assurance, Shan had no recourse but to trust him. After hanging up, Duan Chengyan summoned his secretary. "Have you tracked down the address I asked you to investigate?" "Yes. President Duan, we have located it. Shall we head out now?" "Indeed." Chapter 79. Clarification of the matter. Duan Chengyan gathered his belongings and instructed his secretary to drive him to a residential building that appeared rather old, teetering on the brink of becoming dilapidated. Following the address uncovered by his secretary, Duan Chengyan ascended directly to the 5th floor, stopping in front of room 502. He knocked on the door. It was promptly opened by Fong Tian, who, upon seeing Duan Chengyan, displayed no surprise, as if he had anticipated this visit. "I told you that you would regret this. You have forced my hand to this point. Now that I am here, will you not invite me in for a moment? After all, what you desire is quite simple, is it not?" Duan Chengyan raised the document bag in his hand, and Fong Tian cast a glance at it, his expression somewhat complex as he allowed Duan Chengyan and his secretary to enter. Upon stepping into the old residence, it was not as filthy and chaotic as Duan Chengyan had envisioned. Everything was meticulously organized. However, prominently displayed in the living room was a memorial portrait. Aware that Duan Chengyan had noticed the photograph, Fong Tian approached, lighting 3 sticks of incense before presenting them to Duan Chengyan. "This is in remembrance of my father, who passed away a month ago. I trust that the connection between our families has been conveyed to you by your father. Out of respect and sentiment, it is only fitting for you to pay your respects." Duan Chengyan did not refuse, accepting the incense with sincerity, and after performing the ritual, they both settled onto the sofa. "Since you're already aware, let us speak candidly. The patent for this technology does not solely belong to your Fong family. Our Duan family holds half of it as well. Your father has refrained from reclaiming the patent all these years, likely out of regard for our past friendship. While I am uncertain as to why you have chosen to bring this matter to light now, I understand your motivation is singular. You wish to reclaim the patent fees. Are you facing difficulties?" Fong Tian was taken aback by how thoroughly Duan Chengyan had analyzed the situation in just a few days. Indeed, he was in distress. Otherwise, he would not have risked taking such a bold step. "You're correct. My girlfriend is on the verge of marrying another man, primarily because I cannot afford the dowry. Although both she and I vehemently oppose this decision, we ultimately cannot withstand the pressure from her family. At that moment, the young man appeared fragile before Duan Chengyan, revealing himself to be but a pitiable soul ensnared by love. This sentiment resonated with Duan Chengyan, as they were merely two wanderers in the world, neither of whom was in a better position than the other. Here is 10 million, consider it your dowry. Additionally, there is 50 million for the previous patent fees. Fang Tian was taken aback, astonished by Duan Chengyan's generous offer, which far exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated receiving merely 5 million. Yet here was a sum several times greater. There is no need to give me so much. Of course, my generosity is not without reason. After you accept the funds, I require you to issue a clarification video. You are aware that your previous video has caused not only me, but also Yun Group considerable turmoil. Fang Tian immediately grasped the implication, though he was also curious about another matter. What is the true nature of your relationship with the president of Yun Group? To this, Duan Chengyan nodded candidly. Yes, but I must ask you to keep this confidential. That chapter is behind me. As you know, I am now engaged, and my fiancée is expecting. Fang Tian observed Duan Chengyan, sensing that his words were not entirely sincere, as there was no trace of joy in his eyes. Some matters, though understood, need not be explicitly stated. Everyone harbors their own struggles, and to expose them all would not be prudent. Rest assured, a clarifying video will be released shortly. I will also be departing from this place, but my girlfriend has taken flight, so you need not worry about any lingering concerns. Upon hearing Fang Tian's promise, Duan Chengyan finally breathed a sigh of relief and patted Fang Tian on the shoulder. Thank you, brother. I shall take my leave now. Shortly after Duan Chengyan departed with his secretary, Fang Tian posted a clarifying video on Weibo, explaining that they had mistakenly identified the wrong person. This incident had no connection to the Duan Group whatsoever. As for the patent dispute, they had already communicated and reached an understanding with the actual parties involved. After all the commotion, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Yinglian, upon seeing the clarification, also felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, she could continue her role as Mrs. Duan. Otherwise, with a burden to bear, she truly would not know how to find a suitable replacement. Following the release of the clarifying video, the shares of the Duan Group stabilized and began to rise again. Later that afternoon, Duan Chengyan himself posted a message on Weibo. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone for your concern regarding my ex-wife and myself. However, I must apologize. While I hold great admiration for General Yun, there is indeed no relationship between us. As for my ex-wife, she is merely a country girl, and cannot be compared to a lady of such high standing as General Yun. Therefore, I implore everyone not to misconstrue the nature of my relationship with General Yun. Should any detrimental rumors persist, I will consider pursuing legal action. At the conclusion of his statement, Duan Chengyan tagged Yun Shan's Weibo. When Yin Ran saw it, she was taken aback but proceeded to retweet the message, adding her own statement. She had not anticipated that Duan Chengyan would issue a clarifying message in her favor. With his official endorsement, her credibility would undoubtedly be significantly bolstered. This tumultuous episode had passed without severe repercussions. Now, she needed to address internal matters within the company, particularly concerning certain individuals. Bring Xiao Wei to me. Yun Shan instructed her secretary, who is currently her personal assistant, Xiao A. The divorce documents have been sealed, accessible only to her personal assistant. Soon, Xiao Wei was escorted into the office, clearly feeling guilty and unable to meet Yun Shan's gaze. Speak. Why have you acted this way? I have treated you well, yet how have you repaid me? General Yun, I realize my mistakes. I promise it will never happen again. Please, spare me this time. Xiao Wei wept, realizing too late the gravity of her actions. Yun Shan despised betrayal above all else. Chapter 80. Betrayal. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the impact this incident has had on the entire personnel group? The extent of the losses incurred? All due to a single careless remark from you. Xiao Wei hung her head, unable to meet Yun Shan's eyes, lamenting her momentary greed that had clouded her judgment and led to her egregious error. You are well aware that my greatest disdain lies in betrayal. Since you are so eager to serve Cheng Shiwei, I shall grant your wish. From this day forth, you are to work alongside Cheng Shiwei and need not return. President Yun, you cannot treat me this way. Though I have erred, It was a momentary lapse that led to such folly. I have followed you for so long. Can it truly be that a single mistake warrants such a punishment? Faced with Xiao Wei's plea, Shan felt profound disappointment. Aside from betrayal, she harbored a particular aversion to moral coercion, and now Xiao Wei embodied both transgressions. I have made this decision out of respect for our past. Otherwise, you would have been expelled from Yin Corporation long ago. So be it. Today, pack your belongings and do not show your face before me again. With that, Shan returned to her position, casting not another glance at Xiao Wei. Understanding her intent, the secretary ushered Xiao Wei out. Meanwhile, Cheng Shiwei reveled in his anticipation of Shan's downfall, only to be taken aback by Duan Chengyan's statement. Had he not heard that their relationship was irreparably damaged? Why would Duan Chengyan step forward to defend Shan? How infuriating! It was unexpected that Shan would evade this predicament once more. Cheng Shiwei cursed under his breath and hurled the wine glass in his hand to the ground. Though Shan remained unscathed for now, only 3 days remained before the deadline, and he was still far from securing the necessary funds. It seemed that sacrificing Cheng Yuan was his only option. As Cheng Shiwei contemplated his next move, Shan's call came through. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, "Cheng Shiwei, your methods are truly remarkable." Shan addressed him directly, evidently provoked. "President Yin, what are you talking about? I do not comprehend a word." Cheng Shiwei could not possibly admit to his actions. As long as Shan lacked evidence, he could deny everything without consequence. It matters not if you do not understand. I have come today to remind you of something. There are less than 3 days remaining until the deadline. When does President Cheng intend to replenish those funds? There is no need for your concern, President Yin. I will certainly return the money. You may await my assurance. Very well. I shall await with bated breath. Shan abruptly ended the call. Given Cheng Shiwei's current circumstances, it was utterly impossible for him to procure such a sum. Whatever means he employed was of no concern to her. Cheng Shiwei glared at the severed connection, fully aware that Shan's actions were deliberate. Even with this knowledge, he felt powerless to respond. Cheng Yuan, perplexed by her father's summons to the study, sensed an unusual tension in his demeanor. "Father, why have you called me here? I have nothing left to offer you. Not that. This evening, dress attractively. We are to meet someone. The more alluring, the better." Cheng Yuan gazed at Cheng Shiwei with a hint of suspicion, bewildered by his sudden demand. Although her father had never previously interfered with her fashion choices, his proactive request today struck her as quite peculiar. "Dad, why the sudden change?" she inquired. "Just do as I say. I won't harm you. Hurry up, and remember to put on some makeup. Make it look nice." Despite the multitude of questions swirling in her mind, Cheng Yuan complied with Cheng Shiwei's wishes. That evening, Cheng Shiwei escorted Cheng Yuan to a private room in an upscale restaurant. Upon their arrival, they found a portly man already seated inside. Cheng Yuan's disdain was palpable. She could not fathom why her father had brought her to meet this man. Nevertheless, as it was her father's command, she reluctantly sat down, though the man's lecherous gaze filled her with revulsion. "Dad, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'd like to leave," she said, attempting to rise. But Cheng Shiwei firmly blocked her path. "What kind of temper is this? You must finish this meal, or I won't be polite." Cheng Yuan stared at her father in confusion. It was the first time he had spoken to her in such a manner. "Dad, what's wrong with you today? You've never talked to me like this before. This is really strange." The man shot a curious glance at Cheng Shiwei, seemingly understanding something, while Cheng Shiwei's expression darkened. "Be good and listen. Think of it as your father begging you." "Fine, just this once." Cheng Yuan reluctantly agreed to stay. However, what transpired next was beyond her imagination. Cheng Shiwei and the middle-aged man began to take turns pouring alcohol into her glass. Considering he was a friend of her father, she endured cup after cup. Eventually, she became dizzy, her vision blurred, and she succumbed, collapsing onto the table. Cheng Shiwei tentatively shook her. Yuan? After several calls with no response, the man across from them finally relaxed, approaching Cheng Yuan and lifting her effortlessly. "Old Cheng, you really are loyal. Here, this bank card contains what you desire. I'll take your daughter with me now." Cheng Shiwei picked up the bank card the man tossed aside, feeling a pang of guilt, yet relieved that at least the substantial debt would be settled. "Treat my daughter gently. It's her first time. Rest assured, I will be very gentle." The man replied with a lewd chuckle, leading Cheng Yuan into a back room. Cheng Shiwei, Steeling himself, closed his eyes, and left. When Cheng Yuanyuan awoke, it was already the next day. Her body ached all over, especially a particular area that felt as though it had been torn apart. Struggling to sit up, she realized she was completely unclothed. Glancing at her body, the marks left behind chilled her to the bone. Turning her gaze to the man beside her, she recognized him as the very man from the previous night. Chapter 81. She is no longer pure. Cheng Yuanyuan let out a piercing scream, startling the man still lost in slumber. Upon waking, he was greeted by her presence and wore a mischievous smile. "What is it, my little darling? Were you not tired enough last night? Would you like to indulge once more? Get away from me." Cheng Yuanyuan bit her lip tightly, wrapping herself securely in the blanket. Why did her first experience have to be with someone like him? She had always wanted it to be with Shan Shiyuan. What is the matter? Why the sudden change of heart? "You were quite wild last night," the man taunted, deliberately exposing his scarred back to her gaze. The delicate marks clearly made by her own nails. This revelation was unbearable for Cheng Yuanyuan. What on earth had transpired last night? All she could recall was her father bringing her here, followed by a meal, and then drinking. Everything else was a blur. Enough of your pondering. It was your father. And without him, I wouldn't have had such an easy time. But don't fret, the 8 million spent was worth it. It's getting late, so I shall take my leave, my dear. Until next time. Cheng Yuanyuan stared blankly as the man dressed and departed, leaving her in shock. Her father's strange behavior from the previous night suddenly made sense. But why? She was his flesh and blood. How could he bear to push his own daughter into such a perilous situation? Cheng Yuanyuan could not recall how she made it home, but upon seeing Cheng Shiwei's face, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. He had heard her return and rushed down, eager to take her hand, only to find Cheng Yuanyuan regarding him with icy disdain. "Yuan, what is wrong? Why do you look at me like that? What do you think, my dear father? Why did you do this? You sold me to an old man for 8 million? You knew I was set to marry Shan Shiyuan. Why would you do this to me? How can I ever marry him now?" Cheng Yuanyuan forcefully shook off Cheng Shiwei's grasp, her eyes cold as ice. She had trusted him completely, following him without hesitation, and this was her reward? Stop thinking about that poor boy. Haven't you squandered enough money on him over the years? You still wish to marry him? Besides, if I hadn't acted this way, we would lose our home and be left with nothing. Cheng Shiwei's anger flared at the mention of Shan Shiyuan. Ever since they had been together, he had been frivolous with money, even siphoning off considerable sums in Cheng Yuanyuan's name. It was clear that they were merely having dinner, yet Cheng Yuanyuan had fallen for his sweet words, completely enchanted, even contemplating marriage. What does that have to do with me? You have ruined me. You have destroyed my entire life. Cheng Yuanyuan shouted hysterically, violently shaking off Cheng Shiwei's hand and smashing the few remaining items in the house to pieces. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? When I was the president, did I ever treat you poorly? You requested anything, and I ensured you received it. The money I spent on you surpassed what I spent on myself. Now it merely requires a small sacrifice from you, and you respond this way. Very well. If you feel uncomfortable here, then leave at once. Cheng Shiwei, in a fit of anger, uttered these words without expecting Cheng Yuanyuan to actually turn and depart. Devoid of any sentiment, Cheng Shiwei was greatly agitated, collapsing onto the sofa, gasping for breath, utterly infuriated, while Cheng Shiwei and Cheng Yuanyuan were embroiled in a fierce argument. The situation for Yun Shan was entirely different. Following Xiao Wei's reassignment, she found herself lacking an assistant. However, having learned from previous experiences, she was reluctant to casually seek someone outside the company. Fu Xiao advised her that instead of searching for unfamiliar individuals externally, it would be wiser to consider someone within the organization. Upon reflection, Yun Shan recognized the merit in this reasoning. At least these employees were familiar to her, and she was well aware of their personalities and integrity. This knowledge would provide a certain level of assurance. After considering Fu Xiao's suggestion, Yun Shan resolved to find an assistant among the interns in the company. Suddenly, she recalled the young girl who had previously gifted her earrings. Her temperament bore a striking resemblance to Yun Shan's own, and she appeared quite proactive in her work. She instructed her secretary to summon the girl. Upon entering the office, the young girl seemed somewhat anxious, fearing she had erred in some way, leading to her being called to the president's office. Was she to be gently dismissed? The girl could not suppress her spiraling thoughts, and seeing her visibly tense, Yun Shan discerned that she was likely overthinking the situation. Unable to contain a chuckle, She instructed the secretary to offer the girl a cup of tea. You need not be so nervous. I called you here today to inquire if you would be willing to become my assistant. Huh? The girl momentarily misheard, prompting Shan to patiently repeat herself. Yes, yes, I will be absolutely delighted. Upon comprehending Shan's words, the girl nodded vigorously. Such an opportunity was one that many would covet, especially since she had long admired Shan, who was nothing short of her idol. To become her idol's assistant was a dream come true. Of course, I do have a few requirements for my assistant. First, I expect you to keep all matters concerning me entirely confidential, regardless of any temptations from others. Second, you are aware that my current position comes with certain risks. Therefore, I hope you will take care to protect yourself. Third, remain steadfast in your principles. The young girl nodded earnestly at each of Shan's stipulations, affirming her commitment. This was the job she had always yearned for, and no matter the temptation, she would never betray Shan. The girl's reaction was anticipated by Shan, who then presented her with a document, the formal employment contract. Upon signing this contract, you officially become my assistant. From now on, you will work alongside Xiao Jiang, who is my secretary. By the way, I still do not know your name. The young lady, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched the back of her head, displaying a hint of shyness. My name is Lin Shui. My family calls me Xiao Shui. If you don't mind, you may also call me Xiao Shui. President Yin. Lin Shui is indeed a lovely name, well suited to this young lady. Chapter 82, Meeting the Parents. Then, I shall refer to you as Xiao Shui. Shortly, Xiao Jiang will escort you to your designated office to familiarize you with the surroundings and some tasks. I hope you can acclimate swiftly. Lastly, I wish us a pleasant collaboration. Shan extended her hand toward Lin Shui, who, a bit excited, took it with both hands, responding enthusiastically. Hum. With the assistant's role firmly established, it assuaged one of Shan's concerns. Just as she was preparing to tidy her belongings and leave for the day, Xiao Jiang knocked on the door and entered. President Yin, Cheng Shiwei has replenished the misappropriated public funds and has just submitted them to the finance department for verification. Shan glanced at her phone. There were still 2 days until her deadline, which was indeed quicker than she had anticipated. All right, I understand. Starting tomorrow, transfer him to the branch office. Do not grant him excessive authority. A mere title will suffice. I want him to learn that rectifying a mistake is not easily accomplished. Understood, President Yin. Additionally, there is one more matter. President Fu has arrived and is waiting for you downstairs. Good. You should head home as well. It is already the end of the workday. Upon hearing that Fu Xiao had arrived, Shan's heart raced with anticipation. She hurriedly gathered her belongings and rushed downstairs, where she spotted Fu Xiao waiting for her. In October, the weather in City C had begun to cool. Today, Fu Xiao was dressed in a camel-colored trench coat paired with dark suit pants, and with his distinctive aura, one could easily mistake him for a celebrity. Shan, in her high heels, hurriedly approached him, leaping into his embrace. You're here? Let us go home. She instinctively placed her hand in Fu Xiao's, who smiled and led her to the car, though he did not head in the direction of home. Today, my sister has invited us for dinner at her house. Shan nodded, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. It was only when they arrived at Fu Jin's home that she discovered Fu Xiao's parents were also present. Panic washed over her, and she shot Fu Xiao a startled glance, incredulous that he had not informed her of this momentous occasion, arriving empty-handed for their first meeting with his parents. Yet Fu Xiao merely smiled, tightening his grip on her hand as he confidently led Shan into the presence of his parents. Mom, Dad, we are back. This is... No need for introductions. This must be my daughter-in-law. I know, I've seen you on television before, and I must say, you're even more beautiful in person. I can hardly believe my son managed to win over someone as remarkable as Shan. Fu Xiao's mother exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she clasped Shan's hand, casting a disapproving glance at Fu Xiao. In contrast, Fu Xiao's father exhibited a greater restraint. Yet he greeted Shan with a warm smile. Hello, Uncle and Aunt, I am Shan. It's entirely my fault that Fu Xiao did not inform me beforehand of your presence at my sister's home. I arrived empty-handed without a gift for you. Oh dear, no need for gifts, no need at all. Your presence is the greatest gift of all, Fu Xiao's mother responded, her satisfaction with Shan growing with each glance. She had been aware of the young girl from the Yun family and had previously imagined how delightful it would be to have such a sweet and gentle girl as her daughter-in-law. Little did she know that day would indeed come. However, Fu Zhao's mother's enthusiasm left Ren somewhat flustered, her ears and neck flushed a rosy hue, rendering her quite adorable. Unexpectedly, amidst this gathering, an uninvited guest appeared. Sima, observing the cheerful interactions of the group, felt increasingly alienated and her frustration mounted, leading her to vent her feelings in the kitchen. Fu Jin, feeling somewhat helpless, realized that if Sima continued to linger, dinner would be a lost cause for everyone. Sima, you should step outside. There's no need for your assistance here. Feel free to watch television or whatever you like. Just please refrain from entering the kitchen. What should I go out for? To disturb a family reunion? Sima retorted with a hint of sarcasm, casting a fierce glare at Shan. If it weren't for this woman, she believed she should be the one standing beside Fu Xiao. Sima, I have already spoken to you numerous times about this, and you promised me you would not act out again. That is why I did not inform your brother of your presence here. If you continue in this manner, I won't hesitate to call your brother and have him take you away, Fu Jin stated, exasperated by Sima's antics. The young girl's stubbornness had truly caught her off guard. Had it not been for Sima's persistent pleading and assurances that she would behave, Fu Jin would never have allowed her to stay. After a few days of relative peace, with Fu Xiao expressing a desire for Shan to meet their parents, this gathering had been arranged. If Sima were to jeopardize her brother's happiness, Fu Jin would not be able to tolerate it any longer. I realize my mistakes. I will not act that way again. Please don't tell my brother. While not engaging in conversation, Sima concentrated on preparing the meal, resigned to remain in the living room. When a group approached, she felt a sense of discomfort, unsure whether to sit or stand. Fu Xiao was equally taken aback to find Sima at his sister's home. Upon seeing her, he immediately turned his gaze to Shan. I'm unsure why she is here. Perhaps there are circumstances that necessitate her temporary stay at my sister's home. Please do not misunderstand, he hurriedly explained. Yet his words pierced Sima deeply, reinforcing her feeling of insignificance in Fu Zhao's life. His heart was solely captivated by Shan. Sima bit her lip tightly, clenching her hands. Rest assured, I shall depart in a few days, and I won't disturb your world of two. Observing the atmosphere among the three, Fu Zhao's mother sensed something amiss. Initially, she believed this young lady was merely a friend of her daughter, hence she had refrained from probing further. However, it now appeared to be more complicated than she had assumed. I have no misunderstanding. Where do you wish to stay? It is your freedom. As long as we maintain our boundaries, you may remain here as long as you desire. Although Shan did not wish to be overly magnanimous towards this woman, she felt compelled to act graciously, given her brother's gratitude towards Fu Xiao. Regardless of the reasons, she could not afford to be petty. The peculiar atmosphere among them achieved a temporary tranquility, which, in a way, relieved Fu Xiao. Such significant family gatherings could not afford any further mishaps. Chapter 83. Don't leave, stay with me. The subsequent developments flowed smoothly. During dinner, Fu Zhao's mother could no longer contain her curiosity. After all, the bond between the two young individuals seemed quite promising, reaching a stage where discussions of marriage were appropriate. It would be wise to settle this matter early to prevent any complications later, especially as Fu Zhao's mother was not entirely reassured about her son. Shan, please do not think me impatient. I simply wish to inquire. Given that your relationship with Fu Xiao has progressed to this point, have you two considered the prospect of marriage? Mom, what are you saying? Fu Xiao was taken aback by his mother's directness. What if he frightened Shan? Although she had previously expressed her readiness to marry him at any moment, Fu Xiao still felt uncertain. Having harbored unrequited love for Shan for years and finally winning her heart, he remained plagued by insecurity and the normal fears of loss. Sima fell silent upon hearing this topic, her appetite dwindling. While she understood that discussing marriage between them was inevitable, she had not anticipated it would come so soon. This realization struck her as a definitive acknowledgement that her hopes were entirely unfounded. Indeed, Mom, my brother has yet to meet Shan's family. How can we rush this? Furthermore, let the young ones decide their own affairs without undue worry from us. Fu Zhao's family was quite entertaining, and Shan couldn't help but smile. It's all right. I believe what Annie says is correct. This matter should indeed be prioritized. However, my parents have yet to regain their memories, which is why I haven't introduced Fu Xiao to them. I plan to take him to meet them once they recover, and then we can find a suitable time to set a wedding date. Oh, I was too hasty. I was unaware of the in-law circumstances. But that is fine, ultimately. It is your affair, and we ought not to interfere excessively. Regardless, as parents, our hope is that you younger ones find happiness. The meal proceeded remarkably smoothly. After dining, Fu Zhao's parents departed, leaving Fu Xiao and Yun Shan behind. Following the meal, Sima silently retreated to her room, awaiting Fu Jin to tidy up. As Fu Jin passed by her room, she heard the muffled sounds of sobbing. Had she known this would transpire, she might have acted differently. Despite having advised Sima countless times, the latter had chosen to disregard her counsel. Now that she was hurt, what difference did it make? She had to bear the burden alone. Nevertheless, Fu Jin could not bring herself to be heartless and gently opened the door, finding Sima alone. Pitifully curled up in a corner, clutching her knees, her shoulders shaking with sobs. Fu Jin crouched beside her and tenderly patted Sima's shoulder, reiterating her previous advice to let go sooner rather than later. If only she had heeded her words earlier, she wouldn't have found herself in such a profound and painful predicament. Sima lifted her tear-streaked face, defiantly gazing at Fu Jin. What do you know? Have you ever truly loved someone? Do you understand that feeling? Taken aback by Sima's question, Fu Jin's mind momentarily conjured the image of a certain warm presence and handsome visage. Who said she had never loved? Fu Jin had experienced a fervent love herself, only to be abandoned in the end, left behind while that person ventured far away, presumably now with his perfect partner, perhaps with children who have grown. Fu Jin chuckled bitterly, realizing that such passionate love was never destined for her. Reflecting back, she recognized that she had once placed too much weight on love. Now, having grown accustomed to her solitary freedom, she found little fault in it. I know, Hu and Ti had their youthful days, but since you refuse to accept my advice, then remain here by yourself. I shall not accompany you any longer. As she spoke, Fu Jin turned to leave. However, Sima clutched the hem of her garment, looking up at her with an expression of helplessness akin to a forsaken kitten. Sister, don't go, stay with me. I am scared. With a sigh, Fu Jin, unable to bear the sight of Sima's distress, extricated her clothing from the girl's grasp and sat beside her. Very well. I shall play the role of the good sister this once and begrudgingly keep you company. But afterwards, you must return to Italy. Your brother is quite worried about you. To Fu Jin's surprise, Sima did not protest, but remained silent for a moment before acquiescing. All right, I understand, sister. Thank you. I've come to realize that rather than wasting time on one person, it's better to explore others. You're right. I cannot forsake a whole forest for a single tree. Fu Xiao is indeed wonderful. The best person I've ever met, Sima murmured. Yet she knew she must let go this time. It's good that you understand. Fu Jin initially intended to offer her some words of comfort, but found herself only able to utter that dry remark. Shen Shiyuan could see Cheng Yuan, who had already been staying at his home for 2 days without any intention of leaving. It was perplexing that her bank card had been deactivated by Cheng Shiwei, and with her extravagant spending, Shen Shiyuan felt that his meager savings were insufficient to sustain her lavish lifestyle. Yuan, you've been here for 2 days. Hasn't your father inquired about you? I had a quarrel with my father. I simply don't want to return. He doesn't regard me as his daughter at all, and shows no concern for my feelings. Cheng Yuan refrained from revealing to Shen Shiyuan that Cheng Shiwei had sold her to an elderly man, fearing that he would look down upon her. For he was all she had left now. But continuing to sulk like this with your father is not a solution. You know my salary is limited, and with your bank card deactivated, Shen Shiyuan's insinuations were not lost on Cheng Yuan. She gazed at him with a heartbroken expression. Have you begun to resent me as well? Do you consider me a burden? With a tearful demeanor, Cheng Yuan stirred a sense of compassion in Shen Shiyuan. Despite her perceived lack of intellect, her figure was undeniably captivating, especially given that this was their first encounter. No, that is not my intention. I am not doing this for you, he replied. Chapter 84. The revelation. Shen Shiyuan pulled Cheng Yuan into his embrace, offering gentle words of comfort. As he successfully diverted the conversation, Cheng Yuan sighed in relief. Had he continued to press for answers, she would have been at a loss for words. After a moment of intimacy, she retreated to the bathroom for a shower. However, during her brief absence, a calamity unfolded. Upon her return, she found Shen Shiyuan staring at her with a grim expression. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? You wretched woman, what is this? Have you been with someone else? Shan Shiyuan's expression was thunderous as he thrust his phone towards her. The moment she saw the contents, her face drained of color. That old man somehow knew, and he had sent Shan Shiyuan the photo from that day. Cheng Yuan felt as if a vital string in her mind had snapped. Now that Shan Shiyuan was aware, what was she to do? Desperately, she grasped Shan Shiyuan's hand. Attempting to explain, "Darling, let me explain. It's not as you think. Not as I think." Shan Shiyuan scoffed, forcefully shaking off her hand. "What then? Others have sent the photographs. Do you dare claim that the woman in those pictures is not you? Or do you consider me a fool? Playing me for a fool? No, it's not like that. I didn't do it willingly. I was manipulated by my father. You must believe that I love you. I truly love you and only want to marry you. You know that." Cheng Yuan wept bitterly, yet her tears and sobs were of no consequence to Shan Shiyuan. He found her presence utterly repugnant. The once vibrant Cheng Yuan had now become a mere shadow of her former self, an unremarkable remnant of a once flourishing spirit. "Leave," he commanded coldly. "I wish to see you no more. The farther you go, the better. Please, don't cast me aside," she implored. "I have already quarreled with my father. If you forsake me as well, I am at a loss for what to do." Grasping Shan Shiyuan's hand once more, desperation filled her heart. Where else could she turn? Returning home was unthinkable. That frigid place had never truly felt like home. "Then go find your paramour, anyone but me. I wish to sever all ties with you. Depart." With a heart of stone, Shan Shiyuan dismissed her, banishing her from his abode. Alone and desolate, Cheng Yuan knocked on the door for what felt like an eternity. But he remained unmoved, impervious to her pleas. It was as if she were seeing the true nature of the man she had loved for so long for the very first time. He was nothing exceptional after all. Suddenly, she laughed, though her laughter was tinged with profound sorrow. In the end, she returned home, lost and dejected, where Cheng Shirwei had been waiting for her for quite some time. Upon seeing her clad only in a dress, exposed to the chill, he quickly draped a coat over her shoulders. Regardless of the circumstances, blood is thicker than water. How could he truly be indifferent to Cheng Yuan's suffering? He had acted out of desperation, left with no other choice but this unfortunate measure. He could never bear to push his beloved daughter into the arms of such a man, one old enough to be her father. "I warned you that Shan Shiyuan was untrustworthy. Now you know to return home?" Cheng Yuan's gaze was vacant as she glanced at Cheng Shirwei. "Did you divulge Shan Shiyuan's contact information to that man?" The man was a prominent figure in City C, capable of uncovering any information with ease. Why would she need to complicate matters further? Upon hearing this, the last flicker of hope in Cheng Yuan's eyes extinguished. Like a soulless automaton, she retreated to her room, slamming the door with a resounding thud, isolating herself within. Cheng Shirwei exhaled in relief that Cheng Yuan did not pursue the matter further. Indeed, he had informed that man, but it was solely for Cheng Yuan's sake, hoping she would finally see Shan Shiyuan's true colors and relinquish her misguided affections. A little pain now would eventually fade with time, and she would no longer suffer so intensely. Shan glanced at the weather, which appeared quite pleasant. Ever since the last crisis had been averted, everyone had been laboring diligently. She contemplated organizing a team-building outing to help them unwind. "Xiaojiang, come in here." She called to her secretary using the office phone. "This afternoon, a half-day leave has been granted to everyone. I have heard that a new film has recently been released in the cinema. I will take everyone to watch it. Please inform the others so they can prepare, as they have been working hard lately. Also, have Xiaoxue purchased the movie tickets." Upon hearing the news of an outing to the cinema, the employees were filled with joy, for they had indeed been feeling weary. In contrast to the previous president, Cheng Shirwei, who would disregard their well-being and exploit them to the fullest, Shan has shown them genuine compassion. Ever since the change in leadership, they have been able to savor the exhilarating feeling of reaching new heights in their lives. However, when they arrived at the cinema, ready to present their tickets, they were informed by the ticket collector that the hall they had booked had been cleared for another party. Shan's expression darkened. It was evident that she had made the reservation first. "What do you mean? This hall was clearly reserved by me," she protested. "I apologize, Miss Yun, but we are merely following instructions from above. We must comply with their directives," replied the staff, further inciting her frustration. She was curious to see who held such influence. After waiting for a brief moment, a well-dressed man approached, accompanied by a woman, exuding an air of satisfaction. Upon recognition, Shan thought, "Isn't this an old acquaintance?" Su, the president, certainly has significant clout. He has booked the entire hall just to impress a lady. Upon hearing Yun Shan's voice, Su turned, his expression tinged with embarrassment at the unexpected encounter. What a coincidence, Yun. Are you here to watch the movie as well? He inquired. Indeed. I wonder who this lovely lady beside you is. Such an enticing film, and yet you did not bring your wife? She teased, knowing full well that Su was notorious for his fear of his spouse. His demeanor shifted, and he hesitantly withdrew his arm. You've misunderstood, Yun. I am not here to watch the film. This young lady claimed she was lost, so I brought her here, he quickly clarified, attempting to distance himself. The woman beside him pouted, appearing displeased, and playfully clung to Su's arm. What are you saying, Su? You certainly did not say that back at the hotel. She chimed in. The mention of the hotel caused Yun Shan's tone to rise, instinctively alerting Su to the precariousness of the situation. Having previously collaborated with Yun Shan's company and exchanged contact information with his wife, he feared the repercussions should she uncover this encounter. No, that is not the case at all. You're mistaken, Yun. Su urged, glancing nervously at the woman beside him. How about this, Yun? Allow me to treat you to this movie, and we will pretend this encounter never happened. Does that sound agreeable? Seeing that he had achieved his aim. Yun Shan was not one to be overly confrontational. Very well, Su, she acquiesced. However, there is a saying that I must remind you of. Those who frequently walk by the river inevitably get their shoes wet. While the cultivated flower may lack the fragrance of wildflowers, it cannot be denied that wildflowers may not possess the superiority of cultivated ones. Yun Shan's words struck a chord, prompting Mr. Su to disregard the woman behind him and turn to leave. Yun Shan, with a flick of her hair, returned to the cinema staff. Can we enter now? She inquired. Of course, came a reply. Despite a series of twists and turns along the way, everyone was able to watch the film, which indeed did not disappoint, living up to its promotional promises. Yet, as Yun Shan observed, a sense of regret washed over her. She wished that Fu Xiao could accompany her to enjoy the film. It dawned on her that since they had become a couple, they had never truly gone on a proper date together. She felt she had been a rather inadequate girlfriend, as Fu Xiao had always indulged her. It seemed she seldom considered his thoughts. Perhaps, after the recent events settled down, she should attempt to create some surprises for Fu Xiao. Since that day of the team-building event, Yun Shi Group's orders had reached a new peak, leaving her utterly overwhelmed. Each time Fu Xiao visited, he could only watch her busy figure, feeling a twinge of heartache, yet remaining powerless, for this was her professional realm. And he did not wish to intrude excessively. Finally, when all matters had settled, the dark circles under Yun Shan's eyes were impervious to foundation. Xiao Shui glanced at the ball invitation in her hand and resolved to act. She knocked on Yun Shan's office door and entered. Yun Zong, she greeted. Seeing the young woman before her, Yun Shan could not suppress a yawn. The recent high-intensity work had indeed left her exhausted. What is it? Is there something you need? She asked. Yun Zong, while work is undeniably important, health is the foundation of all endeavors. To help you relax, I have taken the liberty of accepting an invitation to a masquerade ball for you. Consider it an opportunity to unwind, even if just to dance a little, Xiao Shui said, placing the invitation on Yun Shan's desk, nervously fidgeting with her clothing, uncertain if Yun Shan would accept or chastise her for meddling. Yun Shan glanced at the exquisitely crafted invitation and, reflecting on her recent fatigue, realized she could not disregard the young woman's good intentions, especially considering this was her first proactive effort to arrange an outing for her. All right then, please prepare a mask and attire for me. Is it for tonight? Yes. I'll go prepare everything right now. Yin Zong. Rest assured, I will ensure you become the most dazzling presence on the dance floor. Xiao Shui exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The most dazzling presence is unnecessary. Just a simple arrangement will suffice. After all, I'm merely going to unwind. I don't wish to steal anyone's spotlight. Though slightly disappointed, Xiao Shui agreed, understanding the need to respect Yun Zong's wishes. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Yun Zong's figure and beauty were truly remarkable. After Yun Shan explained the situation to Fu Xiao, she glanced at the attire prepared for her and retreated to the lounge to change. She instructed the driver to take her to the venue of the masquerade ball. By the time Yun Shan arrived, a considerable number of guests were already present, and the dance floor was alive with elegantly gliding figures. She found a quiet corner, indulging in a slice of cake and sipping a glass of wine when a man wearing a mask approached her, extending his hand in a gentlemanly manner. "May I have the honor of dancing with you, miss?" "Certainly." Accepting the invitation, Yun Shan placed her hand in his, and together they moved to the center of the dance floor. As the music began, they twirled gracefully in sync, yet the steps felt strangely familiar to Shan. Reminiscent of the dance she had shared with Duan Chengyan. Prior to marrying him, she had danced with him once, merely to accompany him for a performance with Yinglian at a ball. Despite knowing Duan Chengyan for years and being married for several, that singular dance remained etched in her memory. Their eyes met, and it was evident they recognized one another, yet neither relinquished their hold. After all, abruptly releasing one's dance partner halfway through a waltz would be rather impolite. They completed the dance enveloped in a peculiar yet harmonious atmosphere. As the melody concluded, Shan withdrew her hand. Such an encounter sufficed for one evening. Had she known Duan Chengyan would attend this masquerade, she would have declined Xiao Shui's invitation. Removing her mask, she prepared to leave the event when Duan Chengyan, unwilling to let her slip away, stepped in front of her, his gaze intense. What a coincidence to encounter you here. Indeed, quite a coincidence. You dance remarkably well, but I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. It was clear that Shan wished to avoid further entanglement. Yet Duan Chengyan was not inclined to grant her that wish. Having finally cornered her again, he was reluctant to let her go so easily. Are you in such a hurry? Can't we catch up as old friends? Chapter 86. Old friends seem inappropriate. Shan raised an eyebrow at Duan Chengyan, sensing a hint of mockery. Is it not rather peculiar to label our relationship as that of old friends? Moreover, it seems we have little to discuss. As you made your sentiments quite clear last time we spoke, I merely wish to ask you this. Have you truly given no thought to remarrying me? Shan was entirely unperturbed by Duan Chengyan's inquiry. I had anticipated that when I called you last, you might seize the opportunity to propose this very notion. Yet to my surprise, you did not. So why now, in a moment of impulse, do you pose this question? Furthermore, if my memory serves me correctly, your fiancé is already with child. Why waste time on me? Her words struck a chord deep within Duan Chengyan. He had been pondering why he could not seem to forget Shan. Though he himself could not articulate the reason, he was simply unwilling to relinquish her. Can we not grant each other another chance? Duan Chengyan remained undeterred, still believing that Shan could not possess such a ruthless heart, that she could truly sever ties with the past. Let me be candid with you, Duan Chengyan. There will forever be a barrier between us. And that barrier is Yinglian. Once, she was your moonlight. Now, I have become your lingering obsession. Regardless of the outcome, as long as she exists between us, reconciliation is impossible. In truth, even if she were no longer present, our paths would still not converge. After Shan finished speaking, she appeared weary, unwilling to prolong the entanglement with Duan Chengyan. I shall take my leave now, Mr. Duan. Enjoy your evening. With that, Shan turned and entered her vehicle, instructing the driver to take her home, while Duan Chengyan merely watched her car depart before leaving the soiree himself. He had initially hoped to surprise Shan. He had purchased a villa nearby, intending to gift it to her, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Returning alone to his estate, he found a considerable stock of fine wine, which he had originally intended to share with Shan, but now it seemed he would indulge alone. He casually opened a bottle and began to drink in the garden of the villa. He remembered how much Yunran adored lilies and roses, and the garden was filled with both flowers. The blooming cycles of these flowers were quite intriguing. When one flourished, the other inevitably wilted, much like the distance between him and Shan, vast and insurmountable. As Duan Chengyan drank, he became somewhat hazy and thought he saw a figure approaching, initially mistaking it for Shan. Once the cool breeze cleared his mind, he discerned the identity of the person before him. What brings you here? Yinglian paused, sensing the disappointment in Duan Chengyan's tone. Nevertheless, she managed to maintain a smile. I was concerned that you might drink too much alone, so I followed you. Please, do not overindulge. You have been quite fatigued lately. It would be wise to rest. Yinglian stepped forward, attempting to seize the wine bottle from Duan Chengyan's grasp. But he took a swift gulp and pushed her back, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Fortunately, she caught herself against a nearby tree. Do not mind me. If you feel tired, you may go inside and rest. I wish to sit here alone and gaze at the moon. Then I shall keep you company. Such a splendid opportunity for companionship was not one Yinglian would squander. Months had passed since they had spent a night together, and she had consulted a doctor, who assured her that after the first trimester, they could engage in intimacy without jeopardizing the health of the child. The two sat in silence in the courtyard, Duan Chengyan drinking while Yinglian watched him. Why is it that the moon remains constant, yet some people can never return? Duan Chengyan's words held a weight that Yinglian understood all too well. She clenched her hands, stifling the anger rising within her. It could only be said that because they no longer fit together, they could never return. After all, one should occasionally consider those who are close at hand. Should they not? Duan Chengyan cast a contemplative glance at Yinglian. Since their engagement, he had been unable to recapture the feelings he once had for her. In the past, a mere glance at her would send his heart racing and his cheeks flushing, yet now that sentiment had vanished completely, as if everything had reverted to a mundane existence. That sensation of bliss seemed merely a fleeting illusion, a transient mirage experienced solely by Duan Chengyan. He remained silent, quietly sipping his drink, while Yinglian seized the moment to step onto his lap. Gazing into his slightly dazed eyes, she sensed her opportunity. "I truly love you, Chengyan. Please look back at me," she implored before leaning in for a deep kiss. Duan Chengyan, instinctively responding to the soft sensation, momentarily mistook her for Shan, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her back to the room. As clothing was shed piece by piece, the room soon echoed with sounds that would make anyone blush. It was not until the dead of night that those sounds finally ceased, with Yinglian contentedly nestled in Duan Chengyan's embrace, tracing the contours of his features with her fingers. "Duan Chengyan, you are solely mine, and must remain so. No one can ever take you from me," she murmured, her desire now transformed into an obsession rather than a mere wish. When Duan Chengyan awakened the following day, he was struck by the unsettling realization that Yinglian lay in his arms. As memories of the previous night flooded back, his expression darkened. However, recalling that he had been the one to initiate the encounter, he forced down his tumultuous emotions and withdrew his hand to wash up. The moment he moved, Yinglian stirred awake, grasping his hand with a playful gaze. "Isn't it still early? Why not sleep a little longer? You've been under so much pressure at work, and it's rare for you to have a moment to rest." "No, I just remembered that there are matters at the company I need to attend to." "You may stay here a few more days if you wish," Duan Chengyan replied coldly, pulling his hand away and getting dressed. His eagerness to leave stemmed from a desire to escape himself. Yinglian let out a cold laugh, knowing that despite his attempts, he could never truly shake off his feelings for her. In this lifetime, he was destined to be with her, and as for Shan, he would do well not to even entertain thoughts of her. Chapter 87. Reconciliation. Upon returning home, Duan Chengyan discovered that both his father and mother were inexplicably absent, their belongings having been meticulously packed away. When he inquired with the servants, he learned that his parents had left early that morning for a vacation abroad without a word of notice. Just as he was grappling with this unexpected turn of events, his father's call came through. Without hesitation, he answered the phone. "Dad, the servant said you took Mom on a trip. Why did you leave so suddenly without telling me?" This decision arose rather spontaneously. "As you are well aware, both your mother and I are advancing in years, and I have indeed begun to contemplate retirement. Observing how adeptly you have managed the affairs of the company lately, I thought it prudent to fully retire and take your mother out for leisurely strolls." The voice of Father Duan resonated with a sense of vastness, accompanied by the distant crashing of waves and the playful laughter of his wife, suggesting that the two of them are currently enjoying a most carefree existence, seemingly free from worries. Yet, this feels rather abrupt, does it not? I have only recently taken the reins of the company, and you place such unwavering faith in my ability to manage its affairs. Of course, I believe in my son's capabilities. Otherwise, I would not have invested so much effort in nurturing your talents. But enough of this. Your mother and I are off to swim. Do your best, my son. With that, Father Duan hastily ended the call, as if the conversation was merely a formality. The news of his official retirement had long since been communicated to the company, leaving Duan Chengyan with an increasingly busy schedule. The corporate matters multiplied, and he found himself perpetually occupied, often working late and returning home less frequently. Upon returning home, Shan refrained from mentioning the ball to Fu Xiao. It was not that she intended to conceal anything. Rather, she was unsure how to broach the subject. Between them, apart from sharing a dance, there had been no further interactions, and after some contemplation, Shan decided against telling Fu Xiao. Today, as she enjoyed a rare day off, she contemplated visiting Fu Xiao's company, only to be interrupted by a call from a rival. "I'm returning to the country. May I see you? The girl's earnest voice made it difficult for Shan to suspect any ulterior motives. After a moment of silence, she acquiesced. Despite being rivals, they shared other connections, and she did not wish to exacerbate the situation. All right, where shall we meet? At the cafe beneath your office. Shan gathered her bag and instructed the driver to take her to the cafe. Upon entering, she found Sima seated by the window, sunlight illuminating her profile and accentuating the sheen of her golden hair. To be fair, Sima was indeed strikingly beautiful, embodying all the virtues of an Italian, deep-set features. A prominent nose, fair skin, and a voluptuous figure, the epitome of many a person's ideal. Shan often mused that had she been a man, she might have found it hard to resist such allure. Fortunately, Fu Xiao was an impenetrable rock, unfazed by such beauty. Shan tossed her hair back and, in her high heels, seated herself across from Sima. I ordered you an iced Americano. I hope it suits your taste, though it's merely a compromise. To her credit, Shan took a sip and set the coffee cup down. She was not particularly finicky about such things. For her, coffee was simply a means to invigorate. The flavor is quite pleasant. Thank you. However, I assume you did not invite me here solely for coffee? Sima cast a glance at Yunran, a gaze imbued with myriad complexities, yet ultimately it transformed into a sense of relief. She set down her coffee cup and feigned indifference as she turned her attention to her side. I am leaving, returning to Italy. After you all departed that day, I conversed at length with Sister Fu. She was right. I should not languish for Fu Xiao alone. There are countless flowers in every corner of the world. Why fixate on a single blossom? That is how it goes. Isn't it? Indeed. So, this time I shall let you both go. You must ensure your happiness, Shan, for you are the only one I truly acknowledge. If Fu Xiao were to be taken by another, I would certainly look down upon you. This young lady couldn't resist a parting jab, could she? But ultimately, as they were parting ways, a jest was harmless, especially since Shan was not one to take offense easily. Rest assured, the situation you fear will never manifest. In truth, you are a wonderful girl. Now that you have moved on, I congratulate you on your newfound freedom. Shan raised her coffee cup. Sima glanced at her. At the moment the cups met, their expressions shifted, for the bond between women can be peculiarly profound. May your words come true. When is your flight? Perhaps I could see you off? Sima checked her phone, noting her flight was at 1:00 p.m. Having come to terms with her feelings, she longed to return home, feeling it inappropriate to trouble Sister Fu any longer. Moreover, her brother had been anxiously seeking her out, as one knows his temperament. Recalling her brother's rugged demeanor, Sima found herself in agreement with Yunran. It is indeed wise. A girl adrift for so long is never truly safe. Since we have reconciled, perhaps we could be friends? Sima was taken aback by Shan's suggestion, though she harbored similar thoughts. All right, let us keep in touch. Certainly, Shan replied with a smile, surprised that their once tumultuous relationship had transformed into friendship. After exiting the cafe, Shan took the initiative to show Sima around the vicinity, fulfilling her role as a gracious host, and ultimately accompanied her to the airport. As they neared the boarding gate, Sima suddenly turned back and embraced Shan. Feeling the warmth of the other's body, Shan momentarily stiffened. I finally understand why Fu Xiao is so fond of you. You truly are a remarkable girl. I apologize for the hurt I caused you in the past. Though I still harbor some reluctance, we are friends after all. Farewell, Shan. With that, Sima released Shan and departed with a graceful stride towards the boarding gate. Watching the plane ascend into the sky, Shan felt a poignant sense of loss. After just half a day of interaction, she realized that Sima was not truly bad. Their previous discord had merely stemmed from their mutual connection to Fu Xiao. Chapter 88. A surprise, however. Now that the two had cleared the air, Sima indeed proved to be an excellent choice for a friend. Shan picked up her bag, noting that she still had half a day of holiday left. She decided to take a taxi from the airport to Fu Xiao's company, hoping to give him a delightful surprise. To her astonishment, Fu Xiao had prepared a significant surprise for Shan instead. Upon arriving at the entrance of Fu Xiao's company, the receptionist did not hinder Shan's entry, as their relationship was well known. Furthermore, Fu Xiao had specifically instructed that if Shan arrived, there was no need for her to be stopped or to make an appointment. She could go right up. However, it was the first time the receptionist had seen the legendary lady boss, the president of the Yun group, and she was even more beautiful in person than on television. Stealthily, she snapped a few photos and shared them in the company group chat. Look, everyone, The future lady boss is here to inspect the company. I can't believe she is even more stunning than in the photos. Absolutely enchanting. Enchanting, you say? Be careful, or President Fu might just dismiss you in a heartbeat. Someone quickly retorted, sending a meme that lightened the atmosphere in the group chat, filled with camaraderie. Unaware of this playful banter, Shan entered the elevator and pressed the button for Fu Zhao's office floor, wondering what his reaction would be upon seeing her. As she exited the elevator, numerous employees greeted her, all referring to her as Lady Boss. Shan did not correct them. Instead, she smiled and nodded, striding in her high heels to Fu Zhao's office door. Just as she was about to knock, she heard another voice inside. A woman's voice that was unmistakably loud and somewhat sultry. President Fu, don't be so heartless. This is just this once, and CEO Yun will never find out. I'll say this once more, leave. Fu Zhao's voice cut through the air, cold and impatient. The woman, seemingly undeterred, replied defiantly, President Fu, you should consider the consequences of telling me to go today. Are you really willing to forsake this project? Intrigued by the audacity of this threat towards Fu Zhao, Shan pushed the door open. The expressions of the two individuals in the office drastically contrasted. Fu Zhao was pleasantly surprised and hurried to Shan's side, eager to explain. However, she gently shook her head. The woman, upon seeing Shan, wore a look of disdain, as if her presence was an inconvenience. This young lady is quite bold, knowing full well that others have fiancés yet shamelessly pursuing them. I wonder how you were raised. Do you not possess even a shred of modesty? The woman trembled with indignation, stepping forward with her chest out, confronting Shan provocatively. And what of it? My family taught me to pursue what I desire. Besides, we're the primary collaborators on the Fu family's largest project. I refuse to believe that our relationship will sour over a single woman. Her words caused Fu Zhao to furrow his brow slightly. Previously, he had shown a modicum of humility towards this woman merely out of respect for her family. Yet unexpectedly, this had emboldened her. Shan was about to speak when Fu Zhao interjected. Miss Zhao, my previous courtesy towards you is solely due to your father's standing. If you continue this unruly behavior, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Miss Zhao, seemingly unfazed, edged closer to Fu Zhao, her eyes betraying an undeniable affection. What do you intend to do? Are you truly willing to forsake the collaboration with our Zhao family for the sake of a woman? What makes me any less than the esteemed general manager Yin before you? You are incomparable to her. Let me reiterate, please leave at once. As for the partnership with your Zhao family, I need to deliberate further. Miss Zhao had anticipated that her familial ties would secure her victory. After all, Fu Zhao should at least consider her in light of their family's relationship. However, she was taken aback by his unwavering resolve. With a haughty huff, she glared at Fu Zhao and Shan. You will regret this. Do not come seeking my aid when the time comes. Rest assured, the scenario you dread will never materialize. It is always others who seek my favor, never the reverse. Miss Zhao, please take your leave. With a grim expression, Ms. Zhao exited Fu Zhao's office, having presumed that their unmarried status would leave room for reconciliation, only to find that Fu Zhao was unequivocally steadfast, disregarding the emotional ties between their families and bluntly rejecting her. Rather than the Fu family being in need of collaboration, it appeared that the Zhao family was the one reliant on the support of the Fu family. It seemed she had severely miscalculated. After Miss Zhao's departure, the office was left with only Fu Zhao and Shan. Fu Zhao closed the door behind him and eagerly pulled Shan into his embrace, the beauty in his arms inevitably stirring his heart. Fu, your charm remains undiminished. Your ability to attract admirers grows stronger by the day. That pales in comparison to your ability, General Manager Yun. Even after a divorce, you remain unforgettable to others. In response to Shan's teasing, Fu Zhao raised an eyebrow, then gently kissed her fair cheek. Taking the day off? How did you know? Shan nestled comfortably in Fu Zhao's arms, relishing the warmth of the moment. Is it that difficult to deduce? Typically, I seek you out. Your initiative today must mean you are free. Shan nodded in agreement, then recalled something. Sima returned to Italy today. I personally saw her off at the airport. Fu Zhao casually played with Shan's hair, seemingly indifferent to the news. Isn't that splendid? She should have returned long ago. Otherwise, her brother incessantly pesters me, asking if I know Sima's whereabouts. It's becoming quite bothersome. Shan did not receive the response she had hoped for. She felt it was as expected. After all, Fu Xiao's tenderness was reserved solely for her. It was precisely this aspect that initially drew me to Fu Xiao, yet it now appears that this trait serves as both a virtue and a flaw. His cold demeanor towards others today raises a question. If he were to cease loving me one day, would he extend the same indifference towards me? What are you pondering? You, with your little mind, are perpetually lost in frivolous thoughts. The scenarios you conjure will never manifest. Do not fret. My affection will forever be devoted solely to you. Chapter 89. Drowning in this matter, Fu Xiao seems particularly obstinate, desperately seeking to affirm his love for Shan. When it comes to matters concerning her, he is prone to losing his composure. How far does forever truly extend? None of us can articulate it clearly. All we can do is cherish the present. I merely wish for us to embody the sentiments you expressed. Shan chuckled softly, shaking her head. She once believed herself to be a devoted individual. Yet after encountering Fu Xiao, her perspective shifted. Time invariably alters everything. Only what we genuinely grasp in the present is authentic. Fu Xiao gazed intently into the distance, his eyes cradling her face as he spoke earnestly. Forever signifies my unwavering love for you until the end of my days, until my old age, until my demise, and until I utterly forget you. Fool, Shan whispered gently. As their distance diminished, she tugged at Fu Xiao's tie, drawing him toward her lips. Upon achieving the desired contact with his tender mouth, Fu Xiao began his passionate counterattack. The two embraced and kissed fervently within the confines of the office. As if the world had narrowed down to just the two of them, all the chaotic individuals and troubling matters faded into oblivion. They were simply a joyful couple, ordinary yet blissfully happy. During this period, Duan Chengyan found himself overwhelmingly busy, not only contending with the company's various challenges, but also facing the complexities presented by Yinglian upon returning home, leaving him quite fatigued. After a glance at the itinerary, his assistant finally managed to free up a day for him, allowing him to indulge in a visit to a hot spring resort. Upon checking in, Duan Chengyan made his way to the hot spring pool, and the moment he was enveloped by the warm water, it felt as though all his weariness melted away. Closing his eyes, he savored this rare moment of tranquility, relishing his solitude. Yet, it was not long before he heard a subtle splash nearby. What a coincidence! Are you here alone to enjoy the hot springs too? Upon hearing the voice beside him, Duan Chengyan opened his eyes to find a young man, seemingly initiating conversation, as he was the only other person in the vicinity. Indeed, are you also alone? The young man smiled sheepishly, scratching his head. I shouldn't be the only one here. I was supposed to come with the girl I like after confessing my feelings, but I was rejected. I apologize. I didn't mean to bring up painful memories. Duan Chengyan observed the young man, who hardly appeared to be in distress over a heartbreak. Little did he know that his inquiry had crossed a boundary he should have avoided. Ah, it's fine. I've grown accustomed to it. In the past, I could only blame myself for not cherishing what I had. Now, reflecting upon it fills me with deep regret. His words resonated profoundly with Duan Chengyan, evoking memories of his own relationship with Shan, which bore a striking resemblance. However, he could take solace in the fact that, unlike the other man, he and Shan had once shared the title of husband and wife, having even visited the Civil Affairs Bureau together, their photographs gracing their marriage certificate. In this light, it seemed they were both akin to wayfarers adrift in the world, though he and she were now divorced. With a shared topic of conversation, their dialogue flowed effortlessly. The young man found the man before him oddly familiar, as if they had crossed paths before. After conversing for a while, Duan Chengyan learned that this young man actually worked at Shan's company, a testament to the curious twists of fate in this world. It had been quite some time since he had heard any news of Shan, and he could not help but desire to inquire. This young man appeared to be the perfect source of information. What kind of person is your general manager, Yin? He asked, as the young man spoke of Shan. His eyes sparkled with admiration, though it was devoid of romantic affection. Our general manager, Yun, is an extraordinary woman. She single-handedly supports the entire Yun Corporation. All of us employees are immensely grateful to her. Without her, we might have long since faced unemployment, not to mention the subsequent benefits and treatment we receive, which are incomparable to what we had before. In short, our general manager is truly an exceptional individual, and her fiancé is equally commendable. Upon hearing this, Duan Chengyan lowered his gaze, lost in thought. He had once been afforded the opportunity to walk alongside Shan, yet it remained a mere reminiscence now. By the way, you seem quite familiar. I wonder what your name is? My name is Duan Chengyan. You should be aware of that, he replied. Finally, the young man recalled that this was none other than the renowned president of the Duan Group. No wonder he appeared increasingly familiar. So was Duan. Forgive my lack of decorum, he said, amused. Not at all. I am merely an ordinary person. There is no need for such formality. Yet we are alike in one aspect, both yearning for unattainable love. After enjoying the soothing warmth of the hot spring for a while longer, Duan Chengyan suddenly felt parched and rose to his feet. I'm a bit thirsty. I shall fetch some water. You should not soak for too long. Would you like me to bring you a bottle of drink? The young man smiled and shook his head, thoroughly relishing the warmth of the spring. No need. Thank you for your kindness, President Duan. You're truly a good person. A smile inexplicably tugged at the corners of Duan Chengyan's lips. It was the first time he had heard someone refer to him as a good person, a sentiment that stirred a peculiar feeling within him. He turned to leave for the lobby to quench his thirst and rested for a moment. Estimating that enough time had passed, he returned to the hot spring, intending to continue soaking, only to find the young man's face submerged in the water. Without hesitation, Duan Chengyan jumped into the water, pulling the young man to safety and laying him flat on the shore. Checking for signs of breath, he immediately began administering CPR. Wake up! Come on, wake up! Don't jest. Duan Chengyan administered first aid for several minutes, yet there was no sign of improvement. In a state of urgency, he swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed 120, but tragically, the young man succumbed to his fate. Duan Chengyan found himself at a loss for words, grappling with an overwhelming torrent of emotions. Just moments ago, the young man had been engaging in jovial conversation, expressing his determination to live life to the fullest, even encouraging Duan Chengyan to let go of his burdens. Yet, after merely taking a sip of water, he returned to find that life had slipped away. Such a grave incident at the hot spring resort could not remain concealed for long. It soon made headlines. Yinglian was taken aback to learn that an employee had encountered a mishap while enjoying the hot springs. Although the incident occurred during the employee's vacation, as the president of Yinglian Group, Yinglian felt compelled to investigate the circumstances surrounding this unfortunate event.